As a member of the foreign evil race, the evil spirit clan, one could ascend to divinity, and malevolence could transform into magic. Unexpectedly arriving in the Dou Qi Continent, possessing the sacred heavenly demon flame, with sacred white flames in his left hand and dark demonic flames in his right, he stirs the winds and clouds of the continent. Chapter 1. The Boy of the Evil Spirit Clan. In the vast and boundless world of the Great Thousand, myriad races flourish, connecting countless lower realms, making it the highest realm in the universe, thus establishing the Great Thousand as the center of the cosmos. Countless extraordinary talents, having broken free from the shackles of lower realms, ultimately arrive in this world. These individuals, each blessed with remarkable gifts, are destined to continue inscribing new legends at the heart of the universe. However, the immensely powerful Great Thousand World has its adversaries, the foreign evil race. 50,000 years ago, the heavenly evil god led the foreign evil race in an assault on the Great Thousand World. In that battle, countless formidable beings perished, and the Great Thousand World suffered the loss of half its territory. Were it not for the emergence of an immortal emperor, an unparalleled powerhouse who stepped into the half-step dominion realm and sealed the heavenly evil god at the cost of his own life, the Great Thousand World might have ceased to exist. With the sealing of the heavenly evil god, the foreign evil race, no longer able to fight on their home ground, was expelled by the cultivators of the Great Thousand World. The territories that had fallen to the foreign evil race, now tainted by demonic energy, became their dominion. Thus began a protracted conflict lasting tens of thousands of years between the Great Thousand World and the foreign evil race. According to predictions left by the immortal emperor, the Great Thousand Transformation Demon Array that sealed the heavenly evil god needed to be activated once every 1,000 years, and after 49 cycles, the heavenly evil god would fall forever. The most recent activation was the final 49th time. The Great Thousand World must ensure that the heavenly evil god is vanquished without fail, while the foreign evil race strives to free their evil god. This last confrontation promises to be the most intense yet, prompting the foreign evil race to employ every possible means to ensure the successful unsealing of their deity. In a spacious and well-lit room, shelves crisscrossed, filled with an array of ancient tomes, exuding an aura of scholarly fragrance. At that moment, a small figure quietly perused a book in his hands, enveloped in an atmosphere of serene silence. The book was substantial, nearly half the child's size, its cover devoid of a title. Yet the child read with rapt attention, as if it contained unparalleled wisdom. Dressed in a simple white robe, the boy appeared diminutive, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old, engrossed in the pages before him, calm and natural. Around him, wisps of mist flowed and danced, with countless milky white streams eagerly rushing toward his body. Yet upon contact with his skin, they were repelled as if by an unseen barrier. Is there anything you do not comprehend? An elderly figure approached, hands clasped behind his back, tall and imposing, with meticulously combed gray hair, glistening yet lacking luster. In his clear eyes, a hint of despondency surfaced. Logically, given the elder's cultivation level, he should not only be immortal, but could easily live for tens of thousands of years. At his stage, one would expect eternal youth. Yet his eyes reflected a profound weariness, as if hope for the future had dimmed. Only upon seeing the small figure before him did a glimmer of light appear in his gaze. The studious child turned, revealing a fair face and bright, dark eyes resembling 2 black gemstones. He smiled warmly at the elder, whose face bore the marks of time. "Grandfather, you have come." Seeing his grandson smile, the elder's gaze softened, yet his heart was filled with bittersweet sorrow. Slowly, he sat beside the child and glanced at the book in his hands, which chronicled the history of the Great Thousand World and the foreign evil race, essentially a record of war. Observing the battles described within, fought between the foreign evil race and the supreme beings of the Great Thousand World, including the heavenly demon emperor, the elders. Expression remained stoic, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Gently placing his hand on the boy's small head, the elder's palm bore a sinister eye as he gazed into his grandson's eyes, seemingly wishing to engrave this moment in his memory. With a gentle tone, he spoke, "Yunner, in a few days, I shall take you to a place where you will not endure such suffering as here." Where to? To witness our kin slaughtering one another? Or to be cast into the jaws of beasts? Perhaps, to be taken for breeding? The boy looked up, his smile fading as ripples of turmoil appeared in his bright eyes. Having resided in this world for 6 years, he was granted the chance to become a revered ancestor. Yet, he was burdened with a tragic lineage. In this life, he was known as Jiang Yun, a member of the evil spirit clan, a lineage nurtured by the foreign evil race through the blood of the great thousand world and the foreign evil race. Their clan possessed immense strength, with a sacred supreme being and dozens of other supremes, making them a superpower comparable to the 5 ancient clans within the great thousand world. Moreover, the evil spirit clan could cultivate both demonic and spiritual powers, excelling in both realms, their combat prowess deemed terrifying. Yet, in this foreign realm, their existence was fraught with peril. Did the evil spirit clan not comprehend the cruelty of the foreign evil race? Were they unaware of the need to resist? However, the foreign evil race comprised 32 distinct clans, each possessing at least one heavenly demon emperor, rendering the strength of the evil spirit clan insignificant in their eyes. The evil spirit clan had only one early-stage sacred leader, Jiang Yun, in the face of the might of the heavenly demon emperor, second only to the heavenly evil god and the immortal emperor. Even a couple of clans from the 32 would spell doom. For the evil spirit clan, they were destined to be scorned by both realms, with the lives of their kin held as leverage, leaving the clan supremes too fearful to act decisively, instead placing their hopes on the heavenly evil god, wishing that his return would liberate them from their current plight. A product of the foreign evil race, designed to disrupt the great thousand transformation demon array, the evil spirit clan endured the harshest of training, their lives spent in relentless combat. Jang Yun, due to his unique bloodline, could safely occupy this space. To read otherwise, he would have already taken up arms to battle ferocious beasts. Witnessing the fleeting turmoil in Jiang Yun's eyes, Jiang Hong felt a pang of anguish. Jang Yun had never seen his parents according to Jiang Hong. They perished during a conflict shortly after his birth. From the moment of his arrival, Jiang Yun was destined for an extraordinary path. Remarkably, he bore none of the evil spirit clan's most prominent trait, the sinister eye in the palm of his hand. Upon his birth, he astonished the entire evil spirit clan, heralded as the embodiment of the perfect bloodline. His innate talent was equally astonishing, endowed with 9 divine meridians, the pinnacle of gifts. His presence ignited hope among the clan supremes and even stirred the attention of the sacred heavenly demon emperor. That day, Jiang Yun beheld the most formidable being in the world, the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Contrary to the legends of a fierce visage and malevolent aura, he radiated a compassionate demeanor. Particularly his eyes, merely locking gazes with him, instilled a sense of reverence and an inability to harbor hostility. When the sacred heavenly demon emperor beheld Jiang Yun, the trajectory of his fate began to shift. Leaving behind a wisp of sacred heavenly demon flame, the emperor departed, leaving all in bewilderment. Yet, Jiang Yun pondered, for the years of refraining from cultivation and combat were not solely due to his grandfather's influence. The sacred heavenly demon flame within him played a significant role as well. Over the years, due to his innate talents, the foreign demonic energy and spiritual essence have incessantly attempted to infiltrate his being. Yet he has consistently repelled them. It now appears that the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor has orchestrated this circumstance intentionally. Upon hearing Jiang Hong's enigmatic words today, Jiang Yun has begun to form his own conjectures. Chapter 2. Farewell. To the vast expanse, returning to our homeland. Homeland? Do we even have a homeland? Is this what the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor intends? Observing the bitterness in Jiang Yun's eyes, Jiang Hong felt a pang in his heart. Unable to bear it, he averted his gaze and resolutely declared, "There will be one. Wherever our kin reside is our homeland. The Holy Heavenly's intention is for you to grow in the vast expanse, for in a mere 100 years, the 49th great transformation of the demon array will ensue. I will go," Jiang Yun responded with unwavering determination, flames of fervor igniting within his eyes. He had dwelled in this world for 6 years, acutely aware that power was his foundation here. In the earlier years, he was oblivious to the schemes of the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, who had prohibited his cultivation. Now, it seemed all was orchestrated for the purpose of the celestial evil god. He was to be positioned as a pawn within the vast expanse. In comparison to a potential celestial sovereign poised to ascend the heights of the vast expanse, a demon emperor of the evil spirit clan appeared less significant. As for how a mere child like Jiang Yun could survive in the vast expanse, that was beyond their contemplation. After all, he was merely a trivial piece on the board. Should he succeed, it would be splendid. If not, they would incur no loss. The machinations of the outer evil clan stretched over millennia and were indifferent to Jiang Yun's role. Everything had long been set in motion. Jiang Hong rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the dim sky beyond the library. His tone was heavy with melancholy. This world is harsh. Once you go to the vast expanse, do not return. As he spoke, Jiang Hong produced a pendant and hung it around Jiang Yun's neck. It was a tower-shaped pendant, with 7 layers, ordinary and unremarkable. Jiang Yun was unaware of its significance. Yet, since it was given by his grandfather, he accepted it solemnly, tucking it into his collar. This tower must never be removed, regardless of the circumstances. Without awaiting Jiang Yun's response, Zhang Hong waved his sleeve, tearing open a pitch-black spatial rift, and in an instant, the library was enveloped in tranquility once more. This was a realm of darkness, where the dim and gloomy heavens occasionally unleashed ominous bolts of destructive thunder, descending like enraged serpents. Jiang Yun noticed hundreds of individuals surrounding him, among whom were not only his kin but also many humans from the vast expanse who had undergone trials, alongside members of the outer evil clan. Clearly, the holy heavenly demon emperor had not arranged for Jiang Yun to be the sole pawn. Weak ants were abundant, and should even a fraction enhance the odds of rescuing the celestial evil god, he would not mind the repercussions of their discovery by the denizens of the vast expanse. A hollow, numbed emotion enveloped each person. They were unaware of their purpose, only cognizant that they were to be sent to the vast expanse. These powerless individuals, if discovered by the inhabitants of the vast expanse, faced certain death. Only those who survived would earn the right to comprehend the plans of the outer evil clan and receive their backing. Time is almost up. A shadow of malevolence gradually materialized, sitting quietly amidst the surrounding, terrifying demonic energy. The dreadful bolts of destructive thunder, within 100 paces of the malevolent aura, seemed to corrode and swiftly evaporated into nothingness. Jiang Yun turned his gaze towards the sound, only to behold a shattered expanse where a silvery white storm of destruction ravaged the heavens and the earth. The tempest seemed endless, devoid of any tangible substance, resembling a void of nothingness. Such formidable power, apart from the celestial sovereign, would spell certain death for any cultivator daring to enter. Sensing Jiang Yun's rigid body, Zhang Hong gently squeezed his hand and spoke softly. "Do not fear. Grandfather will protect you." Feeling the warmth of the grip, Jiang Yun gradually calmed himself, blinking as he observed the tempest of time and space. The vast world was intrinsically linked to the territories of the outer evil clan. However, once any member of the outer evil clan entered, they would be easily detected. This time, they intended to harness the power of the tempest to transport these individuals across the myriad realms of the vast world. The most desirable locations were the lower planes, where the strength of the vast world was waning, making it conducive for their development. "It is time to depart." A grand voice resonated through the air, and immediately, Jiang Yun witnessed a colossal hand sweeping across, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flickering through his mind. It was a mark adorned with mysterious runes, seemingly revealing all secrets. Just as it was about to delve into the depths of his soul, black and white flames suddenly erupted from within Jiang Yun, repelling the rune outside. A voice of intrigue emerged as the spectral figure turned to observe, effortlessly piercing through the flames within Jiang Yun. With a sinister smile, it remarked, "You must be the renowned genius of the evil spirit clan. I am Jiang Yun, a junior, paying my respects to the demon emperor." The laughter of the other instilled a sense of dread in Jiang Yun, as those penetrating eyes left him feeling profoundly uneasy. "Yasin demon emperor." Noticing Jiang Yun's discomfort, Zhang Hong spoke in a grave tone, stepping forward to shield Jiang Yun behind him, his murky eyes igniting with a terrifying light as he coldly confronted the specter. "Humph." The Yasin demon emperor grunted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Hong, coldly stating, "I did not expect you to have ascended to the celestial rank of a sovereign. What a remarkable evil spirit clan." His tone dripped with arrogance, for he hailed from the Heart Demon clan, one of the 32 great clans, and rightfully bore the confidence of his lineage. The perfect bloodline of the evil spirit clan? With a dismissive glance at Jiang Yun, the Yasin demon emperor disregarded him entirely. Confident in the authority of the Holy Sky demon emperor, who commanded absolute respect among the outer evil clan. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, as the distant storm of time and space trembled with immense power, causing the very ground to quake. The colossal sound reverberated, and the once frenzied tempest began to slow, remarkably softening in intensity. "Go, Yunner, venture forth, and do not return." As these words fell, Jiang Yun felt his body lighten, and soon, a streak of azure light surged towards him, enveloping him completely. As Jiang Yun turned back, he beheld the reluctant figure of Zhang Hong, along with the countless beings being cast into the tumultuous void, among whom were his own kin. Not everyone shares Jiang Yun's fortune, as the celestial sovereign personally safeguarded him. For many, upon entering the temporal storm, the fragile barrier was immediately shattered by the chaotic currents of time and space. A scene of unparalleled carnage unfolded before his eyes, littered with corpses and shrouded in blood mist, where many perished without even a struggle, torn apart by the forces of time and space. "I shall return." I must alter the fate of the evil spirit clan. Jiang Yun witnessed his kin being consumed like mere chaff, his heart roaring with fury. In that moment, he grasped the path he must take. With a thunderous sound, a stream of azure light surged forth like a colossal dragon, roaring as it propelled Jiang Yun into the silvery tempest of time and space, where soon, that fleeting green hue vanished into the boundless silver. Chapter 3, Shadow of the Demon. The tumult of time and space unraveled chaotically, devoid of origin or destination, as he drifted alone amidst the bizarre currents. Emanating a gentle glow, utterly still. Within the vast and endless void, sporadic spatial storms raged, and meteors occasionally streaked across the sky, producing thunderous roars that echoed throughout the cosmos. In the infinite chaos, a fleeting glimmer of light appeared, during which Jiang Yun glimpsed countless star-like representations of infinite dimensions. He did not pause. He was uncertain of where he was being taken, yet he felt the gentle caress of silver light washing over his being. It was incredibly warm. He sensed his corporeal form and soul undergoing a sublime transformation, as if he could traverse these spatial nodes at will, as a traveler without a system or golden finger. All he possessed was the memory of his past life as a makeshift advantage. Yet, it became clear that the innate talents of his current body were not to be underestimated. The evil spirit clan was already a premier lineage within this universe, capable of cultivating both spiritual energy and malevolence, and he bore the supreme talent of the 9 divine veins. Now, with an extraordinary affinity for spatial attributes, his gifts had undoubtedly reached their zenith. Who would have thought you would encounter such an opportunity? At that moment, a voice resounded, its tone as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, Jiang Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized that voice, though he had only heard it once. Such an individual's voice, once heard, was difficult to forget. Focusing his gaze, he saw an elegant, ethereal figure materialize before him, surrounded by a dancing black and white flame. As the chaotic currents drew near, the space was rendered void within a radius of 3 paces from the flame. The figure was none other than the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor, or rather, the will that had descended with the flame. As the foremost power of the extraterritorial evil clans, even a mere wisp of his fire could rival the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire of the continent of Aura. Salutations, Lord Holy Heaven. His diminutive stature could hardly withstand a mere sneeze from the other, hence Jiang Yun felt profoundly sincere. A talent that had not yet matured was of little worth. Is this our second encounter? The Holy Devil Emperor regarded Jiang Yun with keen interest. He had been observing this unique entity from the evil spirit clan since the moment of his birth, intending to send him to the vast world of Dou Qi to become a shadow operative. Fortunately, Jiang Yun's talent was commendable, and with the support of his own power, he believed that Jiang Yun would soon ascend to the higher echelons of Dou Qi. It appears that his foresight was indeed accurate. Jiang Yun's innate abilities justified his exceptional regard. Indeed, you are undoubtedly aware of your mission, to infiltrate Dou Qi while simultaneously rescuing a few individuals. Jiang Yun felt a flicker of unease at the mention of rescue. Could it be that those on the verge of demise were the very ones he suspected? At that moment, the Holy Devil Emperor's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yun's chest, coldly stating, I did not expect you to be so restless. What is it? Are you unable to remain here and wish to return to the embrace of Dou Qi? The Emperor's sudden change in demeanor caused Jiang Yun to catch his breath. At that instant, a small tower from his chest floated out, radiating a brilliant light. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from the tower, and Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. It was his grandfather, Jiang Hong. Grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yun understood that Jiang Hong must have a plan of his own. Otherwise, he would not have made such remarks previously. Yet, he could not suppress his worry, for the entity before him was the Holy Devil Emperor. Even a typical saint-level heavenly sovereign was mere fodder in the Emperor's eyes, let alone his grandfather, an immortal being. Sighing, Jiang Hong gazed at the Holy Devil Emperor, silently bracing himself. How absurd. From the moment you were created by my clan, your fate has never belonged to you. The Holy Devil Emperor sneered coldly at Jiang Hong, flames dancing in his palm. Rebels shall be eradicated. A glint of icy malice flickered in the Emperor's eyes as he raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying sea of holy devil flames towards both Jiang Yun and his grandfather. Wherever the flames spread, the fabric of space itself seemed ignited. Even the void was seared to nothingness. Protected by Jiang Hong, Jiang Yun felt as though he was ensconced in a furnace, threatening to reduce him to ashes. He had no doubt that any being beneath the heavenly sovereign would be incinerated to dust by even a mere touch of the holy devil flames. A mere spark shall not hinder me. Jiang Hong's hair and beard bristled as divine light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, he transformed into a colossal tower, the very one Jiang Yun bore upon his chest. The tower was imbued with profound energy, and as it emerged, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the entire space. What is this? Jiang Yun marveled at the monumental structure before him. He had believed that his grandfather had gifted him only a mundane item, with his highest hopes resting upon it being a divine artifact. Little did he expect it to be an unparalleled holy object. With a thunderous rumble, the ancient tower trembled, emitting a terrifying gravitational pull that drew the encroaching sea of flames toward its base. You have indeed underestimated me. I did not expect you to be so generous. However, as I observe the flames being absorbed, the expression of the holy heavenly demon emperor darkens. At this moment, he realizes that the situation has spiraled beyond his control. Nonetheless, he still proclaims with an air of dominance, "Do you think that a peerless celestial artifact can thwart me?" The hand of 10,000 demons, accompanied by a disdainful growl. A tumult of demonic energy surges violently in the void, bringing forth a terrifying pressure that collapses the very fabric of space. The potency of this demonic aura subtly surpasses that of the celestial supreme of spiritual quality. Such a force is far too formidable for the towering celestial artifact to withstand, especially since it must also prevent a flicker of flame from retreating. Should that occur, the evil spirit clan would undoubtedly face dire consequences, not total annihilation, but certainly a grievous plight. Jiang Hong is doomed. In making this choice, he has long since cast aside concerns for his own life. As long as Jang Yun can escape this brutal world, he will die without regret. A colossal hand looms, coalescing the overwhelming demonic energy, as if the entire sky is collapsing at this very instant. Only a gigantic hand, adorned with demonic runes, descends, and in that moment, even heaven and earth seem to be subdued by sheer might. Evil spirits, purple light. At this juncture, a thunderous shout resounds, and a terrifying purple divine light rushes forth from the tower, transforming into an eternal stream of violet radiance, piercing through the pitch-black realm. Jiang Yun's gritted growl reverberates, while the holy heavenly demon emperor glares furiously at the fleeting silhouette within the tower. In the next moment, the immense tower descends, bearing down upon the holy heavenly demon emperor and the holy heavenly demon flame. Chapter 4. Did a pig just ram us? Once everything settles, the colossal tower vanishes, gradually shrinking back to its original form, quietly resting upon Jiang Yun's chest. At this moment, Jang Yun has already succumbed to unconsciousness from the recent confrontation, lying peacefully within a shimmering protective barrier, flowing chaotically through the currents of time and space towards the distant unknown. Will this child become the hope of the evil spirit clan? Inside the small tower, Jiang Hong reappears, the spirit of this sacred artifact, gazing at the figure seated in tranquility and softly inquiring. The figure is none other than Jiang Yun, the patriarch of the evil spirit clan, whose presence is now somewhat ethereal. He exists as a soul fragment sealed within the tower, and the recent strike has drained much of his power. He gazes blankly at the young figure outside, seemingly speaking to himself, or perhaps seeking affirmation. Could it be you? At this moment, his eyes reflect confusion, gradually solidifying into determination as time passes. It must be. The tower spirit remains silent, for as a weapon, it harbors no human emotions and is oblivious to Jiang Yun's hopes for Jang Yun, as a sentient being who desires to be nurtured like a mere slave, trained into a machine of slaughter, or reduced to mere cannon fodder. Jang Yun does not wish to change the plight of the evil spirit clan out of whimsy, but rather from a hope so faint that it compels him to compromise. Fortunately, with the emergence of this unique kin, Jang Yun, a glimmer of hope has been illuminated. If one could live under the sun, who would prefer to hide in the shadows? I am grateful for your trust in me. At this moment, Jiang Yun turned to the tower spirit beside him and spoke, acknowledging the artifact as an extraordinary celestial treasure that had birthed its own spirit. The spirit, fiercely protective of its power, would not easily allow outsiders to linger within its essence. With a steady demeanor, the spirit shook its head and declared, "All of this is for the master." Jiang Hong's reckless alteration of Jiang Yun's journey and his blatant defiance of the holy celestial demon emperor had sealed his fate. He was undoubtedly on a path to destruction. Jiang Hong had underestimated the emperor, mistakenly believing that a mere flicker of fire, combined with the residual power in the small tower, would be sufficient to subdue his adversary, an assumption that nearly led to his downfall. Fortunately, Jiang Yun, appealing to both sentiment and reason, managed to prioritize Jiang Hong's life, compelling him to leave behind a fragment of power. It now appeared that the holy celestial demon emperor was far more formidable than they had anticipated. This covert intervention had indeed saved Jiang Hong's life. Jiang Yun nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the holy celestial demon flame suppressed at the base of the tower, stating, "I shall take the soul imprint within that flame. Consider it a provision for Jiang Yun's growth, a legacy from me as the clan leader. I entrust his future to you." The tower spirit inclined its head solemnly, assuring him, "Rest assured, he is the master's grandson, and I shall protect him with utmost diligence." With the spirit's promise, Jiang Yun refrained from further words and gradually made his way toward the tower's base. Just as his figure vanished completely, a voice resonated. "To truly grow, one must endure the trials of life and death. I hope that one day, I shall witness him upon the stage of the heavenly sovereign." As Jiang Yun's presence faded from this realm, the tower spirit pondered his recent words. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed, and a terrifying spatial storm erupted in the wake of Jiang Yun's departure, leaving behind a vast expanse ravaged by chaos. In the outer realms of the sinister clan, a shadowy grand hall pulsated with darkness, where ominous black mist swirled, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality, creating an atmosphere both somber and chilling. The edifice bore the inscription Holy Heaven, marking it as the sanctum of the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. Within the hall, a formidable figure sat upon a vast black stone seat, enveloped in an aura of terrifying demonic flames. These flames fluctuated between a pitch-black hue and a radiant white glow, their interplay strikingly eerie. Beneath the flames, an emotionless gaze emanated, revealing a hint of surprise in those eyes. How intriguing! A voice, deep and ethereal, emerged from the flames, laced with astonishment. "The connection has been severed." The next moment, a terrifying divine light shot forth from the Holy Celestial Demon Palace, prompting many demonic emperors within the demon realm to speculate about the identity of the one who had incurred the emperor's wrath. Have we encountered a disturbance in the currents of time and space? Soon after, the divine light faded, leaving a faint echo within the grand hall. The tone, once neutral, now carried an icy edge. After a prolonged silence, the shadow beneath the flames gradually closed its eyes, murmuring softly, "It matters not. Ultimately, it is but a trifling move. Should he ascend to the pinnacle, he will inevitably stand before me. If he never returns, then so be it." In a vast and boundless mountain range, an endless expanse of dense forest stood tall, where towering trees swayed gently in the breeze, creating ripples of green across the sea of foliage. The primordial wilderness exuded an air of tranquility, enveloping the region in serene silence. Above, a brilliant object, shrouded in a luminous green aura, plummeted from the sky with astonishing speed. Its sudden appearance seemed to materialize from the very fabric of space, and upon impact, it instantaneously carved out a vast crater, annihilating the surrounding trees, flora, and fauna at an unimaginable pace. Boom! As the object struck the ground, it unleashed a cloud of dust, shattering the stillness with a sound akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. This abrupt cacophony stirred the slumbering eyes of countless colossal creatures in the distance. A treasure had emerged. In that fleeting moment, a host of terrifying silhouettes raced towards the site. At that juncture, within the vicinity of Jiang Yun's crash site, he barely had time to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Thud, thud, thud. A thunderous roar erupted as a gigantic wild boar, towering over 5 meters, charged forth. Cloaked in a thick layer of black fur, it was evident that this was a formidable beast, its emerald eyes glistening with insatiable greed. With a menacing snarl, it bared its sharp tusks and lunged towards the bottom of the pit. "How dare you? I'm no mere cabbage. You've mistaken your target." Accompanied by a heart-wrenching, youthful cry of defiance, a small figure leapt several meters, hastily covering its back with its hands, as its short legs propelled it swiftly away into the distance. A furious roar resonated as the massive boar, its eyes ablaze with rage, pursued Jiang Yun. Not long after the two had fled, a succession of terrifying beasts emerged at the scene. Some could not contain their aggression and began to clash violently, while others followed the trail, hot on Jiang Yun's heels. Chapter 5. The First Adversary in Life. In the Beastmaster Mountains, shrouded in mist, the forest appeared hazy and ethereal. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its warm, golden light that bathed the morning fog in a gentle glow, creating a shimmering spectacle. At that moment, the commotion in these mountains was instigated by a diminutive figure. This disturbance not only attracted the attention of the beasts, but also that of an elderly man who was not far away. He was a venerable figure with hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a flowing gray robe. As the breeze caressed him, his garment billowed gracefully, exuding an otherworldly aura. His visage was devoid of the wrinkles typically associated with age. Instead, it resembled a piece of warm jade emanating a gentle luminescence. His eyes profound and mysterious, akin to fathomless pools. What could have caused the inexplicable tumult among the beasts deep within the mountains? Was it the result of a celestial meteorite, or perhaps the emergence of some rare treasure? The old man furrowed his brow, his penetrating gaze seemingly able to perceive the presence of several beastly monarchs lurking in the depths of the mountains. Regardless of the cause, he decided it was imperative to investigate. Otherwise, the upheaval among the beasts could pose a significant threat to the academy. The elder whispered softly and stepped into the void, with each footfall causing ripples to emanate outward. In the blink of an eye, his figure gradually faded, disappearing as if he had never existed. In the distance, amidst the forest, a little girl clad in purple, sporting two small ponytails, materialized seemingly out of thin air. Indeed, she appeared as if conjured from nothing. At that moment, her white attire was soiled, and her ponytails were somewhat disheveled. She took a hearty bite of the green fruit in her hand, muttering under her breath, "What a stingy, clumsy dog. It's just a few spirit fruits. Auntie said she would borrow them for a while and would return them later. Why can't you just let me be? Once I level up, I'll make sure to pull your teeth out." While grumbling, the little girl eagerly devoured the fruit, which glowed with a vibrant green luminescence. After finishing, she patted her small belly, frowning slightly. "I still feel like I'm lacking a bit. What to do?" After a moment of contemplation, she murmured to herself, "Should I borrow a few more from that clumsy dog?" Just as she resolved to venture forth. Determined not to complicate matters, she suddenly scrunched her delicate nose and gazed intently into the distance, exclaiming, "What is that? Wonderful. If I eat this, I will surely grow." Her face flushed with excitement, for she had an innate intuition that had led her to discover many treasures in the past. The sensation she felt from this particular find was unprecedented, sending a thrill of anxiety through her as she sensed several terrifying auras nearby. Yet, the allure of growth compelled her to take the risk. Confident in her inherent spatial talents, she had previously snatched food from danger and escaped unscathed. With safety ensured, she believed she could explore further. "Don't chase me. My meat isn't tasty," Jiang Yun exclaimed as she scampered through the woods, her small feet barely keeping pace as she leaped and dodged. Behind her, a massive, thick-skinned figure, her second elder brother, pursued her with fervent intensity, breathing heavily. Little did he know that the first adversary he faced in this life was none other than his second elder brother, and he was utterly powerless to resist. During his time within the evil spirit clan, to avoid drawing attention to future plans, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor had decreed that he should not cultivate. While his peers had begun to sense the spiritual energies of the world, some had even stepped into the realms of comprehension and spiritual movement. He remained a mere fledgling without any cultivation to speak of. Had it not been for his consumption of spiritual fruits over the years, granting him a reasonably robust physique, he might have already met his demise at the jaws of a pig. In his flight, Jang Yun repeatedly placed his small hands on the tower at his chest. With his intelligence, it was not difficult to infer that the tower spirit was well aware of his current predicament, a being capable of rivaling the heavenly sovereign. Having fought alongside Hanfong for a lifetime, the tower spirit possessed unparalleled power and wisdom. Its current inaction clearly indicated a conscious effort to nurture him, for true strength is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. If he wished to alter the fate of the evil spirit clan, he would need to face foes far more formidable than he could imagine. Thus, from this moment forth, he would diligently cultivate, gradually accumulating his foundation, awaiting the day of earth-shattering revelation. If the tower spirit were to perceive how much Jiang Yun resembled it, it would surely be bewildered. Did it not wish to intervene? It was merely a diminutive celestial-grade artifact, having expended a significant amount of energy while suppressing the sacred heaven demon flame without any external prompting. Ultimately, it had safeguarded Jiang Yun to this peculiar realm, and now it could only maintain a half-slumbering state, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to recuperate from its exertions. The spirit would not awaken unless Jiang Yun faced a life-threatening crisis. Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Yun, a decisive individual, swiftly reacted as his second senior brother lunged at him with an open mouth. He sidestepped and swung his fist. "Get lost, you scoundrel!" Jiang Yun bellowed, the humiliation from the relentless pursuit transforming into a fierce blaze of rage. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Jiang Yun unleashed his full strength, 9 unique meridians within him began to tremble and glow, a subtle, yet palpable suction emanating from his being. At that moment, he seemed to transform into an insatiable void, absorbing the errant energies of the cosmos, his aura swelling dramatically. "Sacred Heaven Fist," Jiang Yun roared, his right arm bursting forth with a resplendent radiance. Even his second senior brother sensed the ominous aura. The second senior brother let out an enraged roar. This bothersome little creature dared to resist. Its limited intellect propelled it forward in an assault against Jiang Yun. In that instant, a gentle breeze seemed to swirl at its feet, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before Jiang Yun, its crimson eyes fixated upon him, bloodthirsty fangs dripping with a terrifying stench. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Yun's face glistened with sweat. He had not anticipated that the second senior brother would disregard martial ethics and clandestinely unleash an attack. His sacred heaven fist was merely a shout. Though he had witnessed many divine abilities among the evil spirit clan, he currently lacked the cultivation to channel any energy. realizing too late that his opponent's reckless charge was all too genuine. Gritting his teeth, he faced the towering second senior brother, feeling the immense force surging through his arm, his heart pounding rapidly like a drum. Down with you. Suddenly, an inexplicable strength surged within him as he grasped the second senior brother's massive fangs, forcefully hurling it away. With a thud, the second senior brother crashed to the ground, marking a slight victory for Jiang Yun in this clash. Chapter 6. A First Encounter. Gazing at the second senior brother he had toppled, a smile graced Jiang Yun's delicate face. This was, after all, his first opponent defeated in this world. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a wave of weakness washed over him, the aftereffects of his explosive power finally manifesting. Panting heavily, Jiang Yun collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath as beads of sweat trickled down. Just moments ago, he could overturn a 5-meter-tall beast with ease. Now, however, he found himself struggling to support his diminutive frame. Cursed by the debilitating weakness within him, Jiang Yun muttered a curse in frustration. Alas, misfortune had befallen him once more, as he was left vulnerable to the whims of fate. Suddenly, an enraged roar from afar pierced the air, causing Jiang Yun's expression to shift dramatically. Before him stood his second senior brother, whom Jiang Yun had previously toppled, now shaking its massive head and advancing step by step. The heavy thud of its footsteps reverberated around him, and Jiang Yun could sense the fury boiling within. Still too young, despite his burgeoning strength, the formidable defenses of his foe allowed it to recover swiftly. "Hold on, let me catch my breath," he implored. The second senior brother, upon hearing this, glared with intensified malice. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward, the surrounding wind elements swirling violently, moving faster than before. "Stop! He's mine." At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, and Jiang Yun beheld a streak of light racing toward his second senior brother with astonishing speed. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, the advancing form of his foe suddenly froze, halting just a few meters in front of Jiang Yun, as if time itself had paused. A wooden spear, as thick as Jiang Yun's arm, had lodged itself precisely within the creature's eye, delivering a fatal blow. "Phew, that was close," Jiang Yun whispered, as he felt a profound eye on his left hand quietly close and then vanish. This was a hallmark of the evil spirit clan, showcasing their most potent innate abilities. Imbued with boundless potential, Jiang Yun was celebrated as the ultimate evolutionary, not solely for his physique resembling that of a human, but for the concealed essence of the evil eye within his palm. Though hidden, it was not gone. His two evil eyes had merged into one, typically residing within his mental sea, capable of manifesting at his brow or palm when needed. His innate talents had received unprecedented enhancement, with the unique abilities of the evil spirit clan varying in usage throughout one's lifetime based on talent and cultivation. He could utilize it 9 times, the highest among his kin, while Jiang Yun, another, could only manage 7. It was this innate gift that had instilled hope in Jiang Yun, prompting him to take a risk and assist. "Hey, I saved you." A clear, melodious voice interrupted, and Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon 2 delicate, fair feet before him. Looking up, he saw a little girl in purple attire, around 8 or 9 years of age, not much older than himself. In terms of appearance, this little girl was truly flawless, her petite face akin to a delicate sculpture, with large, dark eyes that blinked innocently, exuding both charm and vivacity, making her irresistibly adorable. Yet, the fierce aura subtly emanating from her made Jiang Yun pause, for in this new realm, he had yet to comprehend the nuances of power distribution. According to the previously understood power system, there may be some discrepancies. However, it is undoubtedly clear that the second brother is significantly inferior to her. Casting a glance at the dismal state of the second brother, he estimated that he would be unable to withstand a single blow from the opponent. While Jiang Yun was deep in thought, the little girl, evidently impatient, waved her small hand in front of his eyes and reiterated, "Hey, I said I saved you." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, gazing eagerly at Jiang Yun, her small mouth slightly agape, with faint, transparent threads of energy seemingly flowing from her. Just as Jiang Yun was about to respond, a wave of weakness surged within him, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing weakly towards the little girl. "Hey, wake up. Don't faint on me. You still owe me a reward, you know? I'm not picky. Just give me a few of those delicious things I sensed." The little girl, somewhat flustered, caught Jiang Yun and anxiously patted his face with such force that it reddened and swelled. With a sorrowful expression, she seemed unsure whether her distress was for the unknown food or for Jiang Yun himself. Supporting Jiang Yun, the little girl felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. The ethereal power of space resonated with her own. Observing Jiang Yun's tightly shut eyes, she realized he was likely unconscious from exhaustion and, inexplicably compelled, leaned down to sniff him, her face instantly lighting up with a look of rapture. having been nurtured by Jiang Hong since childhood as the grandson of the heavenly sovereign. Everything Jiang Yun consumed was extraordinary. If brought to the outside world, even the sovereigns would vie for his food. To the people and beasts of this world, Jiang Yun was akin to a precious treasure. Suddenly, the little girl seemed to recall something, quickly retracting her smile, her expression becoming serious as she scanned the surroundings. Once assured there were no outsiders, she sighed in relief. Looking down at Jiang Yun, she inquired, "I've saved you twice now. When you wake up, my reward must be doubled, or else I'll eat you." With that, she shot him a fierce glare, feigning ferocity. Just as Jiang Yun remained silent in the face of this capitalist, a series of terrifying beast roars echoed from afar. The little girl's complexion shifted dramatically as she bent down to Princess carry Jiang Yun, shouting, "Run!" In an instant, with a fluctuation of space, she had transported them several dozen miles away. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, the pursuing beast kings encountered an unexpected visitor. "Su Qian, this is not a place for you." A massive tiger-like beast roared, its length spanning 7 to 8 meters, its golden fur radiant in the sunlight, almost blinding. It boasted a pair of fiery wings, clusters of golden flames swirling as its purple wings fanned out, unleashing an overwhelming force. This beast forest is also the territory of our Canaan Academy, and besides, the Golden Flame Tiger King, your collective action has already breached the agreement established earlier. Su Qian stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back, utterly unperturbed by the presence of over 10 5th and 6th tier beasts. "Su Qian, depart swiftly. Do not presume that I fear the Canaan Academy." A colossal gale eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, proclaimed in a piercing voice. The remaining magical beasts cast watchful glances at Su Qian. The pressure exerted by this human Dou Zong was immense. Despite their fierce words, they were reluctant to offend the Canaan Academy. In the past, the Dou Zong-ranked Mang Tianxi traversed the Black Corner region. As a member of the Thunder Clan, Mang Tianxi posed a dimensional threat to these desperate creatures. After conquering the Black Corner region, he discovered the Fallen Heart Flame. Regrettably, by that time, he had already transcended to Dou Zun and was preparing to depart. For a Dou Zun of the Thunder attribute, the Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th, seemed rather inconsequential. To avoid wasting the extraordinary flame, and driven by the whims of a superior, Mang Tianxi utilized the characteristics of the Fallen Heart Flame to establish the illustrious Canaan Academy. Although he left a substantial legacy to the Academy and never interfered thereafter, upon its inception, he had swept through the magical beast forest to secure its safety, leaving deep-seated fears among the current magical beasts. Compared to humans, magical beasts possess considerably longer lifespans. The Golden Tiger Kings, or their progenitors, had witnessed the era of Mang Tianxi, aware of the formidable power behind the Canaan Academy, not to mention Mang Tianxi himself. Even the presence of Su Qian, a Dou Zong, was enough to instill dread. Chapter 7. Having just escaped the tiger's den, now entering the dragon's mouth? Let us see. Upon hearing the Gale Eagle's taunts, Su Qian did not relent, responding with an imposing demeanor. He understood the natural law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Any sign of weakness could render one vulnerable to a sudden attack. To ensure the Canaan Academy's dominance in this forest, Su Qian coldly regarded the Gale Eagle, a 6th-tier magical beast whose overwhelming aura was akin to that of a colossal dragon awakening, enveloping the magical beast kings in an instant. The moment they sensed Su Qian's presence, several 6th-tier magical beasts changed color in alarm. Having been previously subdued by Mang Tianxi, there were, in fact, no 7th-tier magical beasts in the forest, making this the first encounter for many 6th-tier beasts with the Dou Zong. The terrifying aura caused their expressions to shift dramatically. "Su Qian, this matter between you and the Gale Eagle does not concern us. With several of us present, I trust that the extraordinary treasure is not of my concern. The 7th offspring in the cave is about to be born. I shall take my leave." The first to falter was a 50-meter-long serpent, adorned with wings and a single horn atop its head, crackling with electric sparks. The 2-winged thunder serpent, a pinnacle 5th-tier magical beast, possessing a trace of dragon blood. It usually dared to challenge even some 6th-tier beasts. However, at this moment, it exhibited none of its usual arrogance. Having swiftly concluded its words, it flapped its wings, unleashing a storm of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, left behind only a trace of its presence, vanishing from sight. That cunning one. As they observed the agile twin-winged razor, many beasts inwardly cursed, questioning the need for such speed. With so many allies at hand, could they truly fear a mere Dou Zong? Despite their resentment towards the twin-winged razor, the multitude of beasts chose to act from the heart. "Indeed, my father was grievously injured by humans mere days ago, and it seems he is on the brink of death. I must return to bid him farewell." "What? My uncle is in peril? He is a lifelong confidant of my father. Before departing, my father entrusted me with the duty of honoring my uncle, but alas. Uncle, I am coming. In the blink of an eye, the sky was cleared as all 5th-tier beasts retreated, with a few 6th-tier beasts discreetly departing as well. Only 4 6th-tier beasts remained, among them the golden tiger and the gale eagle. The gale eagle appeared grim, taken aback by the cowardice displayed by its comrades. And you? A mere wolf and leopard, what ties of life and death do you share? Is it a bond forged in conflict? Or could it be that these creatures intend to play the role of the mantis, while the cicada is unaware of the lurking sparrow? Su Qian maintained a stoic expression, refraining from stopping the retreating beasts. He was not a Dou Zone. As a mere 3-star Dou Zone facing such numerous foes, he found himself at a disadvantage. The mere ability to dissuade these many beasts already spoke volumes of Canaan Academy's renown. Yet these beasts were not to be underestimated. Each had its own grievances, lacking unity. Su Qian, do you truly intend to obstruct us? Spoke the Golden Tiger King, his urgency palpable among the attendees, for he stood at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, sensing an opportunity for his breakthrough. To hinder one's path is akin to slaying one's parents. The Golden Tiger King was struggling to contain his impatience. Su Qian remained silent, merely waving his sleeve, unleashing a formidable torrent of Dou Qi that surged forth, targeting the 4 6th-tier beasts. They aspired to seize the chance for a breakthrough to the 7th tier, but Su Qian was determined to thwart their ambitions. The presence of 7th-tier beasts posed an excessive danger to Canaan Academy. Roar, you seek death. Let us all strike together and eliminate him. Otherwise, none shall attain the opportunity. With this, the Golden Tiger King unleashed an enraged roar, and a terrifying flame surged forth, transforming into a sea of fire that hurtled towards Su Qian. Roar, Su Qian, today is your demise. As the Golden Tiger King made his move, the remaining 3 6th-tier beast kings, having shed their reservations, unleashed their skills recklessly upon Su Qian. Humph. Observing the unfolding chaos, Su Qian let out a cold snort, his palms rotating slightly as a torrent of Dou Qi erupted from his hands, causing the space around him to tremble. Cloud-dispersing palm. Boom. A deep explosion resonated, as the resulting energy ripples pushed both sides back several steps. With a single strike, Su Qian did not pause for a moment. He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting directly towards the Golden Tiger King. Roar. After Jang Yun was rescued, a somewhat disheveled Su Qian arrived at the scene. At that moment, Su Qian beheld the lifeless form of his second senior brother. Upon closer inspection, he concluded that it was a 3rd-tier magical beast, the Black-Winged Pig, slain with a single strike, devoid of any signs of combat techniques. The assailant must possess at least the strength of a Douling, if not that of a Douwan. After examining the scene, Su Qian furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance, pondering the power of space. At this juncture, Su Qian felt a genuine sense of astonishment. To engage with spatial power, one must at least be a Dou Zone. Could there be a Dou Zone nearby? This thought sent a shiver down his spine, for the ability to evade his scrutiny indicated that the opponent's prowess was at least on par with his own. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qian resolved to follow the traces, for as the Grand Elder of the Jian Yun Academy, he needed to ascertain the attitude of this enigmatic Dou Zone toward their institution. With that determination, Su Qian stepped into the void, pursuing the faint remnants of spatial energy. As night fell, in a concealed cave, a campfire crackled, casting a warm glow. The little girl who had rescued Jiang Yun was munching on an unfamiliar fruit, her eyes fixed intently on him. The drool cascading from her mouth made it evident that her fixation was not solely on the fruit in her hand. How delightful, she exclaimed, taking another bite. Her cheeks flushing, she swallowed with a slurp, unable to resist the allure of the fruit, and gradually leaned closer to Jang Yun. Just as she was about to extend her tiny tongue, Jang Yun, who had been keeping his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, staring incredulously at the enormous maw before him. Ah, you're awake? The abruptness of Jang Yun's awakening startled the little girl, causing her to retreat a few steps. Her small hands flailing as she explained, I was merely checking to see if you were injured. I had absolutely no other intentions. Taking a deep breath, Jang Yun recognized that in this unfamiliar land, the girl's strength was evidently superior to his own, and it was prudent to avoid provoking her. Observing Jang Yun's slightly softened expression and his lack of reprimand, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, he represented her hopes for advancement and her future sustenance. She could not afford to offend him. Hey, I saved you twice today. But you're so weak that you couldn't even fend off a 3rd-tier Black-Winged Pig. How did you end up alone in this forest? Luckily, you encountered me. Otherwise, your little life would be in jeopardy. Chapter 8. Su Qian. Let me tell you, I risked being pursued to save you. It's quite dangerous. That enormous tiger behind us was this long. As she chattered incessantly, occasionally gesturing animatedly with her hands, Jiang Yun opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. He recognized that she bore no ill will, but he was uncertain about what she was trying to convey. However, upon hearing the mention of a third-tier magical beast, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Glancing at the purple-haired girl before him and the vibrant spatial energy surrounding her, he felt a sudden realization dawn upon him. Zian, he cautiously ventured, testing the waters. If she truly was Zian, even he might not withstand a single punch from her. Lost in the fervent recounting of her arduous endeavor to rescue Jang Yun, Zian blinked her large, puzzled eyes and inquired, "Zian, are you calling me? Is that not so?" Just as Jang Yun felt a twinge of disappointment, he observed her cheerful declaration, "Zian is a lovely name. From now on, I shall call you Zian. By the way, what is your name?" Jang Yun. Though somewhat speechless, he was taken aback to realize that Zian's name had come from his own lips. Yet he slowly articulated his name. "Ah, Jang Yun, little Yunzi," Zian mused, wrapping her arms around herself, nodding with a serious demeanor. Before long, she adopted a grave expression. Leaning in closer, her eyes brimming with sincerity. "Although you have bestowed upon me a delightful name, the reward for my saving you cannot be diminished." "What reward?" Jang Yun gazed at Zian, perplexed by her sudden seriousness. "Do you intend to renege?" Zian exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him, her expression one of indignation. Her right hand gradually forming a fist. "The debt of saving a life outweighs the heavens. I harbor no intention of evading my obligations." Noticing the determined little fist of Zian from the corner of his eye, Jiang Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Immediately adopting a solemn expression as he earnestly replied, "I doubt you would dare." Upon witnessing the genuine sincerity in Jiang Yun's eyes, Zian scoffed, flicking her ponytail and lifting her chin with an air of pride. Exhaling in relief at Zian's sudden change in demeanor, Jiang Yun considered her amiable disposition. Yet he realized that her strength must match her charm. Otherwise, he would be left incapacitated should she ever deliver a blow. "However, I find myself bereft of possessions. May I defer the payment for now?" Jiang Yun awkwardly remarked, having searched his person in vain for any belongings. Zian, slightly vexed by this, glanced at Jiang Yun's remarkably empty pockets. Her spirits momentarily dampened. "Very well." However, she soon regained her spirited demeanor, scrunching her little nose and leaning closer to Jiang Yun, gently inhaling as she glanced up at him with her strikingly curious, expressive eyes. "Are you human? Your scent is delightful." Observing Zian, who was exquisitely delicate yet endearingly naive, Jiang Yun found her utterly charming. "Indeed, I am human. As for the scent, I am uncertain," he replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Yun surmised that the fragrance Zian mentioned could be attributed to his origins from the vast world beyond. Although he had not cultivated any skills, he had been imbued with spiritual energy, a force more refined than mere combat chi. For Zian, whose lineage was that of the formidable void ancient dragon royal clan, spiritual energy was indeed an alluring supplement. Suddenly, Jiang Yun felt his pupils constrict, a chill creeping over him, an instinctive shiver signaling an impending threat. In an instinctive move, he shielded Zian behind him. Although his strength paled in comparison to hers, he could not bring himself to use her as a human shield. Though Zian remained unaware of the looming danger, she felt warmth for the first time from the presence of this figure, who appeared even younger than herself. From the very moment of her birth, she found herself in fierce competition with other magical beasts. The abandoned young void dragon, in the eyes of other creatures, was not only a target of bloodline terror, but also a delectable delicacy. She had to evade the relentless pursuit of formidable beasts while simultaneously seeking sufficient resources to grow. The bloodline of the ancient void dragon royal family, rather than serving as her strength, had become a burden. She had never experienced the sensation of being protected by another. At this moment, gazing at the frail human, Jiang Yun, her heart, devoid of care, felt a twinge of bitterness. Such a terrifying sense of perception. A voice filled with laughter emerged as Su Qian, draped in a gray robe, approached, observing both Zian and Jiang Yun with keen interest. His scrutiny fell particularly on Jiang Yun. He could glean some of Zian's secrets. As a magical beast of extraordinary lineage, her youthful appearance belied her formidable strength. Evident in her peak fourth-tier prowess at such a tender age, a clear indication of immense potential. Yet, he could not immediately discern her exact nature. However, it was the 6 or 7-year-old human child, Jiang Yun, who piqued his curiosity even more. That terrifying sense of perception could not be mistaken. He possessed a naturally formidable soul power. Although he was not an alchemist, he understood that those with strong soul powers typically had remarkable talents. Moreover, the ethereal aura of spatial energy surrounding Jiang Yun further signified his extraordinary gifts. As the esteemed elder of the academy, Su Qian, ever the mentor, suddenly felt a compelling desire to bring the two of them back to the institution. Esteemed elder, given your strength, is it truly appropriate to be secretly observing two young children? Jiang Yun's body tensed, one hand gripping Zian tightly while the other revealed an ominous eye on his palm, emanating a barely perceptible aura of annihilation, as if poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike at any moment. This elderly figure's origins were unknown, and his instincts told him that this was an exceptionally fearsome powerhouse, far surpassing Zian's capabilities. My dear child, if I held any malicious intent with my strength, you would not be so comfortably standing there. Su Qian observed Jiang Yun, whose maturity belied his age, with keen interest. Esteemed elder, you jest. Jiang Yun replied with a wry smile, yet he remained vigilant, subtly orienting his chest toward the elder. Ah, the wary little one. Su Qian chuckled, not at all offended. Just then, Zian, who was being shielded by Jiang Yun, grew impatient. With an overwhelming force, she pushed Jiang Yun aside, rendering him powerless. Hey, old man, who are you? Dare to intimidate little Yunzi, and I'll make you regret it, Zian exclaimed, hands on her hips, attempting to threaten Su Qian fiercely. Yet, with her cherubic appearance, she appeared rather adorable. Jiang Yun, pushed aside by Zian, felt both helpless and touched. Despite their brief acquaintance, she was willing to confront an unknown adversary for his sake. This warmth stirred a flicker of emotion within Jiang Yun, who had grown up without companions, living amidst the outer realms of evil clans. Chapter 9. Entering the Canaan Academy. Zian, this esteemed elder bears no ill will. To avoid offending the formidable figure before her, Zian promptly stood up and pulled Jiang Yun aside to offer him some comfort, all the while cautiously observing Su Qian's expression. Haha. Seeing these two amusing little ones, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle heartily, saying, This is the monster beast forest, home to many 5th and 6th tier beast kings. You two youngsters are far too vulnerable here. Why not accompany me instead? His gaze was fixed intently on Zian and Jiang Yun, and he continued, Regardless of your response, I shall take you with me. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Su Qian was quite domineering. Before he could speak, Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Is there good food? Indeed, enough for you to indulge yourself. Su Qian replied with a chuckle, stroking his long beard with an air of pride. Though he knew Zian was a shape-shifting beast with a considerable appetite, as the Grand Elder of Canaan Academy, he assuredly could accommodate her needs. Then I shall go, Zian exclaimed, having never encountered such enticing words before, though seemingly carefree. Her thoughts were quite astute. As a primal ancient dragon, her instincts were remarkably sharp, allowing her to escape numerous life-threatening situations. Not sensing any malice from Su Qian, she readily agreed. Otherwise, she would have long since fled with Jiang Yun in tow. Observing their exchange, Jiang Yun felt a tinge of peculiarity. Could this be the esteemed Grand Elder Su Qian? And you? Su Qian turned his gaze to Jiang Yun. Of course, Xiao Yunzi will join me. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Zian swiftly made the decision for him, pulling him close with an overwhelming strength. Caught off guard, Jiang Yun found himself enveloped in Zian's embrace. At just 6 years old, he was somewhat smaller than Zian, and from behind, it appeared as though a younger brother was being subdued by his older sister. Very well, it is settled. I am Su Qian, Grand Elder of Canaan Academy. Soon, you shall learn all about our academy. Come, I shall escort you back. Seeing that Jiang Yun did not object, Su Qian's spirits lifted, and he spoke cheerfully. Jiang Yun thought to himself, hoping that Grand Elder Su Qian would not regret bringing home a glutton. Flight is a dream long cherished by humanity. In a past life, people could only soar through the skies using airplanes and other tools, whereas in the Dou Qi Continent, one could freely soar through the heavens upon reaching the rank of Dou. For Jiang Yun, however, the prospect of flying did not evoke much excitement, as he had already experienced spatial traversing, rendering flight a mere ripple in his emotional landscape. Before entering Canaan Academy, Su Qian led Jiang Yun and Zian through Peace Town, a strategic outpost connecting Canaan Academy and the Black Corner domain. Unlike the chaos and slaughter found in the Black Horn domain, the tranquil town of Peace maintains an impeccable order, forbidding any acts of murder or robbery. Every entrant must provide their name and origin while consuming a specialized elixir from the Canaan Academy's enforcement team. These elixirs can sense murderous intent. Should anyone commit an act of violence within the confines of Peace, the elixir will issue a warning, enveloping the perpetrator in a crimson glow. Consequently, the offender will face severe penalties from the enforcement team of Canaan Academy. The Blackhorn domain is rife with nefarious individuals, many of whom scorn the rules of Canaan Academy. As a result, bodies hang from a gnarled tree at the town's entrance, serving as a grim reminder of the consequences for transgressors. Among these, the most formidable was a Dou, who was slain by the enforcement team and displayed there to instill fear within the Blackhorn domain. Undoubtedly, Such intimidation has proven effective. The current security in peace is commendable, and the number of those daring to flout its laws diminishes by the day. Jiang Yun and his companions did not linger in peace. Su Qian led Jiang Yun and Zian directly past the town, hastening towards the outer academy. Despite Jiang Yun being a prodigy rescued by Su Qian, he must still adhere to the established rules, attending the outer academy to undergo selection before gaining entry to the inner academy. As for Zian, Su Qian wished to take her directly to the inner academy. A peak 4th-tier metamorphic magical beast, she was undoubtedly a top contender, capable of competing for a position among the elite. However, Zian was reluctant to part ways with Jang Yun, leaving Su Qian with no choice but to hope that this would not leave a psychological scar on this year's outer academy talents. After traversing peace, they flew for another half hour before a vast and awe-inspiring cityscape gradually emerged before Jang Yun's eyes. Jang Yun, Zian, behold Canaan city. Isn't it magnificent? Su Qian remarked with pride, his voice laced with affection for the place he had devoted his life to. It was, after all, his home. It's not that impressive, Zian replied with her typical pridefulness, though she was undeniably awestruck by the colossal city before her and secretly agreed with Su Qian's sentiments. Her demeanor remained obstinate. It's rather good, Jiang Yun, having grown up in the ominous spirit city, found it difficult to be as overwhelmed as Su Qian had anticipated. Yet, out of respect for Su Qian, he hesitated before responding affirmatively, observing the two stubborn youngsters. Su Qian felt a pang of annoyance, realizing for the first time that perhaps his decision had been hasty. Were children today truly so resilient? When he first laid eyes on Canaan Academy, he had been utterly astonished for an extended period. Did this not reflect poorly on his own experience? With a huff, Su Qian silently accelerated their flight, eager to distance himself from these two vexatious children. As the elder of the inner academy, he enjoyed certain privileges, and he swiftly led Jiang Yun and Zian directly to the office of Vice Dean Hu Qian. Creak. A sudden sound of the door opening startled Hu Qian, who was deeply engrossed in his work. He looked up, surprised to see the visitor, and exclaimed, "What brings the Grand Elder here?" Su Qian, shaking off his previous frown, cheerfully replied, "I've brought you two delightful young ones." Oh, Hu Qian's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Jiang Yun and Zian closely. After a moment of observation, he cast a curious glance at Zian. Feeling the old man's gaze appraising her, Zian nervously grasped Jiang Yun's hand. If it weren't for the absence of malice she sensed, and more importantly, her inability to contend with him, she might have retaliated with a flurry of playful punches. Nevertheless, her expression remained less than amiable. Chapter 10. Little Yun, you are so weak. What a powerful aura. Realizing he had not misjudged, Hu Qian voiced his astonishment. Noticing the Grand Elder's composed demeanor, he joyfully remarked, "The Grand Elder has found a promising talent." Observing Hu Qian's delight, Su Qian remained silent, conceding that even he could only vaguely perceive Jiang Yun's extraordinary nature. It was not surprising that Hu Qian, as a Dou Huang, could not discern the profound spatial powers surrounding Jiang Yun. However, it seemed that this little girl was somewhat overqualified to be in the outer court. Although Hu Qian felt envious of Zian's remarkable talent, he politely declined, saying, "There is something peculiar about this girl. Her fierce aura is quite unsettling. Yet, her peak Douling strength is undoubtedly genuine. If she were to be placed in the outer court, would it not wreak havoc? I don't want to be separated from little Yun." Before Su Qian could speak, Zian clung to Jiang Yun's arm, crying out. If it weren't for the absence of tears, Jiang Yun might have believed her. Su Qian cast a resigned glance at Hu Qian, silently observing him while conveying, "You caused this mess. Now you must handle it." Though Su Qian did not state it outright, Hu Qian understood the implication. At this moment, he felt somewhat flustered. After repeatedly assuring Zian that she would not be separated from Jiang Yun, she finally calmed down. Only then did Hu Qian turn his attention to Jiang Yun, who had remained composed throughout. As his spiritual awareness brushed against Jiang Yun, it was immediately repelled. What formidable spiritual power! Gazing at Jiang Yun in astonishment, Hu Qian wondered if he had misjudged him. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes, and upon noticing Su Qian's half-smile, he realized that the Grand Elder was aware of his oversight and was likely amused by it. Yet, he welcomed the presence of an exceptional student, even if it meant enduring a bit of ridicule. "Your name is Jang Yun, is it?" Hu Qian asked with a genial smile, his eyes softened with warmth. The 6-year-old Jiang Yun reminded him of his granddaughter, who was of a similar age and equally mischievous. However, in Hu Qian's eyes, his granddaughter appeared quite adorable. "Yes, Vice Dean." Jiang Yun nodded in response to Hu Qian's inquiry. "Have you practiced before?" Observing the obedient Jiang Yun, Hu Qian felt a surge of delight, and his demeanor softened considerably. Perhaps there is." Faced with Hu Qian's query, Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily. Previously, He could assert with conviction that he had not practiced any cultivation. However, now that he was safe, he reflected on his battle with the black-winged pig, realizing that the inexplicable energy absorbed into his body must be the fighting qi. Moreover, he indeed sensed a faint energy circulating within him. No worries, we shall measure it. Since the level of cultivation at the fighting qi stage is not visible, it can only be assessed through special means. Thus, Hu Qian produced a crystal ball, a tool used by the Canaan Academy to test new students, which he conveniently possessed. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun placed his hand upon the crystal ball, curious about his current cultivation level in the fighting qi continent. Instantly, the crystal ball emanated a radiant glow of black and white, causing the room to become scorching hot. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball transformed into a fiery orb, dazzling and intense. Is this 6 segments of fighting power? Staring in shock at the crystal ball, now resembling a fireball, Su Qian and Hu Qian could hardly maintain their composure. Their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Jang Yun, their expressions akin to famished wolves spotting a flock of sheep. Zian furrowed her brow, her intuition alarmingly sharp. Although she was uncertain about Jiang Yun's performance, the expressions of Su Qian and Hu Qian made her uneasy. Subtly, she pulled Jiang Yun behind her, positioning her small frame protectively in front of him. Jiang Yun, too, gazed curiously at the black and white fighting qi in his palm. What kind of attribute is this? Fire attribute, perhaps? It seems the holy heavenly devil flame has influenced me over the years. What a terrifying talent for fire attributes. Su Qian, regaining his composure, realized that cultivators at the fighting power stage do not reveal their qi attributes. Only after breaking through to the fighter level do one's attributes manifest. The fact that Jiang Yun exhibited his attributes at the fighting power stage, prompting such a formidable reaction from the crystal ball, indicated that his affinity for the fire attribute was exceptionally high. Had he not personally retrieved Jiang Yun, Su Qian might have suspected him to be one of the ancient imperial clans, a member of the Flame clan. Unfortunately, there was no wood attribute. Hu Qian sighed regretfully. With such a formidable soul force, if Jiang Yun could become an alchemist, he would be truly unstoppable. What a pity. Be content. Su Qian shot a fierce glare at Hu Qian, thinking, what more do you want? I've brought back 2 extraordinary talents. If you have the ability, go find one yourself. Ahem. Su Qian's gaze left Hu Qian feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed he had indeed been a bit greedy. Little Yuner, you possess 6 segments of fighting power. At that moment, Zian scrutinized Jiang Yun, then remarked disdainfully, how weak. A remark from Zian struck Jiang Yun as somewhat feeble, prompting him to respond. I am merely 6 years old, and my current cultivation is merely a result of inadvertently absorbing a modicum of Dou Qi during battle. This achievement is a testament to the resilience of my meridians. One must acknowledge that Dou Qi is an inherently volatile force. At the Dou Qi stage, no elixirs can be consumed, and one must rely solely on innate talent for gradual cultivation. Even the esteemed Yaochen merely concocts medicinal liquids to assist in this endeavor. At my tender age of 6, possessing 6 segments of Dou Qi Li is quite formidable. Considering that the admission criteria for the Canaan Academy stipulate an age of 18 with 8 segments of Dou Qi Li, rest assured, I shall protect you in the future. I will never regard you with disdain. Zian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, patting her chest before Jiang Yun could interject. Thank you. Jiang Yun found himself at a loss before the carefree Zian. This time, the Canaan Academy has welcomed 2 genuine prodigies. I wonder if the talents from both the outer and inner academies are adequately prepared. Su Qian observed the playful interaction between the 2 with a smile, stroking his beard, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The Canaan Academy had been rather tranquil and was in dire need of the vibrancy these 2 would bring. I cannot ascertain whether the inner academy's individuals are prepared, but I suspect that the newcomers in the outer academy shall face challenging days ahead. Hu Qian remarked with a hint of mischief, clearly an experienced figure. Su Qian paused, observing Zian and Jiang Yun's antics, silently lamenting for this new cohort of students. Chapter 11, Tower Spirit, Qingming, Creek. A wooden door was gently pushed open, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the gap, ultimately forming a slender line of light upon the ground. As the door fully opened, the light expanded rapidly, and 2 figures stepped inside. Zian, with your prowess, you could easily gain entry into the inner academy. The newcomers were Jiang Yun and Zian. After completing the enrollment formalities with Hu Qian, Elder Su Qian returned to the inner academy. Under Zian's insistence, Jiang Yun chose to share a loft with her. In Zian's words, living together allows me to protect you. Humph, I'm merely concerned about you being bullied, you ungrateful rascal. Zian puffed out her cheeks, resembling a little bun, casting an indignant glare at Jiang Yun. All right, I misspoke. I should be the one asking you to protect me in the future. Despite being the younger of the 2, Jiang Yun exhibited a demeanor akin to an older brother. Raising his small hand, he realized it couldn't reach Zian's head, so he cleverly opted to pat her shoulder instead. How perceptive of you. With a triumphant toss of her ponytail, Zian strode confidently into the room. The petite loft, appearing immaculate, spanned 2 stories. After surveying her surroundings for a brief moment, Zian nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jiang Yun, declaring, "From now on, I shall occupy the upper floor, and you shall reside on the lower." After the rooms were assigned, the 2 individuals returned to their respective quarters. After the day's events, Jiang Yun was utterly exhausted. He lay upon the soft bed, inhaling deeply, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotions. From this moment forth, he had finally established a foothold in the Dou Qi Continent. He would spend several years honing his skills here. At this juncture, he began to organize the information he possessed. Zian had just been brought back to the academy by Su Qian. He wondered if this occurrence was ahead of schedule or precisely at this temporal juncture. However, it was certain that Xiao Yin, the destined child of fortune in this realm, was of a similar age to him, thus affording him ample time for development. Xiao Yin had likely cultivated in the Dou Qi Continent for 70 or 80 years, and then spent another century in the Daqian, leaving nearly 200 years until the next great transformation of the Daqian's magic array. There was sufficient time for his own growth. Now, he needed to devise a meticulous plan to leverage his advantages and accelerate his development in the Dou Qi Continent. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun gradually closed his heavy eyelids. Night enveloped the earth, and the cool moonlight cascaded down, washing away the lingering warmth of the land. In his room, Jiang Yun fell into a deep slumber as strands of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his form. An extraordinary scene began to unfold. The cool moonlight rippled like water. A faint glow emanated from the tip of the tower that peeked from Jiang Yun's chest. In the next moment, the slumbering Jiang Yun felt a tumultuous spinning sensation. When he groggily opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black space devoid of light, silent and frigid. "Child, you have arrived." Before Jiang Yun could react, an ethereal figure gradually emerged. Upon seeing the figure, a flicker of intense emotion flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and respectfully spoke. "You are the tower spirit, esteemed elder. I am grateful for your life-saving grace." "I am Qingming Tower," the elder replied. Although Qingming Tower was a weapon forged by Jiang Hong, an extension of his life, Jiang Yun no longer considered him a grandfather. In his heart, Jiang Hong was the true grandfather. "Child, what kind of person do you aspire to become?" Qingming observed Jiang Yun without concern for his own demeanor, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating the very essence of Jiang Yun's soul. "I wish to fulfill my grandfather's dream. The evil spirit clan is not merely expendable cannon fodder," Jiang Yun declared, his expression resolute, his eyes burning with determination. A flicker of intrigue passed through Qingming's eyes as he gently replied. "That will be a perilous and arduous path. I am unafraid." Jiang Yun met Qingming's gaze with calm determination, his youthful visage radiating unwavering resolve. "Very well. It is worth bringing you to this extraordinary continent," Qingming exclaimed with joy, laughing heartily. "What I fear is not a child unwilling to cultivate, but rather one devoid of ambition." In Qingming's eyes, Jiang Yun has already begun to qualify for ascending to the pinnacle of the vast realm. What makes this continent so extraordinary? Rather than feeling elated by Qingming's praise, Jiang Yun's attention was piqued by the mention of the unique aspects of the Dou Qi Continent. The most striking feature of this land is undoubtedly the myriad forms of foreign flames. Could there be more to this continent that he remains unaware of? This place is far from simple. Qingming gazed deeply into the distance, as if peering through the tower's structure into an unknown realm. Jiang Yun remained silent, quietly observing Qingming, anticipating his response. From what he could recall, it seemed that his understanding was not exhaustive of the Dou Qi Continent. The elemental fire energy present here possesses peculiar characteristics, giving rise to many extraordinary flames. Can you guess why? Qingming inquired with genuine interest, prompting Jiang Yun to momentarily falter, as he found himself quite vexed by the riddles. Amused, Qingming's mood appeared to brighten considerably, and he chuckled. "In truth, I am unaware." Jiang Yun stared at Qingming in bewilderment, realizing he had been misled. "Do not look at me that way. I am merely a weapon, and at present, I exist in a state of half-consciousness. Instinctively guiding you to this place of extraordinary energy," Qingming remarked, spreading his hands and gesturing towards his somewhat ethereal form. How could this be? Was this the price for safeguarding his arrival at the Dou Qi Continent? Jiang Yun felt a pang of guilt. Fret not, it is not your fault. Do you remember that holy celestial demon flame?" Qingming spoke, soothing Jiang Yun's despondent emotions. "Could it be? Indeed, it lies suppressed within my tower. Once you break through to the Dou fighter stage, you will be able to absorb it step by step. It shall nourish your growth." Qingming's words quickened Jiang Yun's breath. This was the holy celestial demon flame, the flame of the holy celestial demon emperor, which was the foremost flame in the vast world before Xiao Yin reached his pinnacle. Although it is merely a fragment of flame, it rivals the pure lotus demon flame and the void-swallowing flame. Perhaps it is even stronger. Taking a deep breath to quell the joy bubbling within him, Jiang Yun regained his composure and earnestly looked at Qing Ming, asking, "Elder, please elaborate on the unique aspects of the Dou Qi Continent." Chapter 12, The Unfathomable Dou Qi Continent. To Jiang Yun, the significance of the holy celestial demon flame is paramount, but the undisclosed information regarding the Dou Qi Continent is equally vital. Qing Ming regarded Jiang Yun with appreciation. His ability to swiftly regain composure in the face of temptation is indeed a commendable trait. Upon descending upon this continent, I sensed the traces of battles fought by dozens of celestial sovereigns, Qing Ming stated, his tone laden with gravity as he gazed at Jiang Yun. Upon hearing Qing Ming's words, Jiang Yun felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. However, he soon grasped the crux of the matter, from his understanding. The Dou Qi Continent had once basked in unparalleled glory, with Dou emperors emerging in abundance. There were numerous renowned Dou emperors, all of whom had mysteriously vanished. In the realm of the fighting emperor, upon entering the vast expanse of the great thousand world, one attains the status of a quasi-celestial sovereign, with the most distinguished among them even ascending to the heights of a true celestial sovereign. The mass disappearance of these beings suggests that their ascension may not be as straightforward as it seems. Could it be the work of the malevolent extraterrestrial tribes? Jiang Yun pondered. The notion of a colossal battle involving over 100 celestial sovereigns leads him to recall the cataclysmic conflict nearly 50,000 years prior. The invasion of the heavenly evil god into the great thousand world indeed targeted these lower realms. And perhaps the fighting emperor continent was not merely an ordinary lower realm, but rather a battlefield for both sides. Indeed, among these 100 celestial sovereigns, nearly half emanated a sinister aura, unmistakably the presence of the extraterrestrial evil tribes. Do you know where they perished? Jiang Yun inquired, his heart stirred by the confirmation of celestial sovereign's demise. I do not know, Qing Ming replied, slowly shaking his head. It seems you must embark on your own quest for answers in the future. That is acceptable. Once my strength has sufficiently grown, I shall seek out the truth. For all these years, the inhabitants of the original continent have remained oblivious, indicating they are concealed within a hidden space, or perhaps they have long since vanished. I shall consider this an inspiring goal on my path of cultivation. Upon receiving this insight, Jiang Yun felt neither disappointment nor surprise. He had anticipated such a response. The comprehensive war between the extraterrestrial evil tribes and the great thousand world had transpired nearly 50,000 years ago. Throughout this extensive passage of time on the fighting emperor continent, aside from the last of the Tuashi ancient emperor, many other fighting emperors had emerged, including ancestors of the ancient 8 clans. Yet, none had discerned the anomalies of the fighting emperor continent, suggesting one of two possibilities. Either they did not exist or were hidden in a concealed space. Having grasped the concealed layers of the fighting emperor continent, Jiang Yun redirected his focus towards cultivation. The practice of martial arts in the fighting emperor continent diverges from that in the great thousand world. The former cultivates fighting energy, while the latter harnesses spiritual energy. The ferocity of fighting energy necessitates that one refrains from external assistance during the phase of fighting power, requiring a gradual and meticulous approach to cultivation. Utilizing the accumulation from his time with the evil spirit clan, Jiang Yun has ascended to the formidable rank of 6 segments of fighting power. This principle holds true. One must savor each bite of food and tread each step on the path. You should return to your cultivation now. Qing Ming's gentle voice resonated as his figure grew increasingly ephemeral. In the next moment, a whirlwind enveloped Jiang Yun, and he found himself exiting the tower's spatial realm. Upon reopening his eyes, the external sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet Jiang Yun was now invigorated, the fatigue of his arrival having dissipated entirely. Rising to his feet, he settled into a meditative posture, commencing his inaugural session of cultivation. The elder had imparted to him the secrets of absorbing fighting energy during the day, and with fighting energy already coursing through his veins, he found himself adept in his practice. The phase of fighting power involves absorbing the fighting energy from the cosmos, continuously refining the body to fortify its meridians against the onslaught of fighting energy, thereby enabling one to break through to become a fighter and commence formal cultivation. As Jiang Yun emptied his mind and attuned himself to the surroundings, his formidable soul energy began to emanate slowly from his brow. At this moment, he seemed to be transported back to the grand battle with the second senior brother, sensing the vibrant world around him, which differed from the mere images perceived by the naked eye. What lay before him was an ocean of colors. Particularly striking was the small figure within the room. radiating energy as conspicuous as a volcano on the verge of eruption. Moreover, she was swiftly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, and with each intake, her aura began to fluctuate, suggesting that she was not far from a breakthrough. As for the more distant realms, Jiang Yun chose not to intrude, mindful that awakening an elder could lead to numerous complications. Observing the swirling fighting spirit amidst the cosmos, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. He began to draw it into his body. As he engaged in his cultivation, the golden membrane enveloping his form shattered. In an instant, the fighting spirit around him surged like a tempest, rushing into his being in a relentless torrent. Overwhelmed by the influx of this immense energy, Jiang Yun remained vigilant, his formidable soul force enveloping the incoming fighting spirit, ensuring it coursed through his resilient meridians within manageable limits. As time progressed, the fighting spirit within him swelled, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, galloping with abandon. He resembled a funnel, voraciously consuming the surrounding fighting energy. It expanded rapidly, soon filling the majority of his meridians to their utmost capacity. In a pivotal moment, Jiang Yun's hands began to form seals at an astonishing speed, unleashing a formidable energy that erupted from him. 7 segments of fighting power. With this ascension, his eyes flew open, a glimmer of white flashing within his obsidian pupils. Rising to his feet, he twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and flexed his hands, feeling a profound sense of strength, a truly exquisite sensation of empowerment. Knock, knock, knock. Little Yunzi, the sun is shining on your behind. If you don't get up, I'm coming in to spank you. At that moment, a vigorous knocking echoed, and upon hearing the cheerful call from outside, Jiang Yun's expression darkened. Creak. As he opened the door, he beheld the neatly dressed Zian, devoid of the disheveled appearance from the previous day. She tilted her head, grinning with carefree delight, her squinted eyes gazing at him, resembling a sweet little girl. However, when Jiang Yun glanced at the fist marks on the doorframe, he had no doubt that had he delayed even a moment longer, the door would not have survived intact. Ah, little Yunzi, you're awake. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely oblivious to her earlier reckless behavior. If you knock like that, it's a challenge for me not to wake up. Jiang Yun retorted with irritation. Humph, ungrateful. I kindly called you to rise and seek treasure, and you dare to disdain me. Zian pouted, her eyes reddening, as if on the brink of tears. Having grown familiar with Zian, Jiang Yun was far from believing that beneath this seemingly innocent exterior lay anything but darkness, for this ageless girl was undoubtedly hiding a sinister nature. Chapter 13. Zian's Advancement. Did you just mention treasure hunting? Jiang Yun seized upon the crux of Zian's recent words. Upon hearing him mention treasure, Zian's expression shifted instantly. A smile blossomed on her face as she grasped Jiang Yun's hand and rushed outside. Indeed, treasure hunting. I just sensed an abundance of valuable items waiting for us to unearth. The immense force of her enthusiasm left Jiang Yun utterly defenseless, his recent joy of advancement dissipating in an instant. In the next moment, Zian was seen dashing out the door with a small figure in tow, disappearing in a few swift strides, leaving behind a group of bewildered classmates. Did something just rush past? One asked. Was there? Another replied, puzzled. It seemed to have emerged from that dormitory. Is someone living there now? It's not enrollment season. Where could a new student come from? The crowd exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. Outside the academy, before a grand and spacious loft, 2 shadowy figures appeared stealthily, perched atop a massive fire cloud tree. 2 small heads cautiously peeked out from the foliage, which was lush and flame-like, providing them with cover. Zian, this seems rather unwise, Jiang Yun remarked, eyeing the bright characters of herbal medicine emblazoned on the loft above, uncertain of where Zian's treasure hunt truly lay. With a dramatic gulp, Zian pressed her hands onto Jiang Yun's shoulders, leaning her entire form against his back, her small head resting atop his. With a sense of righteous authority, she declared, what is wrong with that? Old Su Qian mentioned he wants me to be well fed. I feel sorry for him, running back and forth between the inner and outer academies. First, I'll eat my fill, then I'll report back. There's no difference. Jiang Yun found himself at a loss for words, silently lamenting the elder's plight. How could he guarantee that Zian would be well fed? Was it truly so easy to say to young Taishu Ancient Dragon? Aside from a few imperial families, which faction would dare proclaim that they could afford to nurture a Taishu Ancient Dragon? Enough chatter, follow me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Zian patted Jiang Yun's shoulder, speaking with an air of authority. Observing her grandiloquent demeanor, Jiang Yun couldn't help but think that if he bore the surname Liu, he would have had a quip ready, but alas, he refrained. And how do we get inside? Jiang Yun inquired earnestly, glancing at the patrolling guards in the distance. As the herbarium of the outer academy, it may not hold the same significance as that of the inner academy, but it was heavily fortified. Not only was there an elder of the Fighting King rank stationed there, but several instructors also patrolled the area around the clock, making it a restricted zone for students. As it stood, 5 formidable fighting master instructors were vigilantly surveying the vicinity. "Humph, just watch me," Zian replied, her chin raised defiantly in response to Jiang Yun's concerns. With that, Zian led Jiang Yun around the instructors, guiding him to a blind spot in their line of sight. In the next moment, Jiang Yun witnessed Zian's arm plunge into the wall before them as though it were submerged in water. "Hurry," she urged. Upon opening the spatial gateway, it seemed to have drained considerable energy from Zian, as beads of sweat adorned her forehead. In a flurry of urgency, she grasped Jiang Yun and swiftly entered the portal. Once the two vanished, the surroundings returned to their original state. After a spell of darkness enveloped their vision, light graced their eyes once more, revealing that they had found themselves in a corner of a room. The atmosphere was serene, punctuated only by the fragrant aroma of herbs that hinted at the significance of their location. What a feast! A soft, eager exclamation escaped Zian as her eyes sparkled with delight, a trail of saliva betraying her excitement. If not for the remnants of reason reminding her of their dubious means of arrival, she would have dashed forward impulsively. Jiang Yun, however, remained composed. The pristine white jade walls and the tiled floor evoked no reaction from him. It was only the peculiar herbs displayed in the counter, each emanating distinct fragrances, that drew his attention slightly. Though unfamiliar with the herbs of the Dou Qi Continent, the potent essence wafting from them suggested a high grade, suitable for concocting advanced elixirs. No wonder Zian was so entranced. "Zio Yunzi, look." As Jiang Yun surveyed the assortment of herbs, Zian leaned closer to his ear, her small finger pointing excitedly at a counter ahead. Her fervent gaze seemed to yearn to devour the object of her desire. Upon the counter sat an exquisite jade plate, seemingly unremarkable among the rest, yet the item it bore was extraordinary. Even Jiang Yun, who lacked knowledge of herbs, instinctively disregarded the surrounding materials, captivated by this singular fruit. It was a palm-sized orb, half crimson and half alabaster, and even from a distance, he could sense the searing heat and biting cold radiating from it. The two opposing yet complementary natures were flawlessly united within this fruit, a testament to nature's remarkable wonders. "What is this?" "The ice fire dragonbeard fruit," Jiang Yun murmured, recognizing the fruit that he had encountered in the original narrative, astonished at its appearance here. Was it mere coincidence? "Ah, Zio Yunzi, you know it? And yet you claim to be unfamiliar with herbs." Zian's keen hearing, even from 10 meters away, caught Jiang Yun's whispered words, especially since they were merely a hand's breadth apart. Feeling deceived, she playfully elbowed him in the stomach. Oof! Caught off guard, Jiang Yun gasped for air, but fortunately, Zian was mindful of her strength, allowing him to regain his composure within moments. "It's a coincidence, just something I happen to know," Jiang Yun retorted, clutching his abdomen in a bid to explain himself. "Humph!" Zian shot him a glare, baring her teeth, before declaring, "Stay here, I shall return promptly." With that, before Jiang Yun could respond, the space quivered, and she vanished without a trace. With a sigh, Jiang Yun glanced helplessly at the vanishing figure of Zian and pondered whether he should earnestly learn the application of spatial power from her. He possessed such a remarkable talent, yet unfortunately, he was bereft of the proper methods to harness it. If Jiang Yun were to embark on his own research, he would undoubtedly traverse numerous convoluted paths. With the extraordinary resource of the ancient dragon of the void, favored by space, at his side, it would be folly not to take advantage of such an opportunity. It is worth noting that the spatial power in the Dou Qi Continent was exceptionally vibrant. Upon reaching the dozong level, one could rudimentarily wield it. If he could master it ahead of time, it would provide him with invaluable techniques before achieving dozong, facilitating a smoother breakthrough beyond that barrier. However, did it truly matter whether he was present or not? Glancing down at his feet, Jiang Yun sighed resignedly, resigning himself to accompany Zian. Meanwhile, from within the cabinet brimming with ice fire dragon whisker fruits, an exquisitely slender hand appeared as if conjured from thin air, deftly pilfering the dragon whisker fruit from the jade plate. The restrictions imposed by the Academy on the cabinet were as inconsequential as air to that dainty hand. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Yun felt a gentle tug from behind, and the next instant, just as they had arrived, they departed from the wall behind them. Before leaving, Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to see an elderly man with hair as white as snow gazing impassively at the two of them. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's gaze, the elder paused, then offered a smile that was more enigmatic than welcoming. At that moment, Jiang Yun felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Zian's seemingly flawless actions had transpired right beneath the elder's watchful eyes, yet he chose not to intervene. Perhaps he had been instructed to allow it. Realizing the elder had not obstructed them, Jiang Yun comprehended why the ice fire dragon whisker fruit was present. It was evidently a favor granted to Zian. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The Grand Elder was indeed a person of great integrity. Once the two had completely vanished, the Elder murmured, "Those two youngsters are quite impressive. The Grand Elder's discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. However, what manner of being is that little one? Capable of wielding spatial power at the 4th tier? Such a bloodline must surely be extraordinary." He continued, "I merely wish to prevent Zian from causing havoc here. As for her lineage, I could not discern it." The figure of Su Qian gradually emerged, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a measured tone. Haha. Elder Yang chuckled softly. Even though he could not identify Zian's lineage, witnessing the Grand Elder's proud demeanor was worth the price of admission. Upon hearing the laughter from behind, Su Qian's expression stiffened. He turned to meet the Elder's gaze and said meaningfully, "I hope, in a few years, Elder Yang will still find reason to smile." Su Qian's words left Elder Yang bewildered, yet Su Qian had already departed, leaving him without the means to seek clarification. Returning to her dormitory, Zian could hardly contain her excitement as she retrieved the ice fire dragon whisker fruit. With a wide-open mouth displaying her pristine white teeth, she bit down forcefully, instantly creating a small dent in the fruit. The vibrant liquid, a mixture of red and blue, dripped from the gap, spilling from Zian's mouth with each bite she took. Ugh, this tastes dreadful. Over time, her initial excitement transformed into anguish, her small face contorted in a frown, and she even rolled her eyes adorably. Struggling to swallow the fruit pulp, Zian glanced at the remaining fruit in her hand, ultimately succumbing to temptation despite the taste. She took 2 large bites, chewing rapidly, her unattractive expression remaining unchanged. "Once I break through to the fighter level, I will be able to control flames. At that time, I shall help you concoct pills that suit your palate, and they won't taste so terrible," Jang Yun remarked, observing Zian's tortured yet joyful demeanor. Zian paused momentarily, her eyes suddenly sparkling as she turned her gaze toward Jiang Yun, exclaiming with delight as she leaped toward him, "Xiao Yunzi, I adore you." A loud thud echoed as Zian knocked Jiang Yun to the ground. To provide some context, 6-year-old Jiang Yun was smaller than Zian, who towered over him by a considerable margin. Thus, this unfortunate incident transpired. "Zian, I'm so sorry, Zian exclaimed, panicking at the sight of Jiang Yun sprawled beneath her. This was her future benefactor. She couldn't let anything happen to him. "I'm fine," Jiang Yun replied, propping himself up with a resigned tone, casually patting her ponytail. Seeing that Jiang Yun was unharmed, Zian exhaled in relief and then muttered, "Xiao Yunzi is so weak." As her words fell, Jiang Yun noticed Zian's complexion beginning to flush, her palm growing as hot as a furnace. Is this a breakthrough?" Jiang Yun observed Zian and, realizing what was occurring, his face lit up with joy. It seemed so. At that moment, Zian felt dizzy, as if she might fall asleep at any moment, but she fought to maintain her consciousness. Looking at Jiang Yun, she said, "Xiao Yunzi, if anyone bullies you while I'm away, run if you can't fight back. When I return, I'll help you take revenge." Jiang Yun was taken aback, touched by her concern even in her dazed state. His expression softened, and he whispered, "Silly girl." As if she had heard his words, a smile graced Zian's lips, and a rich purple light surged from within her, solid energy crystals forming on her body. A large purple cocoon, almost 10 feet wide, gradually enveloped her. Just as the cocoon closed completely, a barely audible whisper escaped, "Xiao Yunzi, when I come out, I want candy." Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle, placing his hand on the purple cocoon, smiling as he said, "All right, when you emerge, I will have plenty of candy prepared for you." As his words fell, the purple cocoon trembled slightly, as if in response to him. Watching the slumbering Zian, who never forgot her cravings, Jiang Yun smiled softly, gazing at the flickering light of the cocoon. "It appears I must also strive diligently. I am uncertain how long it will take Zian to achieve her breakthrough. If I remain untransformed into a fighter by the time she emerges, it would indeed be a disappointment. Jiang Yun is not one to falter in his commitments. Thus I shall soon attain the status of fighter. Since the elder has arrived, let him reveal himself." As Jiang Yun's words echoed, a figure flickered into existence within the room, gradually solidifying into Su Qian. "Your soul force is extraordinarily formidable. I had previously underestimated you." Upon Su Qian's appearance, he did not direct his gaze towards Zian, but rather regarded Jiang Yun with a hint of astonishment. Observing Su Qian's astonishment, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of awkwardness and scratched his head. "I merely speculated that the ice fire dragon beard fruit's sudden appearance must have been a deliberate preparation by the elder. Hence my assumption that the elder was nearby during Zian's ascension. To my surprise, my conjecture proved correct." Looking at Jiang Yun, who was explaining, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. never imagining that he would be outwitted by a mere child. Your insight is commendable. That in itself is quite impressive. Su Qian, not one to harbor grudges, offered a word of praise to Jiang Yun, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. The two youngsters he had brought back were certainly not ordinary. After praising Jiang Yun, Su Qian turned his attention to the pulsating light cocoon, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Chapter 14, Advancing to Fighter. Absorbing the sacred heavenly demon flame. Even Su Qian, who had attained the fighter realm, felt a deep sense of trepidation upon sensing the immense energy within the purple light cocoon. He understood that Zian was breaking through to the 5th tier, the realm of the human fighter, which is recognized as a significant threshold on the Dou Qi Continent. Only by stepping into the fighter realm can one be considered among the ranks of the continent's formidable beings. In the Black Corner region, fighters are a rarity, while fighters reign as local overlords, and fighters represent the pinnacle of strength among various factions. Even the elders of the Jian and Academy are predominantly fighters, underscoring the rarity of this rank. Having once traversed the fighter stage himself, Su Qian was acutely aware of the terrifying energy Zian was unleashing at this moment. What exactly is her lineage? A profound question lingered in Su Qian's mind, refusing to dissipate. At that moment, the rhythmically pulsating light cocoon caused subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space, drawing in the ambient energy from the world around it with each pulse. With every heartbeat, the cocoon's brilliance intensified, and as time progressed, its gravitational pull grew increasingly formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian swiftly formed a hand seal. Jang Yun sensed that the surrounding space seemed to connect in an unusual manner. With a sudden forceful motion of Su Qian's hand, it felt as if the very air in the entire room was being pressed down, invisible threads weaving a web-like barrier tightly around the chamber. The commotion of Zian's advancement is too great to prevent chaos. I have placed a seal on this room, Su Qian said, turning to Jang Yun, who appeared deep in thought. With a peculiar glance at the regained composure of Jang Yun, Su Qian harbored no doubts, merely attributing the child's awe to the sight of high-level techniques that ignited a reverence for power. The ascension of Zian presented an opportunity for you. Strive earnestly and do not keep this old man waiting too long in the inner courtyard. Su Qian encouraged, gently patting Jiang Yun's shoulder before gradually vanishing from the room. Jiang Yun, at this moment, lowered his gaze to his palm, which swiftly began to form seals. Had Su Qian remained, he would have recognized this as a simple spatial blockade recently employed by Jiang Yun. This technique, a means of the Dou Zone, was astonishingly mimicked by Jiang Yun, a mere Dou Qi practitioner at the 7th stage. After just a fleeting glance, one could only ponder whether Su Qian would question his own existence upon discovering this. As the seals were formed, Jiang Yun's movement slowed, until at a certain moment, he pressed down with one hand, suddenly sensing a shift in the surrounding space. It appeared, rather effortlessly. A murmur of bewilderment echoed within the tranquil room. If overheard, Jiang Yun would inevitably find himself in dire straits, a most infuriating predicament. Dispelling the spatial lock, Jiang Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, recognizing that delving into spatial power at his current stage of Dou Qi was rather ambitious. For the time being, focusing on cultivating his own strength was paramount. These techniques would serve merely as methods for combat, with true power being the essence. Gazing at his palm, Jiang Yun softly declared, I must prioritize my cultivation. He then took measured steps within the room. Having reached the 7th stage of Dou Qi, he stood merely 2 steps away from becoming a doja. Once he achieved that, he could learn myriad techniques. Now was the opportune moment to cultivate. Bolstered by the rich celestial energy accompanying Zian's advancement, seated cross-legged within the room, enveloped by the significantly intensified celestial energy, Jiang Yun began his practice of Dou Qi, hands forming seals. As he entered his meditative state, the room fell into silence, save for the synchronized rhythm of 2 heartbeats resonating, one large and one small, symbolizing the extraordinary nature of their owner. Half a year later, in the room, with eyes closed, Jiang Yun gradually opened his bright gaze, feeling the abundant Dou Qi within him, which had remarkably reached the 9th stage of perfection. The Dou Qi stored in his dantian could no longer increase, poised for a breakthrough to become a doja. It was time to ascend. Sensing the surging power within, Jiang Yun spoke solemnly, attuned to the increasingly vibrant aura nearby. He understood that Zian was nearing her breakthrough. If he did not achieve his own advancement to doja before her emergence, possessing the ability to refine medicinal materials, it would surely lead to chaos. Though the transition to doja carried the risk of failure, with severe cases resulting in regression, the technique of qi gathering and dispersion would come into play. Yet Jiang Yun, endowed with the innate 9 divine veins and exceptional talent, possessed extremely refined Dou Qi within him, making failure virtually impossible. especially with his formidable soul power as a foundation. Thus, Jiang Yun felt entirely confident in his impending ascension. With a swift motion, Jiang Yun formed hand seals, and the fighting energy within him began to circulate rapidly. Threads of pale white fighting energy converged from the surrounding environment towards him, flowing like an unceasing stream. The crucial step in advancing from the 9th tier of fighting energy to becoming a fighter was to condense the fighting energy vortex. Successfully achieving this vortex signified the transformation into a true fighter. As Jiang Yun unleashed the fighting energy that he had long suppressed, it voraciously absorbed the surrounding energy, causing his internal fighting energy to swell rapidly, surging through his meridians with great speed. He resembled a funnel, greedily consuming the fighting energy around him. Under the relentless pressure of his soul power, the quantity of fighting energy diminished, yet its quality escalated, becoming increasingly viscous. At this moment, the absorption of fighting energy was slightly lagging behind the rate of compression. Sensing the slowdown in absorption, Jiang Yun channeled another surge of soul power, propelling the fighting energy coursing through his meridians swiftly towards his dantian. Simultaneously, he utilized his soul power to keep the compressing fighting energy in constant motion, enhancing its absorption capacity like a whirlpool. He owed his gratitude to Zian, were it not for her being in the advancement phase, which thickened the surrounding energy of the world. Jiang Yun's progress would have likely faltered due to insufficient energy. The fighting energy expanded rapidly, soon filling most of Jiang Yun's meridians, reaching their maximum capacity. Almost there, he thought, as his mind focused and his hands began to form seals with great speed. As the hand seals shifted, the fighting energy within him seemed to receive a command, surging towards his lower abdomen. The pale white fighting energy condensed in his abdomen, ultimately transforming into a peculiar black and white swirl. Jiang Yun concentrated, allowing his soul power to surge and compress the intertwined black and white fighting energy vortex within his abdomen forcefully. The vortex resisted fiercely, yet Jiang Yun's soul power pressed down with unwavering strength. When the vortex shrank to the size of a palm, it abruptly solidified and began to rotate rapidly in a predetermined direction. Simultaneously, a powerful energy erupted from Jiang Yun's being. He had reached the fighter realm. After a whirlwind of sensations, Jiang Yun found himself once again within the Qingming Tower. With the experience from his first encounter, he awaited calmly in his place. Before long, he observed the tower's spirit gradually solidifying. Senior Qingming, Jiang Yun called out obediently. Upon seeing Qingming's form, he couldn't help but think of his grandfather still in the clutches of the evil spirit clan, wondering how he fared. Haha, it's been half a year. Yunner, you've grown taller and stronger. Breaking through to the fighter realm in just half a year is no small feat, Qingming remarked, inspecting Jiang Yun closely, his smile unwavering since Jiang Yun's arrival. As Qingming served as Jiang Hong's weapon throughout his life, from the very moment it was imbued with consciousness. It also inherited all of Jiang Hong's memories, effectively growing alongside Jiang Yun. Due to Jiang Hong's influence, it harbored a particular fondness for Jiang Yun. The attributes of fighting spirit are far more tempestuous than those of spiritual energy, possessing the ability to refine the body. Over the past 6 months, I have honed my physique to the limits appropriate for my age. Jiang Yun felt a deep sense of joy, not solely because he was about to commence the refinement of the sacred heavenly demon flame, but also because he sensed the care of an elder in Qingming. Excellent. To reach the pinnacle, every aspect must be meticulously attended to. Qingming regarded Jiang Yun with admiration. Such insight at a tender age bodes well for the future. Grandfather Qingming, I have become a fighter. May I begin to absorb the sacred heavenly demon flame? You may certainly give it a try, but my dear Yun, you are still lacking one crucial element, your cultivation technique. Upon hearing Qingming's words, Jiang Yun nodded. During this time, he had perused several cultivation techniques from the fighting spirit continent. Although they were merely of the yellow rank, they revealed a glimpse of the broader landscape. The techniques of the fighting spirit continent share commonalities with the spiritual decrees of the vast world, suggesting that spiritual decrees could also be cultivated here, albeit with a different form of energy. You are quite right. The purpose of cultivation techniques is to harness the energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. And this principle is universal across all realms. Qingming affirmed Jiang Yun's assertion, yet he cautioned, however, as you are just beginning your journey as a fighter, it is wise not to select techniques that are too advanced for your current level. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. Every stage possesses its suitable cultivation techniques and combat skills. It does not follow that one who practices a heavenly rank technique at the fighter stage will necessarily be powerful. The profundity of heavenly rank techniques is exceedingly complex, far beyond the comprehension of a mere fighter. The energy required for heavenly rank combat skills is only barely sufficient even for those who have attained the rank of fighter lord. Utilizing techniques that exceed one's capacity at lower levels can be detrimental rather than beneficial. Otherwise, how could members of the imperial clans each wield earth and heavenly rank techniques? Even Xiao Yin would likely falter at the trial of Lingquan. Jiang Yun estimated that for the fighter stage, the optimal choices would be the low-level earth and mysterious rank techniques, reserving the mysterious rank combat skills as his secret weapon. Thus, Jiang Yun slowly settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate a spiritual decree that he had unearthed in his mind, a divine-level decree equivalent to the earth rank technique of the fighting spirit continent, known as the Crimson Fire Treasure Mirror. The initial transformation of fighting spirit would not take an excessive amount of time. Therefore, merely an hour later, Jiang Yun, seated in meditation, gradually opened his eyes. After refining the technique, Jiang Yun appeared more spirited than before, his youthful face adorned with a sheen reminiscent of warm jade. Exuding vitality. Boom. A swirling vortex of black and white energy coalesced at the acupoint in his palm. According to the laws of the fighting spirit continent, the higher the rank of the fighting spirit technique, the deeper the color of the fighting spirit. So, does my fighting spirit, which is pale to the point of whiteness, yet dark to the point of blackness, signify a high or low standing? The sacred heavenly demon flame is indeed formidable. At this moment, Qingming had already grasped the fundamental knowledge of the Dou Qi Continent. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's Dou Qi, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Jiang Yun retracted his Dou Qi and looked up at Qingming. With a solemn expression, Qingming nodded and remarked, "Although that holy heavenly demon flame is merely a fragment of its true form, it is formidable enough to severely injure a celestial sovereign." At that time, it was jointly suppressed by Jiang Yun and myself. While the opponent's essence was indeed wounded, we must remain exceedingly cautious in our dealings with it. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Do you still wish to proceed? Jiang Yun took a deep breath, recalling Jiang Hong and the despairing faces of his kin who perished before him. He also thought of Zian, and his countenance transformed into one of unwavering resolve. "I understand, but I have compelling reasons to grow stronger. I am determined to succeed." With that, he rose and followed Qingming towards the base of the tower. As they drew closer to their destination, Jiang Yun felt the surrounding air growing increasingly arid and oppressive, as if it might ignite him at any moment. Nevertheless, Qingming's pace did not falter. He continued along the passageway leading to the tower's depths. Jiang Yun, drenched in sweat, began to breathe more rapidly, beads of perspiration trickling down his youthful face. Gritting his teeth, he slowly kept pace with Qingming, uncertain of how far they had traveled. Jiang Yun realized that not a single part of his clothing remained dry. He felt as though he were submerged in water. "Well done, you have passed my test." At that moment, a gentle voice resonated, and he felt a hand resting atop his head. In the next instant, a refreshing energy enveloped him, and he felt revitalized. Looking up, he beheld a colossal ceiling stone platform in the distance, crowned with a swirling flame of black and white, bound by numerous thick chains of energy. Countless tiny flames adorned the entire lower level, the terrifying heat radiating up to the upper 4 tiers of the tower. Do you see that? That is the holy heavenly demon flame. If you cannot withstand even a fraction of its heat, I will not permit you to attempt its refinement. As Qingming spoke, he raised his hand and grasped the air, extracting a flame from the multitude, which flickered and burned slowly in his palm. "Now, this is your objective." After collecting the flame, Qingming led Jiang Yun back along the path they had come. Jiang Yun glanced back at the undulating holy heavenly demon flame, silently resolving that one day he would successfully refine it. Observing the small flickering flame before him, he thought, if the sealed holy heavenly demon flame at the base of the tower resembled a massive stone sphere, then this tiny flame was akin to a mere grain of rice. The disparity was striking. However, for the fledgling fighter Jiang Yun, it was perfectly suitable. "I shall begin." After completing his breathing exercises, Jiang Yun looked at Qingming and, without hesitation, hurled the flame into his mouth. As the flame entered his body, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, nearly causing him to convulse in agony. The flame seared through Jiang Yun's internal organs and veins. Just as he was engulfed in excruciating pain, at a certain moment, the 9 divine meridians within him erupted with terrifying power. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yun forcefully directed the sacred heavenly demon flame towards his dantian. Upon entering the dantian, the sacred heavenly demon flame lost any capacity for resistance. Jiang Yun activated his fighting energy, hastening its circulation. As he continuously refined it, his fighting energy became increasingly solidified. At that moment, the sacred heavenly demon flame occupied the center of his dantian, surrounded by swirling black and white fighting energy. Each time the fighting energy from the surrounding world entered his dantian, it was scorched by the sacred heavenly demon flame, becoming more refined. In this process, Jiang Yun consistently enhanced his compatibility with the sacred heavenly demon flame. Chapter 15. The Breakthrough of Zian. Boom. At a certain moment, a sound that seemed to resonate from within him echoed, and with the assistance of the sacred heavenly demon flame, Jiang Yun broke through to become a 3-star fighter. While Xiao Yin experienced explosive growth in his cultivation after absorbing, this phenomenon was not replicated in others due to their lack of a crucial element, the burning art. Xiao Yan's absorption of this essence through the burning art propelled the evolution of his techniques, resulting in a substantial influx of energy and advancement in cultivation. Jiang Yun's enhancement bore a resemblance to Xiao Yan's, as he inherently possessed a unique fighting energy due to the sacred heavenly demon flame. It was akin to being a nascent sacred heavenly demon flame himself, striving to elevate through the consumption of the formidable sacred heavenly demon flame. Thus, Jiang Yun ascended from a 1-star fighter to a 3-star fighter. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Gazing at the sacred heavenly demon flame at the heart of his dantian, Jiang Yun could not help but feel a flicker of joy. This marked the first step towards his ascent to greatness. He believed that with the enhancement of his cultivation and the refinement of more sacred heavenly demon flame, this supreme flame of the vast world would undoubtedly unveil its brilliance upon the continent of fighting energy. Little did he know, the identity of the foremost flame in the continent was yet to be revealed. With a sense of exhilaration, Jiang Yun extended his right hand, and with a thought, the dantian cyclone trembled. A torrent of black and white flames surged forth, coursing through his meridians and arriving at his palm. In an instant, the black and white flames manifested in Jiang Yun's hand. The black flame exuded a malevolent, profound aura, while the white flame radiated purity and light. These two diametrically opposed flames harmoniously coalesced, embodying the sacred heavenly demon flame. Should there exist a ranking of in the great world, the sacred heavenly demon flame would undoubtedly contend for the top position. Although the flames in Jiang Yun's hand were but a fraction of the might wielded by the sacred heavenly demon emperor, fundamentally, they were of the same essence. Jiang Yun believed that one day, he would ascend to the pinnacle with his sacred heavenly demon flame, step by step, until he stood before the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Your condition appears to be quite favorable, came the voice of Qing Ming, who regarded him with a smile, clearly pleased. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance. Senior Qing Ming. Jiang Yun extinguished the flames and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Qing Ming. Had it not been for Qing Ming's intervention to seal the sacred heavenly demon flame, he would not have had the opportunity to attain such a fortuitous encounter. Do not belittle yourself. The opportunity was indeed present. If you lack the capability, it would have been futile. Your success now signifies that you have rightfully earned this. Qing Ming remarked gently, while gazing at Jiang Yun with unwavering warmth. Very well, it is time for you to return, otherwise that little dragon will awaken and find you absent, which may cause it distress. Jiang Yun felt a stir in his heart, realizing that Zian was likely about to emerge from her seclusion. By then, she would have transformed into a 5th-tier magical beast. And with the formidable might of the Tai Su ancient dragon, confronting 3 or 4-star Dou Wang adversaries would pose no challenge. After thanking Qing Ming, Jiang Yun stepped out of the Qing Ming Tower. The night had fallen, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, while a radiant moon hung high in the sky. It seems I have spent a considerable amount of time refining the sacred heavenly demon flame flower. However, I shall no longer need to enter the tower for refinement. In the future, as I cultivate, the Qing Ming Tower will gradually transmit the power of the sacred heavenly demon flame to me through its base, augmenting the flames within my body. Suddenly, Jiang Yun felt the entire house tremble slightly, and he immediately reacted. It appears Zian has succeeded. He approached Zian's room with measured steps, and beheld that the once bright purple cocoon had deepened in hue. The surface of the cocoon began to manifest esoteric runes, subtly radiating a faint glow, appearing rather extraordinary. As the brilliance of the cocoon reached its zenith, a faint cracking sound echoed. Subsequently, tiny fissures emerged upon the cocoon, growing larger over time until, with a sudden rupture, countless dazzling purple lights burst forth into the sky. Fortunately, the spatial barrier previously established by Su Qian restrained this tumult. Otherwise, such a commotion would have disturbed the entire outer courtyard tonight. As the fissures multiplied, a significant portion of the cocoon shell suddenly detached. With the first piece's removal, a chain reaction ensued, causing the cocoon to explode rapidly. Then, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated from within the purple light. Roar! Jiang Yun quickly covered his ears with the freshly acquired sacred heavenly demon flame. Just moments ago, the spatial barrier trembled violently, nearly yielding to the force of that dragon's roar, a testament to its tremendous power. This little creature belongs to a remarkable lineage. It could indeed hold a prominent position among dragonkind within the vast universe. Qing Ming's voice, tinged with surprise, reached Jiang Yun's ears, revealing even he was astonished by the bloodline of the Tai Su ancient dragon. At this moment, Jiang Yun felt no surprise himself, for he was aware of the legendary 100 Emperor War in the Dou Qi Continent. As such, the Tai Su ancient dragon, a favored child of space, undoubtedly descended from a formidable lineage among dragons. Roar. Just then, another dragon's roar resonated from the purple light, and in the next moment, a purple dragon-shaped silhouette soared into the air. Jiang Yun recognized that this was the true form of the Tai Su ancient dragon. As the dragon's shadow rushed towards the spatial seal, it gradually dissipated. At that moment, the violet beam of light began to fade, and shortly after, a figure materialized before Jiang Yun. There lay a stunning form, enveloped in a faint purple glow that rendered her alluring. Her long, silken purple hair cascaded down, gracefully draping over her curvaceous backside. With a figure that boasted both voluptuousness and an enchanting visage caught between youth and maturity, she exuded an additional charm. Was she on the brink of maturity? Yet, her physique seemed rather impatient. Within the beam of light, Zian lazily stretched, accentuating her already enticing curves. As she languidly opened her eyes and gazed at Jiang Yun in the distance, a flicker of delight crossed her features. Xiao Yunzi, her voice rang out, crystalline and laced with seduction, akin to a regal sovereign commanding reverence. Before he could contemplate, Jiang Yun found himself enveloped in a warm, soft embrace. An overwhelming sensation of breathlessness washing over him. Xiao Yunzi, how did you know I would emerge today? Have you prepared my Danwan? Confronted with Zian's barrage of questions, Jiang Yun was rendered speechless, his soul thought echoing, I wish to grow up. That wretched sense of shame was something he could no longer endure. As if sensing Jiang Yun's inner turmoil, Zian's body shivered, and in an instant, a surge of green light erupted from within her, causing her form to swiftly diminish. In just a few breaths, the exquisite beauty had reverted to a petite stature, matching Jiang Yun's height. Astonished, she glanced at her own hands and cried out in despair. Damn that transformation herb. Just moments ago, she had reveled in her enhanced size, only to be thrust back to her original form, her petite brows furrowing in frustration. Wait until I procure a transformation pill for you. I will help you rid this predicament completely, Jiang Yun assured, diverting his gaze. Though this version of Zian lacked the allure of her previous form, her skin, as smooth and white as jade, still caught Jiang Yun's attention. Remember that. Zian fixed her intense gaze upon Jiang Yun, imparting her words with concern. Only when Jiang Yun nodded earnestly did she feel a sense of relief. Noticing a chill, Zian looked down at her toes, pouting in disdain. In a flash of purple light, she transformed back into her adorable self. By the way, where are my candies? With everything settled, Zian's thoughts turned to food, her large purple eyes scanning Jiang Yun, as if pondering where he had concealed the sweets. Jiang Yun, feeling somewhat awkward, noticed Zian's brows knitting together in mild annoyance due to his silence. He hastily explained, I wasn't too sure what flavor you liked, so I thought to wait until you emerged to concoct them on the spot, ensuring you could savor your preferred taste immediately. As she pondered, Zian blinked her eyes while gazing at Jiang Yun, an instinct telling her that he was not being truthful. Yet, confronted with his earnest gaze, she found herself wavering. Though she quickly dismissed the thought. Let us hasten to the herbarium. Last time, I discovered several herbs I longed to taste. This time, we shall seize them all. Zian's excitement surged, and with a flash of purple light from behind her, a pair of violet wings unfurled as she grasped Jiang Yun's hand, eager to rush outside. Wait! Jiang Yun shouted in alarm upon witnessing her exuberance. Zian turned back, her large eyes filled with confusion, a small question mark hovering above her. When we went last time, the Grand Elder was already aware. It may be unwise to brazenly steal again, but I am hungry. That old man promised to let me eat my fill. Zian insisted, her tone conveying a sense of entitlement. Jiang Yun felt a flush of embarrassment, silently mourning for the Grand Elder, realizing that troubles often arise from careless words. As the ancients had warned, are you coming or not? Zian, growing impatient at Jiang Yun's hesitation, arched her brows, her demeanor reminiscent of a young empress. Though now all that remained was her adorableness. Yes, Jiang Yun replied decisively, fully aware of the impropriety of their actions. Yet, in the cave, Zian had stood against the enigmatic Su Qian for his sake, and he too was willing to indulge her whims. We can always deal with the consequences later. Perhaps we could seek a cultivation loan from the Grand Elder as a remedy. Seeing Jiang Yun acquiesce, Zian beamed with joy, warmth blossoming in her heart, making her feel less alone. In that same corner, Jiang Yun and Zian emerged slowly. Zian had since ascended to the rank of Battle King, her command of spatial powers far surpassing that of the spirit battle stage. Moreover, with Jiang Yun's assistance, she could refine her skills further. At that moment, A small head cautiously peeked out from the corner, surveying the surroundings before signaling behind. In the next instant, a violet figure darted past, landing on the counter. Gazing at the Qingxia fruit within, Zian wiped her mouth in anticipation and reached out eagerly, disregarding the barrier as if it were non-existent. Swiftly extracting the items along with their container, she turned back to exchange a glance with Jiang Yun, the two of them embodying the perfect harmony of longtime partners. They quickly gathered several herbs suitable for concocting 3rd and 4th grade pills, lingering not a moment longer as they departed. As they vanished from sight, the elderly figure who had been perusing the scrolls sighed in resignation, slowly making his way to the counter from which the two had just taken the herbs. He retrieved the identical herbs from his storage ring to replenish the supply, shaking his head in disbelief at the Grand Elder's leniency towards their antics. That little girl has indeed achieved Battle King status. She is now on par with the old man. Upon recalling the overwhelming aura emanating from Zian, the elder felt a surge of trepidation, simultaneously comprehending why Su Qian was so indulgent towards her. However, they were of the same caliber as the old man, and he hoped they would soon transition to the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard could hardly withstand their repeated disruptions. When Jiang Yun and Zian entered, the elder was initially unaware. Yet, as the medicinal herbs began to vanish successively, he grew increasingly vigilant. Although Zian did not trigger the protective barriers, as the elder tasked with guarding this place, he certainly possessed his own methods. Jiang Yun, wary of alerting the formidable guardians, refrained from employing his soul power to maintain vigilance, suppressing his spiritual fluctuations to an absolute minimum, which unfortunately led to their detection. Upon realizing the theft of the herb store, the elder contemplated taking action, but fortuitously recognized these two new students as entrusted by the two grand elders and promptly restrained himself. Had he acted otherwise, he could not fathom the consequences for Jiang Yun and Zian, but he was certain he would not have escaped unscathed. At that moment, he merely wished for their swift departure to the inner courtyard, eager to witness the expression on Old Hao's face, as it promised to be quite entertaining. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Xiao Yunzi quickly refined these into pills. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zian eagerly thrust all the herbs into Jiang Yun's arms, impatiently urging him on. Jiang Yun chuckled softly. It was only when it came to food that Zian displayed such enthusiasm. Nodding at her, he summoned the Holy Sky Demon Flame from his dantian, and with a whoosh, a white flame materialized in the palm of his hand. This was the white flame from the Holy Sky Demon Flame. Jiang Yun had just had a sudden inspiration. The Holy Sky Demon Flame was comprised of two entirely opposing flames. Could they be utilized separately? To his astonishment, it proved successful, or rather, it was inherently designed for such use. The instant the flame appeared, Zian's body trembled slightly, her eyes darting in alarm as she silently stepped back a few paces. On the Dou Qi Continent, non-fire attribute cultivators and magical beasts instinctively rejected, let alone Jiang Yun's Holy Sky Demon Flame. Fear not, there is nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Yun reassured Zian, noticing her evident tension. I am not afraid at all. In response to his comfort, Zian dismissed his words with a touch of pride, raising her chin defiantly. Chapter 16, Observing the Alchemy. Observing Zian's momentary bravado, Jiang Yun cast her a casual glance, as if saying nothing while simultaneously conveying everything. Zian, holding her chin high, suddenly sensed a wave of hostility, her instincts warning her of impending misfortune. When she turned back, she found Jiang Yun's gentle gaze, realizing she had been overly concerned. However, the fact that Jiang Yun dared to mock her provoked her, and she playfully bared her small tiger teeth, resembling the sharp fangs of a dragon. The cheerful Zian was indeed the source of Jiang Yun's daily joy. With a deft motion of his hand, Jiang Yun summoned a flicker of white flame that surged in the wind, swiftly transforming into a pristine white cauldron. The art of igniting flames to solidify substances is not particularly arcane, as long as one's spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant. Conjuring a grand cauldron, or even a beautiful maiden, is merely child's play. In the realm of combat and alchemy, a medicinal cauldron serves as an indispensable tool for alchemists. A superior cauldron not only stabilizes flames and concoctions, but also enhances the likelihood of successful alchemical endeavors. Among these, the cauldrons listed on the celestial cauldron ranking are particularly coveted by alchemists. However, upon reaching the 9th tier, the necessity for a cauldron becomes moot, for such individuals embody the essence of the most formidable cauldron themselves. As for why Jiang Yun does not require a cauldron, it is due to his inherently formidable spiritual energy, the simple fact that he lacks one, and the nature of his task, merely refining medicinal materials rather than concocting potions, which does not necessitate such complexity. Jiang Yun has never practiced alchemy. Indeed, he recognizes these materials solely by their names displayed at the counter. utterly oblivious to their properties or melting points. Nonetheless, he possesses an unparalleled advantage. His innate spiritual energy is robust enough to navigate any unforeseen circumstances. If one were to liken ordinary alchemists to typical players who toil day and night to accumulate experience, then Jiang Yun epitomizes the affluent player, a figure both envied and resented by many. As he gazed upon the forming cauldron, Jiang Yun, under the expectant gaze of Zian, cast the medicinal materials into the fire cauldron. Instantly, a furious blaze erupted within, and as the flames scorched the materials, they began to undergo a transformation. Jiang Yun cautiously probed the limits of the concoction. This process was not particularly arduous, as long as the heat remained sufficiently intense. It did not demand much of Jiang Yun's energy, allowing for swift progress. Moments later, the Zian fruit had entirely morphed into a thick, purple liquid. With a flourish of his hand, he added a selection of spices chosen by Zian, which seamlessly blended into the viscous mixture. His fingers danced rapidly before him, and as they moved, the amalgam within the cauldron began to separate swiftly, ultimately forming dozens of minuscule liquid globules. Coalesce, he uttered, prompting the liquid to solidify rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, it transformed into numerous purple pills, each adorned with a halo of white light, swirling above the sacred celestial flames within the cauldron. Observing the peculiar aroma emanating from the pills, Jiang Yun nodded in approval. With a flick of his hand, dozens of the purple pills ignited with a white glow, soaring forth from the cauldron and landing gracefully into the jade vial he held. Pouring one pill from the vial and bringing it closer to his eyes, he could discern its quality without the need for meticulous scrutiny. An alluring fragrance rushed forth, enticingly filling his nostrils. There was no need for validation. It was evidently an exquisite pill, albeit a special version curated by Zian. Suddenly, a sound of someone swallowing echoed beside him. It was Zian, who had stealthily approached during the process, her large dark eyes brimming with longing. Here, do try this. Jiang Yun smiled at Zian, extending a purple pill towards her. Zian had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Thus, upon receiving the offering, she could hardly contain herself. With a sudden motion, she bit down on Jiang Yun's finger, not his finger itself, but rather the pill resting upon it. At that instant, Jiang Yun felt a soft, slippery sensation on his finger. Silently, he withdrew his hand, now glistening with saliva. Observing Zian's delight as she savored the pill, he presented her with a jade vial. It seems this suits your taste well. Take it. Once I finish refining these, there should be enough for you to enjoy for an entire month. Zian nodded vigorously. Accepting the vial, she swiftly poured another purple pill into her mouth and began to chew fervently. The pill did not last long. Within moments, it was crushed and swallowed. Hee, it's truly delicious. Zian beamed with satisfaction. Watching her joy, Jiang Yun took out the remaining herbs and meticulously crafted them into various flavored pills, storing them in individual jade vials. When he finally handed these vials to Zian, he noticed that the first vial had already been significantly depleted. Goodness, you truly are a voracious eater. I had underestimated your capacity. Lasting a week would be quite an achievement. At this rate, you'll run out of pills. Jiang Yun kindly cautioned Zian, who was munching away. If I run out, then you must refine more for me, Xiao Yunzi. Zian replied, licking her lips with an air of entitlement. Jiang Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The herbarium in the outer courtyard may not withstand your appetite. You are now akin to a human fighter king, and low-grade herbs will likely hold little value for you. Most of the herbs in the outer courtyard are of low rank, intended for refining pills below the 3rd tier. And the few high-grade herbs will certainly not endure your demands. Hearing this, Zian appeared troubled, gazing longingly at the jade vial in her hand, the enticing aroma wafting from it. To stop eating? With insufficient herbs, that is simply not an option. Noticing the adorable frown on Zian's face, Jiang Yun found her amusing. Such a sight was rare, and regrettably, he lacked a camera or a recording stone. Otherwise, it would have made for an amusing piece of Zian's history. At that moment, Zian seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a flourish of her hand, she declared, Xiao Yunzi, I will find a way to procure more herbs. Just be sure you don't stop working when the time comes. Witnessing the fiery determination in Zian's eyes, Jiang Yun felt as though he had unleashed a formidable force. He had a faint inkling of what her plan might entail. He nodded in agreement. Zian was not only his savior, but also his first friend in the Dou Qi Continent, and he was more than willing to assist her with this minor challenge. As soon as he saw Jiang Yun nod, Zian excitedly shouted, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun found that her figure had vanished before him. Observing the sudden disappearance of Zian, Jiang Yun felt little apprehension. Having already ascended to the 5th tier, Zian was not in significant peril as long as she did not encounter a 7th tier beast. With the suppression from her ancient dragon bloodline and the enhancement of her spatial attributes, her life was not in grave danger. Were there 7th-tier beasts lurking in the monster forest of the Outer Academy? If they did appear, they would likely be swiftly dealt with by the Canaan Academy. Even 6th-tier beasts were a rarity. A 5th-tier ancient dragon was already entering its maturity, sufficiently allowing Zian to roam freely within the monster forest. Upon her departure, Jiang Yun was immediately struck by an unsettling silence that enveloped him, a feeling he was unaccustomed to. As someone who had grown up without companions, he had come to appreciate the atmosphere he shared with Zian, though his mind was that of an adult who said that maturity always equated to comfort in solitude. Shaking his head, he pondered why he had suddenly become so sentimental. Regaining his focus, Jiang Yun took out a medicinal herb, the bloodstopper grass, which was a 1st-tier ingredient, and a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, the holy sky devil flame in his hand ignited once more. Drawing from his recent experience in alchemy, he had now mastered the precise heat required for this low-tier herb. The white flames swiftly transformed the bloodstopper grass into a verdant medicinal liquid, which Jiang Yun skillfully condensed into pill form for Zian. Observing the white patterns adorning the green pill, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, with his meticulous nature, he retrieved another bloodstopper grass. As the flames in his palm shifted, their hue deepened until they became an inky black, representing the other half of the holy sky devil flame. This black flame exuded an aura of malevolence and chill, evoking the darkest impulses within anyone who gazed upon it. Jiang Yun proceeded to replicate his earlier process, utilizing the black flames to refine the bloodstopper grass into another pill, which was now adorned with black patterns. Instinctively, Jiang Yun sensed that this pill lacked any efficacy. The medicinal properties of the bloodstopper grass had been utterly consumed by the searing flames. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. Jiang Yun contemplated the pill derived from the same herb in his hand, affirming his hypothesis. The holy sky devil flame, composed of 2 entirely opposing forces, not only incited human desires and emotions, but also showcased the boundless utility of their distinct traits. The white flame brimmed with vitality, while the black flame embodied annihilation. Might he substitute the life-affirming white flame for the wood attribute in alchemical practices, envisioning a new horizon in alchemy? Given that alchemy was regarded as the black technology of the Dou Qi Continent, Jiang Yun naturally nurtured such ambitions. To become an alchemist, one must inherently possess a fire attribute. And within that fiery essence, there must also be a trace of wood attribute to serve as a catalyst for the alchemical process. In the realm of Dou Qi, the attributes of individuals are determined solely by their souls. Each person's soul possesses only one inherent attribute, devoid of any mixtures. Hence, the alchemist, who embodies 2 attributes within a single soul, is a rarity of great distinction. It is worth noting that after Xiao Yan ascended to the vast world, the endless fire domain became one of the 3 major alchemy factions in that realm. While it is true that his alchemical skills flourished after his arrival, one must acknowledge that the profound foundation laid by the alchemy arts in Dou Qi was instrumental in his development. Thus, when Jiang Yun realized that he possessed a pure fire attribute, he had already relinquished his aspirations of becoming an alchemist. Although there existed a peculiar figure, Tang Jun, who, with his pure fire attribute, had successfully crafted numerous low-level elixirs, such a degree of alchemical prowess held little allure for Jiang Yun. However, it now appeared that a glimmer of hope still lingered for him. Contemplating this, even with his composed mindset, Jiang Yun felt a stir of excitement within. Resolute, he gathered himself and turned toward the alchemy department, eager to validate whether he could indeed become an alchemist. As he ambled toward the alchemy department, it was evident that, as a prestigious vocation in Dou Qi, there was no need for him to inquire for directions. He instinctively knew that the most opulent structure in the Outer Academy was the alchemy department. The air there was thick with the essence of souls imbued with fire attributes, and Jiang Yun felt confident he could locate it even with his eyes closed. Upon arriving at the alchemy department, he was greeted by a throng of haughty young men and women, each adorned with a badge resembling a medicinal cauldron, embellished with either 1 or 2 stars, indicative of their alchemical prowess. Jiang Yun observed that the majority were 1st-tier alchemists, with a few 2nd-tier, but he did not spot any 3rd-tier practitioners. "Have you heard? Elder Lu is personally opening the furnace to guide us in alchemy," exclaimed one voice. "Really? Elder Lu is a 4th-tier alchemist, the president of the Alchemist Association in our hometown. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Let us go." As Jiang Yun listened to the bustling discussions around him, he quickened his pace, realizing that it was fortuitous to arrive at such a moment. The presence of a 4th-tier alchemist indeed warranted considerable excitement. He followed the crowd toward the destination, and along the way, many took note of the diminutive Jiang Yun. At the age of 7, he had already reached a height of 1.2 meters. While not short, Amidst a sea of 17 and 18-year-olds, he stood out conspicuously. Nevertheless, their interest waned. For who would prefer to gawk when alchemy was at hand? Thus, Jiang Yun successfully infiltrated the scene. This was a plaza within the alchemy department, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. On this day, the usually sparsely populated North Plaza was teeming with a throng of people, all drawn by the seemingly unremarkable white-haired elder at the center of the arena, a fourth-tier alchemist. Through his sole perception, Jiang Yun discerned that at least half of those present were not alchemists. Indeed, this phenomenon is quite natural. As the most esteemed profession in the Dou Qi Continent, alchemists appear sophisticated and enigmatic to those unfamiliar with the field. A fourth-tier alchemist can easily become the guest of honor among Dou Wang, serving as an aspiration for the majority present. How could this not captivate the imagination? As time passed, Elder Lu, seated cross-legged on the arena, finally made a move. He produced a 5-chambered cauldron, and with a mere flick of his fingertip, a yellow flame soared into the vessel. With Elder Lu's actions, the crowd gradually fell silent. The alchemical process had commenced. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Elder Lu's every movement, lest they miss a crucial detail. Jiang Yun was no exception. His bright eyes glued to the elder, eager to glimpse the underlying truths. The flame flickered gently within the cauldron. With a grand sweep of his hand, 7 herbs appeared, one after another, cascading into the cauldron, where they were transformed into a medicinal liquid. Chapter 17. The treatment of the protagonist? Fortuity? It was a first-tier pill, the wind-running pill. Although Jiang Yun was unfamiliar with this particular elixir, the astute observers around him quickly discerned its purpose and components. The wind-running pill, it could enhance a fighter's speed for the duration of a single incense stick. It seemed Elder Lu intended to impart a lesson to all the attending alchemists, commencing with the most fundamental of potions. For a fourth-tier master like Lu, creating a first-tier pill was a simple task. Yet, in order to better demonstrate his alchemical prowess and ensure the students gained valuable insights, he deliberately slowed his pace. Nonetheless, his movements exuded a fluidity akin to a gentle stream. Despite his relatively modest rank, Elder Lu's alchemical skills were remarkably solid, a testament to his esteemed position as an elder in the alchemical department of the Jian Yun Academy, distinguished in his teaching methods. The onlookers observed as Elder Lu tossed each herb into the cauldron, and with the flames rising, these ingredients were nearly instantaneously reduced to a small pool of green liquid. Soon after, he retrieved a first-tier magic core, and after an hour, the once solid magic crystal had been transformed into a pale blue liquid, its turbulent energy artfully refined by Elder Lu's extraordinary medicinal techniques. Watching the enraptured alchemical students around him, Jiang Yun understood that they were grasping profound insights, inciting envy among the majority, as they were not alchemists themselves, merely aware of the existence of such wonders without comprehending their essence. It was akin to standing before a magnificent treasure, yet being unable to access it. The anguish was palpable. However, Jiang Yun was not among them. With his remarkable spiritual strength and extraordinary comprehension, he had firmly etched Elder Lu's techniques in his memory, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to experiment with the herbs upon his return. Concentrate. At that moment, accompanied by Elder Lu's commanding shout, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted, cascading into the cauldron. At this moment, Jiang Yun, seated in the corner, focused intently, suppressing the surge of spiritual power within him. He had long harbored questions regarding the true extent of his own spiritual strength, and through Elder Lu's demonstration, he began to grasp the answer. The opponent was not as formidable as himself, at least in this instant. He did not perceive any soul suppression emanating from the other party. While Jiang Yun silently compared notes, in the center of the arena, under Elder Lu's meticulous control of his spiritual force, various colorful medicinal liquids gradually drew closer within the cauldron. Though there was a hint of resistance, Elder Lu skillfully resolved it, ultimately allowing the liquids to merge and slowly coalesce into an irregular green sphere. At this juncture, Jiang Yun realized that the elixir had indeed been successfully concocted. All that remained was to await the completion of its nurturing by the flames, promising him a high-quality wind-running pill. As time elapsed, Elder Lu, after crafting a first-grade wind-running pill, proceeded to forge a second-grade greenwood pill, a third-grade calm mind pill, and a fourth-grade jadebone powder. The elixirs ascended in grade with the passage of time, leaving the onlookers salivating. After all, these were fourth-grade pills. With the jadebone powder safely stored in a jade vial, Elder Lu exhaled deeply. The sky had already darkened, and even as a Dou Wang, he felt a wave of fatigue after a day's worth of alchemical endeavors. Thus concludes today's display of alchemical mastery, he proclaimed. I hope that all students glean valuable insights, allowing them to navigate the path of alchemy with fewer detours and cultivate more masters of the craft, thereby bringing honor to our alchemy department at the Jian Yun Academy. Elder Lu stowed away the cauldron, scanning the faces of the alchemy students with hopeful eyes. As a dominant force in the Black Corner region, Jian Yun Academy stood at odds with the lawless factions of the area. If there was one domain in which Jian Yun Academy lagged behind its rivals, it was in the realm of advanced alchemists. Within the confines of the inner and outer academies, Jian Yun Academy could indeed boast the premier alchemical group in the Black Corner region. However, it fell short when it came to advanced alchemical masters. The foremost figure in Jian Yun Academy's alchemical department was Elder Hua of the Inner Academy, a pinnacle 5th-grade alchemist. In contrast, the leading alchemist of the Black Corner region was none other than the renowned medicine emperor Hanfong, who purportedly possessed peak 6th-grade alchemical prowess. However, as the esteemed disciple of Yao Chun, it was likely that he had already reached the 7th-grade realm. Due to limitations in strength, he had yet to freely engage in the crafting of 7th-grade elixirs. Lower-grade elixirs demand less stringent requirements regarding strength and Dou Qi, often permitting practitioners to concoct potions while consuming lower-grade pills, enabling them to transcend their usual limitations, much like Xiao Yan, a Dou Shi, who crafted 4th-grade elixirs. Yet, the creation of higher-grade elixirs necessitates an alchemist's spiritual power, Dou Qi prowess, and alchemical skill, all of which are indispensable. Upon reaching 7th-grade elixirs, heavenly tribulations descend, posing challenges even for Dou Zong practitioners, let alone Hanfong, who merely stood at the pinnacle of Dou Huang. It could be said that he was but a hair's breadth away from becoming a true 7th-grade alchemist. From this, we can discern the vast disparity in strength between Canaan Academy and the alchemists of the Black Corner region. The difference between the 7th grade and the 5th grade is as profound as the chasm between heaven and earth, almost becoming a source of concern for the alchemical department of Canaan Academy. At this moment, Elder Lu gazed earnestly at this cohort of alchemical disciples, recognizing them as the seeds of hope. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." In response to Elder Lu's expectations as their mentor, the students were deeply moved and respectfully bowed to him, with Jang Yun being no exception. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jang Yun sat cross-legged on his bed, meticulously recalling the details presented by Elder Lu earlier that day, ensuring not a single aspect was overlooked before commencing his training. The following day, Jiang Yun sensed no trace of Zian within the confines of his room, likely still reveling in the beast's den. He exited the dormitory and made his way to a place known as the library pavilion. Upon entering, the multitude of books enveloped him, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his days with the Evil Spirit clan, where he would quietly peruse the clan's library. Setting aside his thoughts, he observed the other students around him, engrossed in their readings, and chose not to disturb them. Instead, he quietly selected a few books and retreated to a discreet corner to study. He came across titles such as An Introduction to Alchemy, Guide to Pill Identification, Compendium of Medicinal Properties, and Control of Alchemical Fire, all fundamental knowledge of alchemy. Notably, there were no formulas included. Precious recipes are the lifeblood of an alchemist and are seldom shared. Even common recipes are only accessible to those formally inducted into the alchemical department. Fortunately, Jiang Yun did not require these at present. His priority was to thoroughly grasp the foundational concepts of alchemy before delving into other matters. With a soft thud, he closed the book Compendium of Medicinal Properties and exhaled a long sigh. This marked the 7th day he had immersed himself in the library pavilion, during which he had read every relevant book he could find. Thanks to his exceptional soul power, he had transformed from a novice in alchemy into a theoretical master. Now, all that remained was to put his knowledge into practice. "Young one, are you interested in alchemy?" Just as Jiang Yun was about to rise and leave, a gentle voice drifted from behind him. Instantly alert, he turned to see a venerable elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, smiling at him. Despite the elder's faint smile, Jiang Yun discerned from the gaps in his lips that not all of his teeth remained, a clear indication of his advanced age. This man was evidently a hidden luminary within the library pavilion. Elder, who on this continent does not harbor an interest in alchemy? Realizing the elder was a concealed sage, Jiang Yun bowed respectfully, responding with a hint of admiration. Indeed, who in this world does not find alchemy fascinating? The elder chuckled softly, a glimmer of yearning appearing on his aged face as he gazed at Jiang Yun's youthful visage, his expression filled with nostalgia, as if reminiscing about his own youthful days. At that time, was he not also filled with yearning? He dreamed of one day becoming a revered alchemist, elevated above others. Alas, reality often delivers harsh blows, reminding one that such aspirations may be beyond reach. With a flicker of dazed contemplation in his eyes, the old man gazed at Jiang Yun and inquired, "You are a new student this year, are you not?" Indeed. Although unsure of the man's intentions, Jiang Yun responded affirmatively. He and Zian were specially recruited by Su Qian, thus marking them as new students this year. During Zian's 6-month seclusion, he had already registered in their class. The yellow ranked class 3, under the tutelage of a male 4-star dome master named Wu An. Upon their first meeting, Wu En displayed no surprise, evidently having received prior notice from Hu Qian. Hence, Jiang Yun now possessed the status of a recognized new student. To possess such cultivation at your age is a rarity indeed, the elder remarked, nodding with satisfaction upon receiving Jiang Yun's confirmation. Pleased that the academy had welcomed such a prodigy. However, he soon picked up a copy of Introduction to Alchemy from Jiang Yun's stack of books and casually flipped through its pages. He then stated, I observe that your body is imbued with a strong fire attribute, yet lacks vitality. Clearly, you do not possess the wood attribute. It is essential to understand that while alchemy is commendable, it cannot be forced. Listening to the elder's subtly cautionary words, Jiang Yun finally comprehended the man's intentions. He was concerned that Jiang Yun, having immersed himself in alchemy, might be wasting his potential upon realizing he lacked the qualities to become an alchemist. The old man's intentions were noble, yet Jiang Yun could not speak the truth. He replied earnestly, I merely wish to explore further. Who knows? I might stumble upon treasures unbeknownst to me, and that would be a significant loss. Such thoughts are commendable. The elder nodded in approval. Regardless, as a teacher, he always favored diligent and eager students. He then continued, in the combat technique area, in the third column, third row, there is a worthy tome. You should take a look. Having spoken, the elder gathered the stack of books beside Jiang Yun and walked away with steady strides. Jiang Yun stood there, somewhat astonished by the elder's departure, pondering whether he had stumbled upon a hidden opportunity. Did he, Jiang Yun, truly possess the fortune of being acknowledged by a concealed master, receiving a gift of chance? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Yun made his way toward the combat technique area. As a vital component of the Dou Qi Continent's power, this section of the library was quite expansive. Upon entering a bustling area filled with shadows, he looked up to see numerous bookshelves standing tall, each adorned with large characters representing various attributes. This place was filled with techniques of all kinds, fire, wood, wind, and even the rare dark attribute, which Jiang Yun discovered in abundance. Canaan Academy, founded by the people of the Thunder Clan, may not flaunt its prowess outwardly, yet its depth rivals that of the esteemed Four Directions Pavilion in Central Continent. Jiang Yun made his way towards the bookshelf as instructed by the elder, gliding past various combat techniques. Intermediate Huang-level martial arts, the Fire Cloud technique. Advanced Huang-level combat skills, the Mountain Crumbling Fist. Advanced Huang-level combat skills, the Stone Shattering Palm. Most of the techniques and martial arts here were of the Huang level. Jiang Yun did not encounter a single volume of the Xian level. Even the Canaan Academy would not generously make Xian-level combat techniques and martial arts available to all its students. However, even Huang-level techniques and martial arts were regarded as rare treasures in the eyes of these novices, who were predominantly fighters with newfound powers. As time passed, Jiang Yun finally arrived at the location indicated by the elder and retrieved a fiery red scroll. The back of the scroll bore the inscription, Advanced Huang-level combat skill, Flame Palm. Jiang Yun could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that it would be a Huang-level technique. For him, only Xian-level skills could serve as viable means of combat. While Earth-level techniques were merely trump cards to be kept hidden, Huang-level skills were entirely unnecessary to learn. Nevertheless, he slowly unfurled the scroll. Flame Palm, Advanced Huang-level combat skill. Applicable in close combat and ranged attacks. When mastered to perfection, it could rival low-level Xian techniques. If a practitioner possessed pure fighting spirit and wielded a special flame, its power could be comparable to mid-level Xian techniques. Upon reading the description of the combat skill, Jiang Yun understood why it had been recommended to him. His body harbored an exceptionally rich fire attribute, and cultivating this technique might indeed unleash the power akin to mid-level Xian techniques, presenting a small opportunity. However, given his possession of the sacred heavenly devil flame, which enhanced all fire attribute combat techniques, this skill seemed somewhat redundant. After noting the cultivation method, Jiang Yun returned the technique to its original place, awaiting the next fortunate soul. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Zian, clad in purple attire, seated confidently in the living room chair, her legs swinging restlessly. With a vacant gaze, she leaned on the table, idly fiddling with a few fragrant fruits. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Zian seemed to come to life, her eyes sparkling in delight as she beheld Jiang Yun. Xiao Yunzi, you finally returned, she exclaimed with a melodious voice, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Yun involuntarily shivered at her enthusiasm, only to hear her voice once more. Hurry and help me refine some pills. I'm starving. Chapter 18. Successful Experiment. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Had the pills from that day been consumed so quickly? He refrained from hastily agreeing to Zian's request, instead scrutinizing her carefully to ensure she was unharmed before responding leisurely. You finished them this morning? I couldn't find you when I returned, and I've been hungry all day. Zian pouted, her lips forming a cute frown as she lamented, her eyes shimmering slightly. Sigh, just hand them over. Jiang Yun sighed deeply, astonished by Zian's appetite. Fortunately, he had been well prepared and gestured with his hand. Haha, I was just waiting for you to say that. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's agreement, Zian's expression instantly shifted, and she broke into a gleeful smile, producing several high-grade medicinal herbs in quick succession. At this moment, Jiang Yun was no longer a novice in alchemy. The Zian flower, King Kong fruit, and firecloud grass were all primary and secondary ingredients for refining 5th and 6th grade elixirs. This clearly indicated the extent of Zian's activities in the monster beast forest over the past few days. I can assist you in the alchemical process, but you must remain in the academy for the next few days and refrain from venturing into the forest, Jiang Yun stated seriously, putting away the herbs. Upon seeing these ingredients, he realized that Zian had likely become a wanted figure in the monster beast forest. For her safety, he felt compelled to temper the situation on both sides. However, Zian seemed poised to argue further, yet upon witnessing Jiang Yun's grave demeanor, she lowered her head and dejectedly acquiesced. All right, progress in cultivation cannot be rushed. It must be approached step by step. You have consumed an excessive amount of herbs recently, some of which you have yet to fully assimilate. It is essential that you take the time to rest, Jiang Yun advised gently, observing Zian's glum expression. I am currently conducting an experiment. If successful, it will significantly accelerate your growth and ensure you are healthy and robust. Zian's mood brightened instantly at his words, her face lighting up with excitement as she looked up at him. Really? Indeed, Jiang Yun affirmed with a nod, knowing that once his alchemical endeavors bore fruit, it would pave the way for her rapid advancement in cultivation. Then hurry up. Hearing Jiang Yun's affirmative response, Zian eagerly urged him along, pushing him playfully as she pressed him to begin his training. Not so fast. First, you need to help me procure a few items. Remember, do not get caught. Jiang Yun chuckled at her fervor, realizing that for Zian, the desire to grow was indeed an obsession. With a puzzled expression, she gazed at him. Jiang Yun leaned closer to her ear and whispered, now nearly as tall as she was, which alleviated any awkwardness. It's all on me. Zian felt a tickling sensation in her ear and an unusual warmth in her heart. Fortunately, Jiang Yun quickly concluded his request, and she attentively noted it down, promising with a resolute pat on her chest. Remember, do not let anyone discover you. Also, take this as an expense. Jiang Yun cautioned, still concerned. After observing her serious nod, he produced a plain black iron piece, which, despite its ordinary appearance, emanated an inexplicable allure that captivated one's gaze. I'm off. When I return, I want to eat elixirs. With that, Zian tucked the iron piece away and vanished in a flash, though her voice lingered in Jiang Yun's ears. As he watched her depart, Jiang Yun contemplated his plan. He had sent Zian to the alchemy department to retrieve a cauldron and some low-grade medicinal materials, which would suffice for his experiments. However, he felt a twinge of guilt for repeatedly taking from the academy. Thus, he decided to play the role of a benevolent benefactor. The iron piece he had given her was a fragment of a soul cultivation method, though incomplete. It was akin to the rewards given at the Alchemist conference and was exceedingly precious. That was the soul cultivation technique of his demonic clan, one of the few methods he had brought from the vast world. He could not impart the entire text to the academy. Instead, he chose to share a single phrase as a token of compensation. Jiang Yun had also modified it. Those with a robust soul force could perceive its extraordinary nature, requiring at least the soul strength of a 5th-tier alchemist to grasp its intricacies. Within the academy, only a handful, including Elder Hua, possessed such formidable soul power. Should anyone discover this, what if they concealed it? Jiang Yun would not leave any loose ends. After a period away from Zian's presence, the soul force he had embedded would erupt, rendering concealment impossible. Currently, the most powerful figure in the alchemy department of Canaan Academy was Elder Hua, who had devoted years to the art of alchemy and was undoubtedly capable. As the foremost alchemist of Canaan Academy, his fiery prowess was remarkable, and his cultivation was at the Emperor Dou level. Thus, the only aspect they lacked was soul power. With Jiang Yun's covert assistance, it was likely that a 6th-tier alchemist would soon emerge at Canaan Academy. While Zian was away retrieving items, Jiang Yun meticulously refined the spoils into delectable pills, subsequently extracting a book to study in anticipation of her return. As night fell, a cheerful voice rang out, Xiao Yunzi, I am back. Hearing Zian's familiar tone, Jiang Yun's attention shifted from the tome, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at her figure bursting through the door. In the blink of an eye, the jade vials beside him vanished. Zian stood before him, producing a jade vial, inhaling its fragrance with a blissful smile, before pouring several pills into her mouth. "Delicious," she exclaimed, all the while handing a spatial ring to Jiang Yun. Receiving the ring, Jiang Yun probed within with his soul force, discovering a four-legged cauldron and a dozen medicinal herbs he desired. He nodded in satisfaction, praising Zian. "You've worked hard. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow will bring results." Zian, however, was too preoccupied to respond, waving her hand as she carried the jade vial towards her room. Observing this, Jiang Yun returned to his own quarters, retrieving the crimson four-legged cauldron and the herbs. Taking a deep breath, he felt confident in his theoretical knowledge. Now, it was time to put it into practice. Jiang Yun lifted his hand, gently touching the cauldron's surface. A subtle ripple of black and white energy stirred within him, and the white Dou Qi coursed through his meridians into his palm, ultimately entering the cauldron. With a muffled thud, the white energy transformed into pure white flames after passing through the fire port, churning and burning within the cauldron. Following the usual steps of an alchemist, he should now introduce a hint of wood energy, utilizing the principle of wood-feeding fire to ensure the flames were more enduring and easier to control. However, Jiang Yun possessed no wood energy, nevertheless. He did not require it to stabilize the flames. He meticulously placed a stalk of blood, 2 blossoms of poppy, and a first-tier wood attribute magic core into the alchemical cauldron, following the formula etched in his memory. Having assisted Zian in refining medicinal materials over the past few days, he had mastered this step with remarkable proficiency, committing no novice errors that could jeopardize the ingredients. Under the searing embrace of the flames, the outer shells of the materials were incinerated, revealing the vital essences contained within. This was the quintessence of the ingredients and a crucial aspect of the elixir's formation. At this juncture, the next task was to gradually amalgamate these essences into a cohesive whole, forming the elixir. Jiang Yun guided the liquid meticulously. Upon initial contact, he sensed a repulsive force arise. The fusion of liquids with disparate properties was no trivial endeavor. Aware that haste would yield no benefits, he patiently coaxed the elixirs with the flame. At last, in a moment of serendipity, he seized an opportunity. The liquids began to meld slowly under his influence. As they reached a moment of compatibility, he perceived a subtle vitality from the white holy flame infusing into the concoction. Realizing the significance of this moment, Jiang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, confirming that his hypothesis was indeed correct. He could harness the holy flame for alchemical purposes. A pure fire attribute cultivator, filled with tempestuous energy, could not achieve the formation of elixirs without a trace of wood energy to catalyze the process. Yet, he had succeeded. Henceforth, the realm of alchemy would be open to him, greatly facilitating his future endeavors. As the embryonic elixir was tempered by the flames within the cauldron, it manifested a verdant hue, and a delicate fragrance wafted from the vessel. It was only at this moment that the first-tier recovery pill could be deemed truly complete. With a mere gesture, the elixir gracefully descended into his palm. Observing the pill in his hand, a faint smile graced Jiang Yun's tranquil visage. This was his inaugural elixir, a moment worthy of commemoration. After securing the elixir and sensing the surge of energy within, Jiang Yun felt no fatigue. Such was the advantage of advanced techniques, which not only rendered his energy more refined, but also expedited its replenishment. It was no wonder that many sought after high-level methodologies. Feeling invigorated, Jiang Yun seized the moment to continue his work, casting another set of ingredients into the cauldron, this time for a second-tier recovery pill. As time flowed, the materials that had once surrounded Jiang Yun dwindled, replaced by a series of small jade vials. The subtle, elusive fragrance emanating from them indicated that the contents were indeed rare, high-quality elixirs. As the moon set and the sun rose, the following day arrived swiftly. With the final elixir secured in a jade vial, Jiang Yun lazily stretched, his prolonged night of alchemy leaving him remarkably spirited. It could only be said that Jiang Yun's capabilities had far exceeded the norm. He was not a mere ordinary fighter. The night of alchemical endeavor not only left him unscathed by fatigue, but had also propelled him to a breakthrough, ascending to the rank of a 4-star fighter. Gazing at the several jade vials surrounding him, Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to store them into his spatial ring before stepping outside. Upon opening the door, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he beheld a diminutive figure seated in the hall, her little head bobbing adorably. Observing this scene, Jiang Yun felt ripples of affection within. Although the girl often displayed a carefree demeanor, she never faltered in critical moments. In a moment of drowsiness, Zian seemed to sense his presence, suddenly alerting herself, her previously dazed expression transforming into one of sharp focus as she scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Yun, her icy demeanor melted away, replaced by exuberance. "Little Yunzi, you've emerged from seclusion. as Jiang Yun noticed the silly grin on Zian's face. He gently wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and said softly, "Yes, I have emerged. My experiment was a success. From now on, I can feed you until you are plump and healthy." "Really?" Zian's eyes sparkled at his words, momentarily oblivious to her own drooling as she leaned closer to Jiang Yun, inhaling the rich scent of medicine. "You succeeded?" Aware that Zian had collected each item for him, she understood his intentions well, though the endeavor seemed rather fantastical. Her trust in Jang Yun prevented her from discouraging him. At worst, she could simply eat fewer meals, determined not to impoverish him. "Indeed, I succeeded," Jang Yun affirmed, meeting Zian's delighted gaze with a nod. "This is a second-tier recovery pill. It may no longer be effective for a Dou Wang, but it is the first second-tier pill I have refined. Keep it as a memento." Taking the pill from Jiang Yun's hand, Zian joyfully opened it to take a whiff, entirely unfazed by the magnitude of his accomplishment. "A second-tier pill? This signifies that you have reached the realm of a second-tier alchemist. Overnight, a novice in alchemy has become a formidable figure in the outer academy. Who would not find such a tale ludicrous?" Jang Yun did not perceive his rapid advancement to the second tier as particularly remarkable. After all, his spiritual strength surpassed even Elder Lu, reaching at least the 5th tier, and the flames he wielded were extraordinary. With such an advantage, mastering alchemy would naturally be swift. If not for the depletion of his medicinal materials, he could have even ventured to challenge the 3rd tier. "By the way, Zian, you must not disclose my status as an alchemist to anyone," Jiang Yun stated earnestly, for a non-wood attribute alchemist could attract all manner of specters and demons. The ratio of alchemists to fire attribute practitioners on this continent was exceedingly disproportionate, akin to 1 in a myriad. Should this be revealed, even the Jian Academy would struggle to protect him. "I understand. Not even old Su Qian shall hear of it. This shall remain our little secret," Zian replied solemnly, nodding with determination. She was no Na'vi dragon. She comprehended the gravity of what could and could not be disclosed. "Rest assured, once we possess the strength to protect ourselves, such caution will no longer be necessary. It will be soon." In the days that followed, Jiang Yun's life remained as tranquil as ever. Each day was consumed by either cultivation or alchemy. Thanks to the privileges bestowed upon him by Zian through the Grand Elder, he procured an ample supply of medicinal herbs from the pharmacy. Additionally, his occasional forays into the beast forest ensured a steady influx of materials for his practice. Of course, in Jiang Yun's perspective, alchemy was merely an auxiliary skill. The crux lay in his own strength. After breaking through to the fighter rank, he became engrossed in the experimental practice of alchemy, neglecting the cultivation of combat techniques. Now that he had demonstrated his capability in alchemy, he began to focus on martial skills. To his dismay, the divine techniques available to him from his clan were scarce, and many were far too powerful for his current stage of development. Thus, he did not rush into forced cultivation. Instead, with the assistance of the Tower Spirit, he gradually absorbed and refined the sacred heavenly demon flame, allowing his own cultivation to rise steadily in tandem. Chapter 19. 2.5 years later. 2.5 years later, gentle rays of light streamed through the window, illuminating the handsome visage of the young man. With striking eyes and full lips, Jiang Yun awoke, exhaling a breath of turbid air from his meditation. He had reached the rank of 8-star great fighter. Feeling the cyclone in his dantian solidify into crystalline form, a smile graced his face, soon replaced by contemplation. Having spent 3 years in the outer courtyard, he had exhausted the available literature and realized there was no longer any reason to linger. It was time to journey to the inner courtyard. A year prior, Jiang Yun had attained the status of 9-star fighter, and with his abilities, securing a position in the inner courtyard was not difficult. However, the strength of a 9-star fighter was not formidable within the inner courtyard. Although Zian was powerful, Jiang Yun could not perpetually hide behind her. Additionally, there were still some texts in the outer courtyard that he had not yet perused, which led him to postpone his entry into the inner courtyard for another year. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Yun stepped out of his room and glanced at Zian's closed door, knowing she had likely ventured off on another escapade. Over the past 2.5 years, sustained by Zian's vast array of medicinal materials, Jiang Yun had successfully crafted 5th-grade elixirs, earning the title of 5th-grade alchemist. As for the recipes, he owed a debt of gratitude to the selfless instructors of the alchemy department. During this time, several elders had opened their alchemical workshops to answer questions, allowing Jiang Yun to gather a considerable number of recipes. However, most of these were for elixirs below the 4th grade, until one particular occasion that proved to be exceptionally fruitful. He vividly remembered the day when Elder Hua unexpectedly visited the outer courtyard's alchemy department, bringing a group of students to address their queries, and even concocting a breaking king pill, classified as 5th grade and explicitly designed for breaking through to the king rank. Jiang Yun harbored some questions about Elder Hui's arrival. But upon witnessing the elder's overwhelming spiritual force, the reason became clear. It was due to the soul cultivation method he had previously imparted. That iron block had ultimately been discovered by the Academy, and after the outer courtyard scholars failed to unravel its mysteries, it was delivered to the inner courtyard, eventually falling into Elder Hua's hands. Subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Elder Hua obtained the method for cultivating the soul, and after half a year, he officially broke through to the realm of a 6th-grade alchemist. In gratitude for this fortunate opportunity, he graciously delivered lectures at the Outer Academy for 3 days. It is a testament to the cyclical nature of cause and effect. Had Jiang Yun not left behind that soul cultivation technique, Elder Hua would not have achieved his breakthrough in such a short time, and consequently, he would not have come to lecture at the Outer Academy, depriving Jiang Yun of the corresponding 5th-grade alchemical formula. Under Jiang Yun's generous support, Zian flourished remarkably, her cultivation steadily ascending. She has now reached the late stage of a 5th-tier magical beast, akin to a human-level 7-star battle king, and endowed with the physique of an ancient void dragon. She is more than capable of contending with human battle emperors. Presently, Zian ventures into the magical beast forest, and Jiang Yun feels an overwhelming sense of security regarding her safety. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. A deep voice resonated. Jiang Yun pushed the door open and beheld a middle-aged man bent over his desk, writing. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes upon seeing Jiang Yun. Student, who are you? In response to the inquiry, Jiang Yun replied calmly, Teacher, I am Jang Yun from Class 3 of the Yellow Level. Class 3 of the Yellow Level? Isn't that my class? I don't seem to recall you being in my class, Wu In said, growing increasingly perplexed as he scrutinized Jiang Yun. At nearly 10 years of age, Jiang Yun stood at a height of 1.50 meters, surpassing Zian, which had left her feeling somewhat discontent for quite some time, prompting her to pursue growth with greater fervor. Although 10-year-old Jiang Yun still bore a hint of childishness, his delicate features combined with an elegant demeanor made him far from forgettable. Nevertheless, Wu In could not recall such a student in his class. 3 years prior, Vice Dean Hu Qian had observed this situation, and Jiang Yun was not surprised. He and Zian had not attended any classes during those 3 years, undoubtedly serving as the epitome of delinquent students. Oh, it's you, Wu In exclaimed, suddenly enlightened upon hearing Jiang Yun mention Hu Qian. He finally remembered this young prodigy, whom he had seen only once. During enrollment, Jiang Yun had been personally arranged by Hu Qian, and Wu In was certainly aware of this little genius. However, over the past 3 years, he and Zian had never attended a single class, and he was astonished to see him standing before him 3 years later. Yes, Teacher Wu. Zian and I have registered to participate in the Inner Academy selection competition in 3 days. Upon realizing that Wu In finally remembered him, Jiang Yun nodded, seemingly oblivious to the severity of his actions over the years. You? Wu In momentarily faltered at Jiang Yun's request. Although he could not discern Jiang Yun's cultivation level, he was aware that the requirements for admission had been met 3 years ago, indicating at least an 8th-tier compatibility. At such a young age, he indeed represented an unprecedented genius. It was reasonable to assume that in the 3-year span, he had likely reached the level of a battle master. He certainly possessed the qualifications to vie for a place in the Inner Academy. However, Jiang Yun was still quite young, and Wu In momentarily felt lost in recollection, as he himself had still been struggling with combat abilities at that age. Is it not possible? Noticing Wu In's reaction, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and inquired, puzzled. It is possible. Wu In nodded, gazing curiously at Jiang Yun, and asked, Jiang Yun, could you enlighten your teacher about your current cultivation level? That way, the teacher will be informed. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Yun thought that once the matter was settled, it would be time for him to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Wu In's heart suddenly raced. He had an instinct that his class would secure 2 additional spots in the Inner Academy. These would all contribute to their achievements, earning accolades with ease. Could there be a more delightful prospect in the world? Regaining his composure, Wu In hurriedly retrieved the enrollment form he had prepared, inscribing the names of Jiang Yun and Zian. Afterward, gazing at the final 2 names, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. He envisioned the esteemed mentors of the profound tier beckoning to him. 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the selection, after grooming himself, Jiang Yun set off with Zian towards the venue of the Inner Academy selection. Along the way, he encountered numerous young men and women clad in the Canaan Academy uniform, each radiating excitement and enthusiasm. The Inner Academy. It represented the true core of Canaan Academy. Those who arrived here were all prodigious talents from various regions, who wouldn't desire to enter and become a figure of renown there. The first-year students, newly inducted into Canaan Academy, were evidently captivated by this annual Inner Academy selection, as it bore great relevance to their own futures. Who could predict if they would be among the chosen ones in a few years? This was their inaugural experience observing the selection. Although their abilities were insufficient to compete, they could still broaden their horizons and witness the brilliance of talents from across the land. Consequently, the anticipation for the impending competition was almost bursting forth from their faces. Chapter 20. The Inner Academy Selection. The Inner Academy Selection, a grand event of Canaan Academy, naturally attracted considerable attention. During this selection, the prominent figures of the academy would make their appearances, which was an immense allure for those who idolized and admired them. On the day of the competition, the academy prepared a colossal arena in the plaza, which was now thronged with spectators. Jiang Yun silently approached his designated class, with Zian, scanning the surroundings of the plaza, eventually fixing his gaze on a central position in the stands. That was the area with the best vantage point, featuring 3 seats occupied by 3 elderly men with white beards. One of them was familiar to Jiang Yun. It was Vice President Hu Qian. The other 2, whom Jang Yun had not met before, exuded an aura of intensity. Despite their attempts to suppress it, Jiang Yun felt the chilling presence reminiscent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emanating from one of them. This individual was likely Wu Tianlang, the captain of the Canaan Academy's enforcement team. Surrounding the trio, occasional ripples of spatial fluctuations appeared. Such spatial disturbances could only arise when one's internal fighting spirit reached a certain pinnacle, resonating with the external environment, marking the threshold of the Dou Zone level. Evidently, the 3 individuals are peak-level fighters at the Emperor rank, merely a half-step away from the Dou Zone realm, which speaks volumes about the strength of the Jiang Academy. However, that half-step is an arduous journey fraught with challenges. If only they possessed the breakthrough pill, they could seamlessly ascend into the Dou Zone realm. While Jiang Academy is not lacking in wealth or medicinal resources, it suffers from a shortage of high-tier alchemists capable of crafting the breakthrough pill. This half-step has constrained them for countless years. Although Elder Hua has recently reached the 6th grade realm, the path to concocting the pinnacle 6th grade breakthrough pill remains long and arduous. At that moment, as Jiang Yun diverted his gaze, Wu Tianlang among the 3 furrowed his brow, continuously scanning the direction of Jiang Yun. "What's wrong?" inquired Hu Qian, noticing Wu Tianlang's unusual demeanor. "Nothing," Wu Tianlang replied, retracting his gaze after a fruitless search. Hu Qian nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing as the time approached to commence the proceedings. The next instant, with the arrival of the referee, the internal academy selection competition finally commenced, and the atmosphere within the arena reached a fever pitch. In the first match, Wuda from Class Yellow 1 faced off against Du Hao from Class Yellow 2. Competitors step onto the stage. In the second match, Hu Yin from Class Yellow 2 was set to battle Li from Class Xin 3. Prepare to begin. Haha, Xiao Yun, how utterly dull. On the stands, the eternally 12-year-old Zian languidly leaned against Jiang Yun's shoulder, exhibiting no interest in the lackluster skirmishes below. With her formidable prowess, she ranked among the elite in the academy, rendering the duels of Dome Masters and Great Dome Masters unworthy of her attention. Just bear with it. It will soon be over. Jiang Yun affectionately ruffled Ziyan's hair, appearing more like an older brother now, a fact reflected in her choice of address. In the 9th match, Jiang Yun from Class Yellow 3 was set to duel Li Yunji from Class Xin 2. Competitors step onto the stage. Upon hearing that familiar name, Zian, who had been drowsy, instantly perked up and vigorously shook Jiang Yun's arm. "Xiao Yun, it's your turn." Jiang Yun nodded and walked toward the arena under the astonished gazes of his classmates. After Jiang Yun departed, his classmates exchanged glances. "Is he from our class? Have you seen him before?" "I haven't." "What about you?" "Neither have I." Seeing Jiang Yun's impact on his classmates was astonishing, let alone the other students. Jiang Yun had been remarkably low profile over the past 2 years, engaging in solitary cultivation, resulting in his diminished presence. Su Qian's initial hopes for Jiang Yun had evaporated. He had anticipated that Jiang Yun would stir the external academy's dynamics, bringing excitement to the academy. However, who could have predicted that Jiang Yun would maintain such composure and retreat into a life of solitary cultivation, leading to his unfamiliarity within the external academy? On the stage, Li Yunji, Jiang Yun's opponent, appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing a strength of 5-star Dome Master. While he was considered competent in this cohort, his chances of breaking into the top 50 remained uncertain. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun ascend the stage, a look of unrestrained joy crossed his face, and he casually remarked, "Youngster, this is not a place for you. Turn around and leap down. It will spare you from a painful ordeal." Jiang Yun remained silent, casting a glance at the referee. Noticing Jiang Yun's stubborn demeanor, the referee offered him a sympathetic glance but dutifully announced, "The match begins." With the referee's command, Li Yunji erupted forth, channeling his fighting spirit into his palm as he dashed towards Jiang Yun with remarkable swiftness, a testament to his mastery of wind attribute combat skills. Alas, speed alone could not evade Jiang Yun's targeting, nor could it bridge the chasm of their respective realms. With a mere sidestep, Jiang Yun effortlessly dodged the oncoming attack and placed his palm against Li Yunji's chest, appearing as though Li Yunji had crashed into him of his own accord. With a resounding thud, Jiang Yun sent Li Yunji soaring through the air, clutching his chest in shock as he gazed at Jiang Yun with wide eyes. At that moment, Li Yunji felt as though his entire being had been shattered, devoid of strength, and could only watch helplessly as he plummeted from the stage. A hushed silence enveloped the spectators as they processed Li Yunji's swift defeat, the outcome so theatrical that some might have suspected foul play had they not known better. The referee, regaining his composure, stared in astonishment at Jiang Yun's retreating figure. Having been closer, he perceived a terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Yun, a lethal threat indeed. Especially for a 5-star dueling. This boy is exceedingly formidable. Meanwhile, the Vice Dean Hu Qian and his companions observed the scene. Hu Qian regarding Wu Tianlang with a look of incredulity. What was that aura just now? He inquired. Indeed, that was the power of a grandmaster. But the specifics of his prowess remain uncertain. Wu Tianlang nodded, feeling a tremor of doubt within his own steadfast heart. Could such a prodigy truly exist? A 10-year-old grandmaster? The Grand Elder has certainly unearthed a little demon. Hu Qian sighed, a hint of schadenfreude creeping into his expression. It seems this year's inner courtyard will not be tranquil. The two exchanged knowing nods, assuming Hu Qian spoke of Jiang Yun. Undoubtedly, with Jiang Yun's talents, he would bring strife to the elder generation, ensuring the inner courtyard would be abuzz with activity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Hu Qian referred to another altogether, though the identity mattered little. Xiao Yun, splendid victory. As Jiang Yun returned triumphantly, Zian was more elated than if she herself had won, her excitement manifesting in animated gestures. There's nothing to be proud of. He was merely a dome master, Jiang Yun replied with a calm shake of his head, his tone unassuming. In the 40th match, Zian from the Yellow Tier Class 3 faced off against Wang Shan from the Xin Tier Class 3. Observing Jiang Yun's nonchalance, Zian nodded earnestly, acknowledging that indeed, a dome master was not a cause for celebration. At that moment, upon hearing her name, Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "It's my turn. Xiaoyan, just watch my performance." As she dashed towards the arena, Jiang Yun hurriedly called out, "Be mindful of your strength. Don't go too hard." Observing Zian waving dismissively, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to her opponent, a towering figure with a robust physique exuding an extraordinary aura. The disparity between Zian and her adversary was stark. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yun could only silently mourn for the latter, hoping Zian would not strike too heavily. Is Zian truly that powerful? At this juncture, Wu En, who had stealthily approached, overheard Jiang Yun's caution and curiously scrutinized Zian's silhouette. Yes, she is quite formidable. Under normal circumstances, I would not stand a chance against her. Jiang Yun pondered, seemingly calculating the odds of victory between himself and Zian, before finally responding. Is she really that strong? Wu En expressed astonishment, as he regarded Jiang Yun as an unfathomable enigma. The earlier display had only reinforced his suspicions. What level of strength could Zian possess, surpassing even Jiang Yun? Could she be a spirit fighter, or perhaps a king fighter? In what exceptional circumstances are you stronger? Although he had an inkling of the answer, Wu En's curiosity compelled him to inquire further. What do you mean by exceptional circumstances? Jiang Yun remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Zian standing in the arena, his fingers absent-mindedly fidgeting with the spatial ring in his hand. Noticing Jiang Yun's reticence, Wu En ceased his probing, silently fixating on Zian, eager to uncover the mysterious qualities of this young girl. Wang Shan, watching the youthful figure rushing forth, momentarily fell silent. After confirming that no one else would step up, he reluctantly advised, "Little girl, perhaps you should step down. At your age, I truly cannot bring myself to fight you." Zian, standing atop the arena, attracted countless gazes, with some individuals pounding their chests in regret, silently lamenting their own opponents. Why wasn't that girl their contender? To them, Zian appeared as a harbinger of fortune, a source of easy points. Was the mentor of the Yellow Class 3 truly out of their mind to allow someone of such caliber to register? Under the scrutiny of myriad curious eyes, Zian, with her jet-black eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shan, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her mouth. With her fingers interlaced, she pressed them slightly, producing a series of cracking sounds from her joints. She then lifted her gaze towards the referee, adopting a tone of exaggerated maturity. "Hey, can we begin?" On the elevated platform, the referee was drenched in cold sweat, unable to meet Zian's gaze. In that fleeting moment, she looked his way, He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. When no response came forth, Zian's brows knitted slightly as she regarded the referee with disdain, thinking him a coward. Xiaoyan would not be intimidated by her. With this thought, a smirk involuntarily graced her lips. Very well, let us commence, but remember, do not take any lives. At that moment, Hu Qian's calm voice emerged, instantly alleviating the referee's awkward predicament. Zian glanced up at the three elders on the platform, curling her lips in disdain. All of them were incapable opponents. Humph. Let us see if he can endure. Is that one of the geniuses brought back by the Grand Elder? Wu Tianlang inquired curiously, observing Zian. Indeed. Do not be deceived by her petite appearance. According to my knowledge, her true form is an extraordinary beast with a remarkable lineage. She inadvertently consumed the transformation grass, resulting in her current appearance. Her strength was already at the pinnacle of the 4th tier before entering the academy, and now she has likely reached the 5th tier. Hu Qian softly elucidated to the two. 5th tier? Even as the captain of the enforcement team, having encountered countless battles and cultivated a demeanor unyielding in the face of adversity, Wu Tianlang could not help but twitch his lips upon hearing this. A battle king can already reign within the inner courtyard. How could the Grand Elder leave her in the outer courtyard? The final battle emperor, elderly, questioned with a puzzled expression. It was her own decision to stay, claiming she wishes to wait for that boy. Hu Qian gently clarified, gesturing towards Jiang Yun's direction. Jang Yun, acutely aware of someone observing him, lifted his gaze, and upon making eye contact, offered a slight nod before returning his focus to Zian on the stage. What keen perception! The caliber of this year's newcomers is quite impressive, Wu Tianlang remarked with a hint of admiration as he regarded Jiang Yun. Hee. I find myself envious of his romantic prospects. Elderly chuckled lightly, his laughter tinged with mischief. You old rogue, Hu Qian jestingly reprimanded, feeling a pang of envy himself. Who would not desire a gifted childhood companion, devoted and eager to grow together, especially one whose legs are robust enough to last a lifetime? Unaware of how Hu Qian and the others were discussing him with envy, Jang Yun was thoroughly engrossed in watching Zian as the battle had commenced. Arrogant. I merely offered a kind reminder due to your youthful appearance, yet you dare to show such contempt in public. Wang Shan's expression darkened as he admonished her sternly. Do not think that your youth will earn you leniency. The inner courtyard is not a place for someone like you. Let your senior teach you a lesson. Observing Wang Shan's lecturing demeanor, Zian became impatient, tossing her light purple ponytail. Her adorable, tidy little fangs clashed together as she raised her delicate foot, and moments later, it came crashing down. Bang! As her foot struck the ground, a resounding explosion echoed, and amidst the extended tumult, a fissure nearly half a foot wide rapidly extended from beneath her foot. In an instant, it reached the equally astonished Wang Shan, an invisible force erupting from the ground, hurtling directly towards him. Wang Shan's response was swift, although a shadow of unease and trepidation loomed in his heart due to Zian's terrifying display of strength. He quickly prepared to counter the impending threat. With a fierce shout, a surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from within, swiftly forming a yellow armor of combat energy upon his body. He was revealed to be a grand fighter, a contender for one of the 50 coveted spots. Alas, he encountered Zian, for sometimes fortune outweighs strength. Chapter 21, A Breezy Pass. Wang Shan's response was remarkably timely. However, against Zian, whose prowess rivaled that of a fighting sovereign, even a casual strike bore formidable power. Although Wang Shan was renowned for his defensive earth attribute fighting energy, his armor shattered with alarming speed upon contact with Zian's force. In a fleeting moment, the armor crumbled, and the fierce energy ruthlessly penetrated it, crashing into Wang Shan's chest. A piercing cry of agony echoed across the plaza. Wang Shan's body plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and failing to rise again, save for the rapid rise and fall of his chest, a testament to his continued life. In the audience, all appeared momentarily choked, gazing in stunned silence at the scene before them. Witnessing Wang Shan, once formidable, now incapacitated on the ground, they could not suppress their collective gasp. How could such an innocent-looking and adorable young girl possess such strength? Was her strike truly that merciless? Wang Shan, a prominent grand fighter and a contender for the top 5, had succumbed so easily? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether the world had transformed. With Jang Yun preceding and Zian following, were the standards for this generation of geniuses set so high? Were we not of the same cohort? How could I have been unaware? Such overwhelming power, entirely derived from raw physical strength. What sort of beast was this girl? Wu Tianlang on the platform fixed his gaze intently on Zian, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The strength Zian had just exhibited left even him feeling somewhat inferior. And he was at the pinnacle of the fighting sovereign realm. In response to Wu Tianlang's inquiry, Hu Qian shook his head, uncertain of Zian's origins, only aware that she was a terrifying beast. At that moment, the referee finally regained his composure, confirming that Wang Shan was not in mortal danger, before stammering. In the yellow tier class 3, Zian wins. Yet, he dared not meet Zian's gaze throughout. How dull. With a dismissive pout, Zian waved her hand in boredom, her petite frame propelling skyward before landing gracefully beside Jiang Yun, offering him a smile. In an instant, the two drew the attention of most onlookers, their classmates observing with a blend of awe and curiosity. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful, Jiang Yun remarked softly, gazing at Zian's exquisitely delicate visage. Humph, who knew that fellow was so fragile? Zian retorted defiantly, I barely exerted myself. Not everyone possesses physical prowess akin to that of a beastmaster. Jang Yun gently ruffled Zian's little head. But you, little Yun, are not so weak. Zian shook her head, attempting to shake off the annoying hand atop her head. However, Jiang Yun's years of experience thwarted her efforts, leaving her hair at the mercy of his playful torment. Taken aback by her response, Jiang Yun chuckled wryly. You cannot impose my standards upon others. Over the past 3 years, Zian had either run wild in the beast forest or been dragged by Jiang Yun to practice her combat skills. Thus, she had yet to acclimatize to the standards of ordinary prodigies. Got it. Seeing Jiang Yun's helpless expression, Zian grinned, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. She patted Jiang Yun's shoulder proudly, declaring, My little Yun is indeed the strongest. Observing the charming Zian, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile, warmth radiating from his eyes. In the ensuing days, the competition progressed smoothly, adhering to a one-on-one format. Hu Qian refrained from orchestrating any chaotic free-for-alls, allowing Zian to pass the assessment without counting against the 50 slots, automatically designating her as the first in this selection. This decision garnered widespread acclaim from the participants, though Zian herself felt somewhat disheartened. She had 3 great passions in life: eating, Jiang Yun, and fighting. Now that Hu Qian had curtailed one of her favorite pastimes, it was utterly vexing. Unfortunately, she could not best him, so she begrudgingly consumed 3 bottles of medicinal pills, which significantly improved her mood. In contrast, Jang Yun was not as fortunate as Zian. He diligently participated in the advancement matches, yet his 8-star combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Regardless of his opponent, Jiang Yun effortlessly concluded battles, rarely needing to employ a second move. This led to a surge in his popularity within the outer academy. After all, a talented individual with charm, strength, and exceptional aptitude is always in high demand. One day, Jiang Yun faced his final opponent in the tournament, a match that would determine the second-place contender. As for first place, it was already assumed to be Zian, who sat in the stands, nonchalantly consuming medicinal pills. Before him stood his opponent, Song Yun, the Outer Academy's top prodigy and a 6-star combat master. Jiang Yun felt relaxed, while Song Yun remained on high alert. Fully aware of Jiang Yun's recent performance, which had made waves, the last 3-star combat master had been defeated by a single strike, leaving no room for doubt regarding Jiang Yun's capabilities, something Song Yun believed he could not emulate. In the stands, the same 3 old fellows observed the confrontation. Hu Qian, regarding the 2 adversaries, inquired with curiosity, what do you suppose is the extent of Jiang Yun's strength? At least not weaker than a 9-star combat master. Wu Tianlong's eyes widened, a glimmer of insight flashing through them. Elderly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Jiang Yun's previous displays indicated a prodigious talent with seemingly unfathomable depth. Let us hope Song Yun can compel that young lad to reveal more of his capabilities. The trio's gaze remained fixed on the arena, eager to discern the true depths of Jiang Yun's prowess. Their curiosity piqued. Therefore, Song Yun, give it your all. The match is about to commence, declared the referee after ensuring both combatants were prepared. As the words fell, Song Yun drew his sword, its blade wreathed in brilliant yellow flames, and charged swiftly towards Jiang Yun, aiming a thrust at his chest. Jiang Yun's gaze flickered. Employing a profound footwork technique, he advanced rather than retreating, leaving a series of afterimages on the stage. Observing Song Yun's poised attack, Jiang Yun unleashed a palm strike, intent on executing a familiar tactic to send his opponent off the stage. However, Song Yun, seasoned in combat, adeptly altered his swordplay, transforming a thrust into a slash. Should this strike connect, Song Yun was certain that Jiang Yun would lose his hand. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Yun appeared undeterred, raising his hand to cleave downwards, a luminous white light shimmering fleetingly from his palm. What? Song Yun stared in disbelief at Jiang Yun's reckless demeanor, causing his own resolve to waver slightly. With remarkable speed, Jiang Yun seized Song Yun's sword in a split second, pushing it away with a powerful palm strike. Thud! The dull sound of impact resonated as Song Yun found himself at the edge of the arena, barely having time to rise before a whooshing sound approached. Clink! A sword, radiating a chilling aura, was thrust into the ground beside him, mere inches from his head. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gazed at the nonchalant figure of Jiang Yun in the distance, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Could this truly be a foe he could conquer? With that thought, his fighting spirit plummeted. He bowed his head in resignation and hoarsely declared, "I concede." With Song Yun's admission of defeat, the curtain fell on the second place of the Inner Academy selection competition, a surprising outcome that left the audience abuzz with excitement. Senior Jiang Yun is truly formidable, dispatching opponents with a single move. Others likely haven't even drawn out a fraction of his strength. Moreover, Senior Jiang Yun maintained an air of calm and composure, his strikes measured and precise. At such a young age, he already exuded the aura of a true champion. I wonder if Senior Jiang Yun is married. Perhaps I could wait. Aren't you all older than him? Didn't you enroll earlier? So what? Learning knows no bounds. The accomplished are worthy of being a teacher. Is Jiang Yun's prowess not deserving of the title of senior? That makes sense. Voices of admiration erupted, invigorating many freshmen who gazed at the spotlighted Jiang Yun on stage, filling their hearts with ambition, and a singular thought emerged. He can be surpassed. Unbeknownst to him, as he became the object of aspiration for his juniors, Jang Yun had already returned to his class. The students of Class 3 of the Yellow Tier erupted into cheers upon his arrival. Although I am not closely acquainted with Jang Yun, we are classmates. This is destiny. To put it grandly, this is fate. Jiang Yun immediately sensed the shift in the students' gaze toward him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, at this moment, Mentor Wu En found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears of excitement nearly spilling from his eyes. Although he had already greatly overestimated the prowess of Jiang Yun and Zian, he had never imagined that the championship would belong to his class. Moreover, now both the first and second places were occupied by his students, which significantly enhanced his reputation. Well played. Just as he returned to his seat, Jiang Yun noticed Zian slowly rising, her gaze meeting his, as she patted his shoulder and spoke with an air of maturity beyond her years. Instantly, Jiang Yun's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, delivering a light yet firm tap atop Zian's head. The sound was crisp and clear, unmistakably the sound of a ripe fruit. "Hey, how dare you hit me? I shall retaliate," Zian exclaimed, covering her reddened forehead, her voice filled with indignation. In the next moment, she lunged at Jiang Yun with a fierce shout, her small hands expertly tugging at his cheeks. Clearly, this was a habitual offender. At this juncture, as the first and second place winners of the competition, Jiang Yun and Zian naturally attracted a considerable amount of attention. However, their antics left the onlookers baffled. Is this the realm of prodigies? Did you see it? No. That boy is quite adept at concealing his true capabilities. Or perhaps, Song Yun's strength is simply too feeble to compel him to reveal his genuine power. Well then, let those in the Inner Academy test the depths of this boy's abilities. I refuse to believe that the individuals from the Inner Academy will not take him seriously. As the murmurs subsided, Hu Qian rose to the center of the arena and delivered a rousing speech, marking the successful conclusion of this year's Inner Academy selection competition. He also informed Jiang Yun and the others to visit his office the following day. The next day, in a spacious and well-lit room, bookshelves crisscrossed the walls, filled with an array of ancient tomes that exuded a rich literary aroma. In front of a broad desk stood 5 figures. The top 5 contestants of this Inner Academy selection: Jiang Yun, Zian, Lu Zhiyun, Ling Feng, and Su Quan. Indeed, you are the most talented students of this year's Outer Academy cohort, he began. However, remember that the Inner Academy is not like the Outer Academy. Those who gain entry are all geniuses like yourselves. In the Inner Academy, strength reigns supreme. Those with the strongest fists will receive the best training conditions. Thus, students typically band together. Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. Hu Qian regarded the 5 before him, nodding in satisfaction, particularly unable to conceal his delight upon seeing Jiang Yun and Zian. Yet, to temper any burgeoning arrogance, he maintained a serious demeanor as he spoke. Will the Academy not intervene? Su Quan, the only other female among the 5, furrowed her brow as if recalling something, and then inquired. As warriors, we ought to be brave and strive for progress. Therefore, the Academy will only ensure your safety, but it will encourage competition and combat among students. Hu Qian patiently explained to them, elucidating the harsh realities of the Inner Academy. Canaan Academy has always been dedicated to allowing its students to experience the harsh realities of the continent, which is why the institution does not prohibit students from engaging in friendly duels. Over time, this has fostered a rather formidable atmosphere where the strong enjoy privileges. If one aspires to attain a superior status, relentless cultivation is the path to seize everything. Except for Jiang Yun and Zian, The remaining three bore solemn expressions, realizing the gravity of their situation. In the outer academy, they were formidable top-tier experts. However, within the inner academy, everything must begin anew. Humph. Anyone who dares to provoke me and Xiao Yun will find themselves on the receiving end of my fist. Amidst this solemn atmosphere, a clear yet domineering voice broke through. Hu Qian's expression stiffened slightly as he looked down to see Zian casually waving her petite fist. Yet, Hu Qian was acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within that seemingly tiny appendage. Why did this batch of new students produce such an anomaly as Zian? Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Hu Qian strategically cleared his throat. Jiang Yun teasingly regarded the awkward vice dean, Hu Qian, and reached out to ruffle Ziyan's hair. Oh, still so silky. You are the top 5 in this competition, and according to the Academy's regulations, you may venture into the library to try your luck. Hu Qian, momentarily caught off guard by Zian, shifted the topic. He then approached a black wall and waved his hand, releasing an invisible wave, causing the wall to part and reveal a dark passageway. Hu Qian stepped in first, with Jang Yun pulling Zian closely behind, and the others followed suit. The walls of the passage were adorned with large luminous pearls. Their faint glow, albeit somewhat hazy, was sufficient for the group. Chapter 22, whose 6th grade magical beast hasn't matured yet. After walking through the passage for about half an hour, a glimmer of light finally appeared at the end. Upon spotting the illumination, the pace of the group quickened considerably. Moments later, they reached the passage's end and stepped forth. Blinding sunlight cascaded down from the heavens, causing Jang Yun and the others to instinctively squint. After a brief pause, they slowly opened their eyes, gazing in astonishment at the scene before them. Before them lay a valley hollow, with steep cliffs rising sharply to the sky, culminating at the horizon. Nestled among 3 towering cliffs was an expansive clearing, where an impressively large, ancient building stood majestically. Their gazes gradually swept across the grand edifice, ultimately resting on a notably aged plaque outside the building. The 3 characters inscribed upon it, somewhat obscured by the ravages of time, subtly revealed themselves. Library. This was the true core of Canaan Academy. For the library in the outer academy merely contained basic knowledge and low-tier combat techniques, whereas the library before them represented the profound foundation upon which Canaan Academy stood resiliently in the Black Corner region. In front of Hu Qian, half a meter into the space, one could discern the faintest of creases upon closer inspection. These subtle folds were concealed within the space, nearly imperceptible to the eye. As one's gaze followed the elusive wrinkles, it became evident that they formed a wall-like barrier, safeguarding the entire library behind it. Truly, the mysterious library of Canaan Academy was deserving of its reputation. Hu Qian, accompanied by 5 others, approached the library with deliberate steps. However, as they neared within 20 meters, he suddenly halted and cupped his fists toward the library, declaring, "The top 5 of this year's Inner Academy selection have been determined. According to tradition, I have brought them here. I kindly request the esteemed elders to open the door." His words, carried by an aura of combat energy, reverberated throughout the small valley, lingering in the air. Suddenly, both Jang Yun and Ziyan's eyes flickered with intensity, fixated on the entrance of the library. In the next moment, 2 figures in gray robes appeared, seated on the ground as if they had always been there. This eerie scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. These 2 figures represented the depth of Canaan Academy, the esteemed elders, the pinnacle of Dozong. Xiao Yun, those old men possess remarkable strength. Zian, now devoid of her usual playfulness, leaned in closer to Jang Yun, whispering gravely. Jang Yun did not respond, instead directing his gaze toward the entrance where the 2 elders were now observing Zian and himself, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Noticing Jang Yun's silence, Zian followed his gaze and was immediately met with the elders' scrutinizing stares. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she discreetly retreated behind Jang Yun. At that moment, the elders averted their gaze, their expressions impassive as they addressed Hu Qian, stating, "You have arrived." Upon hearing their inquiry, Hu Qian felt a slight sense of relief and replied with a smile, "These are the top 5 of this year's Inner Academy selection. I kindly ask the elders to unlock the spatial seal. This year's candidates are commendable." The elders praised, a hint of joy subtly lacing their tone. Before Hu Qian could fully recover from his astonishment, he observed the elders slowly extend 2 withered hands from their sleeves, beginning to form intricate hand seals. As they engaged in this motion, Jang Yun and the others could distinctly feel 2 immense, formless waves of energy emanating from their palms, rolling forth like the tide. Jang Yun recognized this as the power of space. The formless waves gradually expanded until they finally made contact with the spatial folds. Upon this interaction, the space before Jang Yun and the others transformed into a mirror-like surface, rippling continuously. Moments later, the ripples ceased, and an ethereal doorway was gently torn open by unseen hands. Let us proceed. Upon witnessing the spatial doorway, Dou Qi waved his hand and stepped forward, followed closely by Jiang Yun and the others. Stepping through the ethereal threshold, Jang Yun found the surrounding light substantially brighter than before, and the loft before him appeared increasingly vivid. It was evident that they had genuinely entered the confines of the spatial lock. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, Dou Qi respectfully bowed to the two elders, then addressed them, expressing his gratitude. The two guardians of the academy remained utterly immobile, their only response a raspy acknowledgement. Apart from their initial surprise at the sight of Jiang Yun and Zian, nothing seemed to capture their attention, resembling two timeless statues silently guarding the academy's last bastion. Noticing the elders' indifference, Dou Qi refrained from pressing the matter further and turned to Jiang Yun and his companions, instructing them to enter the library of classics. He cautioned that all items within were protected by an energy barrier. Should they be able to pass their hands through this barrier unimpeded, they could claim the items inside. However, regardless of how many items one might grasp, only one could be taken out. Greed would lead only to disappointment, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. If they could not penetrate the energy layer, they should abandon their efforts. With their current capabilities, they would be unable to breach it. Over the years, many had entered the library, yet numerous had returned empty-handed. Thus, all was left to fate. What could not be obtained should not be forcibly sought. Jiang Yun's gaze flickered upon hearing Dou Qi's words. Unable to break through? Perhaps not. After quickly outlining the rules of the library, Dou Qi gestured for Jiang Yun and the others to proceed. Nodding in agreement, they began to make their way toward the library. In the tranquil valley, the only sound was the subtle rustle of their footsteps. Jiang Yun led the group as they traversed the grassy expanse before the loft, eventually ascending the weathered stone steps, worn by the passage of time. Arriving at the grand entrance of the library, they gazed at the plaque inscribed with its name. Although the plaque appeared somewhat dilapidated, it emanated a captivating force that imbued their hearts with a sense of desolation. Jiang Yun was struck by a revelation. Only the esteemed headmaster of Canaan Academy, Mang Tianqi, could possess the power to inscribe such enduring words. Enter. The door will remain open for only 1 hour. After that, regardless of whether you have obtained what you seek, you must exit. At that moment, one of the figures clad in gray robes, whether it be Elder Qian or Elder Bai, proclaimed. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force stirred, and the grand door of the library slowly creaked open. Casting a glance at his astonished companions, Jiang Yun grasped Zian's hand and stepped inside. Spatial seals? Mere trifles. Having been immersed in time-space storms since childhood, this was a minor challenge. Observing Jiang Yun's entry, Ling Feng and the others quickly realized that with only an hour granted by the academy, any delay could lead to the loss of their chance. In an instant, they each employed their agility and dashed into the library, swiftly overtaking Jiang Yun and his companion, who were lagging behind. Xiaoyan, shouldn't we hurry? Otherwise, all the treasures will be snatched away, Zian remarked, observing the retreating figures of the trio, perplexed by Jiang Yun's demeanor, which seemed more akin to a leisurely excursion than a treasure hunt. There's no rush. Vice Dean Dou Qi just mentioned that the treasures inside are sealed. Consider this. This is the Academy's treasury. Most of the valuable items reside here, so one can only imagine the strength of these seals. And for you, Zian, what difference does it make whether the seals exist or not? Jiang Yun elucidated to her. This was but one aspect. Another was that they truly lacked for combat techniques and methods. Jiang Yun, of course, had no need to elaborate. The Evil Spirit clan, possessing a heavenly supreme of divine caliber, had numerous heavenly supremes among its ranks. Even though he arrived at the Dou Qi Continent at a young age, he was not deficient in such resources. Zian, as a member of the royal bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon, had enough inheritance within her lineage to last a lifetime. Some may appear to be loose cultivators, but the depths of their backgrounds are profound. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's explanation, Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she proudly declared, "Leave it to me, Xiao Yun. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall procure it for you." Jiang Yun chuckled in response, shaking his head in amusement at Zian's eagerness to acquire treasures. Within just 3 minutes, the duo finally arrived at a spacious area enveloped in a soft yellow glow. This was an exceedingly vast room, with nearly a dozen energy shields lining the walls, each slowly pulsating with light, illuminating the space as if it were midday. The trio, who had arrived first, were bewilderedly surveying their surroundings. Upon seeing Jang Yun approach, the only woman among them, Su Quan, spoke up. "We have searched everywhere and have yet to find the treasures the Dean mentioned." Lu Zhizuan conjectured that the treasures are encased in an energy shield. "Could it be that we need to step inside?" he suggested, gesturing toward the massive energy shields surrounding them. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Isn't that why we are here?" The three looked at Jiang Yun in confusion, while only Zian gazed eagerly upward. In the next moment, a faint sound of breaking air echoed, causing the trio to snap to attention, their senses sharpening as they focused on the sky. Something is approaching. Though the sound was subtle, everyone present was of a rank above Great Dou Master, and upon sensing it, the three gathered their concentration to listen closely. Before long, a light green orb emerged from one of the energy shields, and the faces of Ling Feng and his companions brightened with delight. Before they could react, a purple figure leapt forward, swiftly capturing the orb in a single motion. The small hand effortlessly traversed the luminous orb, as if the seal above it were non-existent. In the next moment, a scroll was extracted by Zian, a mid-level Xian-tier combat technique, the Qingmu Spike. TCH, a useless item. Zian pouted in dissatisfaction, seemingly blaming her luck. With a flick of her wrist, the combat technique, which held considerable value in the outside world, was carelessly discarded. The soaring scroll transformed back into a glowing orb and dove into an energy cluster. Su Quan and the others opened their mouths several times, yet no words emerged. To them, a mid-level Xian-tier combat technique was commendable, and had they obtained it, their expedition to the library would have been deemed a success. Unfortunately, they were not well acquainted with Zian or Jang Yun, and thus remained silent. With the emergence of the first luminous orb, it was as if a switch had been triggered, causing wave after wave of glowing orbs to erupt from the surrounding energy shields. The other three, having initially watched with fervor as Zian secured the first orb, a combat technique, were now eagerly rushing to intercept the glowing orbs. Jang Yun, however, refrained from blindly snatching at the orbs. Instead, he maximized his spiritual perception, focusing on all the emanating orbs, seeking one with the most profound aura. As time passed, Jiang Yun sensed a radiant orb imbued with a searing warmth emerging from the energy shield behind him. He immediately pivoted and leaped towards the orb. Although he felt a slight resistance from it, he exerted his fingers and successfully grasped another scroll. The Yin-Yang Ninefold Technique, a low-level D-tier skill. Jiang Yun gazed at the D-tier technique in his hand, choosing not to discard it, but rather to keep it as a safety net reward. Silently noting the strength of the D-tier skill, he filtered out all orbs with a lesser intensity from his perception. In the next instant, he moved with agility. Shooting forward like a cannonball, his palm extended. Upon landing, he discovered 3 orbs radiating formidable energy within his grasp, the primary ingredient for a 6th-grade elixir. The QNGM Ing Shudn, the WNSHU Vine, a D-tier combat technique, and a 6th-grade magic core. Jiang Yun's gaze pierced through the orbs, recognizing the extraordinary treasures within. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to keep the WNSHU Vine, as it would be beneficial for alchemy or could serve Ziyuan well. At that very moment, Ziyuan's excited voice rang out. "Xiao Yun, look what I found." She held aloft a fruit resembling jade, gleefully presenting it to Jiang Yun. The Tianfei fruit, a remarkable find. Jiang Yun instantly recognized the fruit as a valuable medicinal herb. Consuming it directly would enhance one's combat prowess by approximately 1 star. And when used in alchemy, it could be crafted into a 6th-grade elixir. An elixir capable of granting a Dou Wang-level expert a significant boost in power. Such items were virtually priceless in the outside world, exceedingly rare, and he was astonished that Ziyuan had stumbled upon one. Xiao Yun, you must help me. I'm so close to the peak of the 5th tier. Please assist me in refining it into an elixir. Upon discovering the efficacy of this medicinal herb, Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grasped Jiang Yun's hand. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. She was ready to grow up, to finally shed this childish form. Surely, it was impossible to remain in such a state after breaking through to the 6th level, was it? Perhaps she had yet to fully assimilate the power of the transformation grass. Surely she had not yet reached maturity? Could it truly be so? Who among the magical beasts remains unripe at the 6th level? Chapter 23. A game of joy in the inner courtyard? The Tianfei fruit can be refined into a 6th-grade pill that directly enhances strength, a feat I am currently unable to accomplish, especially without the formula. Jiang Yun, observing the hopeful glimmer in Zian's eyes, waved his hand with a hint of resignation. This was the predicament he faced, possessing the skill to concoct potions but lacking advanced recipes. Devoting time to research them would be an imprudent endeavor. His primary focus must remain on strengthening his abilities. Once his power was sufficient, the formulas would surely follow. Jiang Yun had already set his sights on the prime target within the Blackhorn domain. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zian's expression fell, her head drooping as if life had lost its allure. Take this, and with a few more quality herbs from the magical beast forest, I believe you will soon possess enough energy to break through to the 6th level. Just as Zian felt her aspirations of growing up slipping away, Jiang Yun's melodious voice resonated, pulling her back to reality. Zian gazed at Jang Yun with a look of profound gratitude. A few tears would have only heightened the emotional appeal. In an instant, the longevity vine found its way into her hands, leaving Jang Yun with a sense of having been outmaneuvered. Carefully stowing away the two herbs, Zian mischievously leaned closer to Jang Yun and whispered in his ear, "Xiao Yun, I know you are fond of my grown-up self. Once I mature, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss." Seeing Zian's playful wink, Jiang Yun shivered and pushed her away with a disdainful expression. "You are mistaken. When you break through, just find me some herbs." Zian, feeling unjustly dismissed, gazed at Jang Yun with defiance. "You clearly have a preference. Do not think I am unaware of the way you looked at me when I broke through to the 5th level. You were clearly enamored." As Jiang Yun's expression darkened, Zian's voice softened considerably, yet she maintained a look that suggested infatuation. Out of respect for the medicinal pills, Zian reluctantly decided to spare Jiang Yun for the moment. But internally she vowed, "Just wait. Xiao Yun, once I grow up, you will be utterly captivated, and it will be you who seeks my favor." After acquiring the two herbs, Jiang Yun and Zian found no further high-grade materials, and as for martial arts skills and techniques, they were already well equipped in that regard. Thus they refrained from further engagement, observing the other three as they employed various methods to capture the luminous orbs. As time passed, the trio gradually ceased their efforts, and their beaming smiles indicated their evident satisfaction with the haul they had amassed. After an hour had passed since Jiang Yun and the others entered the scripture pavilion, the grand doors of the library once again swung open, revealing a group of individuals who emerged with smiles upon their faces. Simultaneously, the vast chamber began to feel desolate, leaving no one to fathom that it had recently been brimming with treasures capable of causing a stir in the outside world. At that moment, the two elders suddenly stirred their sleeves slightly, and Jiang Yun and the others sensed an overwhelming, invisible energy sweeping over them, its strength utterly astonishing. This was a precautionary measure to ensure that no one had surreptitiously taken anything from within. Jiang Yun possessed but a single treasure, the Qingming Tower. However, the elder's formidable strength could not detect any anomalies regarding this tower. The duration of the invisible energy's sweep was brief, lasting merely a few fleeting breaths before receding like a tide, ultimately dissipating entirely. "Humph," Zian let out a discontented huff. Anyone would feel uncomfortable under such thorough scrutiny. Yet she, not being a spoiled and willful young lady, refrained from expressing her displeasure. "Time's up, let us depart. Remember the events that transpired here today, along with any information regarding the interior of the library, must not be divulged to anyone, not even a whisper." A hoarse, aged voice resonated slowly from the entrance. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in acknowledgement. "Your expressions reveal that you did not return empty-handed, which is pleasing. Regardless of whether the items meet your expectations, it is still a form of gain," Hu Qian remarked with a smile as he observed the 5 individuals. He then slightly bowed to the 2 elderly figures, resembling wise monks, and stated, "Since these young ones have emerged, we shall not disturb your arduous cultivation any longer. Farewell." The 2 elders seemed to pay no heed to Hu Qian's words, remaining as aloof as ever, eyes closed and seated in meditation. Hu Qian, accustomed to this annual occurrence, was unperturbed. Such esteemed individuals, they always possess peculiar temperaments. Jang Yun and the others subsequently offered their respects to the 2 gray-robed figures before following Hu Qian out. "Stay close to me, and do not touch those spatial ripples. Otherwise, even I cannot save you," Hu Qian cautioned as they approached the invisible doorframe. Cautiously stepping forward and placing one foot outside, the others followed suit with utmost care, refraining from any erratic movements, even Jang Yun and Zian. For despite their exceptional spatial talents, falling into a spatial rift would be perilous before their abilities had fully manifested. Once everyone had safely crossed the invisible doorframe, an intangible energy gently brushed past them. Moments later, an extremely tightly sealed wall of spatial ripples reappeared, enclosing the library behind it. The 2 gray-robed figures vanished without a trace, their reappearance likely awaiting the next internal selection competition for the top 5 positions. In the study, Hu Qian gazed at the slowly closing walls and turned to address Jiang Yun and the others. "You have all secured the rewards for the top 5. Now, take a well-deserved rest for the next 2 days. The day after tomorrow, you shall enter the inner courtyard, where a far more intense competition awaits you. The days ahead will not be as tranquil." Upon hearing Hu Qian's words, a sense of urgency gripped Ling Feng and the others. Jiang Yun maintained his usual calm demeanor, as if nothing could disturb his emotional equilibrium. Meanwhile, Zian appeared to be lost in her thoughts, a glimmer of brilliance lingering at the corners of her mouth, her mind adrift in distant realms. Observing the reactions of Ling Feng and the others, Hu Qian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They were still too inexperienced to feel such tension. However, when he turned his gaze to Jiang Yun and Zian, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this little prodigy? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hu Qian's forehead. With Zian participating, would the fire capture contest still proceed as planned? This could hardly be called a contest anymore. It might very well transform into a leisurely game for the inner courtyard. With this thought, Hu Qian hastily instructed the group, "All right, return and prepare. I will escort you to the inner courtyard when the time comes." After bidding farewell to Hu Qian, they each departed. Once they were gone, Hu Qian, watching the vanishing figures of Zian and Jiang Yun, quickly summoned his qi to take flight towards the inner courtyard. He needed to discuss matters with the Grand Elder, as the fire capture contest must not devolve into mere amusement for the inner courtyard. 2 days later, Jang Yun, accompanied by a sullen Zian, arrived at Hu Qian's office. Upon seeing Hu Qian, Zian shot him a fierce glare, as if she wished to tear him apart. Conversely, Hu Qian, upon their arrival, averted his gaze, feeling a sense of guilt. The unusual circumstances stemmed from Zian's extraordinary prowess. Fearing that the upcoming fire capture contest might turn into a mere game for the inner courtyard due to her involvement, Hu Qian sought permission from Su Qian to bar Zian from participating. Otherwise, even the veteran students sent from the inner courtyard would not suffice to contend with her. The Grand Elder immediately endorsed Hu Qian's proposal, recognizing that it would also allow them to discern Jiang Yun's true strength. Both Hu Qian and Su Qian were intrigued by this prospect. They were aware of Jiang Yun's background. When he was brought back by Su Qian, he already possessed the strength of a 6th-tier fighter. At their age, they had yet to witness such talent. Thus, they were eager to uncover the true extent of his abilities, confident that the seasoned students from the inner courtyard would reveal something of his capabilities. Hu Qian darkly contemplated this, casting a glance at Jiang Yun that carried a hint of malice. "Come now, do not be upset. You are already a battle king. Defeating a group of great battle masters should be quite entertaining." Jiang Yun, amused by the wide-eyed Zian staring at Hu Qian as soon as they entered, playfully ruffled her hair. "Not at all." Zian, feeling the warmth on her head, withdrew her gaze and shook her head at Jiang Yun. "I have no interest in battling those weaklings. This experience, shared with Xiao Yun, is something I do not wish to miss." Observing the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Zian's eyes, which starkly contrasts her usual boisterous demeanor, Jiang Yun momentarily finds himself in a daze. When did this once little girl begin to appear so grown up? Not in a physical sense, but rather psychologically. Just wait and see my performance. I shall demonstrate through my actions that the outcome remains unchanged, irrespective of your participation. Jiang Yun dismisses the inexplicable thoughts that linger in his mind, adopting an air of an aloof sage with his hands clasped behind his back. "Indeed, let me deal them a heavy blow." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zian's expression instantly transforms, and she excitedly raises her fist in enthusiasm. As time passes, 10 shadowy figures suddenly swoop down towards them. These are the Academy's griffins, their massive forms casting a significant shadow as they traverse the grounds, eventually coming to a halt above the open space before Hu Qian's study. "All right, little ones, let us embark." At Hu Qian's command, the students in the clearing swiftly turned, eagerly rushing into the open area, impatiently climbing onto the broad backs of the griffins. The feathers of the griffins were somewhat slick, and only those of the Grand Fighter rank could maintain their balance. Many found their footing slipping and fell, creating a rather awkward scene. Once all the students had settled onto the griffins' backs, Hu Qian and several elders from the outer academy also soared into the air. With a slight tremor in their shoulders, vibrant wings of fighting spirit unfurled from their backs, fluttering gently as they hovered in the air. Amidst the envious gazes of those below, "Let us depart." With Hu Qian's authoritative declaration, the riders controlling the griffins below let out a sharp whistle. Immediately, the griffins' wings flapped vigorously, their colossal forms, accompanied by diminishing shadows on the ground, began to ascend slowly. However, a minor incident occurred, while the other griffins took off safely. The one carrying Zian and Jang Yun remained firmly grounded. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the fear in the creature's eyes and the trembling of its body. The griffin's driver, encountering this unusual situation for the first time, hurriedly issued various commands to the beast. Meanwhile, Hu Qian and the others, who had already taken flight, noticed the anomaly behind them and exchanged surprised glances at the scene. "Hurry up." At this moment, impatience had begun to brew in Zian, and she stamped her little foot, urging the griffin beneath her with a commanding voice. At her command, the griffin emitted a sharp cry, soaring forth at its utmost speed to catch up with the main group, fearful of lagging behind and becoming prey to the terrifying being upon its back. In that instant, aside from Hu Qian, who understood the underlying circumstances, the remaining elders regarded Zian with a hint of astonishment. "Let us go." Hu Qian turned to instruct the others. leading the way to rejoin the main force, providing protection on either side. On the griffin, Zian looked at Jiang Yun, her head held high in a display of pride, exclaiming, "Look how fast it flies. You are remarkable." Jiang Yun smiled and gave a thumbs up to Zian. Unlike the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard is nestled deep within the boundless mountains, its location remarkably concealed. Without the guidance of a specialized griffin, even those students who emerged from the inner courtyard would find it exceedingly difficult to retrace their steps. Surrounding them were the occasional assaults of flying magical beasts, while elders such as Hu Qian were actively engaged in combat, exterminating the encroaching creatures. The back mountain of Canaan Academy teems with magical beasts within the dense forest. Even fifth-tier beasts roam freely. Without the protection of these elders, the students would hardly be able to navigate safely over the back mountain. Under the leadership of Hu Qian, a peaked Dou Huang, and the collective might of several Dou Huang elders, not a single magical beast was able to breach their defenses. As they soared through the air, shrouded in a thick mist of blood, after more than an hour of relentless progress, the pace of the Griffin team gradually slowed as they approached an entirely new territory. Beneath them lay a long gorge, surrounded by lush greenery, exuding an air of tranquility. "Open!" Hu Qian stepped forward, and with a commanding shout, unleashed a formidable surge of fighting spirit that shot straight ahead, causing the surrounding space to ripple. A portal, towering 8 or 9 meters high, materialized silently before them. This was a spatial barrier. Only upon entering it could one truly claim to have stepped into the domain of the inner courtyard. "Go!" With a gentle command from Hu Qian, the Griffin team flew into the spatial gateway. Once everyone had entered, the portal dissipated, and everything returned to its original state. Upon entering the spatial door, they were greeted once more by a forest, albeit now with the presence of awaiting figures. Unlike the teachers from the outer courtyard, these individuals bore a small tower emblem on their robes. At the forefront stood Elder Su Qian, a familiar figure to Jang Yun. Upon seeing him, Zian furiously turned her head aside, clearly still nursing her displeasure. Elder Su Qian, catching a glimpse of Zian's reaction from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but twitch slightly. This girl, as she aged, seemed to let her temper grow as well. She ought to consider her own capabilities before challenging a group of experienced Dou masters and Dou spirits. It could only be said that the elder failed to grasp the sentiments of a young girl. Chapter 24. Black Sha Team, White Sha Team. Alright, enough of the trivialities. Although you have successfully passed the selection and earned your place in the inner courtyard, this is not the end. The elder smiled, raising his hand to produce a handful of pitch-black crystals from his spatial ring. With a casual toss, the crystals transformed into streams of light, each darting towards the individuals present as if guided by unseen eyes. However, one did not arrive before Zian. "Hey, old Su, why didn't I receive one?" After enduring a series of perceived injustices, Zian erupted, hands on her hips, glaring at the elder in indignation. Everyone present was rendered speechless, particularly the inner courtyard students who accompanied the elder. After all, this was the grand elder of the inner courtyard. Zian audaciously questioned her counterpart, wondering if the new students were truly this formidable. However, they were soon taken aback by an unexpected turn of events. The grand elder did not reprimand Zian, instead revealing a look of resignation. This caused a chill to run through several of them. Could it be that this seemingly harmless little girl possessed an extraordinary identity? Or perhaps she was merely a junior of the grand elder? Su Qian, encountering Zian, felt equally exasperated. How could he have been so bewitched as to bring her back in the first place? Over the past few years, the external academy's medicinal herb store had nearly been depleted, and she frequently ventured into the monster forest to wreak havoc on the other beasts, leaving the forest shrouded in chaos. The Grand Elder had no choice but to reinforce the monitoring of the monster forest, fearing that some reckless beast might assault the academy and injure the students, which would be an utter injustice. Observing Zian's unwavering determination, Su Qian once again tossed her a cerulean card. Zian immediately caught it with a beaming smile. The card felt cool to the touch, emanating a peculiar warmth. She lowered her gaze to scrutinize the transparent surface of the card, where a large red numeral was emblazoned. 500. Puzzled, Zian noted that her card was distinctly different from the others. She reached out to grasp the black card held by Jiang Yun, which bore the numeral 5. Setting aside the matter of the cards for the moment, Su Qian directed them to enter the forest and successfully reach the inner academy at its end. Noticing Zian's confusion, he chose not to clarify but instead slowly spoke, gesturing to a group of young individuals nearby. As you traverse this forest, be wary of them. According to the inner academy's rules, they may seize your crystal chips. Within this forest, they may act freely, meaning they are the final obstacle to your entry into the inner academy. Do not underestimate this. The cards you hold will reveal their significance once you enter the inner academy. Therefore, In this final challenge, unleash your full potential. Upon concluding, Su Qian's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun, whose eyes flickered with understanding. He recognized the words were directed at him. Among the returning students, although only 2 combatants had arrived, both were 5-star combatants, already in the mid-stage of their progression, strong contenders on the Inner Academy's leaderboard, clearly prepared for him. Nevertheless, they were still insufficient. Now, I declare the commencement of this year's fire energy capture. Fellow students, begin your flight. With Su Qian elucidating the traditional team-building activity of the Inner Academy, the competition swiftly commenced. Upon hearing the Grand Elder announce the start of the fire energy capture, the older students standing behind the Elder erupted into a cacophony of excited, unsettling laughter. Many of the more malicious among them made provocative gestures towards Jiang Yun and the others, who glared back in anger. "We'll be waiting for you in the forest." At that moment, a voice emerged from among the senior students, its owner exuding an air of authority. After speaking, he turned and headed towards the forest, followed closely by the other seniors who departed in unison. Observing this, the newcomers clustered together in groups of 3 or 5, making their way toward the forest. "You and the Elder should wait for me at the end." Jang Yun smiled as he released Zian's hand, a flash of brilliance signifying the card in his hand being stored in his spatial ring. As Zian watched Jiang Yun enter the forest, Su Qian addressed her, but she paid him no heed, snorting dismissively. With a flourish, her purple battle wings unfurled, transforming her into a streak of light racing toward the opposite end of the forest. "What would Elder? She is a battle king." The sight of Zian's battle wings rendered the elders present utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at her departing figure. The fluttering purple wings a dazzling spectacle. At that moment, they began to question their own understanding of reality. A battle king? A newcomer? You will soon become accustomed to it. The elder, dispelling his previous gloom, spoke with a hint of pride. Although Zian could be infuriating, she was, after all, someone he had taken under his wing, and years of companionship had forged a profound bond. Otherwise, how could she be so willful? No wonder you restricted Zian from participating in the fire capture competition. Elder Qing of the inner court remarked with a wry smile. Those little rascals in the inner court are likely in for a tough time. A mischievous glint danced in Elder Qing's eyes as he spoke with ill intent. As his words faded, the scene cleared of most figures, and the forest returned to a serene silence. Bang! Jang Yun struck down with a palm, producing a white flame imprint that sent 2 figures hurtling through the air. They were 2 7-star great battle masters, and had they faced any other newcomer team, the outcome would have been different. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Jiang Yun. With just a slight exertion, he had already bested them. "Will you take it yourself? Or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Flames coalesced in Jiang Yun's palm, and a fiery sword materialized, pressing against the heads of the 2. The white flames radiated a searing heat. The 2 had no doubt that if that sword were to fall, they would be incapacitated for at least 10 to 15 days. "Ahem, brother, could you leave some for us?" The 2 seniors gazed at Jiang Yun in horror, trembling as they presented a blue fire crystal card. Their faces contorted with forced smiles. "I'll leave you 5 days at the very least." Jiang Yun glanced over and, after ensuring the 2 seniors retained 5 days' worth of fire energy, collected the rest, netting himself a total of 55 days' worth. He continued his swift journey toward the forest's end, having faced several waves of interception. His fire energy had now surpassed 200 days, quite a substantial gain. At this point, aside from Zian, he was likely the wealthiest person present. Should you not be satisfied, feel free to bring help and return. Tossing their fire crystal cards aside, Jiang Yun continued his leisurely pace toward the destination, soon disappearing from sight. Curse it, why are there so many formidable individuals among the new students this time? Indeed, we have a little girl daring enough to shout at the Grand Elder, and now this peculiar being. Are the newcomers truly this powerful? What kind of strength does he possess? We found ourselves utterly powerless against him. The 2 senior students exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting despair. The prowess displayed by Jiang Yun was truly terrifying. They suspected that even those ranked among the strongest in the inner courtyard would pale in comparison. Initially, they believed that this year's fire energy capture competition would feature a flock of sheep, only to discover a genuine ferocious tiger lurking within. This won't do. I cannot bear this loss alone. The senior student, increasingly uneasy, spoke with a sinister demeanor. Are you suggesting? Indeed. We shall swiftly spread rumors that this boy possesses a vast amount of fire energy. If that newcomer triumphs, he will become a target for all factions once he enters the inner courtyard. Naturally, trouble will find him. Conversely, if he fails, he will learn that the inner courtyard is no place for his arrogance. Upon finishing his words, a look of malice filled the eyes of this senior, sending shivers down the spine of his companion. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. Although he felt that targeting a newcomer in such a manner was somewhat unscrupulous, The glaring 5 words on the fire energy card compelled him to grit his teeth and comply. After the two reached an agreement, the news of Jiang Yun's substantial fire energy quickly spread among the senior students of the inner courtyard. Have you heard? This year's fire energy capture competition has revealed a remarkable talent who single-handedly defeated a team of seniors and seized their fire energy. Humph, a genius? In the inner courtyard, the title of genius is utterly worthless. Can he truly make waves alone? It's clear that the previous group was incompetent, allowing him to snatch their energy, a true embarrassment for our inner courtyard. Indeed, even if he is a genius, once he enters the inner courtyard, he must abide by its rules. Let us go and measure the weight of this so-called first genius of the outer courtyard. Subsequently, Jang Yun encountered numerous senior students who had come upon hearing the news. Those who first laid eyes on Jiang Yun were filled with excitement, their gazes fervent, as if they had spotted a plump sheep, ready to pounce like famished wolves. Unfortunately for them, they faced Jiang Yun, whether they were 8-star or 9-star grand duelists. They were easily dispatched by him. In the aftermath, these seniors gazed despondently at their remaining black cards with merely 5 days of fire energy, tears of frustration welling in their eyes, having accumulated 671 days of fire energy. It was time to seek out the final teams of Black Sha and White Sha. Jiang Yun, observing the numbers on the black card in his palm, calmly proceeded toward his ultimate destination. Zhao Ji and his companions were also defeated by that first genius of the outer courtyard, Jiang Yun, falling in just 3 exchanges. In another corner of the forest, 10 individuals sat in a circle discussing Jiang Yun's achievements. The two leaders exuded a powerful aura, distinctly different from the others. What? 3 exchanges? Zhao Ji has already taken a significant step into the realm of combat, and if he can be so easily defeated, could it be that this young man surpasses even Brother Sun? One among the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, stealing a glance at the man seated at a distance. He was strikingly handsome, clad in a flowing white robe, with a smile that radiated warmth and charm, exuding an air of undeniable confidence. Hearing is one thing. I refuse to believe that any newcomer could reach such heights. Another voice interjected impatiently. This man, robust and formidable, wielded a large black sword. His thick brows arched like blades, and his countenance bore an intimidating, fierce demeanor. Indeed, I recall that we merely defeated a few teams and swiftly retreated, merely evading the black and white fiends. That young lad seems to be charging directly at us, utterly unaware of his own limitations. Laughter filled the crowd, tinged with disdain. As murmurs of discontent arose, no one enjoys being regarded as an easy target, especially when one prides themselves as a senior in the esteemed inner academy. I truly do not comprehend the heights of heaven or the depths of earth. Perhaps you could enlighten me, senior. A calm voice resonated, instilling a sense of alertness among those present, some even breaking into a cold sweat, for none had sensed the approach of the newcomer. At this moment, their vigilance heightened to its utmost. The previously unconcerned individuals now dared not underestimate the situation. The mere skill displayed by the newcomer hinted at his extraordinary capabilities. Amidst their scrutiny, a somewhat slender figure gradually emerged from the dense forest. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, even those who were already aware of his reputation gasped in astonishment at the sight of him, their hearts filled with awe. He was astonishingly youthful. At their age, they were still grappling with the fundamentals of combat, while he had already commanded their full attention. This youth is indeed formidable. Who would have anticipated that such a character would arise in this generation? The expressions of the Black Fiend and White Fiend teams darkened. None wished to offend such a promising genius, uncertain of his temperament. With his talent, once he entered the inner academy, it would not be long before they found themselves left behind, making their futures exceedingly difficult. The grand spectacle is about to commence. At the distant forest's edge, several elders conversed with palpable excitement, for Jiang Yun's earlier display had been nothing short of overwhelming, leading Su Qian to suspect foul play. Now they should be able to discern Jiang Yun's true depth. You are merely the final obstacles in his path. Jiang Yun's gaze swept over the group with an air of indifference, his penetrating stare instilling a sense of pressure among the senior students. Captain of the White Fiend team, Sun Hai. Captain of the Black Fiend team, Wu Qiu. The captains of the Black Sha and White Sha teams each declared their identities. Their gazes fixated on Jiang Yun since his appearance. Jiang Yun's aura was barely perceptible, akin to an unfathomable abyss, instilling a subtle sense of pressure within them. Jiang Yun, he proclaimed, and in the next moment, a resounding howl echoed. Let us commence. Firecloud hand. With a decisive stride forward, Jiang Yun unleashed his formidable momentum, releasing a surge of fire attribute energy that erupted violently in the air, coalescing into a colossal hand of flames, hurtling towards the Black Sha and White Sha teams. In that moment, his true strength was unveiled before all. Is this an 8-star great fighter? A ground-level combat technique? gasped someone, their disbelief palpable. Jiang Yun's prowess exceeded the expectations of many. While some had speculated he was a spirit fighter, they had never anticipated he was merely an 8-star great fighter. And was this truly a ground-level combat technique? Chapter 25. A Continuum of Techniques. Ground-level combat techniques? At this juncture, Sun Hai and Wu Qiu had long abandoned their previous disdain, sensing the tumultuous energy of the heavens and earth. It was evident that this was beyond the capabilities of a mystic-level technique. The mere mention of ground level rendered the surroundings silent, as if a shroud of stillness had descended. The distinction between high mystic level and ground level, though seemingly a single tier apart, was as profound as the chasm between heaven and earth. Mystic level techniques predominantly relied on the practitioner's own strength to manifest their power, whereas ground level techniques harnessed the energies of the cosmos to unleash devastating destruction, a disparity unmistakable between human force and celestial might. Though mystic level techniques were indeed rare, it was well known that only the elites of the Canaan Academy graced the inner courtyard, and even if they lacked high mystic level techniques, they would surely possess mid or low mystic level ones. Yet, it was unheard of for anyone to wield ground level techniques. Even at the stages of Fighter King or Fighter Emperor, ground level techniques remained formidable trump cards, making their presence in a realm predominantly inhabited by spirit fighters quite extravagant. Training emphasizes progression, and one typically only encounters such advanced techniques upon reaching the Fighter King tier. Observing the cold, oppressive aura that enveloped Jiang Yun, both of their expressions turned grave, their own momentum rising in a collective effort to counter the pressure emanating from him. Trouble? Sun Hai and Wu Qiu exchanged glances, each discerning concern in the other's eyes. Isn't he a freshman? How can he be this strong? Not only the members of the Black Sha and White Sha teams facing Jiang Yun's might were astonished, even the numerous eliminated upperclassmen watching from afar were left dumbfounded. Such a caliber of combat technique could not possibly be mystic level. Meanwhile, the elders observing from a distance wore solemn expressions. Each surprise Jang Yun presented was more astonishing than the last. Now, even ground-level techniques had emerged. Should a conflict ensue, a moment's inattention might leave them unable to intervene in time. However, I have witnessed the formidable prowess of Earth-level combat techniques, and while Jiang Yun's skills are equally terrifying, I sense that something is amiss. Similarly, some elders, having initially been taken aback, now regard the flaming hand in the arena with perplexity. Indeed, I recall that the fire cloud hand is merely an ordinary mystical level technique. How has it ascended to earth level? At this moment, several elders have begun to realize the situation, directing their gazes toward the Grand Elder, hoping to glean answers from him. Su Qian, with his back to the crowd, smirked slightly. How could he possibly know how Jiang Yun achieved this? As an individual possessing authentic earth-level techniques, he was certain that Jiang Yun's display could not reach such standards. Yet, the tumultuous energy of the heavens and the earth was unmistakable, attributing it solely to Jiang Yun's extraordinary talent and his remarkable affinity for the fire element. Wu Qiu, unleash your full power, Sun Hai exclaimed as he beheld the descending flaming hand, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, his aura surging to its zenith. With swift motions, he formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal, thunderous lion that charged toward Jiang Yun. Raging lion break, earth flame slash. Sun Hai reacted with remarkable speed, and Wu Qiu was equally formidable. The full might of his 4-star combat spirit erupted forth. The earth trembled as an immense force surged from below, coalescing in the blink of an eye. This manifested as a massive, energy-formed, yellow-brown sword, identical to the great sword upon Wu Qiu's back. The two great swords fused, birthing a powerful enchanted weapon. The energy, compressed and condensed by the power of the earth, coupled with the might of the divine weapon, promised immense destructive potential. A thunderous explosion erupted, transforming the arena into a sea of flames. Members of the Black Sha and White Sha teams scrambled to evade the falling firestorm. Everyone evacuate. At this moment, a soft voice resonated, and the senior students, caught off guard by the residual power of the techniques, felt a sudden tightness around their ankles. Before they could turn, a dizzying whirlwind engulfed them. The anguished cries echoed, causing Wu Qiu and Sun Hai, their hands tingling with urgency, to disregard their dwindling energy. They exerted their strength and finally broke free from the space of the clash. Upon regaining their bearings, they were met with a grim sight. Not far away, Jang Yun observed them calmly, while their teammates dangled from a tree, ensnared by a fiery rope, all pale and devoid of fighting spirit. Jang Yun, release them. Wu Qiu bellowed, his temperament fiery, tinged with a hint of self-reproach. As the captain of the Black Sha team, he felt a profound sense of failure for not safeguarding his comrades, a transgression he deemed unforgivable. With concentrated combat energy enveloping his massive sword, his disheveled hair and attire, coupled with his ironclad aura, imparted an unparalleled dominance. Very well, release them. We have yet to determine the victor, Suhai declared, his cold gaze fixed upon Jiang Yun. Upon hearing this, Jang Yun loosened the ropes binding the few individuals, causing them to fall to the ground, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. I had no intention of prolonging this. These individuals have been eliminated, and their possessions now belong to me. With that, Jiang Yun extracted several energy cards from them, meticulously ensuring that they retained 5 days of energy, while transferring the remainder to his own card. At this moment, his card brimmed with over 1,000 units of energy. Humph, you have unleashed Earth-tier combat skills, and your energy reserves must be nearly depleted, leaving you with no opportunity to prevail. Wu Qiu observed as he noted the easing of Jiang Yun's captive's plight, though his expression remained icy. We shall see what your capabilities are. Jiang Yun maintained his calm demeanor, as if everything were well within his control, inciting further irritation. I refuse to believe that a mere great fighter possesses such an abundance of energy. With that, Wu Qiu surged forward, positioning himself before Suhai, wielding his colossal sword to unleash a torrent of sword energy. Jiang Yun, observing the oncoming barrage of sword strikes, deftly flicked his fingers, sending a series of fireballs hurtling toward the sword energy. Under his precise control, each fireball struck true, intercepting every blade of energy. As Wu Qiu charged towards him, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered, and instead of retreating, he advanced. With a nimble leap, he left behind a series of afterimages, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Qiu. Raising his hand to strike directly at the opponent's forehead, Wu Qiu's eyes narrowed. His combat experience was formidable, and he evaded Jiang Yun's punch at an unusual angle, simultaneously raising his massive sword to deliver a crushing blow. Impressive, Jiang Yun remarked with a tone of admiration, yet his movements remained unhurried. He brought his hand down with force, his palms transforming into the sharpest of weapons, intent on cleaving Wu Qiu in two. Do not underestimate others. Seeing this, Wu Qiu's expression hardened, and instead of retreating, he swung his great sword forward. With a resounding clang, the sword's tip collided with Jiang Yun's palm, bending slightly as Wu Qiu's body was forced backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath his feet. Thunderous sword strike. In that moment of Wu Qiu's retreat, Sun Hai suddenly launched his own assault. With his left hand channeling energy, he gathered an array of thunderous sword energy, condensing it into his fingers, aiming directly for Jiang Yun's chest as he closed in. His timing was impeccable, as Jiang Yun had just repelled Wu Qiu, leaving him temporarily vulnerable in the transition between efforts. Thus, Sun Hai unleashed his highest combat skill, the advanced Xian-tier technique, thunderous sword strike. Techniques of this nature, particularly those focused on single-target attacks, were among the most formidable, and with Sun Hai's rare thunder attribute energy, the power of this strike could severely injure even a high-level combat spirit. However, Sun Hai underestimated Jiang Yun. The recent defense against Wu Qiu had not been his full strength. Consequently, a slender hand swiftly reached out, emanating a radiant luster, reminiscent of finely wrought iron. A single finger and a palm collided with great force, producing a deep sound explosion at the point of contact, sending ripples of potent energy surging through the air, rapidly expanding in all directions. It was inconceivable that Jiang Yun still possessed strength, while Sun Hai, shaken and filled with trepidation, gazed into Jiang Yun's tranquil eyes. For the first time harboring thoughts of invincibility, Jiang Yun would not let slip the opportunity presented by his opponent's error. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed countless bolts of thunderous sword energy. Fire Cloud Seal. A great fiery seal rapidly coalesced in the palm of his hand, descending upon Sun Hai's chest, who was engulfed in despair. In the next moment, Sun Hai's body trembled violently, feeling as though countless flames entwined his meridians, threatening him with excruciating agony should he attempt to wield his fighting energy. His complexion turned pale as he staggered backwards, each step leaving a deep imprint upon the ground beneath him. Thus concluded the fire energy capture competition, with the entire Whiteshaw team eliminated. Meanwhile, Wu Qiu, his numb arm recovering, halted and observed the minute crack that had appeared on his sword's edge. He glanced at Sun Hai, who had fallen in an instant, and for the first time, his gaze toward Jiang Yun shifted, filled with profound disbelief. Was he truly human? The power Jiang Yun exhibited transcended mere genius. It was nothing short of monstrous. For Wu Qiu, Jiang Yun's defeat of Sun Hai paled in comparison to the shock of his terrifying physical prowess. Although there were indeed formidable beings among humanity, they were seasoned practitioners who had dedicated years to their craft. Yet here was Jiang Yun, astonishingly young, with a high level of fighting energy, and having previously revealed a soul cultivation that was no less impressive. Now, even his physical form was grotesquely powerful, leaving Wu Qiu, who had grown up under the halo of genius, momentarily unnerved. As observed, Jiang Yun approached Wu Qiu with a leisurely stride, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Wu Qiu took a deep breath, feeling an invisible pressure settle upon him as Jiang Yun drew near, believing that even the top 10 of the inner court's strong rankings would not exert such weight upon him. Jiang Yun, I recognize your strength. I am not your match. However, I still possess one final move, a decisive strike. Upon hearing Wu Qiu's declaration, Jiang Yun raised his hand, signaling him to unleash whatever technique he had in store. Wu Qiu, grave and resolute, directed his gaze towards Jiang Yun, exerting a slight force to drive his massive sword into the ground. Grasping the hilt with both hands, a dark red fighting energy enveloped the blade, coiling around its edge, condensing slightly and radiating a chilling, ominous gleam. Mountain splitter slash. With a thunderous shout, Wu Qiu leaped towards Jiang Yun, his colossal sword descending with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. An invisible gust of wind formed a flickering arc of light before the sword's edge, the air around Jiang Yun growing tense, creating an astonishing spectacle. Fire cloud blade. Jiang Yun gazed calmly at the descending Wu Qiu, and with a flick of his wrists, he conjured a blade of flame composed of white fire. Exuding a terrifying wave of heat as it shot towards Wu Qiu, aimed directly at his face. As the fiery blade approached, it seemed to drain the moisture from the surrounding air, leaving Wu Qiu parched and dry. Yet, encouraged by the eager gaze of the senior beside him, he gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his cracked lips, and summoned all his strength to strike at Jiang Yun. Bang! Wu Qiu crossed his hands in a diagonal formation to intercept the fiery blade. The resounding crack of energy erupted, unleashing a tempest of powerful ripples that carved through the ground, leaving it resembling freshly plowed earth. The storm quickly subsided. We have lost. A voice filled with disappointment echoed, as the awakened seniors from the inner courtyard gazed despondently at the scene before them. A figure stepped forward slowly, flanked by two fallen individuals, their faces adorned with glaring azure fire crystal cards, none other than Wu Qiu and Sun Hai. After dispatching the white and black Sha teams, Jiang Yun did not wander far before he spotted a raised hillside nearby, scattered with irregularly shaped rocks. At that moment, several composed middle-aged individuals were either seated or standing upon these rocks, evidently the administrators of the inner courtyard. Among them was Zian, who excitedly waved at Jiang Yun. He returned her smile, while on another part of the hill, a platform made of colossal stones bore two elderly men. It was Su Qian and another elder from the Qing clan. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, dressed impeccably as if the white and black Sha teams had posed no challenge, their lips twitched slightly. Is this fellow truly only 10 years old? He has bulldozed his way through, and we remain oblivious to his true capabilities. While the inner courtyard is nearly laid bare before him, Elder Qing remarked, having witnessed Jiang Yun's entire ordeal with a sense of helplessness. Su Qian remained silently contemplative. He recognized the child's extraordinary background and talent. Aware of his tender age, he refrained from interference, opting to wait for Jiang Yun's entrance into the inner courtyard. The outcome was clear. Jiang Yun required no assistance. His relentless array of combat techniques and implausible cultivation speed promised that, given a stable environment, to flourish. He could indeed return the sky to them. Chapter 26. Inner Courtyard. Jiang Yun, we meet again. It seems you have not squandered your talents over the years. Su Qian gazed at the youth who approached him, and a flicker of nostalgia danced in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about their initial encounter, when Jiang Yun had already exhibited extraordinary talent. It is evident now that Jiang Yun is destined to soar high in the skies. Elder. Upon noticing Su Qian, Jiang Yun bowed respectfully. Su Qian had saved his life, and he was one of the two individuals Jiang Yun held dear in this world. You have secured the first place in the fire energy hunting competition. Please wait here for the other students to arrive. Su Qian looked at Jiang Yun with satisfaction. Although he had yet to uncover the depths of this young man's abilities, his current performance was already impressive. More revelations would await in the inner courtyard. Su Qian believed that the arrival of Jiang Yun and Zian would bring vibrancy to the inner courtyard. Upon hearing Su Qian's arrangements, Jiang Yun voiced no objections and settled beside Zian amidst the watchful gazes of the elders. Excellent. You have not disgraced me. Zian. Just as Jiang Yun sat down, a slender yet strong arm encircled his shoulder. Soon, the warm and pleased smile of Zian graced his vision. This was all thanks to her diligent guidance. Jiang Yun complimented her, observing the pride that blossomed in her eyes, and chuckled inwardly, recognizing how easily she could be understood. Show me how much fire energy you possess. Wow, over 1400. Zian exclaimed as she took Jiang Yun's fire energy card, her eyes widening at the vivid crimson figures. Then, her large eyes darted around as she murmured, are the senior students in the inner courtyard so wealthy? Don't get any ideas. If you're short on fire energy, feel free to use some of mine, but don't target the inner courtyard seniors. It would create chaos, and then we'd see how Elder deals with you. Jiang Yun lightly tapped Zian's smooth forehead and handed her his fire energy card. All right, I understand. It's just a few days' worth of fire energy. I can earn my own, Zian replied, rubbing her forehead and returning the card with a hint of pride. Jiang Yun shook his head in amusement and settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes to recuperate. Despite the near-zero consumption of his fighting spirit due to the enhancement of the red fire treasure mirror, the fatigue of battle had taken a toll on his mental energy. A moment of rest would restore his state. As Jiang Yun entered a tranquil state, Zian fell into silence beside him, resting her head on her hand and watching him, a subtle smile forming at the corners of her mouth. After a considerable time had passed, the other students finally began to appear. However, in stark contrast to Jiang Yun's calm demeanor, they appeared disheveled and drained, resembling individuals who had just faced a harsh lesson. Even Hanfong and others, who ranked among the top 5 in the outer courtyard, were not spared from this ordeal. The senior students arranged by the Canaan Academy possessed formidable strength, although Jang Yun had dealt with a significant portion of them. The remaining seniors had no difficulty managing the incoming newcomers. The senior students of Canaan Academy, each possessing at least the rank of a 4-star great fighter, stood in stark contrast to their counterparts in the outer academy, where only the top 10 boasted such prowess. In the face of overwhelming odds, they had faced numerous robberies along their journey. As Jiang Yun arrived, appearing utterly unfazed, the expressions of the freshmen were filled with astonishment. Hanfong and his companions lowered their heads despondently. Was the disparity truly so vast? They had already learned from the seniors of a formidable individual in the outer academy. And while they had speculated it to be Jiang Yun, witnessing it firsthand was undeniably disheartening. With the fire energy capture competition officially concluded, the exceptional freshmen from this event were to be rewarded. Once all had gathered, Su Qian proclaimed loudly, and all eyes fell upon Jiang Yun, the clear recipient of this honor. Jiang Yun, as the first to vanquish all his opponents and reach the finish line, was awarded 50 days of fire energy and a Qinghua crystal card. Another Qinghua crystal card? The lavishness of the reward left many seniors breathing heavily, their eyes brimming with envy. It was important to note that the fire crystal card not only determined the levels one could train at within the celestial flame refining tower, but also required a minimum of 300 days of fire energy for exchange. No wonder the seniors felt envious. Jiang Yun accepted the Qinghua crystal card, transferring the fire energy from his black card before returning it to Su Qian. After receiving the black card, Su Qian turned his attention to the remaining freshmen, each of whom would receive 5 days of fire energy. Upon hearing this, the new students gasped in surprise. Despite their disheveled state, they were granted rewards, which was indeed a source of joy. Alongside their joy, their gazes toward Jiang Yun were tinged with gratitude. For they understood that had it not been for Jiang Yun's outstanding performance in defeating the seniors, the elder would not have made an exception to reward them. Arrangements for the other rewards will be made after you find suitable accommodations. Now that you have all successfully passed the fire energy capture competition, follow me into the inner academy, Su Qian instructed, turning first towards a craggy staircase and slowly ascending the hillside. Jiang Yun and the others promptly followed, stepping into the coveted inner academy. Soon, they reached the summit of the hill, and as they surveyed the scene before them, they inhaled a breath of slightly cool air. Was this truly the inner academy? Behind the hillside lay an expansive, colossal basin, its shape reminiscent of a gigantic meteorite that had plummeted from the heavens, leaving a profound indentation. Within this basin, towering structures rose, and from a vantage point above, one could see shadows darting about like fleas, flitting across the rooftops. As their gaze extended further, the basin's vastness was astonishing. Even at its farthest reaches, they could still only behold towering edifices and lush greenery. Having concluded the hunting competition, Su Qian smiled at the astonished freshmen and said, "Now, all the new students shall accompany me back to the inner courtyard. Let us first settle you in, and afterwards, you may explore the inner courtyard at your leisure." He had witnessed such expressions of shock every year, rendering him unfazed. The freshmen nodded in agreement. They had already perceived the benefits of the inner courtyard through the older students. One of the elders beckoned the group of newcomers, while the older students dispersed, eager to spread the news of the 2 formidable individuals among this year's newcomers. Those lacking strength took a detour, while the stronger ones aimed to teach the latter a lesson, ensuring they did not perceive the inner courtyard as devoid of formidable contenders. In a settlement in the northeastern corner of the inner courtyard, 5 spacious courtyards with attics were opened to welcome new occupants. The guiding elder smiled as he opened the door and announced, "This courtyard will henceforth be your residence." 2 people? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, recalling that the customary arrangement was for 5 individuals to share a dormitory. Noticing the question in Jiang Yun's eyes, the guiding elder explained, According to the rules of the inner courtyard, new students are typically assigned to dormitories of 5. However, the Grand Elder specifically instructed that young friend Zian might prefer solitude. Hence an exception has been made for you. After speaking, the Elder discreetly observed Zian's expression and felt reassured upon seeing her delight. He had accompanied her to the fire energy hunting competition and had witnessed her dazzling battle energy wings, knowing well the immense power concealed within this seemingly harmless girl. Even now, he felt a chill in his heart and an uncomfortable sensation coursing through him, a natural response to perceived threat, indicating that this elder was no match for Zian. Jiang Yun, suddenly enlightened, chuckled as he tousled Zian's hair. It seems I have benefited from your presence. Humph, indeed. Rest assured, by staying close to Zian, I guarantee you will enjoy a life of luxury. Flattered by Jiang Yun's praise, Zian's spirit soared. She held her head high, hands behind her back, and marched confidently into the house. Jiang Yun shook his head with amusement, bidding farewell to the unknown elder before promptly following in Zian's footsteps. As the new students settled in, the events of the fire energy hunting competition swiftly circulated among the older students of the inner courtyard. Everyone became aware that this year's newcomers included 2 formidable individuals, a purple-haired girl who dared to address the Grand Elder as Old Man, indicating either an extraordinary background or a connection to the Grand Elder's lineage, with her strength still shrouded in mystery, yet evidently not to be trifled with. The other was a newcomer named Jang Yun, reportedly only 12 or 13 years old, yet already possessing the prowess of an 8-star great fighter, having single-handedly defeated the black and white Sha teams. This revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the older students, as the black and white Sha teams were led by the renowned 5-star fighting spirits, Sun Hai and Wu Qiu, both celebrated for their formidable strength. The duo's collaboration would typically pose a significant challenge even for an 8-star fighting spirit, yet Jang Yun had triumphed. Regarding the news of Jang Yun and Zian, there are those who express disbelief, those who harbor apprehensions, and others who remain utterly indifferent. In any case, Jang Yun and Zian have preliminarily caught the attention of the senior students within the inner academy. Unbeknownst to Jang Yun, even if he were aware, he would pay it no mind. He is currently focused on breaking through to the rank of 9-star great fighter, having lingered at the 8-star level for several days. He has seized the opportunity for advancement following the stimulating encounter at the fire energy capture competition. The following day, within the confines of the Canaan Academy's inner court, the newly advanced Jiang Yun sauntered towards the northern architectural complex near the inner court sky pit. As for Zian, she had vanished early in the morning, likely rummaging through some magical beast's lair or scouring the herbarium. The herbarium of the inner court is bound to suffer. The inner court is astonishingly vast, dotted with numerous edifices, and it is common to encounter fervent arenas of sparring, surrounded by throngs of spectators. Jiang Yun harbored no interest in these groups engaged in combat. The students of the inner court, elite in comparison to those from the outer court, are predominantly prodigies from various nations across the northwest continent. However, to Jiang Yun, most appeared rather ordinary. Many senior students recognized Jiang Yun. He was easily identifiable. Even those who had never seen him before were aware of his presence. Upon glimpsing a youthful figure, one would immediately think of either Jiang Yun or Zian, as they were the youngest students in the inner court, where most attendees were 18 years or older. Upon encountering the real Jiang Yun, astonishment flashed across the faces of the onlookers. He appeared remarkably youthful, no, rather juvenile. The seniors whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Yet, due to Jiang Yun's impressive accomplishments and their uncertainty regarding his temperament, none dared to approach him for a greeting. Jiang Yun, disinterested in engaging with the crowd, cast a glance and then proceeded on his way. So, that must be Jiang Yun, one murmured. Humph, though young, his temperament is certainly formidable, as he cannot even be bothered to greet his seniors. Huh, and who are you? He has triumphed over 2 5-star battle spirits. What right do you have to expect him to acknowledge you, a mere 2-star battle spirit? Prodigies? The inner court is rife with them. Sun Hai and Wu Qiu are 2 wastes who have been defeated by this fledgling. Then why not go teach him a lesson? Me? Just wait. Someone will ensure he gets what is coming to him. Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the murmurs behind him. Even if he had heard, he would have dismissed them. He had no interest in conversing with them and made his way directly towards the sky-burning refining chi tower. As for the possibility of getting lost, there was no need for concern, for the sky-burning refining chi tower is the most bustling location within the inner court, continuously attracting numerous students. Following the crowd would surely lead him there. The sky-burning refining chi tower is a black edifice deeply embedded in the earth, with only a portion of its spire visible above ground. From a distance, one could perceive a subtle distortion in the space above the tower's apex. That is the seal imposed by the esteemed Dean Meng Tianxi of Canaan Academy. and only a Dou Qi possesses the strength to seal the 14th ranked Fallen Heart Flame from the transforming it for personal use. Otherwise, even the Dou Qi of Canaan Academy would be unable to contain a force comparable to the Dou Qi level Fallen Heart Flame. Once unleashed, even a high-ranking Dou Qi would be compelled to avoid its lethal brilliance, such as the terror of. In the original narrative, most individuals possessing hail from the esteemed families of Dou emperors, ancient clans, the Flame Clan, the Medicine Clan, and the Soul Clan, all of which boast the presence of Dou saints. Even the Burning Flame Valley and the Pill Tower are overseen by Dou saints, indicating that is not something that solitary cultivators can easily manage. Xiao Yin and Hanfong successfully refined wild thanks to the burning technique, while Yao Chun was also favored by great fortune. Apart from these few, the rest have refined with the assistance of their elders since childhood. It can be said that this substance is an enticing cake, yet it is fraught with poison. Before the heavenly burning refinement tower lies an expansive open area, through which Jiang Yun strides leisurely. As he approaches, the sacred heavenly demon flame within him begins to tremble. As fellow celestial entities, there exists a natural resonance between flames. Even though the sacred heavenly demon flame is not a product of the Dou Qi Continent, it still exhibits an unusual reaction. Jiang Yun channels his Dou Qi to soothe the sacred heavenly demon flame, and soon its tremors diminish significantly. Whether it is merely Jiang Yun's illusion or not, he suddenly perceives a sense of hunger emanating from the sacred heavenly demon flame. Chapter 27. Unrest. Jiang Yun continues to advance, the grandeur of the heavenly burning refinement tower exceeding his imagination. From a distance, it appears as merely a tower's tip, yet upon closer inspection, he discovers that this very tip stands at least 3 stories high. Jiang Yun's gaze wanders, noting that many individuals have arrived in pairs, some adorned with unusual insignias, presumably representing certain factions, indicating the multitude of powers within this inner academy. At this moment, the cohort of students from Xiaoyan's era has yet to enter the inner academy. The current factions and the strong individuals on the rankings are distinct and not to be underestimated. Jiang Yun selects a vantage point with an excellent view, quietly observing the throng below. He is in no rush, possessing the Qinghua crystal card, which grants him access to the 5th and 6th levels for cultivation, allowing him to remain patient. The area closest to the Black Tower is occupied by a large group of individuals, meticulously divided into several zones. Each area housing clusters of people adorned with distinctive emblems, likely representatives of powerful factions within the inner academy. Boom! An ancient chime resonated throughout this region, and with its toll, all the senior students present ceased their chatter, their gazes fixated upon the heavenly burning refinement tower. The tower is opening. As the chime reverberates, an aged voice seems to emanate from within the tower. The formerly sealed ebony door at the top of the Black Tower creaks open, releasing a faint, searing aura that raises the temperature of the surroundings slightly. Those wishing to enter the tower may now proceed. The aged voice reverberated once more, igniting the entire square as the sound of rushing wind surged forth. Numerous figures, seated in meditation, propelled themselves towards the tower's entrance, while a throng of people surged towards the Black Tower. Following the crowd, Jiang Yun stepped into the Black Tower, and as he approached its grand entrance, he felt an unusual pounding in his heart. The sacred heavenly demon flame, nestled within his dantian, surged to life. A faint flush appeared on Jiang Yun's face, accompanied by wisps of white mist emanating from his body. Some senior students, noticing Jiang Yun's condition, expressed surprise at his youth, murmuring, "Who is this boy? Could he be a prodigy brought in by an elder? How audacious to enter the heavenly flame refining tower without any precautions." Others speculated, perhaps he is the grandson of some elder, here for a preliminary experience of life in the inner court. Do not speak carelessly. He is the renowned Jiang Yun, the fierce competitor who triumphed over the Black and White Sha teams in the fire energy capture competition. Someone in the crowd, familiar with Jiang Yun, enlightened the others. And soon, all were aware of his identity as the acclaimed genius. Their gazes towards him brimmed with astonishment and trepidation, tinged with an indescribable curiosity about the extent of his wealth. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, others were contemplating their intentions towards him. At that moment, he turned his focus inward to the formless flame within him, which, though intangible, radiated an intense heat that distorted the surrounding space, rendering its fiery essence nearly indistinguishable. Yet, the searing sensation coursing through his meridians and organs conveyed the terrifying potency of the Fallen Heart Flame. Renowned as a cultivation cheat, the Fallen Heart Flame could refine fighting spirit, enhancing its purity and significantly reducing the time needed for external energy refinement, thereby greatly accelerating one's cultivation speed. Jiang Yun pondered whether his fighting spirit could still benefit from this refinement. He cultivated the red fire treasure mirror, a technique equivalent to a low-tier Earth-grade skill in the realm of fighting spirit. Having absorbed the sacred heavenly demon flame since childhood, his fighting spirit was already extraordinarily pure. Thus, he could not guarantee the efficacy of the projected fallen heart flame upon him. Contemplating this, he drew several strands of black and white fighting spirit through the heart flame. His fighting spirit, already remarkably condensed, seemed to gain further refinement as it passed through the heart flame, though the change was subtle and not easily discernible. Nevertheless, there was an effect. Before reaching the rank of fighting king, the fallen heart flame projected by the heavenly flame refining tower should still serve a purpose for him. However, once he attained the rank of fighting king, it seemed only the true essence of the fallen heart flame would be of use. Having understood this, Jiang Yun focused his thoughts, and the sacred heavenly demon flame transformed into a ravenous wolf, lunging fiercely towards the formless flame within him. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Yun was met with a crowd of astonished faces staring back at him. "Did you truly break free from the torment of the heart flame?" exclaimed an elderly man, his eyes wide with disbelief. It had been years since he had encountered someone capable of willingly escaping the heart flame's searing grasp. Is this the remarkable aspect of the heavenly flame refining tower? How intriguing! Jiang Yun feigned ignorance, his curiosity piqued. The elder nodded, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Jiang Yun. "Ah, young lad, you must be the prodigy of this cohort. Indeed, you possess some remarkable abilities. I am the Tower Guardian Elder of the first level of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. You may simply call me Elder Lu." Elder Lu regarded Jiang Yun with warmth, clearly having high hopes for this young man. Jiang Yun, however, did not allow pride to swell within him, for in the Canaan Academy, the status of an elder is exceedingly esteemed, typically reserved for those who have attained the rank of Dou. Only the most exceptional individuals within the inner academy could capture the elder's attention, as these individuals might surpass them before graduation. Thus, even the inner academy elders would seek to cultivate their favor. Wherever there are people, there is strife, whether for power or profit. After all, Canaan Academy is a formidable force, and both the inner and outer academies are not entirely aligned in their factions. "I pay my respects to the elder," Jang Yun said, neither servile nor arrogant, as he clasped his hands in greeting. He then inquired, "Elder, I possess a Qinghua crystal card. May I proceed below?" Elder Lu's gaze flickered with surprise as he observed the Qinghua crystal card in Jiang Yun's hand. Theoretically, the Qinghua crystal card permits access to the 5th and 6th levels. However, you are merely an 8-star Great Dou Master, which may be somewhat premature for you. "Rest assured, I possess confidence," Jiang Yun replied with a calm smile. For ordinary individuals, training in the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower often leads to encounters with fire poison, which is why they cannot remain there for extended periods. Yet, endowed with the formidable sacred Heavenly Demon Flame, and as a possessor of the 9 divine veins, he faced no issues with the fire poison of the tower. "Very well. You prodigies always possess such extraordinary aspirations." Elder Lu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He harbored little doubt regarding Jiang Yun's capabilities. Although the flame hunting competition had concluded less than a day prior, the elders were already well aware of Jiang Yun's prowess. An 8-star Great Dou Master defeating 2 5-star Dou spirits and seemingly practicing Earth-level Dou techniques was no small feat. Indeed, few Dou Wang had achieved such success, indicating Jiang Yun's exceptional qualities. Following Elder Lu, Jiang Yun arrived at the 6th level, where the air was thick with a palpable heat, as if the very essence of the flames had taken form. The number of individuals present on the 6th level was noticeably sparse. Those who could descend beyond the 5th level were predominantly at the Dou spirit rank. Such students were rare even within the inner academy, hence, one could hardly observe any casually wandering students. All were diligently immersed in their cultivation, striving to enhance their prowess. Jiang Yun produced the fire crystal card and swiped it before the door of the training chamber, which immediately swung open. Although the Dou Qi Continent bore no traces of weapon masters, these extraordinary small artifacts clearly indicated that the Dou Qi Continent had once enjoyed a glorious era of crafting, perhaps remnants from that time or casualties of a devastating conflict. With ease, Jiang Yun stepped into the advanced training room, inserting the Qinghua crystal card into the designated slot before settling onto a black obsidian cushion. In the moment of sitting down, an invisible flame suddenly ignited within him, its intensity far surpassing the heart fire he had experienced moments earlier. With a single thought, Jiang Yun directed the fighting energy within him to surge towards the intangible flame, producing a hissing sound as he embarked on a journey of energy refinement. As Jiang Yun channeled his technique, the cultivation chamber began to tremble violently. Waves of heart fire energy were drawn from all directions, ultimately coalescing into slightly tangible wisps of pale red energy. These ethereal wisps of pale red energy spiraled around Jiang Yun's body, and as if compelled by an unseen force, they violently collided with him, completely merging into his being. Jiang Yun's body resembled a black hole, absorbing countless energies while attracting even more. At that moment, he was akin to an insatiable abyss, devouring the exceedingly dense heart fire energy present in the cultivation chamber. Such a nearly terrifying act of consumption, if revealed, would undoubtedly leave those who typically exercised caution during their training utterly astounded. While Jiang Yun was fully immersed in his cultivation, an unusual fluctuation suddenly emanated from a dark well at the center of the sky-burning refinement tower. The profound darkness extended to the limits of sight, an eerie gloom devoid of any light that induced a slight dizziness. Within that obscurity hovered an enormous, invisible fire python, robust and measuring 10 meters in thickness, though its true length remained unknown. This was the manifestation of the fallen heart flame, its power having evolved to the point of forming a fire spirit imbued with emotion and intelligence. At this moment, even a Dou zone would find it impossible to contend with it. The fire python was enveloped in a somewhat distorted flame, and its massive triangular eyes continuously emitted invisible fire. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it raised its head abruptly, its gaze, larger than Jiang Yun's, piercing through layers of seals to glimpse the cultivation chamber where Jiang Yun resided. With a furious roar, the fallen heart flame surged from the darkness, yet just as it approached 5 meters above the pitch-black well, the surrounding space began to ripple dramatically. The area around the well warped peculiarly, constructing a spatial prison. Although the fire python's assault was grandiose, it merely caused the prison to ripple momentarily upon impact, yielding no further effect. Realizing the futility of its efforts, the fallen heart flame descended into a frenzy, unleashing torrents of invisible fire from its gaping maw, incessantly scorching the spatial prison. Alas, no matter how fiercely it burned, the prison remained steadfast. After a prolonged struggle, the fallen heart flame finally exhausted its strength, letting out a bellow infused with rage before the space warped again, and the fire python transformed back into intangible flames, retreating into the depths of the darkness. As the abyssal heart fire dissipated, the spatial confinement gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Just as the abyssal heart fire faded into silence once more, a faint whisper echoed within the tower, yet curiously, no one appeared to sense anything amiss. How peculiar! Could it be the aura of the everlasting flame? With the sound's departure, Jiang Yun, who had been immersed in tranquil meditation, subtly furrowed his brows. Remarkably, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star great fighter, and with a bit more refinement, he could ascend to the realm of dueling. Within the celestial flame refinement tower, Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes, and as he awoke, the surrounding vortex of flames began to gently dissipate. Although his cultivation had not undergone a drastic change, he had indeed stepped half a foot into the domain of dueling. This progress was more than 20% faster than his own training, making the journey worthwhile. Moreover, he had other gains. As if recalling something, a fleeting glimmer of unusual light passed through Jiang Yun's dark eyes, quickly returning to their usual calmness. Sensing the surging power within him, a smile graced his lips as he gradually rose, tidied his belongings, and stepped out of the high-level training chamber that had been sealed for so long. You lad, training for the first time, and you spent a full half-month. I thought you had met with misfortune, yet here you are, lively and well. It seems your cultivation has made some progress. Indeed, the prodigy is not without merit. Elder Lu, grinning broadly, conversed with Jiang Yun, his eyes betraying an undeniable curiosity. It was well known that the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower offered exceptional training results, yet no student could endure a prolonged stay within its confines. For those below the rank of Dou, few could withstand continuous training for more than 10 days. The heart fire, while beneficial, harbored a venomous heat. Prolonged exposure could lead to its corrosive effects, which is why hardly anyone remained there for long. However, Jang Yun, as a newcomer and experiencing the Celestial Flame Refinement Tower for the first time, had managed to stay for half a month, a record even the senior students had not achieved, making his feat all the more legendary. Yet, considering his remarkable accomplishments, Elder Lu felt it was somewhat expected. After all, if Jang Yun were merely ordinary, he would not bear the title of prodigy. Just a few minor techniques. Jiang Yun replied with a light chuckle, his eyes filled with nonchalance, as if this event, capable of stirring waves within the inner court, was merely trivial in his view. Elder Lu looked at Jiang Yun with a hint of envy, admiring his talent, and remarked, "A young man should embody the vigor of youth. Do not adopt an overly mature demeanor. Time passes swiftly. Do not find yourself regretting it in old age." At these words, an unusual light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he replied with a gentle smile, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Lu. Go on now. A young lady has been coming to seek you out every day. You are quite fortunate." Elder Lu nodded in satisfaction, then leaned in closer to Jang Yun. his tone laced with teasing. Chapter 28. The provocation approaches. A gentle hue flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he nodded toward Elder Lu, clasped his hands in farewell, and swiftly made his way outside. Once Jiang Yun departed, Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his chest in apparent agony, his teeth chattering as he murmured, "What a formidable young lady. Her strikes are truly heavy." Upon uttering these words, his gaze toward Jiang Yun brimmed with envy. Such envy was genuine. Only at his age could he comprehend the envy of having a prodigious childhood companion in one's youth. Had he been granted Jiang Yun's fortune, he would not have languished at the rank of Dou Wang for so many years. As Jiang Yun walked back to his dormitory, his brow furrowed. His terrifying soul perception informed him that he was being followed by several groups, some of whom bore malicious intent. It appeared that someone was unable to restrain themselves any longer. After 20 minutes of travel, he gradually approached the freshmen's accommodation area, where the desolate path exuded an aura of impending danger. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from within the dormitory area, panting heavily. Upon seeing Jang Yun, their face was marked by urgency as they hurriedly approached, whispering, "Jang Yun, someone is looking for trouble with you. You should leave quickly." "What is it?" Jang Yun asked, somewhat surprised to see that it was Song Yun, the 6-star Great Dome Master he had defeated in the Inner Academy selection, once hailed as the first talent of the Outer Academy. Unfortunately, due to their early encounter with Jiang Yun, who possessed the strength to compete for the Outer Academy's top position, he had been eliminated prematurely, missing out on the opportunity to enter the library and squandered a significant chance. Jiang Yun was taken aback that Song Yun held no grudge against him. Instead, he had come to warn him, an act of consideration that surpassed ordinary expectations. "Some older students have heard of your exploits and know you possess a significant amount of fire energy, so they are seeking to collect tribute from the new students." "Huh. While their abilities may be limited, their schemes are plentiful. I have plenty of fire energy. I shall see if they possess the capability to claim it." Understanding the situation, Jiang Yun remained unfazed, even allowing a faint smirk to grace his lips. "Though it may not make much of a difference, I appreciate your warning. I dislike being indebted to others. This is a token of gratitude." Turning to face Song Yun, Jiang Yun spoke calmly, producing a jade vial and placing it in Song Yun's hands before striding toward the dormitory. "Jiang Yun, what is this?" Song Yun reached out to grasp Jiang Yun's arm, but the latter seemed to sense it, his form flickering and vanishing from sight. Confused, Song Yun looked at the jade vial in his hand, from which wisps of medicinal fragrance emanated. Curious, he opened the vial, and in an instant, a rich, verdant aroma of elixir gradually ascended, coalescing into a cloud of green mist above his head. Observing this, Song Yun was momentarily startled and quickly sealed the vial, casting anxious glances around to ensure that no one had witnessed the scene before finally exhaling in relief. Gently opening the jade vial, a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted forth, surprisingly accelerating the flow of his fighting spirit. Upon closer inspection, a blue elixir the size of a longan lay quietly at the bottom of the vial. "What sort of elixir is this? It has enhanced my fighting energy by at least 30%. Such potent elixirs suitable for great fighters are typically no less than 3rd tier. A hint of suspicion crept into Song Yun's voice. Could it be that Jiang Yun is actually a 3rd-tier alchemist? Hiss. Song Yun was taken aback by his own conjecture. Gasping in disbelief, his gaze conflicted as he looked at the jade vial in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly ran towards Jiang Yun's dormitory. At this moment, Jiang Yun had returned to the entrance of his dormitory, where a dense crowd had gathered, filled with many familiar faces, the new students of this cohort. Strangely, amidst such a noisy scene, where was Zian? Wasn't she supposed to be back? If Zian were here, these people would likely have been tossed back before they could even approach. "Boss, Jiang Yun has arrived." A keen-eyed individual noticed Jiang Yun's presence and quietly approached a burly man with a braided beard who was meditating. Upon opening his eyes, the man immediately spotted Jiang Yun, his gaze scrutinizing as if to discern what made Jiang Yun so remarkable to deserve such acclaim. However, upon observing Jiang Yun's diminutive stature, disdain crept into his expression as he mockingly remarked, "You are Jiang Yun? I see nothing special about you. I heard you defeated those 2 useless fellows, Sun Hai and Wu Qiu. Kid, the inner court is no child's play. Now that you are here, you must abide by the rules of the inner court. I won't make it too difficult for you. Hand over 1,000 fire energy as a tribute for new students, and from now on, you will be a member of my Snow Wolf gang. I, Shuezhen, will protect you." At Shuezhen's words, those around him nodded in agreement. "The boss is right. Jiang Yun, being favored by the boss is a blessing for you. Why not obediently submit the fire energy? From now on, we will be like family." Indeed, indeed. Not everyone can join our Snow Wolf gang. To be chosen is your good fortune. You should be grateful. Brother Shui is a 7-star doling, a presence among the top 25. Being noticed by him is something to rejoice about. Voices of persuasion echoed, seemingly for Jiang Yun's benefit. Yet the greed in their eyes was unmistakable. Are you done? Jiang Yun observed the farce with indifference, speaking slowly. What do you mean? Jiang Yun's demeanor caught Shuizhen off guard, and he frowned, speaking coldly, exuding an aura of predation. What I mean is, leave the fire energy card. And you can scram. Jiang Yun dismissed Shuizhen's imposing presence as if it were a trivial matter. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. Jang Yun, I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue. Shuizhen's countenance was now so dark it seemed it could drip with water. He let out a derisive laugh, stepping forward with heavy strides, and a low, thunderous roar resounded. A deep blue and purple energy surged violently from within him, swirling around his body like thick, viscous seawater. An overwhelming aura enveloped the clearing. Thunder Fist. With a furious shout, Shuizhen's eyes gleamed coldly, and a sharp bolt of lightning rapidly magnified in Jiang Yun's gaze. In an instant, Shuizhen's figure vanished from sight. It was hard to fathom that such a robust man could possess such agility. Jiang Yun's eyes glimmered with determination as he firmly locked onto his opponent's silhouette. Shuizhen's speed was insignificant in his perception. Boom. What? Following a tremendous crash, a voice of astonishment arose from the onlookers. They turned to witness the anticipated scene of Jiang Yun being struck down did not unfold. Instead, he effortlessly caught Shuizhen's fist with a single hand. The calm demeanor Jiang Yun exhibited indicated he had not exerted his full strength. However, Shuizhen's experience was markedly more intense. Standing at close range, he gazed into Jiang Yun's profound eyes and felt not an ounce of fear, though cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What nonsense! How could I possibly lose to this inexperienced child? As that thought crossed his mind, Shuizhen roared in fury, his eyes flashing with lightning. His free right hand erupted with fierce bolts of electricity, summoning a nearly half-yard-long blue-purple warhammer. A Dou master can manifest energy into fabric, while a great Dou master can conjure energy into armor. A Dou spirit can solidify energy into objects. The weapons forged by a Dou spirit are sometimes sharper than even divine artifacts. At this moment, the blue-purple hammer in Shuizhen's grasp was a manifestation of condensed energy, with flickering lightning indicating its formidable attack power. Yet, Jiang Yun's gaze remained unchanged. Far from enough, he regarded the descending hammer with a faint smile, channeling his own energy into a punch. In an instant, the surrounding air became oppressively hot, prompting the onlookers to swallow hard. Is this a great Dou master? Boom. A thick pillar of white fire surged toward Shuizhen, the warping space revealing the intense heat of the flames. Lightning storm. Shuizhen, observing the colossal fire pillar, felt his pupils constrict sharply. His expression hardened as his energy surged, concentrating around the hammer, before he swung it down fiercely toward Jiang Yun. At this moment, the imposing Shuizhen, wielding the gigantic hammer, appeared like a divine being amidst the swirling blue-purple energy, exuding a violent aura imbued with a menacing ferocity. Rumbling. Within the arena, the blue-purple lightning and white flames each claimed half the sky, and where they collided, wisps of white mist billowed upward. The powerful energies clashed, erupting in a cacophony of sound, causing ripples of energy that forced the surrounding crowd to continually retreat. Indeed, Jang Yun is quite remarkable. In a secluded spot not far away, several figures quietly emerged. Among them, a young man in white tightened his grip on the armrest, feeling the pressure emanating from Jiang Yun. He indeed possesses some skills. It seems that Shuizhen is destined to face defeat this time. Another voice echoed, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Shuizhen, that brainless fool, is hardly a concern. Let us not forget about that individual. A languid voice emerged, filled with trepidation when mentioning a particular person. Feng Wuhan, ranked second on the strong list. The man who had spoken earlier said earnestly, then turned to the young man in white and softly asked, Brotherly, what is Feng Wuhan's current strength? Has he stepped beyond that threshold? The white-clad figure was none other than Li Lin, the reigning champion of the strong list, standing at the threshold of the Dou Wang realm. Those who stood alongside Li Lin were also not ordinary individuals. If an elder student from the inner academy were to witness them, they would be utterly astonished, for these individuals were all within the top 10 of the inner academy's strong list. The weakest among them was a 9-star Dou Ling, while the stronger ones were at the pinnacle of Dou Ling, on the verge of breaking through to Dou Wang. At this moment, Li Lin did not respond immediately. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, he reached the threshold of Dou Wang last year. At that time, I barely managed to win by a hair's breadth. If we were to fight again, I cannot guarantee victory. As you know, at our level, one might cross that barrier at any moment. It appears our little prodigy is about to encounter trouble. A voice filled with delight at the misfortune of others rang out, eliciting smiles from the crowd. They relished the spectacle. A fierce impact erupted, causing Zhan's body to tremble as he staggered backward, his figure somewhat disheveled, his body charred, and his hair slightly curled, resembling someone who had just emerged from a fire. Splendid. Indeed, he has some skill. No wonder he is so arrogant. Wiping the black mask from his face, Zhan brought his heavy hammer crashing down onto the ground with a resounding thud, gasping for breath while casting a cold smile at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's complexion was slightly flushed, his breathing somewhat erratic. Although his cultivation technique far surpassed that of his opponent, the disparity in their fighting spirit was evident. A 9-star Dou Qi Confronting and 8-star Dou Ling still revealed a gap. The sudden release of a powerful Dou skill had consumed a significant portion of Jiang Yun's fighting spirit, leaving him slightly disoriented. Jiang Yun, I concede your strength. However, the gap in our cultivation is not so easily bridged. You are running low on fighting spirit, are you not? Allow me to resolve this with a single move. Zhan sneered coldly at Jiang Yun, fully aware of his weakness. Suddenly, his heavy hammer trembled violently, and a surge of blue-purple lightning erupted forth, intensifying the density of Dou Qi surrounding the hammer. As the energy swirled, Zhan's hair inexplicably stood on end, radiating bolts of lightning. Thunder Dragon's 9 movements. Jiang Yun's expression grew solemn. Any combat technique bearing the name of a dragon could not possibly be of ordinary caliber. He was taken aback by Zhan's hidden prowess. However, he soon relaxed as he observed the swirling battle energy surrounding Zhan, which ultimately coalesced into an ethereal energy dragon, entirely formed from battle aura. The disparity between a flood dragon and a true dragon is considerable. Judging by its aura, it appeared to be an advanced, profound-level combat technique. If it were indeed modeled after the Thunder Dragon, it would undoubtedly not fall below the Earth level. The blue-purple energy dragon opened its massive jaws, its razor-sharp teeth reflecting a chilling, sinister gleam in the blue battle aura. Within its cavernous mouth lay a sphere composed entirely of thunder elements, leaving no doubt that a bite from it would result in a fatal injury. The dragon, measuring over 10 feet in length, charged towards Jiang Yun, and through the somewhat translucent battle aura dragon, he could still glimpse Zhan concealed behind it. Jiang Yun took a deep breath, drawing on the fire elements of the world around him. Could this be an Earth-level combat technique? This sudden revelation left the watching experts in astonishment. Jiang Yun truly possessed an Earth-level combat technique. No, it was an Earth-level cultivation method. Only Li Lin fixed his intense gaze on Jiang Yun, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke, a tinge of envy creeping into his tone. The Earth-level cultivation method. The surrounding individuals could not help but raise their voices, casting envious glances at Jiang Yun. Though both the Earth-level cultivation method and Earth-level combat technique belonged to the same tier, the former's rarity surpassed that of the latter by an immeasurable margin. The Earth-level cultivation method was one that could be utilized even by battle sovereigns, a method that even they sought to master, underscoring its preciousness. Chapter 29, Earth-level combat technique. Now, let me return your words. I have seen through you. While you have never perceived my true self. White Tiger Seal. As Jiang Yun sensed the abundant battle energy within him, he calmly regarded the approaching Zhan. His expression turned grave as he slightly trembled his arm, releasing white flames that surged through his meridians. With a swift clasp of his hands, he formed an ancient and extraordinary seal with remarkable speed. His seal transformed continuously, each change imbued with an aura of ancient grandeur, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a state of agitation. The transformations of Jiang Yun's seal completed 16 iterations in the blink of an eye, reflecting his high level of proficiency. Yet, with the final seal, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he felt a significant depletion of his battle energy. Buzz. As he completed his 99th transformation, the spiritual energy within the room erupted violently. Between his palms, a radiance akin to the sun burst forth, within which a low, resonant tiger roar could be faintly discerned. A terrifying wave of energy rippled outward. Earth-level combat technique. A voice of astonishment echoed, yet at this moment, no one paid heed to the words of others. With an Earth-level cultivation method already in hand, was an Earth-level combat technique truly so trivial? As Su Qian leisurely perused an unknown ancient tome, he sensed a tumult of energy resonating through the cosmos. With a furrowed brow, he raised his gaze, discovering that the disturbance emanated from the new student's dormitory, causing him to spit out his tea in surprise. Earth-level combat techniques? Not just any ordinary ones, but an alarming proliferation of such skills. The familiar fiery aura of battle Qi made him wonder which reckless fool had dared to provoke Jiang Yun. That individual possessed a wealth surpassing even his own, akin to a porcupine. Why on earth would anyone seek to antagonize him? Such thoughtless imbeciles. Even with Su Qian's years of composure, he felt the urge to curse, his lips voicing harsh words. while his body remained true to its intent. As he hastily tucked away the ancient book and hastened toward the scene of the commotion. Simultaneously, several elders set aside their tasks and made their way to the new student area. Jiang Yun, gazing at the flames coalescing in his palm, roared. A thunderous tiger's roar reverberated through the air as the surrounding spiritual energy converged violently toward his grasp. The radiant flames in Jiang Yun's palm swelled, ultimately erupting into a colossal white tiger, approximately 100 feet in size, emerging from the inferno. The mere appearance of the white tiger instilled a suffocating sense of dread in the crowd, prompting instinctive retreat, unknowingly distancing themselves from the battlefield by 100 feet. With a deafening roar, the white tiger unleashed a tremendous howl directed at the descending thunder dragon, unleashing a wave of white flames that surged forth. The entire new student dormitory trembled as the immense sound waves surged outward, echoing like thunder. After a pitiful wail, Shuizhen found himself overwhelmed. The lightning dragon surrounding him shattered under the force of the tiger's roar. He collapsed to his knees, his expression vacant, staring blankly ahead. His trembling hands pressed against the ground, blood trickling down his arms and staining the earth beneath him. Jiang Yun surveyed the ravaged terrain, noting that within 100 meters of Shuizhen, not a single patch of earth remained unscathed. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he furrowed his brow in concern. Although this technique exhibited considerable power, it seemed he still needed practice. The mastery of this divine art had yet to be refined, as it had inadvertently impacted the surrounding environment. Would the Grand Elder demand compensation for the destruction of a public space? Jiang Yun murmured softly, intending merely to shatter his opponent's combat technique, yet he had not anticipated the collateral damage. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Shuizhen, Jiang Yun swiftly executed intricate hand seals. In the next moment, he leapt onto the head of the white tiger. Boom! The resounding impact jolted the onlookers from their stupor, their eyes drawn to the youth perched atop the white tiger, enveloped in flames. A beam of sunlight illuminated him, rendering him akin to an eternal deity. As one gazes upon the defeated Shuizhen, the atmosphere in the spacious clearing becomes palpably tense and silent. All eyes are fixated on the kneeling figure of Shuizhen, whose expression betrays an unmistakable shock. This is a 7-star dueling, a being whose prowess would ordinarily place him among the top 25, or even 20, in the inner courtyard. Yet, astonishingly, he has been vanquished by Jiang Yun, a mere freshman who has only just entered the inner courtyard. To add to the humiliation, he was defeated from a lower position, suffering a catastrophic loss without inflicting even the slightest harm on Jiang Yun. This is the most terrifying aspect of the encounter. Reflecting on the arrogant Shuizhen from mere moments ago, now reduced to kneeling not far away, the absurdity of the situation leaves the onlookers in disbelief. None can muster a shred of defiance. Can such a formidable opponent truly be conquered by them? It is laughable to recall how they had just been clamoring for him to relinquish his fire energy and to instruct him on the rules of the inner courtyard. Now, they cannot even bear to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. Has the fool been revealed as myself? With the outcome now determined, Jiang Yun's indifferent voice rings out. Will you present your fire energy card, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Startled, Shuizhen's gaze is drawn first to a massive tiger claw, and he realizes with dread that if it were to strike, his fate would be sealed. A chill runs through him as he comprehends that he has just engaged with such a monstrous talent. It can be said that with a single move, Jiang Yun has utterly shattered Shuizhen's arrogance, reducing it to mere rubble. At that moment, Shuizhen dares not look at Jiang Yun. Instead, he lowers his head and produces a crimson fire crystal card, which contains a staggering 2,000 units of fire energy. Jiang Yun, without hesitation, swipes the card, leaving behind a mere 5 days' worth of minimal support. Observing the numbers on his card, Jiang Yun nods in satisfaction. He dispels the white tiger. Maintaining such a form demands considerable Dou Qi, and given his current cultivation level, employing this technique feels rather strained. The subtle ache in his meridians serves as a reminder that he has reached his limit. At this juncture, Jiang Yun shifts his gaze towards the crowd, who stand anxiously nearby, and calmly inquires, "What about yours?" The atmosphere grows thick with tension as glances are exchanged among the crowd, yet none summon the courage to resist. One by one, they obediently produce their fire crystal cards, watching helplessly as Jiang Yun brazenly claims their hard-earned resources. After collecting his dues, Jiang Yun casts a fleeting glance towards Li Lin and his companions before quickly averting his gaze, which only serves to send chills down their spines. At this moment, a singular thought dominates their minds. Jiang Yun is not to be trifled with. Jiang Yun, disinterested in the identities of those around him, directs his gaze towards the distance, where a figure approaches swiftly. In just a few strides, the individual arrives before him. Spotting the newcomer, Jiang Yun, freshly enriched from his recent victories, greets Elder Su. However, Su Qian pays no heed to Jiang Yun. Instead, he surveys the dejected students and the devastated ground, quickly grasping that Jiang Yun has emerged victorious. However, as Su Zhan's gaze fell upon him, he felt a tinge of astonishment. If even an 8-star dueling could not pose a challenge to Jiang Yun, how much power had he concealed? What a delightful surprise this young man is. Jiang Yun. The Academy prohibits unauthorized dueling and the blatant destruction of its property. Can you provide me with an explanation? Clinging to her resolve not to indulge in flattery, Su Qian intensified her tone and asked Jiang Yun with gravity. Yet, Jiang Yun innocently blinked, shrugging his shoulders and gesturing towards the crowd, saying, "Elder, I am wronged. It was merely a few seniors who harassed me, and I was forced to retaliate. I did not instigate this matter, so you cannot hold me accountable for compensation." Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Yun, were it not for his apparent lack of injury. And the sight of Su Zhan and others looking dejected, one might assume he was the victim. Jiang Yun replied, "I assent that so?" Upon seeing Jiang Yun's innocent expression, Su Qian huffed dismissively. "Those who incite disturbances shall each be penalized 30 days of fire energy, and shall not enter the sky incineration refining tower for half a month." Upon hearing Su Qian's pronouncement, many senior students gasped in shock. The punishment was nothing short of a death sentence for them. Gazing at the solitary 5 characters on their fire crystal card, another 30 days meant they could be declared financially bankrupt. Not to mention the prohibition from entering the sky incineration refining tower for half a month. It was utterly devastating. At that moment, no one dared to meet the cold gaze of Su Qian. Instead, they cast pleading looks towards Su Zhan. "Boss, we came along with you. You cannot abandon us." Su Zhan felt a prickling discomfort, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, internally cursing the disloyal bunch. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, for the consequences were far beyond his capacity to bear. In contrast to Su Zhan, Jiang Yun dutifully surrendered his 30 days of fire energy. The subsequent half-month ban from the sky incineration refining tower posed no significant issue for him. Observing the embarrassed expressions of Su Zhan and the others, Su Qian declared, "You must deliver the fire energy to Elder Lin within 3 days, or the punishment will double. Now disperse." With that, Su Qian stepped into the void, vanishing from sight amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. "Let us go." After Su Qian's departure, Su Zhan felt no desire to linger, promptly turning on his heel and striding quickly toward the new student accommodation area. Watching the departing group, many who had been secretly observing also began to disperse, whispering among themselves, likely discussing the earlier skirmish. Among them, Jiang Yun's prowess piqued the most curiosity. However, they reached a consensus. They understood that Jiang Yun was no longer someone to be trifled with. He was like a fierce dragon crossing a river. And from this point onward, no one in the inner academy would dare to provoke him lightly. What a splendid drama. Once the principal characters had departed, Li Lin could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, who would have anticipated that this freshman, Jiang Yun, was so formidable? Now, all eyes turned to Feng Wuhan's response, as it was said that he enjoyed a close relationship with Su Zhan, hailing from the same nation and possessing a significant connection. The enigmatic presence of Feng Wuhan is of little concern to me. What captures my attention is the formidable challenger that has emerged in this year's prestigious ranking competition. Initially, I believed that Jiang Yun would not confront us until next year, yet it appears I have underestimated him, perhaps viewing the world through a narrow lens. The realm is abundant with prodigies. Upon hearing this, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd as they introspectively questioned their ability to withstand the white tiger seal recently unleashed by Jiang Yun. Exchanging glances, they discerned a sense of urgency reflected in one another's eyes, a fervent desire for growth and strength. The surging waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves before, and this new tide is exceptionally fierce, compelling their predecessors to strive even harder. Regardless of the circumstances, this marks my final year within the inner courtyard, and I am determined to secure a place among the top 10. If Jiang Yun dares to challenge, then let him come. Suddenly, Li Lin erupted with an intense radiance, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. He had been trapped at the threshold of the Do Wang for a year, and this opportunity to refine his body through the heart flame was crucial. He could not afford to relinquish it, for who knows when he might find another chance to break through. Observing Li Lin's fierce determination, confidence surged within the group. Indeed, if Jiang Yun intends to confront them, they would only discover the victor through battle. They would never relinquish their opportunities lightly. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Yun found, as anticipated, that Zian was absent. Otherwise, those ruffians would have long been expelled. Sitting cross-legged in the hall, he meticulously replayed the moments of executing the white tiger seal in his mind. If he could not master its execution, then he had yet to truly cultivate this divine technique. His standards for himself were exceedingly rigorous. As the sun dipped low, the night swiftly approached. Creak. The door swung open, and Zian bounced in with vivacity, her beaming smile revealing her delightful mood. Upon entering, she instantly spotted Jiang Yun meditating, her eyes sparkling with joy as she scurried over, tugging at his sleeve, her light purple ponytail swaying. "Xiao Yun, you've emerged from seclusion. I rushed back the moment I heard your message for Elder Liu. What's wrong? Have you run out of elixirs?" Seeing Zian, Jiang Yun felt his spirits lift, and he nodded with a smile. "Couldn't it be that I missed you?" With a hint of dissatisfaction, Zian muttered softly as she perceived Jiang Yun's perception of himself as merely a glutton. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Come on, Jang Yun. Help me refine these into elixirs." With that, a clattering noise erupted, revealing a table laden with an array of medicinal herbs. Nearby, Zian was adorning her little finger with a spatial ring. Fire spirit root, earth purple ginseng, heavenly stargrass, gazing at the precious herbs spread before him. Jang Yun silently paid his respects to the Grand Elder. "What kind of look is that?" With her keen perception, Zian immediately grasped Jang Yun's expression and exclaimed, "These herbs are ones I personally sought out in the deep mountains. I even fought several magical beasts for them. I possess a unique affinity for these treasures of heaven and earth. I did not pilfer them from the inner courtyard." Observing the fiercely assertive Zian, Jang Yun would have believed her if not for the lingering aura of the sealed herbs. Nonetheless, he chimed in, Indeed. Our Zian is the most formidable." Chapter 30, Zian takes action. Upon hearing Jang Yun's praise, Zian proudly lifted her head, her nostrils flaring as she declared, "Of course. Let me tell you." As Jang Yun listened to Zian recount her adventures in the monster beast forest, he deftly manipulated the flames to refine the herbs into pills tailored to her tastes. His heart brimmed with tranquility when, at that moment, a fleeting tremor coursed through the sacred heavenly demon flame within him. A peculiar glint flashed in Jang Yun's eyes as he refined the herbs, but he soon resumed his calm assistance in crafting the medicinal concoctions for Zian. It must be said that although Jiang Yun, as an alchemist, possessed some shortcomings, his proficiency in refining herbs had soared under Zian's patient guidance. As the eastern night gradually yielded to dawn, Jiang Yun completed the final pill after an entire night of labor. Despite the late hours, he appeared invigorated. Devoid of any signs of fatigue, this workload was trivial for him. Gazing at Zian, who resembled a sloth, blissfully asleep while clutching her legs, a gentle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips. Last night, after an exhausting day, Zian had fallen asleep on his lap. He raised his hand to wipe away the drool that dripped from her mouth, wondering what delightful dreams she might be having. Jiang Yun retrieved a fragrant pill and placed it near Zian's lips. Sensing the familiar aroma, her brow furrowed in her slumber, her nostrils slightly quivering. Suddenly, her tiny tongue darted out, accurately targeting the pill in Jiang Yun's hand. With a few decisive bites, she swallowed the pill, awakening to reveal her bright, amethyst-like eyes. "Jiang Yun, you've finished refining," she exclaimed. "If you hadn't tea, my pants would be in peril." Jiang Yun smiled, handing her a spatial ring. At that moment, Zian noticed the drool on the hem of Jiang Yun's trousers, her face flushing crimson as she retorted, "Your pants aren't worth as much as my saliva. Though I may not know what kind of monster beast I am certainly not ordinary. Who knows, perhaps my saliva could be used medicinally. Consider this your experimental sample." As she concluded her thought, Zian nodded earnestly, applauding her own cleverness. Jiang Yun regarded her with a bemused expression, contemplating the possibility that she might have unwittingly hit upon a truth. What could Zian's true form be? Although she remained unaware, he certainly knew. It was the supreme ancient dragon of the monster beast realm. Thus, her saliva could indeed be akin to dragon spittle. He pondered the potential applications of dragon spittle in the continent of fighting Qi. If he could harness it, he could very well strike it rich. Shaking off the peculiar thoughts, he chuckled at Zian, who was voraciously devouring her meal, saying, "Perhaps you should research that on your own. I have no interest in studying someone else's saliva." As he spoke, Jiang Yun produced a jade vial from his spatial ring. The vial, warm to the touch, contained a liquid that shimmered with a faint white light, almost as if it were alive. "Zian, where did you procure this item?" Jiang Yun inquired, holding the vial aloft. The contents were no ordinary substance. It was the earth heart body refining elixir, which in the original tale had thwarted Zian's efforts. In that narrative, Zian had been unable to overcome the guardian beast of the elixir, but the current Zian, equipped with her temporary surge of power equivalent to a 5-star Dou Wang, found such a challenge trivial. "Oh, it's quite delectable." Zian paused in her meal, eyeing the jade vial with appreciation. "As for where I acquired it, let me think." This elixir was among the few things that had left a lasting impression on her. Not merely because of the formidable blood demon gorilla, but primarily due to its exquisite flavor. It was one of the rare beverages that required no refinement, earning her unreserved praise, which prompted her desire to bring some back to share with Jiang Yun. "Ah, I remember. It was from that mighty gorilla. After a moment's reflection, Zian clapped her hands, her excitement palpable. The earth heart-body refining elixir was an essence of pure earth energy, having been compressed over centuries, transforming from mist after 100 years to liquid after a millennium. The finest quality was revered as the earth heart-body refining elixir, known for its remarkable ability to cleanse marrow and refine bones. It was a coveted treasure among countless Dou spirits, significantly enhancing the success rate of breaking through to Dou Huang and proving beneficial even for Dou Huang aiming to ascend to Dou Huang. Then we must make another trip. Jiang Yun smiled broadly at Zian's sudden recollection. The elixir could expedite his advancement from great Dou master to Dou spirit, an opportunity not to be missed. Indeed, it was quite delightful, but I have already consumed it all. Zian now appeared somewhat bashful, a hint of embarrassment coloring her words. Just trust me. Jiang Yun offered no explanation, instead gently taking Zian's hand and leading her outside. Trusting him, Zian allowed herself to be guided. However, as they departed, they encountered a minor complication. Before them stood a tall man with an imposing demeanor, his expression as stern as still water. Jiang Yun sighed, bemused by the situation. Is this the younger version making an appearance before the elder? This senior is? Feng Wuhan, the man replied plainly, revealing himself to be the second ranked on the strength leaderboard. A half-step Dou Huang. Are you here to avenge Shuizhen? Jiang Yun queried, recalling the connection he had overheard between them. No. To Jiang Yun's surprise, Feng Wuhan dismissed his assumption. It is a matter of my own inadequacies. I am not so petty. I merely wish to see what sort of prodigy has gained renown within the inner court. And now? Truly impressive. After a moment of silence, Feng Wuhan spoke, his tone low and grave. I await you at the strength competition. As he spoke, an overwhelming and domineering aura erupted from him, akin to a slumbering serpent awakening from its hibernation, surging forth with fierce intensity aimed directly at Jiang Yun. Hey, you big oaf, are you done? Jiang Yun and I are trying to find something delicious to eat. If you don't step aside, I might just hit you. Even before Jiang Yun could react, Zian, growing impatient, expressed her frustration. She and Jiang Yun were simply seeking a meal together, yet this clumsy giant not only blocked their path, but also dared to threaten her, showing utter disregard for her presence. Feng Wuhan's imposing demeanor faltered as he furrowed his brow at Zian. This was the little girl rumored to have the audacity to shout at the Grand Elder. Apart from her adorableness, she seemed quite ordinary. Your gaze is quite unlikable, Zian remarked coolly, her fists cracking ominously. If you wish to challenge Xiao Yun, first receive my punch. With a fierce shout, Zian charged forward. Her speed was remarkable, and her explosive power was even more impressive. A punch flew forth, sending ripples through the air, causing Feng Wuhan's pupils to constrict in surprise. Boom. Feng Wuhan lunged forward, his light golden fighting spirit erupting forth, making him appear as a radiant war god. He raised his fist and struck at Zian. This fighting spirit of Feng Wuhan's was unexpectedly of the gold attribute, a relatively rare type known for its prowess in both offense and defense, albeit slightly lacking in speed. Yet, at this moment, he unleashed it at close range, and his speed was far from slow. A punch erupted forth, golden light streaming like a torrent. Indeed, Feng Wuhan was worthy of being ranked second in the inner court strength list, nearing the rank of Dou Huang. Perhaps after the heartfire tempering, he would break through, but unfortunately for him, he was now facing Zian. Boom. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous explosion, shaking the ground within a 100-meter radius. The result was that Feng Wuhan was sent flying. Fortunately, they were nearing the outskirts of the inner court, where there were few onlookers. Otherwise, they might have faced severe repercussions. Feng Wuhan stared at Zian in disbelief. His arm trembled violently, crimson blood trickling down. Yet he felt no pain. His entire arm had gone numb. Dou Huang, he uttered through clenched teeth, trembling as he acknowledged Zian's strength. The contempt he had previously held vanished from his gaze. Who would have thought that a seemingly harmless little girl possessed such terrifying power? And was indeed a Dou Huang powerhouse, the very target pursued by those in the top 10 of the strength rankings? What's wrong? Am I not a Dou Huang? Zian exclaimed with a hint of pride, raising her tiny fist, causing Feng Wuhan to twitch at the corner of his eye. It dawned on him that Zian had not even unleashed her fighting spirit. Her sheer physical strength had rendered him utterly defenseless. Feng Wuhan became convinced that Zian was far from an ordinary Dou Huang. No wonder the Grand Elder valued you so highly. Indeed, compared to you, we are mere pretenders to genius. The moment Zian's strength was revealed, Feng Wuhan's mind raced with realizations. Why Zian was exempt from participating in the fire energy capture competition, and why the Grand Elder treated her with such reverence. Truly, with talent, one could act with impunity. At this moment, Feng Wuhan appeared disheartened, for it could be said that Zian's punch had nearly shattered his confidence. He wandered off, somewhat lost in thought. What was amiss with him? Observing Feng Wuhan's retreating figure, Zian looked up at Jiang Yun, her large eyes reflecting a small question mark of confusion. Perhaps you have struck a blow to his spirit. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, ruffling Zian's hair. Uft, I barely exerted 10% of my strength. If that discouraged him, then he is not as formidable as I thought. In the past, I often faced beastly foes for food, yet I never lost heart. Eventually, I returned their blows fiercely. Zian animatedly recounted her previous experiences, her nonchalant tone betraying the life-and-death crises of her earlier years. Jiang Yun felt a pang of compassion. Gazing at this lively and cheerful girl, it was hard to fathom that as a princess of the ancient dragon clan, she had endured such a childhood. Yet, her ability to maintain such a positive outlook showcased her remarkable strength. Fear not. I shall accompany you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall confront them, starting with the beasts in the forest beyond the inner academy. Jiang Yun took Zian's hand, leading her slowly toward the beast forest. Humph. You are not as strong as I am. It is I who should protect you. In the realm of beasts, the leader must safeguard the younger ones. And those few misfits outside are no match for me. Jiang Yun's words filled Zian with warmth, though she raised her head with a hint of pride. As the dawn light cascaded down, it elongated the shadows of the two walking side by side, gradually merging them into one. Before them lay an endless expanse of dense forest. A gentle breeze stirred the branches, creating waves of green that surged like a tumultuous sea. This was the depths of the endless forest, situated outside the inner academy of Canaan. Within this vast wilderness resided many powerful beasts, posing a threat even to those with spirit combat prowess. A figure clad in violet energy wings descended onto a small hill, accompanied by a slightly larger shadow. Without a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Yun dismounted from Zian's embrace, surveying the terrain before him. Are you certain this isn't a mistake? I can never misidentify something delectable. Zian bristled at Jiang Yun's skepticism. He could doubt her in other matters, but never her unwavering obsession with delicious herbs. Jiang Yun nodded, scrutinizing the valley ahead. It was a small valley at the base of a mountain, the entrance resembling a gourd shape. Let us proceed to meet your old friend. With his soul energy unfurling, Jiang Yun soon wore a smile and ventured into the depths. Zian closely followed, her small hand naturally grasping a portion of Jiang Yun's sleeve. Before long, they reached the end of the valley, where a snow-white figure lay sprawled within a cave several meters high. Judging by its size, this snow magic ape was at least 3 to 4 zhang long, emanating a chilling aura as it slumbered. Its heavy breaths escaping from its large nostrils like 2 puffs of white smoke. Its elongated arms and claws, resembling black iron, and each as large as 2 adult heads, could unleash a fierce gust of wind with a mere casual swipe, shattering nearby boulders into fragments. Shall we go say hello? Jiang Yun remarked with a light smile at Zian upon spotting the main subject. Though this great gorilla appeared somewhat clumsy, it still possessed a degree of cunning. Zian's expression turned serious. Although the creature was not her adversary, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, especially with Jiang Yun by her side. She could not afford to be careless. At that moment, the beast seemed to sense something, its coarse nostrils quivering as it inhaled deeply, and its blood-red eyes fixed upon Zian's position. You again. The snow demon ape's pupils constricted, its body trembling slightly before it turned its gaze to Jiang Yun. Human? You dare bring a human into my territory, you traitor of the beast kin. The snow demon ape rose, its towering frame radiating power, its crimson eyes brimming with fury and disdain as it glared at Jiang Yun and Zian. Had it not been for Zian's impressive strength, it would have already charged at them, tearing them apart. How dare you insult me? Zian's fury surged, her ponytail standing on end, her eyes ablaze with anger. It seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. Let me show you how it's done. Chapter 31. The Secret Realm of Combat Sovereigns? Big monkey, catch my fist. Zian exclaimed, stepping lightly into the air, vanishing from Jiang Yun's side, only to reappear within half a meter of her opponent. With a delicate yet powerful fist raised, she struck forward, causing a tremor in the air that echoed with the sound of an explosive shockwave. The snow demon ape, now alert, felt a surge of fear. It recalled that this little creature had once given it a thorough beating. This was a foe it could not easily provoke. Sensing the impending threat, the snow demon ape displayed surprising agility for its size, narrowly evading Zian's punch at the last moment. Boom! A visible ripple of energy surged outward, sending shockwaves that cracked the surrounding boulders. Hold on, let's discuss this. The snow demon ape, now sweating, raised its hands in surrender, startled by Zian's destructive power. Humph! Now you seek mercy? It's too late. Zian, unyielding in the face of the creature's plea, was not one to let offenses go unpunished. In the blink of an eye, the space around them trembled once more, and Zian's figure vanished again. Where is she? The snow demon ape, now fully on guard, remained wary of the shape-shifting human girl, having learned its lesson. Yet, the disparity in innate talent and race was a harsh reality. Right here, the voice of Zian echoed once more, revealing her unexpected presence in the embrace of the snowy sky demon ape. Standing at a mere 1.40 meters, Zian appeared as delicate and fair as a porcelain doll, while the snowy sky demon ape loomed at an imposing height of 4 zhang, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely, exuding an aura of ferocity and intimidation. The juxtaposition of their figures created a stark contrast, raising concerns that Zian might be torn asunder by her colossal counterpart. Yet, the reality was entirely different. With a swift motion, Zian's tender fist struck the chest of the snowy sky demon ape with a resounding thud, causing the beast to be hurled backwards as if struck by a powerful force, crashing against the mountainside. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as rocks shattered and scattered, the formidable body of the snowy sky demon ape becoming embedded in the cliffside, its massive form driven deep into the mountain by Zian's single blow. Truly, she embodied the might of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Zian's physical strength was now sufficient to rival the mightiest of combat kings on the Dou Qi Continent. Witnessing such a display of brutality, Jiang Yun could not help but feel a sense of awe. Though his own physical prowess was formidable, he remained unaccustomed to the sheer ferocity of Zian's fighting style. Such a fragile creature, you still cannot withstand a single blow, Zian exclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression one of displeasure. She had yet to exert her full strength, yet her opponent had already fallen, proving less resilient than their previous encounter. Roaring in fury, the snowy sky demon ape, a 5th-tier magical beast with intelligence rivaling that of a human, was enraged by Zian's taunts. Its once snow-white fur blazed into a fiery red, and its already crimson eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. The beast's stature surged, muscles bulging as a crimson energy radiated from its form, rapidly intensifying its already formidable presence. If the snowy sky demon ape had previously been comparable to a 3rd-tier combat king, it was now poised to challenge a 5th-tier combat king. The surge of bloodline power indicated that it had been driven to desperation. Observing its unleashed potential, Jang Yun sensed that the outcome would soon unfold. Yet, he wondered if he might once again emerge victorious without much effort. With its innate abilities awakened, the snowy sky demon ape's confidence soared. It seized a boulder the size of a grinding stone and, with a mighty heave, hurled it towards Zian. The stone, propelled with the force of a gale, struck the spot where Zian had been moments before, while more stones cascaded like a torrential downpour. Even more terrifying was the icy aura that accompanied the barrage of stones, which froze and expanded in midair, bursting with a chilling ferocity. Should one of these frigid projectiles strike Zian, even the ethereal body of the ancient void dragon would suffer greatly. In the face of the snowy sky demon ape's onslaught, Zian's eyes flashed with a violet light. Taking a deep breath, a resonant dragon's roar emanated subtly from her abdomen. A surge of dragon might suddenly erupted from Zian's body. Although she still bore a somewhat youthful appearance, an intangible aura of authority radiated from her, causing the snowy sky demon ape before her to tremble in trepidation. At that moment, Jiang Yun, who was observing the battle, felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, emanating from a high-level predator. The 9 divine veins within him began to emit a soft glow, seemingly displeased with this bloodline's dominance. A terrifying dragon roar erupted from Zian's lips, resonating through the heavens. In that instant, Jiang Yun envisioned a colossal purple dragon awakening, bellowing in fury. The force of the dragon's roar surged forth, capable of annihilating all in its path. A tyrannical dragon might sweeping away all adversaries. The snowy sky demon ape's attacks crumbled instantaneously, the frost-encased stones proving utterly incapable of withstanding the sonic assault, shattering completely. The snowy sky demon ape was also affected, blood trickling from its ears and the corners of its eyes. In that moment, the once ferocious creature, poised to unleash its berserk bloodline, was utterly cowed by Zian's dragon roar. The ensuing events unfolded effortlessly. The frightened snowy sky demon ape, faced with Zian's immense strength, had no means of resistance, being forcefully pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten. Zian's small fists rained down blow after blow, astonishingly managing to pummel the demon out of its berserk state. How ferocious she was! Humph, truly an unrepentant brute, Zian remarked, brushing her hands together, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Observing the battered and bruised snowy sky demon ape, Jang Yun felt no sympathy. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and their restraint in not killing each other was already a demonstration of mercy. Let us move on. It is time to reap our rewards. With Zian, the treasure-seeking dragon, guiding them, they swiftly arrived at the location of the Heart of Earth refining milk. This was a subterranean world adorned with exotic stalactites, with milky white formations stretching endlessly, radiating a soft luminescence akin to luminous pearls, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Stalactites were visible everywhere, beneath their feet and above their heads, some even extending for hundreds of meters, with occasional droplets of white liquid cascading down, splashing milky droplets upon the ground. Over here, just as Jiang Yun marveled at the wonders of nature, Zian exclaimed excitedly, pulling him hastily to the left. They were heading towards the area where the Earth's energy was most concentrated. Soon, a colossal inverted stalactite came into view, its apex connected to the mountain's peak, while the other end hung straight down. Its immense length exceeded 100 meters, and its girth was wide enough for two people to embrace. A faint glow seeped from within the stalactite, rendering it akin to a crystalline pillar, undoubtedly the largest and most remarkable among them, resembling the sovereign of stalactites. Strange, I distinctly remember taking this last time. How has it reappeared so soon? At that moment, Zian blinked in confusion, her gaze fixated on a certain spot. It was a massive slab of azure stone, atop which lay a groove directed skyward. The ceaseless drip of water had carved this indentation over countless years, shaped by the essence of stalactites. Within this groove, less than half a foot deep, glimmered a milky white liquid, emitting a faint glow, while wisps of delicate white mist wafted above it. As she drew closer, a refreshing sensation washed over her. Zian was puzzled, staring at the reassembled earth-heart-body refining liquid. She had clearly taken all of it last time. Could it be that this substance was not the rare treasure that Xiaoyan had described? Yet the formidable energy was undeniable. With her extensive experience as a gourmet, she could discern the rarity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This was not genuine earth-heart-body refining liquid, but a diluted version. The true treasure lay hidden elsewhere. In response to Zian's confusion, the academically gifted Jiang Yun glanced up at the cave's ceiling with a gentle smile. Humph, who could blame it for being so well concealed? Zian, blushing in rare embarrassment, stamped her foot in exasperation, saying, "How could I have missed it?" Jiang Yun chuckled softly, offering her comfort. "Well, no matter how concealed it is, it cannot escape Zian's keen perception, can it?" "Exactly." Zian nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Jiang Yun. "You truly understand me. Xiaoyan, I simply wish to unveil this surprise alongside you." After a moment of self-reassurance, Zian wrapped her arms around Jiang Yun's waist, her violet battle energy wings flaring as they ascended along the towering stalactite that stretched over 100 meters high. Before long, they reached the summit of the mountain dome, where additional stalactites hung, radiating a soft luminescence akin to fluorescent lights, illuminating the entire subterranean world. At the point where the massive stalactite met the mountain dome, a gentle glow emanated from all around, casting a breathtakingly beautiful reflection akin to transparent crystal. This was indeed the true location of the greatest treasure. "Approach." Jiang Yun directed Zian to glide slowly toward their target. Once in position, he retrieved a fine piece of azure jade from his spatial ring, enveloping it in battle energy, and carefully sliced into the base of the stalactite. With his exceptional soul perception, he flawlessly cut a small circular hole, revealing a viscous liquid suspended within, resembling emerald in hue. This liquid seemed almost sentient, flowing gently within the stalactite, containing a pure energy far more potent than that of the liquid below, exceeding it by more than tenfold. Quickly, Xiaoyan." Zian, unable to use her hands, gazed hungrily at the earth-heart-body refining liquid. Had she not been holding on to Jiang Yun, she would have dashed forward without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Yun did not allow Zian to fret. He took out a jade piece and removed a significant portion of the earth-heart essence. The crystal stalactite dimmed considerably, yet as long as the source remained, this extraordinary treasure would once again be nurtured here countless years later. The identity of the next fortunate soul, however, remained unknown. After completing everything, Jiang Yun handed a vial of earth-heart essence to Zian. "I suggest you refrain from consuming it for now. This essence encapsulates the immense power of the earth that has been condensed over centuries. The energy contained within is monumental. You are on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier, and breaking into the 6th tier requires an overwhelming amount of energy. This earth-heart essence is perfectly suited to serve as an aid." Observing Zian's eager anticipation, Jiang Yun tactfully offered his counsel. Zian looked somewhat conflicted as she gazed at the jade vial in her hand, her little face scrunching with a blend of reluctance and struggle. After a moment's deliberation, she gritted her teeth and handed the vial back to Jiang Yun, saying through clenched teeth, "Xiaoyan, please keep this safe for me. I will soon reach the pinnacle of the 5th tier." Jiang Yun accepted the vial and gently ruffled Zian's hair. "Let us go outside and see what treasures await us. It would be a pity to return without exploring since we are here. Let us go." Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she eagerly pulled Jiang Yun towards the exit. I want to grow up and acquire rare treasures. Have you heard? A secret realm has appeared in the Black Horn Domain's vast plains. It has been years since it has been seen in the Black Horn Domain. The influential figures must be going mad with excitement. No wonder there are so many humans here lately. They have come in search of treasure. Humph, that secret realm is adjacent to the beast forest. We should have our share as well. Indeed, let us go together. In no time, two imposing beast figures soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Judging by their aura, they were both 6th-tier magical beasts, comparable to human strongholds. Shortly after their departure, a shadow suddenly darted through a dense thicket, causing the bushes to rustle as two small heads peeked out. Did you hear that? Zian exclaimed with excitement, looking at Jiang Yun. A secret realm. A secret realm means treasures, my favorite. However, Jiang Yun's perspective was markedly different. He pondered with greater caution. This secret realm would undoubtedly stir the winds of change throughout the Black Horn Domain. It was certain that numerous would be present and would personally take to the field. To be frank, their power was somewhat insufficient. Zian, that place is fraught with peril and will undoubtedly be present, and we cannot guarantee our safety if we go. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's opposition, Zian appeared deflated, her disappointment evident. Let us go. Just as Jang Yun was about to lead Zian back to the inner courtyard, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Jang Yun was taken aback, for it was the voice of Qingming. Typically, Qingming maintained a hands-off approach with Jang Yun and seldom spoke, making this moment rather unexpected. What is so different about that secret realm? At this moment, the only thought that crossed Jiang Yun's mind was that secret realm. What peculiar qualities could have captured Qingming's attention? Chapter 32, The Convergence of Winds and Clouds. After a prolonged silence, Qingming's voice resonated once more. The specifics eluded me, yet the direction they spoke of emanated a subtle, yet familiar vibration. Jang Yun found himself increasingly astonished. What could evoke such familiarity in Qingming was certainly not a product of the Dou Qi Continent. However, uncertainty lingered. It might also be an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth. Qingming slowly shook its head, curiosity flickering across its countenance for the first time. Astonished that there existed treasures on this Dou Qi Continent capable of eliciting such a response. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun felt a tinge of hesitation. Although treasures from that realm could present tremendous opportunities, fortune and peril often coexist. That place had now become the eye of the storm in the Black Corner Domain. He could only wonder what formidable beings might emerge from it. He and Zian were still somewhat underprepared. I have regained some strength during this time, I assure you. The Dozong will not pose a threat to you. Qingming discerned Jiang Yun's hesitation and offered him reassurance. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun felt a slight sense of relief. Although they still had to contend with the Douhuang, the presence of a pinnacle-level Taishu ancient dragon alongside his hidden trump cards would suffice to ensure their safety against adversaries at the Douhuang level. Having pondered this, Jiang Yun turned to the despondent Zian beside him and said, Zian, let us go and take a look. Instantly, Zian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Yun, you've changed your mind. But we are about to face the Douhuang, perhaps even the Dozong. Aren't you afraid? Fear not, Xiao Yun, Zian declared, thumping her chest. With me by your side, your safety is assured. Very well, Jiang Yun replied with a light chuckle, then shifted his expression to seriousness as he instructed Zian, moving forward. You shall carry me. Remember to be cautious and conceal our tracks. The power of a great Dome Master is still inadequate. Leave it to me. Zian nodded solemnly, her small face brimming with determination. Do not let me down. Jiang Yun cast a reassuring glance at Zian. He then retrieved a jade vial, which emitted a soft glow, releasing a peculiar fragrance from its opening. It contained the Earth Heart Body Refinement Elixir they had recently obtained. Originally, he intended to return to the inner courtyard to refine it before use to break through to the dueling. However, time was of the essence, and he had to resort to a more direct approach. In that moment, Jiang Yun, mirroring Zian, consumed the Earth Heart Body Refinement Elixir in one swift gulp. Instantaneously, a terrifying surge of energy erupted within him, as countless years of Earth's power began to flow towards his limbs and bones, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body, akin to ants crawling over his skin. As the influx of energy was overwhelmingly vast, Jiang Yun even sensed a painful swelling beneath his skin. Yet all of this remained within the realm of his endurance. In a state of both pain and itchiness, Jiang Yun found himself undeterred by these sensations, as the red fire treasure mirror within him fervently operated, absorbing the rampant medicinal power coursing through his body. As he channeled his cultivation technique and began to harness this power, he was able to divert his attention and spoke to Zian beside him. Let us set forth. Indeed, Zian replied gravely, nodding her head as she cautiously soared through the sky alongside Jiang Yun. heading swiftly towards the vast plains of the Black Corner Domain. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the Black Corner Domain's plains, drawing the gaze of countless individuals who had come to investigate. A beam of light, several meters wide, shot skyward, piercing the clouds. Amidst the violent distortion of space, a sound akin to rushing water echoed, and as this sound spread, the fluctuations of that space intensified. "It's here. The secret realm of the fighting sovereign has emerged," exclaimed a figure cloaked in black, his voice brimming with excitement and tension. "The legacy of the fighting sovereign is within reach. None shall obstruct my path." Nearby, a burly man radiating a fierce crimson aura observed his surroundings with cold, piercing eyes. Soon after, a howling gale, infused with energetic waves, swept down from the heavens, causing the bodies of countless onlookers to sway precariously. On an unassuming little hill, a diminutive figure cradled another small form and muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, even in death, this fellow remains restless." With such manipulation of spatial power, they dare to claim the title of fighting sovereign? She scoffed disdainfully, clearly irritated, as the energy storm tossed her about. The tempest soon began to abate, and as the dust settled, the once flat earth now bore indistinct shadows, resembling the rise of mountains, appearing and disappearing. Yet, upon closer inspection, the ground seemed as level as ever. The so-called shadows belonged to another realm, merely manifesting across the endless void. If Jiang Yun were awake, he would undoubtedly curse vehemently, exclaiming, "What false information! This is clearly a self-contained dimension. On the Dou Qi Continent, only a Dousheng can carve out a small world within the void. This is obviously a relic of the Dousheng." Suddenly, over a dozen shadows emerged from the eastern sky, and not far behind these figures, some larger dark shapes also became discernible. "Haha, the relic of the fighting sovereign is destined to be claimed by my blood sect." The figures rapidly grew larger. A chilling laughter carried by the Dou Qi resonated throughout the land. A dozen figures, imbued with a thick scent of blood, darted forward unexpectedly. Their leader, a man with blazing eyes, fixed his gaze upon the emerging space. It was the leader of the blood sect, Fan Lao. Countless onlookers gazed at the figures materializing above them, their pupils suddenly constricting, and after a moment, they swallowed nervously. "Ha ha ha, Fan Lao. The relic of the fighting sovereign is not something you can monopolize," came a seductive voice, as a sensually dressed woman, her attire revealing, covered her mouth and giggled at Fan Lao. The woman possessed a voluptuous figure, adorned with a striking black poppy flower tattoo near her ear, a symbol of beauty intertwined with lethal poison. "Humph, there is no need for the leader of the Su clan to fret over this." Observing the newcomer, Fan Lao's expression darkened. The individual was also a Dou emperor, the leader of the Rakshasa sect in the Black Corner region, a formidable force not to be underestimated. The arrival of this figure signified the imminent arrival of troublesome associates. Su Mei's entrance captivated the attention of the majority, for in the Black Corner region, lascivious individuals were plentiful. Su Mei, with her formidable strength and irresistible allure, naturally drew the gaze of those present. TCH, a seductive vixen, what makes her so special? Yet, one person stood apart. Zian, gazing disdainfully at the provocatively dressed Su Mei, curled her lip in contempt and covered the closed eyes of Jang Yun. "Hey, the Dozun ruins pique our interest as well." Just then, a peculiar laughter echoed, as the space shimmered and two figures, one clad in gold and the other in silver, appeared in the sky like phantoms. The two figures, one in a golden robe and the other in silver, bore faces nearly identical, both with white hair and beards, their features seemingly molded from the same cast. The golden and silver elders. Upon their arrival, both Fan Lao and Su Mei's expressions shifted. These two were beyond their capability to contend with. As twin brothers at the pinnacle of Dou Emperor, their combined strength posed a significant threat even to Douzong. "We have the honor of meeting esteemed elders." The two dared not act haughtily in the presence of the golden and silver elders. "Dear friends, since you are all present, it is time to reveal yourselves." However, the golden and silver elders ignored the two, instead addressing the sky with a resounding voice. "The Dozun ruins are undoubtedly fraught with peril. It is best for everyone to unite." "Ha ha ha, what Mr. Golden and Silver says is quite reasonable. Let us be candid to avoid discord." As the golden and silver elders concluded, a hearty laugh resonated from afar, followed by several figures darting into view. Leading them was an elder clad in a yellow robe, adorned with embroidered golden pythons that shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary aura of oppression. The elder maintained a perpetually smiling demeanor. Yet both those in the open and those hidden dared not underestimate him. He was none other than Mo Tianxing, the leader of the Black Emperor sect, a bona fide Douzong powerhouse. The so-called Douzun ruins had summoned the first Douzong from the Black Corner region. The moment Mo Tianqing appeared, he stirred considerable excitement in the vicinity, with exclamations of astonishment ringing out. Is it truly Mo Tianqing, the leader of the Black Emperor sect? It was said that Mo Tianqing had ascended to the Douzong rank over a decade ago, and had since remained in seclusion. It was unexpected that the Douzong ruins had drawn him out. Mo Tianqing's words carried far greater weight than those of the golden and silver elders, as he spoke. Numerous terrifying figures gradually emerged, including one formidable presence that walked upon the void. Among them were the esteemed gatekeeper Yuani, the venerable elder Feng Yin from the Valley of Demonic Flames, the apothecary monarch Hanfong, and the elder of Eagle Mountain, all formidable figures of the Dou Emperor and Douzong ranks. Additionally, there were other less notable individuals, such as the three brothers of the Yao clan, who were merely Dou Wang-level cultivators. It is indeed surprising that such a plethora of powerful beings has gathered here today. It is truly a grand event for the Black Corner domain. We ought to unite in our efforts to explore this relic. Hanfong, donned in the robes of an alchemist, spoke with a gentle smile. The attendees showed him respect, as he was the only 6th-grade alchemist in the Black Corner domain. A rarity indeed. One never knows when they might find themselves in need of his expertise. Indeed, what the apothecary monarch says is true. The Douzong secret realm is fraught with peril. We must work together to reap the greatest rewards. Mo Tianqing remarked with a cheerful expression as he gazed at the crowd. Absolutely. What Mo Zongzhu says is correct. Everyone echoed in agreement, regardless of their individual motives. This verbal accord was established. Boom. At the end of the earth, the spatial seal began to destabilize, and the surrounding area commenced a violent upheaval, eventually resembling white waves surging forth with a thunderous roar, a truly magnificent sight. The turbulent waves, a sea of white, crashed and roared, shaking the very heavens and earth. A scene that was nothing short of breathtaking. Fortunately, this location lies within the vast plains of the Black Corner domain, where dark storms are prevalent, mitigating the spatial fluctuations. Moreover, ordinary individuals would not venture here. Otherwise, the allure of this relic would undoubtedly attract many more than those present. It is likely that the northwestern continent would descend into chaos. Now, even if news of this had reached others, they would not arrive in time. With a resounding crash, the people suddenly realized that the heavens and earth seemed to fracture, and the white space ripples came to a halt, replaced by a swirling passageway of pitch darkness. Over 10 meters wide. Is that the entrance to the secret realm? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone's breath quickened. Creating an independent secret realm could only be achieved by a Douzong. There must be valuable treasures within. Esteemed guests, the secret realm has opened. We shall proceed. The Elder Jian and Elder Yin declared, swiftly moving forward, their forms shimmering in gold and silver as they darted toward the dark passage. Whoosh! A dozen figures, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind, their earlier amicable demeanor replaced by a competitive urgency. Only Hanfong trailed behind, swaying slightly, and as he was about to enter, he cast a glance back at an inconspicuous hillock. Strange, he murmured softly before plunging into the passage himself. Once all the distinguished figures had entered, a sudden roar erupted from the crowd. Charge! Instantly, the realm shook violently as countless figures swept across the sky like a swarm of locusts, racing toward the dark passage. Behind the small hillock, Jiang Yun embraced Zian, enveloping them both in a sphere of spiritual energy, silencing their presence. Upon noticing Hanfeng's arrival, Zian exhaled with relief, her heart still racing as she remarked, "That was close. We almost got discovered." Turning to Jang Yun with a beaming expression, she exclaimed, "Xiao Yun, you have made a breakthrough." "Indeed, I am now at the 2nd star of dueling, which is sufficient," Jang Yun replied, releasing Zian with a smile and a nod. Moments ago, Zian had inadvertently revealed a hint of her aura in her haste, but Jang Yun had awakened just in time to conceal them both. Otherwise, the Emperor of Medicine might have sensed something amiss. It was not yet time to reveal themselves to the world. Let us proceed swiftly. If we delay, all the treasures will be snatched away, Zian urged, anxiously pulling Jang Yun as they approached the entrance to the passage. Upon entering the spatial tunnel, Jang Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Once he regained his bearings, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The darkness spread ominously from the ground, extending to the very limits of his vision, rendering the sky itself an oppressive shade of gloom. This desolate expanse was a dark wasteland, where, in the distance, piercing roars occasionally echoed, devoid of any vitality, exuding an essence of pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Then, with a sudden crack, the long silent wasteland sky split open, and two shadows burst forth, shattering the oppressive stillness. As the presence settled, Zian frowned, a flash of repulsion evident in her eyes, an abhorrent energy. Chapter 33, Evil Aura? Jiang Yun scrutinized a wisp of black gas in his hand. The moment it made contact, he felt both a welcoming and a repulsive sensation within him. The familiarity stemmed from his ability to absorb it for cultivation, while the repulsion was an instinctive reaction from the Dou Qi Continent. This place has been visited by the evil clan. Jiang Yun's heart raced with astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering such familiar energies so soon after Qingming's prior detection. This suggested that the Dou Qi Continent had indeed suffered incursions from the extrinsic evil clans, or perhaps a great battle had once erupted here. Legends spoke of the Dou Emperor, who had been numerous in ancient times, all mysteriously vanishing without a trace. In that moment, Jiang Yun grasped a clear thread of understanding. Perhaps they had not ascended to the greater realm, but instead met their demise in battle. Yet, there was something extraordinary lingering here. Something that had just invoked an unusual sensation within him. Just then, Qingming's voice echoed in Jiang Yun's mind. Not so, Jiang Yun pondered, intrigued by the possibility of some hidden treasure remaining. Xiao Yun, Zian's urgent voice broke through, and Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened like a flash of lightning. He swiftly retreated, employing his profound steps, while a white flame ignited in his palm, coalescing into a vividly lifelike little white tiger. A thunderous roar erupted, revealing a vast chasm where Jiang Yun had just been standing. A formidable force swept through, fracturing the ground beneath and giving rise to a deep fissure. From within that crevice emerged a grotesque creature, entirely cloaked in darkness and adorned with sharp, black spines, its blood-red eyes glaring ominously. Seeking death, a sharp voice pierced the air, and a figure appeared before Jiang Yun like a specter, swiftly launching a punch that unleashed an invisible wave of energy. With a resounding crash, the earth crumbled beneath Zian's blow, leaving the creature motionless at the bottom of the pit. As Jiang Yun witnessed Zian effortlessly dispatching their foe, he began to disperse the white tiger energy from his palm. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Zian erupted into a tirade against him. Xiao Yun, what were you thinking? You warned me to be cautious before entering, yet you allowed yourself to be distracted. If I hadn't reminded you, you could have been hurt. Jiang Yun gazed at Zian with understanding. He knew he would not have been injured even without her warning, but sensing her urgency, he refrained from arguing and instead reassured her that it would not happen again. Honestly, it's always like this. Without me, I wonder how you would manage. Zian sighed in exasperation, shaking her head slightly. All right, enough of this banter. Let us hurry. We must not allow others to seize the treasures meant for us. With that, the duo resumed their journey. Not far ahead lay a small mountain range filled with towering trees Jiang Yun had never seen before. In the midst of the mountains rose the highest peak, crowned by a luminous pillar similar to the one outside. That must be the heart of the ruins. Judging by the powerful aura emanating from there, many formidable beings, including Dou kings and Dou emperors, had gathered. Indeed, as they ventured forth, Jiang Yun had come to recognize this place as an ancient battleground, saturated with demonic energy, where treasures of heaven and earth might be born. Thus, they could only hope for fortune at the center of the ruins. Xiao Yun, it seems there is some commotion ahead. Zian's keen eyes suddenly scanned the distance with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded, sensing the intertwining powerful auras ahead, accompanied by an unusual, vibrant energy pulsating in the atmosphere. Be cautious, he advised, extending his spiritual energy to envelop them, diminishing their presence. In a flash, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring through the sky. Moments later, they came to a halt, their gazes filled with astonishment as they beheld a colossal mountain. This great peak loomed like a giant, and most strikingly, 6 enormous corpses stood silently upon it. Their forms were peculiar, and it was only after a moment of contemplation that Jiang Yun realized that the 6 figures had perished together in a brutal battle. Their shapes now a testament to their demise. At the center of their remains stood a colossal, obsidian tree, adorned with 6 emerald green fruits. Each fruit emanated concentric rings of verdant luminescence, exuding a rich aura of life that signified their extraordinary nature. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of rupturing air echoed through the atmosphere, revealing 3 figures engaged in a fierce aerial conflict. Su Mei, Yuan Yi, and Fan Lao. Their subordinates were conspicuously absent. Xiao Yun, what are those fruits? Zian whispered, swallowing hard as she leaned closer to Jiang Yun. Those are the death and life profound fruits. They have a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of growing in areas saturated with death energy. They can be used to concoct 6th grade life pills and 7th grade resurrection pills. Jiang Yun explained quietly, contemplating how to exploit the situation and acquire the fruits. Indeed, we cannot overlook those corpses as well. The bodies that can give rise to death and life profound fruits must have belonged to at least a battle sovereign in life. And if I am not mistaken, one of the corpses appears to belong to an evil clan member. Xiao Yun. Zian's eyes widened with anticipation, her excitement barely contained as she looked at Jiang Yun. Her intentions clear. I will distract them while you retrieve the profound fruits and those corpses, Jiang Yun instructed softly. No, you are merely a battle spirit. Your strength is insufficient. I should be the one to hold them off. Zian immediately countered Jiang Yun's plan. How could he, a battle spirit, hope to contend with a battle emperor? Trust me, Jiang Yun replied firmly, a resolute tone in his voice. Very well. Zian understood that this was not a time for hesitation and reluctantly nodded. However, if I sense you in danger, I will come to your aid. We cannot afford to be trapped, so, Xiao Yun, for our sake, do not deceive me, all right? A confident smile graced Jiang Yun's face. After years of training in this world, it was time to test his limits. Suddenly, Zian noticed a shift in Jiang Yun's aura. He seemed to merge with the fabric of the universe itself. If one relied solely on perception, they would fail to detect Jiang Yun's presence, even if he stood directly before them. Indeed, at that moment, Jiang Yun perceived the outside world as if it had been stripped away, with no disturbance capable of reaching him. His mind was solely occupied with the intricate trajectories of complex formations. Indeed, this was the essence of the spiritual formations of the vast universe. Jang Yun had dabbled in formations during his time with the evil spirit clan, but had not had the opportunity to experiment due to his cultivation level. Upon arriving at the continent of Dou Qi, he gradually began his studies. Fortunately, his talent was commendable, and he could now arrange fourth-grade spiritual formations, having even touched upon the state of the heart array, which served as his confidence against the battle emperor. Under the enhancement of the heart array state, soon, Jiang Yun was enveloped by luminous spiritual seals, nearly 100 in number, shimmering around him. At this moment, the three combatants remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. With a resounding thud, Fan Lao repelled Yuan Yi with a swift strike, then turned to evade Su Mei's assault. Anger surged within him as he coldly remarked, Su Mei, Yuan Yi, if we continue like this, we shall not discern a victor anytime soon. In that case, the opportunities within and the treasures left by the Dou Zun will have no bearing on us. Upon hearing this, Su Mei and Yuan Yi began to contemplate deeply. Ultimately, the allure of the Dou Zun's heritage proved irresistible, and they nodded in agreement. You make a valid point, Fan Lao. The treasures within are abundant, and we cannot afford to squander time here. Fortunately, there are 6 life and death mysterious fruits in this place, allowing us 3 to each take 2. Thus, a temporary accord was reached among the trio. In the grand scheme, it was wiser to share the spoils rather than risk chaos over individual greed. Yet, just as they arrived at this understanding, a faint voice broke through the air. Accompanying this voice, the myriad spiritual seals that had gathered around Jiang Yun now quietly enveloped the space surrounding the three. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Though ignorant of the specifics, the palpable threat was unmistakable, prompting them to swiftly employ their techniques and dash towards Jiang Yun. You little brat, how dare you ambush me? Fan Lao hissed, his countenance darkening, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying to a tangible degree. Foolish creature, daring to set a trap for 3 Dou emperors? Yuan Yi sneered, gathering the energy of the heavens and earth in his palm, slowly manifesting a colossal 3-headed canine. Giggle, little brother, your actions are quite displeasing to your elder sister. Su Mei chimed playfully, yet her movements were swift, closing the distance between them with remarkable speed. Have you not realized how late it is to react? Despite the sudden onslaught from the 3 formidable Dou emperors, Jiang Yun remained as calm as a still pond, raising a hand as the final spiritual seal descended. This formation is inspired by the 4-symbol seal, a nascent creation of the 4 symbols grand array, which I humbly invite you 3 to evaluate. As he spoke the words, 4 symbols grand array, white tiger killing array. A blinding white light erupted from the space behind Jiang Yun, expanding and transforming into a remarkably intricate white array before the astonished gazes of the trio. With a roar, the atmosphere crackled with the ferocity of battle, as a colossal white tiger emerged, exuding an aura of dread that sent shivers down their spines. The moment the white tiger appeared, several golden beams sliced through the air, perfectly intercepting the trio's attacks. Thunderous sounds reverberated across the sky, as a violent tempest of energy surged wildly. Yet, when the storm subsided, the trio's pupils constricted in disbelief, for the magnificent white tiger guarding Jiang Yun remained entirely unharmed. However, Jiang Yun's palm trembled slightly as he stabilized the grand array, a subtle indication that his physical state was not without strain. Though the 4-level spirit formation could wield the power of a Dou emperor, and under optimal conditions, even in Trap 1, the presence of 3 Dou emperors here rendered his strength inadequate. The toll it took on Jiang Yun was considerable. Were it not for the assistance of the Crimson Fire Treasure Mirror, he would have been utterly depleted by now. At that moment, a faint purple figure silently plucked a life and death mysterious fruit. Ah, while I am unaware of the source of your formation, Confining a Dou emperor with a Dou spirit body incurs substantial costs, does it not? Fan Lao's countenance darkened as he gazed at the immense white tiger above, then cast a cold smile towards Jiang Yun. Kid, I must admit your audacity is remarkable, daring to target 3 Dou emperors with an unknown formation. Allow me to demonstrate that a Dou emperor cannot be thwarted by such esoteric methods. With a furious roar, Fan Lao unleashed a torrent of crimson Dou Qi, his palm rapidly coalescing with a chilling blood-red energy. The crimson light surged forth, materializing into a colossal blood-colored hand. White Tiger Destruction Strike. In the face of a Dou emperor's full might, Jiang Yun swiftly formed hand seals, igniting white flames upon the white tiger. Against Fan Lao's blood attribute Dou Qi, the purest and most vigorous flame was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Roar. The enormous fiery white tiger, radiating a blinding brilliance, tore through the sky with remarkable speed, charging directly at Fan Lao. The flames within the tiger's maw swirled, dimming the very heavens as the surrounding Dou Qi converged towards it. Boom. The sky trembled momentarily as 2 colossal energies collided, a white beam of light and a blood-red palm imprint, intertwining and extinguishing each other. You insolent wretch. Do you regard us as naught? Yuan Yi bellowed, forming hand seals as a massive attack descended upon the white tiger. Hee, little brother, I am truly angered this time. Su Mei remarked coldly, cracking a whip that sent a multitude of whip shadows soaring, destabilizing his formation. Observing the formation beginning to fracture under the trio's assault, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he altered his hand seals, causing the energies in the realm to stir restlessly. This is not good. Accompanied by a soft exhale from Jiang Yun, the formation abruptly shattered, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that obliterated the massive peaks below. You little pest. Where do you think you're going? Came the furious shout, as 3 disheveled figures erupted from the energy vortex, charging towards Jiang Yun with predatory intent in their eyes. Farewell, esteemed ones, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, as a spatial rift tore open behind him. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, vanishing in an instant, leaving the rift to linger before the trio, awaiting the realm's natural restoration. Spatial Teleportation. Chapter 34. The Bodhi transformation. The trio, who had been racing forward, suddenly came to an abrupt halt, standing at a distance of 100 meters from the ominous rift. Their gazes were filled with unease, vigilance, and bewilderment as they stared at the fissure. The power of space was something only a Dou zone could wield, and now, a rift capable of transporting individuals lay before them, yet their expressions betrayed no joy, only profound suspicion. They could scarcely fathom the level of prowess required to manipulate such spatial forces to abduct a person. Dou zone, or perhaps Dou zun. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. It was no wonder that the young master displayed such remarkable skills. Indeed, a master begets an exceptional disciple. With newfound clarity, they cautiously retreated, their eyes never leaving the fissure, fearful that a colossal hand might emerge from within to obliterate them. Once the rift gradually sealed itself, they exhaled in relief. However, their relief was short-lived as they beheld the now vacant mountaintop, sending their hair standing on end. None of them had sensed the presence of a 5th individual nearby. It appeared that a hidden expert lurked in the shadows. Alas, the treasure is lost. It seems fate has deemed it out of our reach. Yuan Yi was the first to regain composure, uttering a remark before darting towards the center of the ruins. Such misfortune. Su Mei pouted in agreement, swiftly following Yuan Yi's lead. Fan Lao, however, wore a grim expression as he gazed at the spot where the rift had vanished. This encounter had cost him dearly. The flames had posed the greatest threat to him. Yet he dared not unleash his frustrations upon the vanishing rift and could only leave in disappointment. In a distant thicket, Jiang Yun and Zian hid within a tree hollow, quietly watching the trio depart. The earlier rift had been a cunning ploy orchestrated by Jiang Yun and Zian. Yet despite their formidable spatial talents, their cultivation remained their Achilles heel, limiting them to short-range movements, rendering them unable to escape the pursuit of the 3 Dou Huangs. Thus, Jiang Yun devised this stratagem to deceive the 3. Once the trio had vacated the area, Zian exclaimed with excitement, "Xiao Yun, you are truly brilliant." Those 3 fools were genuinely frightened away. Hush, Jiang Yun cautioned, covering her mouth while remaining alert, his gaze fixed on the sky. Perplexed, Zian wondered, "Isn't it safe now?" Suddenly, a sound of rushing air pierced the silence as Fan Lao returned, meticulously scanning the surroundings before departing once more, having found nothing amiss. Zian, nestled in Jiang Yun's embrace, widened her violet eyes in astonishment. Was such an approach even possible? Despite Fan Lao's return, Jiang Yun remained still, continuing to conceal their presence. Over the next little while, Su Mei and Yuan Yi returned in succession, both ultimately leaving empty-handed. Once assured of their safety, Jiang Yun finally released his grip on Zian's mouth, advising, in the world beyond, caution is of utmost importance. Do not be deceived by mere appearances. These individuals are far from harmless. You humans are indeed exceedingly cunning. With a touch of frustration, Zian scratched her head. But then her eyes sparkled as she leaped into Jiang Yun's embrace, her face radiant with a smile. Fortunately, I have you, Xiaoyan. You'll never let me suffer. Jiang Yun shook his head in exasperation, yet the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. Now, with these 6 life and death mystical fruits, your path to advancing to the 6th tier is paved. Zian nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Once I reach the 6th tier, I can finally grow up. Right? It must be possible. What kind of magical beast reaches the 6th tier and isn't mature? Xiaoyan, let us hurry inside. There must be even more treasures awaiting us. We can't let them snatch them away. After acquiring the life and death mystical fruits, Zian appeared exuberantly enthusiastic, tugging Jiang Yun along towards the interior. All right, I too am curious about what lies within. Jiang Yun replied with a smile, retrieving 2 dark cloaks to envelop them both. A faint aura of spiritual power surrounded them, ensuring they remained undetected before he stealthily led Zian deeper inside. Along the way, Jiang Yun observed many desperate souls from the Blackhorn domain, either engaged in fierce combat or hastily making their escape. He paid them no mind, concealing their presence as they passed by. Suddenly, as they advanced, Jiang Yun perceived something amiss and halted his steps. A terrifying disturbance emanated from just ahead. Exchanging a glance with Zian, they quietly approached the source, where an immense black tree loomed. Jiang Yun gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Are those corpses moving? Zian exclaimed, equally astonished as she pointed ahead. There lay several colossal skeletal remains sprawled across the center, including a 100-meter-long giant python, a tiger towering dozens of meters high, and an eagle with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters. Each was a chilling white bone, yet remarkably, they were animated, fiercely battling against Hanfong and his companions. From the chaos of battle, Jang Yun concluded that these magical beasts had, in life, been at least of the 8th tier, and not just any 8th tier, but formidable beings comparable to the revered combat lords. Everyone, let us not hold back. We must unite to eliminate these corpses, or we will be overwhelmed by the increasing crowd outside. Mo Tianxing called out, swiftly dispatching a skeletal figure with a tearing claw technique. The others, upon hearing his words, furrowed their brows as they noticed the rapidly approaching throng, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Great Blood Bodhi Devourer, Sea Flame Spear, Great Stone Hand. Waves of powerful combat techniques erupted from the hands of several Dou Emperors and Dou Zongs, obliterating the once dead bones entirely. What a pity, Hanfong lamented, holding a tiger claw in his palm. If only these advanced magical beasts had cores, this place would undoubtedly become a scene of carnage. As an alchemist, he felt a pang of regret watching so many high-tier magical cores slip away, especially since he had yet to acquire even a single 8th-tier core. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated from ahead. The legacy has emerged. A voice suddenly pierced the silence, prompting all present to fall into a hushed stillness, only to erupt into a fervent uproar moments later. Those who stand in my way shall meet their demise. The legacy of the fighting sovereign is rightfully mine. I, Du Zitong, am destined to reign supreme. You all shall step aside. Dream your lofty dreams. I am the one chosen by fate. At this moment, chaos reigned within the secret realm, with spirit fighters, king fighters, and emperor fighters engaged in fierce combat, while even the sovereigns found themselves stretched thin, diligently guarding against threats from all directions. As the crowd advanced, they finally arrived at a place reminiscent of an altar. The ground was strewn with corpses, both of magical beasts and humans, yet all eyes were drawn to 3 mysterious objects upon a raised platform. The atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. In the center stood a colossal stone pedestal, towering around 2 meters in height. Upon this platform lay 3 items, each emanating a subtle, enigmatic aura. What marvels are these? Jiang Yun exclaimed in astonishment, which piqued Zian's curiosity. What is it, little Yun? What do you see? She tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve, her face alight with intrigue. I am uncertain about 2 of these items, but one is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Bodhi Transformation Essence, Jiang Yun replied. Indeed, among the 3 items was a fist-sized mass, surrounded by a faintly glowing, viscous substance tinged with a peculiar green hue. This was the Bodhi Transformation Essence, a treasure derived from this secret realm. Jiang Yun wondered how Mo Tianxing had seized it from so many others, or perhaps there had not been many contenders, allowing Mo Tianxing to keep the news hidden. What purpose does it serve? Despite knowing the name of the Bodhi Transformation Essence, Zian remained somewhat perplexed. Legend speaks of a tree known as the Bodhi Ancient Tree, which grants one the ability to become a saint. The bodhi transformation essence is a treasure left behind by this tree. By comprehending it, one may obtain the opportunity to ascend to sainthood, Jiang Yun explained softly. Upon hearing this, Zian's eyes sparkled with understanding. Even someone as carefree as she recognized the significance of a fighting saint to the beings of the fighting spirit continent. Let us seize this opportunity. Jiang Yun did not contest her enthusiasm. Such a rare treasure was worth the risk. Though Jiang Yun coveted the bodhi transformation essence, another object captivated his attention even more, an ancient yellow parchment, exuding a faintly scorching energy. I cannot believe the bodhi tree exists even in the lower realms. At that moment, Qing Ming's surprised voice resonated within Jiang Yun's mind. Grandfather Qing Ming, is this the energy you sensed? Jiang Yun inquired. Indeed, and yet not. Qing Ming replied calmly, his gaze drifting past the bodhi transformation essence to the yellow parchment and the final black token. This energy, it is faint, but it unmistakably belongs to that object. I never would have imagined that such treasures could be found in this humble lower realm. Qing Ming murmured softly. Grandfather Qing Ming. Grandfather Qing Ming, Jiang Yunjiu called out repeatedly, not receiving a response. Little Yun, if possible, do your utmost to acquire these items. Qing Ming snapped back to attention, speaking earnestly. I wish I could. However, with my slender legs and delicate stature, it seems quite daunting, Jiang Yun replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. He too yearned for all of them, yet his capabilities were somewhat lacking. There will be opportunities, Qing Ming remarked vaguely, falling silent once more. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yun conversed with Qing Ming, Hanfong and his companions simultaneously beheld the three items upon the stone platform. Could it be the bodhi transformation essence? Hanfong gasped, his voice laced with astonishment as he beheld the viscous emerald substance, his gaze igniting with fervent desire. If I obtain this, I can ascend to the ranks of Dozong and Doxing, no longer fearing the likes of Feng Zun and others. I could return to Zhongzhou in glory, free from the shadows of this desolate Black Corner region. As the sole legitimate disciple of the medicine sovereign, he had always been the center of attention since childhood. Unlike now, reduced to a wretched state. Bodhi transformation essence, the legendary substance that can lead one to sanctification? The very notion of becoming a saint sent ripples of excitement through Hanfong, akin to a bombshell detonating upon the stone platform, inciting a cacophony of astonished gasps. Countless avaricious eyes fixated on the bodhi transformation essence, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation. Doxing, what an enticing prospect. At this moment, Jiang Yun's mind raced. He had not anticipated that everyone's focus would converge upon the bodhi transformation essence. Completely disregarding the ancient scroll resembling the pure lotus demon fire map and the enigmatic black token, it was evident that this item was exceptionally conspicuous, radiating like a beacon in the darkness, captivating all attention. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Mo Tianxing, who surged towards the stone platform with alarming speed. Under the overwhelming pressure of a Dozong expert, the crowd fell silent as if ice had been dropped into boiling water. Once they regained composure, they directed their ire at Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing, stop right there, they shouted in unison. With the bodhi transformation essence, I can find the bodhi heart and become a Doxing powerhouse. This Black Corner region will belong to me. Master Mo, hoarding everything for oneself is not a commendable practice. In an instant, dozens of terrifying energies surged towards Mo Tianxing, causing the very space to tremble. With eyes ablaze, Mo Tianxing exhibited no hint of panic, unleashing astonishing claw shadows with each movement. Tearing wind claw. In that moment, anyone struck by the technique, unless they were Dohuang level experts, would suffer fatal repercussions, as even Dozong experts fell before its might. Momentarily stalling the enemy, Mo Tianxing had ascended the stone platform, his gaze fervently fixed upon the bodhi transformation essence. Ha ha! You are mine, he exclaimed. Just as Mo Tianxing was on the verge of grasping the bodhi transformation essence, a thunderous roar echoed, and a blue flame spear hurtled towards him. It was Hanfong. While others might falter under Mo Tianxing's onslaught, Hanfong remained undeterred. He had intended to strike first, but had been preempted by his opponent. The terrifying heat caused the surrounding space to warp, yet Mo Tianxing maintained his composure, lightly tapping his toes and unleashing a powerful palm strike. Mountain-crushing palm. A resounding boom erupted. Strange fire. With a harrowing impact, Mo Tianxing narrowly defended against Hanfeng's surprise attack, yet he had lost the initiative. His countenance darkened as he glanced at his singed sleeve and observed the flames swirling around Hanfong, a profound wariness flickering in his eyes. Hanfong, do you truly wish to oppose me? Such words from the esteemed Mo Zhongzhu are unwarranted. Heaven's materials and earthly treasures belong to those who are fated to possess them. Moreover, Mo Zhongzhu cannot possibly believe that anyone can withstand the allure of a Dou Shang. Hanfong replied, still wearing his refined smile, flames dancing in his hands. Clearly unwilling to relent, I believe that Elder Shan and Elder Fong Yin share this sentiment. As Hanfeng's words fell, Elder Shan and Elder Fong Yin, among others, silently encircled them. Chapter 35, Chaos of Battle. Mo Tianqing cast a grim look at Hanfong and Fong Yin, both of whom were at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, with Hanfong receiving aid from a strange fire, capable even of contending with the Dou Zone. Not to mention the presence of Elder Shan, a 4-star Dou Zone, whose silent demeanor added to Mo Tianqing's gravity. The gathering also included the formidable Jin and Yin elders, Fan Lao, Su Mei, and others. The Black Emperor sect could not withstand such a multitude of assaults. Boom. As the tension escalated among the assembled, the stone platform suddenly began to tremble, as if something were about to break through the earth. At that moment, the bodhi transformation essence erupted with a potent surge of refreshing energy, leaving everyone feeling invigorated, as though their very souls were being elevated. Attack! A sharp command shattered the delicate atmosphere. Countless greedy Dou Wang and Dou Huang surged forward. In the face of such overwhelming temptation, none could remain unscathed. Hanfeng's expression darkened as a deep blue flame, reminiscent of liquid, surged from within him, radiating an intense heat. Strange fire. As the deep blue flames manifested, gasps of astonishment filled the sky. Previously, it had been rumored that the medicine sovereign Hanfong commanded a type of strange fire, but its authenticity had been uncertain. To their astonishment, they now witnessed it firsthand. Its form resembled the High Exine Yin, ranked 15th on the strange fire list. As Hanfeng's High Exine Yin emerged, it transformed into a colossal fiery beast, roaring towards the encroaching crowd. Those who dare to challenge me must weigh the consequences. The voice of Hanfong echoed, causing the avarice in the eyes of some ineffectual individuals to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of trepidation. Renowned not only for his alchemical prowess, Hanfong was also infamous for his ruthless temperament. Such lowly figures could ill afford to offend him. This moment of hesitation effectively subdued the majority. Hanfeng's narrowed gaze swept over Mo Tianqing and his companions, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged forth, enveloping the crowd. Ah, Hanfong, you shall perish. Little Hanfong, having already attained the 7th rank of spiritual power, nearing the pinnacle of the mortal realm. He posed an overwhelming threat to these Dou emperors, even being capable of influencing the Dou zones. You belong to me. Seizing the opportunity, Hanfong surged forward at great speed towards the bodhi essence, his heart ablaze with fervor as he beheld the increasingly closer viscous substance. Just as he grasped the bodhi essence, an inexplicable disturbance rippled underground. However, at that moment, everyone was captivated by the bodhi essence, oblivious to the anomaly. Hanfong swiftly retrieved a jade box to preserve the bodhi essence, when suddenly, a force drew his attention. As he glanced at the fragmented map, his expression faltered slightly. Strange fire? Hanfong, you shall die. At that moment, several furious voices erupted, a palpable sense of danger enveloping him. He could afford no further distractions and hastily evaded. Boom. In the next instant, terrifying techniques descended, shattering the stone platform, leaving behind the black token and the fragmented map amidst the ruins. Hanfong, surrender the bodhi essence. Mo Tianqing's chilling voice pierced the air, his eyes glowing crimson, radiating murderous intent as he glared at Hanfong. Hanfong, you cannot control this item. It is best to relinquish it. The Elder of Eagle Mountain closed in as well, his 4-star Dou Zone aura erupting, locking onto Hanfong. Under the scrutiny of 2 Dou Zones, even Hanfong felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. However, there was no way he would part with the prize he had nearly obtained. Mr. Jin, Mr. Yin, help me restrain the Elder of Eagle Mountain, and I shall bestow upon you 2 breaking sect pills afterward. Hanfeng's words immediately altered the expressions of the 2 men. As a 6th-rank alchemist, his influence was formidable. Attack! Mo Tianqing decisively commanded, unleashing the full force of his 3-star Dou Zone aura, rendering the crowd breathless. Boom! Hanfong quickly conjured flames to counter the assault. Yet there were those swifter than he, namely, the Elder Jin and Elder Yin. Do you truly wish to oppose our sect? Mo Tianqing's face darkened. The Elder Jin and Elder Yin were peak Dou emperors, twin brothers with a profound connection, capable of battling ordinary low-tier Dou zones in unison. With their assistance, Hanfong might genuinely have a chance to escape unscathed. Moreover, if the leaders of the Su Mei sect, the Fan Lao sect, the Yuan Yi sect, the Tianqing brothers, and Elder Fong Yin were to aid him in escaping, he would generously offer them the Imperial Extreme Pill and the Breaking Sect pills. Hanfong could be seen lavishly scattering money, seeking to win over the Dou emperors present, among whom were the 3 esteemed elders of the Magic Flame Valley, renowned for their peak prowess. This coalition posed a formidable challenge, even for the combined forces of Mo Tianqing and the Elder of Eagle Mountain. Humph, Hanfong. I have no interest in your pitiful sect pill. Hand over the bodhi transformation saliva, or else when the Valley Master arrives, your demise shall be imminent. Sume, Yuan Yi, and others had already succumbed to the allure of Hanfeng's proposition. They had regained their composure, realizing that the bodhi transformation saliva was beyond their reach. Thus, they resolved to secure whatever benefits they could, lest this venture turn into a complete loss. However, dissent lingered. The Grand Elder of the Magic Flame Valley coldly remarked, flanked by the second and third elders. Upon hearing these words, Hanfeng's expression darkened. He was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Earth Demon ancestor. Yet it was insufficient to deter him. The others will hold back the Elder of Eagle Mountain and Mo Tianqing. Once I break through the encirclement, the elixirs shall be delivered immediately, Hanfong declared to the gathering Dou emperors and Dou kings beside him. This time, he was truly making a significant sacrifice, having tirelessly refined such a multitude of elixirs over the course of an entire year. In an instant, the battle erupted. Mo Tianqing was obstructed by the golden and silver elders, while the elder of Eagle Mountain was entangled by Su Mei, Yuan Yi, and 3 other Dou emperors. The subordinates of the Black Emperor sect, including Su Mei's faction, also engaged, igniting a chaotic melee among the 3 factions. As Hanfong attempted to break free, he was intercepted by the 3 grand elders of the Magic Flame Valley, led by Feng Yan. A surging, majestic energy, rippling with spatial distortions, erupted from Mo Tianqing's body. And in a mere moment, he appeared before the golden and silver elders like a phantom. A scorching gale erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, striking fiercely at their chests with tremendous force. The golden and silver elders intertwined in a radiant aura of gold and silver, operating as one, their energies shifting in mysterious ways that even Mo Tianqing struggled to breach. The golden and silver elders moved with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain, fiercely pouncing on Mo Tianqing, and the 3 became enmeshed in a violent clash, unleashing waves of astonishing force and energy. Meanwhile, the elder of Eagle Mountain found himself ensnared amidst the assault of 5 Dou emperors, one of whom was a peak Dou emperor. Today, let us witness the prowess of the Pill Emperor. Feng Yan chuckled menacingly upon beholding Hanfong, trapped like a fish in a barrel. He then swiftly performed a hand seal, causing a pale gray flame to rise delicately from within him. The second and third elders mirrored his actions, and soon 3 pale gray flames, resonating in harmony, soared forth, coalescing above Hanfeng's head. With the manifestation of this grayish-brown flame, the temperature in the vicinity sharply rose, and the space around the flames began to warp slightly, indicating that the heat was nearing that of otherworldly flames. Indeed, the ultimate techniques of the Magic Flame Valley were extraordinary, yet mortal flames remained merely mortal. As the phenomenon of the 3 individuals merging their flames manifested, a flicker of astonishment and concealed delight flashed across Hanfeng's eyes. The surge within him signaled that although this flame was not an extraordinary fire, it surpassed the mere hunt for beastly flames, proving immensely beneficial for his fragmented scroll of the burning technique. In the past, he had betrayed Yao Chun for the sake of the burning technique, though he had cultivated a flawed version of it based on his memories and consumed the ocean heart flame, along with the beastly flames he had gathered over the years. His mastery remained at the advanced level of the profound tier without breaking through to the earthly tier. For someone like him, a medicinal sovereign navigating the treacherous black corner domain, being constrained by an advanced profound technique was a hindrance, offering little assistance in his current cultivation. Ordinary beastly flames could not incite any qualitative change, and his inability to ascend to the earthly tier had kept him stagnated at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm for quite some time. He understood that only by devouring a second type of extraordinary fire could he shatter this constraint. Presently, there was no news of such a fire. Although the Jian Yun Academy was suspected to harbor extraordinary flames, this remained unverified. However, the peculiar flame within the Demon Flame Valley provided him with a new direction. Alas, this was not a moment for delay. He needed to break through swiftly. The grayish-brown flames, akin to a mass of grayish suns, emanated a terrifyingly high temperature that warped the very fabric of space, approaching the essence of true extraordinary flames. Whether it was merely mundane fire, the medicinal sovereign would soon ascertain. Feng Yan sneered coldly, confident in his profound skills regarding this faux extraordinary fire birthed from the fusion of their combined Dou Qi. Over the years, many adversaries had met their demise at their hands, including several peak powerhouses of the Black Corner domain. As the hand seals of the 3 shifted, the grayish-brown flames abruptly transformed into a flame bird half a foot in size, flapping its fiery wings and sharp beak, launching a lightning-fast assault towards Hanfong. Facing the trio's onslaught, Hanfeng's eyes reflected a cautious demeanor. Although he did not perceive their flames as comparable to extraordinary fire, he recognized that all three were peak Dou emperors, and their combined might was not to be underestimated. The ocean heart flame in his hand expanded rapidly, morphing into a vast sea of flames surging towards the firebird. In the blink of an eye, it approached the bird, and before it could flap its wings again, the lake blue sea of flames extended in an uncanny manner, enveloping the grayish-brown firebird. As the firebird was engulfed, Feng Yan's gaze turned cold. With a flick of his hand seal, the firebird inflated rapidly, resembling a balloon filled with air, as the grayish-brown flames scorched the lake blue ocean, tumultuously surging through the sea. I said, mundane fire is merely mundane fire. Although Hanfong was somewhat astonished by the prowess of the metamorphic fire, finding that his ocean heart flame could not completely suppress it, he still maintained a confident sneer. He abruptly clenched his palm, and the ocean enveloping the firebird erupted with a fierce blaze. In that instant, the trio of Feng Yan staggered, their Dou Qi experiencing a momentary stagnation. At that precise moment, a hissing sound emerged as the once turbulent firebird was instantaneously compressed into fiery motes by the ocean, ultimately swarming into the bodies of Feng Yan and his companions like a cloud of bees. Flames swirled around, and within the throats of the three, a low, muffled groan resonated. In the earlier clash of fire, they had sustained some injuries. With the emergence of the strange fire, all flames bowed in submission. The expression on Feng Yan's face darkened as he gazed at Hanfong, who had unexpectedly proven to be far superior to their own combined fire capabilities. All four were adept in the art of fire, yet Hanfong, with the aid of the strange fire, naturally held the upper hand. Second, third, cease the fire duel. Let us unite and subdue him, Feng Yan commanded sharply. The other two elders from the Demon Flame Valley exchanged a brief glance of surprise before nodding in agreement, their fighting wings of energy unfurling as they charged toward Hanfong. Hanfeng's expression shifted, while he was not afraid to engage in a fiery battle with three opponents. Facing their combined techniques would pit him against three peak Dou Huan. Under normal circumstances, he could manage, but now he could not afford to be delayed. Furthermore, his cultivation method could not withstand any prolongation. See Flame Trident, Hanfong roared, clenching his palm as deep blue flames rapidly coalesced, ultimately solidifying into a tangible deep blue trident. The immense sea heart flames surged into it, causing the fiery trident to swell to several meters in length, with the scorching deep blue flames roiling upon it, echoing with the thunderous roar of crashing waves. Die! As the three drew near, Hanfong bellowed, and that colossal flaming trident shot forth, transforming into a blazing fire dragon that surged toward the trio. Red Sky Palm. The three unleashed furious roars, their techniques unleashed with abandon toward Hanfong. Boom! The sound of thunder resonated within the ruins, as countless searing flames rained down upon the ground. With each fiery descent, the surrounding space trembled slightly, and a scorching gale erupted within this darkened realm. Run! Amidst the fierce battle, the Dou Ling and the Dou Shi who had entered were caught in the chaos, knowing that even a single gust of energy could spell their doom. They wished fervently for two more legs, lamenting their failure to heed warnings. With several powerful figures present, they knew that the treasures were beyond their reach. As swiftly as they had entered, they now fled even faster, their speed surpassing their earlier haste. Ugh, those rascals. I shall surely give them a good thrashing in the future. In a collapsed stone platform, in a secluded corner, Jiang Yun and Zian quietly emerged. Jang Yun had set up formations around them, making it instinctively easy for others to overlook their presence. Moreover, the highest-ranking individuals had no opportunity to divert their attention, granting him a chance to act. Zian glared at the combatants in the sky with an unfriendly expression, as if she intended to memorize their faces for future reckoning. Jiang Yun stowed away the tattered map, surprised at how easily it had come into his possession, attributing it to the greater impact brought about by the bodhi transformation. Enough complaining, it is almost over. Jiang Yun chuckled as he brushed the dust off Zian, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 36, The Formation. Another application of the sacred heavenly demon flame. Having spoken, Jiang Yun extracted a pitch-black token, which was enveloped in darkness and adorned with bizarre patterns. At a glance, it seemed to transport one into an abyssal realm, evoking an unsettling sensation. Zian furrowed her brow, her petite face reflecting her aversion. Little Yun, what is this? It exudes such an unpleasant aura. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly. He was all too familiar with the token's discordant energy. It was an artifact of the evil clan, yet he pondered which tribe had once dwelled here. If you find it distasteful, then perhaps you should close your eyes. Jiang Yun spoke gently. Instantly, Zian's eyes flickered, and she nestled into his embrace, murmuring, "This is what you said." Leaning against him, her nostrils quivered, revealing a look of rapture. It's the same scent as before. I could almost devour you whole. Glancing down at the little head wriggling in his arms, Jiang Yun's gaze softened with tenderness. With a sudden burst, a cluster of flames materialized in his palm. This time, it was not merely a simple white flame, but a sacred inferno of intertwining black and white. The flames gently scorched, and before long, the token emitted a faint glow, its radiance resonating with invisible veins throughout the surrounding space. Unbeknownst to those engaged in the chaotic battle, an intricate formation was silently reviving, enveloping the area at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, the combatants remained oblivious to the lurking predator that was preparing to ensnare them. In the skies above, a tumultuous sea of fire gradually coalesced, transforming within mere blinks of an eye into a fist-sized lake blue energy flame shield. Within that azure shield, a gray-brown essence fire began to rise languidly. Ha ha ha, the essence fire of the three is indeed extraordinary. I have learned much today. Alas, I must take my leave for now, but I shall seek to learn from you all in the future. Hanfeng's boisterous laughter echoed as he slowly retracted the flame shield and swallowed it whole. Feeling the slight loosening of his fighting spirit within, he erupted into triumphant laughter. As his laughter rang out, he hastened towards the origin of the secret realm. Hanfong, do you truly wish for an unending feud with my Demon Flame Valley? Rest assured, the ancestral spirit will not let you go. The three, stripped of their essence fire and severely wounded, could no longer prevent Hanfeng's escape. They could only watch with pale faces as they shouted angrily at his retreating figure. Hearing their words, Hanfong turned back during his flight, revealing a cold smirk. The Earth Demon Ancestor? Once I unravel the secrets of the bodhi transformation saliva, not even the Earth Demon Ancestor will pose a threat, let alone the esteemed Wind Elder. I shall ascend to heights beyond what that old man could ever reach. Suddenly, his body swayed, and his complexion turned pale, as an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him. The detestable old man, Hanfong, though he severely injured the three from the dialect with just a few moves, did so only by harnessing the power of the. Were the trio not endowed with fire attribute, he would likely find himself in dire straits. However, the advanced combat skills and the profound techniques he employed could not be sustained for long. He dared not linger, nor could he betray even a hint of fatigue. Otherwise, those desperate individuals would swarm him like sharks drawn to blood, tearing him apart. Summoning his remaining strength, Hanfong clutched his chest and swiftly ascended towards the outside world. Hanfong is fleeing. Quick, pursue him. The chance to attain sainthood lies within his grasp. Whoever slays him shall seize that opportunity. Kill him. Do not let Hanfong escape. As Hanfong broke through the encirclement, the previously hesitant and in the third tier could no longer resist the insatiable greed in their hearts, rushing towards him with abandon. A torrent of vibrant rained down upon Hanfong. Damn it! Feeling the impending threat from behind, Hanfong cursed under his breath and then proclaimed loudly, "If anyone assists me in breaking through, I shall offer a selection of 5th and 6th grade to all." Upon hearing his words, many who had refrained from attacking suddenly sprang into action, but this time, they aimed to aid Hanfong. The gold and silver elders. Such a chance at. Are you not tempted? Shall we allow Hanfong to seize it? Why not join forces to take him down and collectively explore the opportunity? As the gold and silver elders continued to entangle him, Hanfong was on the verge of escape, prompting Mo Tianxing to urgently intervene. The elders, upon hearing his call, felt a ripple of tumult in their hearts, their movements momentarily faltering. After all, such an opportunity was not something to be disregarded. An opportunity. Mo Tianxing's eyes sparkled as he formed a seal with his palms, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The gold and silver elders quickly suppressed their inner turmoil. Yet it was already too late. Not good. Black Demon Palm. Mo Tianxing swiftly completed the seal, causing the energies of heaven and earth to surge violently as he struck towards the gold and silver elders. Big brother. Second brother. As the deadly threat of the palm print approached, the gold and silver elders shouted in unison, their bodies enveloped in a radiant halo of gold and silver. Merging as one, their auras shifting in an enigmatic dance. Dual Guardian. A ring of intertwined gold and silver surged forth to meet the dark palm print. With a resounding explosion, a terrifying ripple of energy spread rapidly around them. The two elders coughed up blood, ultimately succumbing to the superior strength of Mo Tianxing. Let us go. With a weary glance exchanged, the gold and silver elders swiftly retreated into the distance. Humph. Mo Tianxing scoffed at the defeated elders, but chose not to pursue. Instead, he stepped into the void, propelled by spatial power, and raced after the direction in which Hanfong had escaped. Simultaneously, the elder Ing Shan, having evaded 5, also made his way towards Hanfong. As the protagonist withdrew from the scene, the majority of onlookers followed suit, dispersing in search of other opportunities. Yet, Fan Lao and Yuan Yi remained behind. After a moment, Yuan spoke slowly, suggesting, "Why not explore elsewhere, Master Fan? This secret realm is vast. There may be other opportunities awaiting. Isn't the Master of Yuan still here?" Fan Lao cast a meaningful glance at Yuan, his eyes seemingly conveying, "I've seen through you long ago. Why do you pretend?" Ha! Amused by the revelation of his thoughts, Yuan did not take offense. Instead, he laughed heartily, declaring, "Let us rely on our own abilities then." With that shared understanding, the two exchanged glances and descended towards the ruins below. The stone platform had recently held 3 treasures. Yet the overwhelming force of the bodhi essence had caused many to overlook the other 2 items. Only the keen-eyed among them had the opportunity to seize the forgotten relics. How could treasures displayed alongside the bodhi essence be anything ordinary? "You need not search any further. The treasures are right here." A clear voice rang out just as Fan Lao and Yuan prepared to lead their companions on a quest. The familiar voice compelled them to turn around, revealing the source, a figure they had long loathed, holding a black token, grinning at them from the ruins. This token was indeed one of the 3 items they had just encountered. "It's you. You little wretch, how dare you show your face again?" Seeing Jiang Yun ignited a fury within Fan Lao and Yuan. After that incident, they had reflected on the events and returned to their previous location, arriving at a conclusion that left them seething with resentment. They had been tricked. A mere teenager had outwitted them. During their search for Jang Yun and Zian, they had dispatched individuals to locate them, but the duo's stealthy tactics were far too proficient for those sent to discover them. Ultimately, they returned empty-handed. To unexpectedly encounter Jang Yun at this moment felt like fate's cruel twist. "Ah, it is Master Fan and Master Yuan. I have yet to express my gratitude for your generosity." At this juncture, a mischievous smile flickered in Jang Yun's eyes as he feigned realization, bowing slightly in mock gratitude towards them. "You insolent brat, I will make you pay." The taunting from Jiang Yun rekindled memories of their previous fright, which only fueled their anger further. Fan Lao let out a furious roar, his figure shifting slightly. His pale, withered hand trembled fiercely, and instantly, crimson energy surged from within him, coalescing into a blood serpent as thick as an arm. With a swift gesture, the serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw revealing a horrid, putrid stench that assaulted the senses. As the blood serpent raced toward him, Jiang Yun felt the ferocious, chilling energy contained within. Maintaining his composure, Jiang Yun swiftly altered his hand seals, and as he did so, the black token emitted a faint dark glow, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. "Begin." Suddenly, a shimmering array of light appeared in the air, and the blood python seemed to be ensnared as if under a freezing spell, suspended in midair while black light surged and gradually consumed it. Fan Lao's gaze narrowed slightly, recognizing this method once more. He exchanged a fleeting glance with Yuan, whose eyes swiftly turned icy. From his palm, a torrent of crimson energy erupted, forming a blood sea behind him that spanned several yards, an overwhelming stench wafting forth. "Blood-devouring handprint," he bellowed, and the blood sea churned violently. A wide, uniquely shaped dark crimson handprint shot forth, leaving a trail of blood energy in its wake. Shadow Windclaw. On the other side, Yuan extended his hand, his withered palm descending gracefully, though it appeared to be a mere light tap. The surrounding tumultuous energy revealed the extraordinary might he possessed. As he beheld the full-force assault of the 2 Dou emperors, Jiang Yun slowly closed his eyes. From within his sleeves, a series of spiritual seals surged forth, landing upon various peculiar spatial nodes. Soon, the sky above began to darken and heat up, as a massive black light array, approximately 100 feet in diameter, gradually took shape, unleashing a furious wave of scorching energy that rippled through the world. "Great demonic refining array," Jiang Yun murmured softly, altering his seals. Instantly, the colossal black spiritual array sprang to life, dark flames spreading like layers of fire waves across the sky. "Let the 2 of you sample the prowess of this demonic refining array, which has awaited for millennia upon this Dou Qi Continent." Indeed, this secret realm was established by an otherworldly malevolent clan. Although the cataclysmic war from 50,000 years ago had long concluded, the invading evil clan had not been entirely eradicated, and for subsequent millennia, the indigenous people of the Dou Qi Continent had continued to combat them. This unfortunate soul encountered the peak power of that era and was inevitably defeated. However, due to the indelible nature of the evil energy of the otherworldly clan, his corpse remained sealed here. The array Jiang Yun controlled was merely a fragment of the complete formation, yet its power was formidable enough to rival a 4th-tier spiritual array. With that, Jiang Yun extended his slender finger and pointed into the void, his black eyes turning icy. "Refine." With a thunderous roar, a torrent of flames surged forth from the spiritual array. In an instant of contact, both the great serpent and clawing shadows vanished, engulfed by the flames. A massive pillar of fire, hundreds of feet tall, erupted from the array. Amidst the flames, anguished cries echoed, revealing Yuan Yi and Fan Lao transformed into fiery specters. "You little wretch, you shall not die a good death," they screamed. "Have mercy. I am a Dou Emperor. I can serve you like a beast. Spare me." In response to their pleas for mercy, Jiang Yun remained utterly indifferent, his gaze unwavering and serene, akin to a bottomless lake. As time passed, the voices of the two gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. Frowning at the fiery array, Jiang Yun waved his sleeve lightly, causing the formation to slowly dissipate. With the dark demonic flames returning to his body, in the space left behind lay two corpses, their forms unrecognizable. To Jiang Yun's astonishment, the moment the flames entered his body, a surge of pure fighting spirit erupted within him. This was the first time a look of surprise appeared on Jiang Yun's face, soon followed by overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated that the sacred heavenly demonic flame possessed such an effect. The white flame represented life and creation, while the black flame symbolized destruction and devouring. It was only at this moment that he began to truly grasp the characteristics of the sacred heavenly demonic flame. At that moment, he had no time for further contemplation. The scarlet fire treasure mirror within him was frantically operating, absorbing the fighting spirit that the demonic flames had returned. His aura began to ascend rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of 2-star doling, then 3-star, 4-star, and finally 5-star doling. Upon sensing that his fighting spirit was still on the rise after achieving 5-star doling, Jiang Yun abruptly formed a seal, compressing the fighting spirit within him. The scarlet fire treasure mirror and the sacred heavenly demonic flame were feverishly refining his fighting spirit. A rapid increase in power was not necessarily a blessing. Jiang Yun's goal was the foremost figure of the evil clan, the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Therefore, every step he took had to be steady, fortifying him for the journey ahead. Soon, Jiang Yun's aura stabilized at the pinnacle of 5-star doling, ceasing its fluctuations. He exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within. Yet his thoughts lingered on the characteristics of the sacred heavenly demonic flame. Chapter 37. The experience of the pure lotus demon saint. With a wave of his hand, 2 spatial rings floated out from the corpses before him. Extending his soul force, he gazed within to behold a wealth of treasures. And a smile finally graced Jiang Yun's lips. "We have struck gold." As an alchemist, he often found himself in an awkward position of poverty, lacking proper resources. Relying solely on his own deductions without formulas, he had to depend on Zian for medicinal materials, often wishing he could split a single batch into 2 for refinement. However, all these dilemmas were now resolved. Not to mention Fan Lao, Yuan Yi, as the leader of the 8 gates, owned an auction house filled with all manner of peculiar items. Jiang Yun spotted dozens of medicinal formulas, all of which were of at least 4th-grade quality. Only such precious formulas could be kept close at hand. In the Black Corner domain, one's possessions were safest when kept personally. Yet, this arrangement greatly benefited Jiang Yun. "Xiao Yun, we have struck it rich." At that moment, a cheerful voice reached him, and a violet figure rushed toward Jiang Yun, excitement radiating from her face. Upon closer inspection, he saw that she was clutching a stack of spatial rings. Having just dealt with Fan Lao and Yuan Yi, Zian had confronted their subordinates. With her peak 5th-tier strength, the absence of a Dou Emperor meant one thing: chaos and slaughter. The abundance of spatial rings in her arms was testament to that. "Are you injured?" Jiang Yun glanced at the spatial rings in Zian's arms, raising his hand to clean the grime from her hands, and gently inquired. "No, I am fine." In Jiang Yun's palm, a vibrant white sanctified flame shimmered, exuding a comforting aura that made Zian squint her eyes in delight, her voice soft and tender. Startled by her own reaction, she felt as though she were unwell, her heart racing as if it belonged to another, causing her to withdraw her hand from Jiang Yun's grasp with an electric jolt. Suppressing the peculiar sensations within her, she proclaimed with a triumphant air, "How could those insignificant foes possibly pose a challenge to me?" Although puzzled by Zian's response, Jiang Yun chose not to delve deeper. He stowed away his storage ring and gazed at the now dim black token. The formidable array of demon summoning that had once displayed its might had now lost its brilliance. The relentless passage of time had worn it down significantly, and today, Jiang Yun's forceful strike had extinguished its remaining power. "Xiao Yun, that bodhi essence was snatched by someone named Hanfong. Should we pursue him?" Zian, having counted the medicinal herbs in the storage ring, joyfully bounced over to Jiang Yun and inquired. Jiang Yun turned, his profound gaze revealing an enigmatic hue. And after a brief pause, he replied, "There's no need. Let Hanfong keep it for us for a while." With a hint of confusion, Zian regarded Jiang Yun, nodding as if she understood, deciding to trust his judgment. Just then, Jiang Yun's voice broke the silence. "Zian, do you wish to witness the true visage of this secret realm?" Zian tilted her head in curiosity, asking, Is this place merely a faade? To be precise, this is merely the periphery of the secret realm. The genuine core lies deeper within. Then I want to go. If there are so many treasures in the periphery, what marvels must the inner sanctum hold? Zian exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yun nodded, placing the token in his palm and forming a seal with one hand. Instantly, an obscure and mysterious wave radiated outward. A thunderous sound erupted, causing the space around Jiang Yun and Zian to fracture. In the midst of this rupture, a milky white halo began to take shape. Once we enter, hold tightly to my arm and do not wander, understood? Despite his confidence, Jiang Yun felt compelled to caution her. Understood. Zian met his serious gaze, responding with an unusual solemnity. Nodding, Jiang Yun mentally addressed, I apologize for the trouble, Grandpa Qingming. Huh. I am equally curious about what lies below. Qingming's visage emerged slowly, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes brimming with intrigue. A soft azure light surged from Jiang Yun's chest, enveloping both of them in Zian's inquisitive gaze. Let us proceed. With those words, Jiang Yun moved with grace, transforming into a streak of light as he and Zian swiftly entered the halo. As their bodies crossed into the light, their skin suddenly tightened. Once the brilliance before them shimmered and shifted, the surrounding space had already transformed. Where's Zian? In the first moment, Jiang Yun realized that Zian was missing, a wave of alarm washing over him. However, upon seeing the surrounding milky white flames, he grasped the situation. Unexpectedly, even in such circumstances, you fell into my trap. Sensing the sweltering heat in the space, Jiang Yun couldn't help but reflect. Yet, I cannot afford to squander any time. A thought flickered in Jiang Yun's mind, and suddenly, a crack appeared on his forehead, revealing a terrifying eyeball that slowly emerged. With a soft utterance, a peculiar black light swept across the surrounding space, causing it to shatter. Jiang Yun gradually opened his tightly shut eyes, immediately spotting Zian clasped in his grip. Her eyes were tightly closed, her expression one of pain. It seemed she was enduring some distressing ordeal. Wake up. Jiang Yun placed his hands on Zian's shoulders, their foreheads touching, and a low whisper escaped his lips as a purplish-black pattern slowly emerged on his brow, accompanied by a chilling wave of soul energy. The sound waves directly penetrated Zian's ears, crashing violently against her soul. This caused her tightly shut eyes to snap open in an instant. As Zian opened her eyes and glanced at Jiang Yun beside her, they immediately filled with tears. It's all right. All of that was merely an illusion. Understanding that Zian's surroundings were certainly not conducive to her well-being, Jiang Yun gently ruffled her hair, offering soft words of comfort. Gradually, under Jiang Yun's soothing reassurances, Zian began to regain her composure and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, What a scoundrel! How dare he make me witness such scenes? Come on, Xiaoyun, we must leave at once. I will dismantle the tomb of the master of this secret realm. Amused by the fiery Zian, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, guiding her onward. As the two progressed, ethereal images began to materialize before them. A man sat serenely atop a massive lotus radiating an otherworldly aura, his demeanor calm, gazing intently at a certain point. Below him, there appeared a city, where the inhabitants seemed to be enduring various torments, their faces etched with profound anguish. Countless other images followed, depicting the man's life journey, from weakness to becoming the pinnacle of the continent. Jiang Yun and Zian bore witness together to the life of an unparalleled powerhouse. Jiang Yun had already discerned the man's identity. From the moment he beheld the enchanting flame lotus, the truth was no longer a mystery. He was none other than the semi-emperor, the net lotus demon saint, who had dominated an era. The scenes continued to unfold until a peculiar image emerged. Suddenly, a figure clad in black, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, appeared amidst the heavens and earth, standing as if suspended in the air. A presence reminiscent of a celestial sovereign gradually emanating from within. Under the influence of this aura, even the heavens and earth began to feel diminutive. The Outland Evil Clan. Jiang Yun was all too familiar with this malevolent presence. It belonged to the Outland Evil Clan, though determining which specific race was still uncertain. It seemed this was the master of the secret realm. It must be a member of the soul-devouring clan. Just then, the voice of Qingming echoed softly. The soul-devouring clan? Jiang Yun was somewhat perplexed. The malevolent races from beyond the realm encompassed not merely 32 prominent clans, but countless others. For instance, the invading demonic clan lacked even a celestial sovereign within their ranks, representing a rather inconspicuous faction amidst the innumerable evil tribes. Although the soul-eating clan did not rank among the top 100 in strength within the malevolent races, their innate abilities were rather formidable, allowing them to devour the souls of others for cultivation. This was exceedingly brutal, not only towards the inhabitants of the vast universe, but even amongst their own kin, leading to a certain disdain for them within the malevolent factions. In response to Jiang Yun's inquiries, Qingming patiently elucidated. A look of understanding crossed Jiang Yun's face as he coldly remarked, "Indeed, they must be eradicated." Given the soul spirit clan's precarious position, Jiang Yun harbored a strong aversion towards such beings that inflicted harm upon their own kind. What a detestable aura! In contrast to Jang Yun, Zian appeared to possess an innate disdain for the malevolent energies from beyond the realm, her brow furrowing and her eyes reflecting her distaste. "Xiao Yun, this fellow is quite formidable," she said, fidgeting with her hands. Zian tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve, gesturing towards the figure cloaked in black upon the screen. "This must be the master of the secret realm, a battle saint." Jiang Yun turned back and softly clarified for Zian. "He indeed is a battle saint." Zian gazed at the shadowy figure in astonishment, not expecting to encounter the legendary battle saint. As Zian scrutinized the silhouette, albeit merely an image, the aura emanating from it caused her very soul to tremble. Just as Zian was feeling discomfort, before Jiang Yun could act, a powerful violet light erupted from within her, accompanied by a faint, ethereal dragon's roar. "Zian." Jiang Yun looked at her in astonishment, realizing that her bloodline had been unexpectedly stimulated into awakening at that moment. "Xiao Yun." Zian, momentarily dazed, turned to Jiang Yun with a puzzled expression. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Jiang Yun, visibly anxious, inquired. "Not at all," Zian responded, rubbing her throbbing head. "I only feel as if there are new thoughts in my mind." In that instant, Jiang Yun comprehended that the ancient dragon inheritance within Zian had been inadvertently awakened. However, he was uncertain of the extent of this awakening. "This is a positive development. Do not dwell on it for now. Once you stabilize, we shall explore it further." Zian nodded gently, suddenly exclaiming, "Look, that Lotus Boy has appeared again." "Lotus Boy?" Jiang Yun regarded the nicknamed Pure Lotus Demon Sage with a bemused expression, pondering whether this individual would be infuriated upon discovering how he had been characterized by the younger generation. On the screen, the Pure Lotus Demon Sage clashed fiercely with a member of the Soul Eating clan, both possessing peak battle saint strength. Although the tactics of the Soul Eating clan were diverse, they could not withstand the purifying flames of the Pure Lotus Demon Sage, ultimately leading to their demise. Nevertheless, the insidious nature of the malevolent races was evident, as even in death, the Soul-Eating clan continued to exude malevolent energy, polluting the Dou Qi Continent. If left unchecked, it was likely that the Dou Qi Continent would face assimilation in the coming years. The Net Lotus Demon Saint, struggling under the weight of its injuries, sought out a towering ancient tree, emerald green and enveloped in a refreshing aura. The Bodhi ancient tree. Upon glimpsing it, Jang Yun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Such a sacred tree could only be the revered Bodhi ancient tree, ranked third among the treasures of heaven and earth. So it is the Bodhi tree. At that moment, Qingming Mingwu's voice echoed in his mind. The Bodhi tree. Jang Yun pondered deeply. For it is crucial to understand that the Bodhi tree and the Bodhi ancient tree are distinct entities, though their names differ by a mere character. The disparity between them is as vast as heaven and earth. While Bodhi trees may occasionally manifest in the world, the Bodhi ancient tree has existed since antiquity, singular and unparalleled. Through the passage of countless ages, the Bodhi ancient tree has coalesced into a singular entity capable of instilling the Bodhi heart, enabling one to attain sanctity. In contrast, the Bodhi tree lacks such profound capabilities. The Bodhi essence is merely the Bodhi heart condensed from the Bodhi tree. What is the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi ancient tree? The perceptive Zian, having overheard Jiang Yun's musing, inquired eagerly. After elucidating the distinctions between the two to Zian, she could hardly contain her excitement. Meanwhile, the imagery before them flickered incessantly. With the Bodhi tree as its focal point, the Net Lotus Demon Saint arranged a grand formation, utilizing the tree's purifying essence and the passage of time to erode the malevolence of the soul-devouring clan. Once everything was set in place, it seemed the Demon Saint could no longer endure, hastily leaving behind a token, a portion of Bodhi essence, and a fragmentary map before departing. The scene concluded here, and Jiang Yun surmised that the ensuing events would likely involve a backlash from the Net Lotus Demon Fire. In its prime, the half-emperor body of the Net Lotus Demon Fire would never dare to betray the Net Lotus Demon Saint. The Net Lotus Demon Fire and the Void Devouring Flame, ranked third and second respectively on the list of extraordinary flames, possess qualities and strengths that are closely matched. The Void Devouring Flame, with the aid of the Soul Clan, took countless years to reach the rank of 9-star Dou Saint, while the Net Lotus Demon Fire, having been refined by the Demon Saint upon its emergence, undoubtedly lacks the power to retaliate against the fully formed Net Lotus Demon Saint. Yet, at this moment, the severely injured Net Lotus Demon Saint provided it with an opportunity. Perhaps sensing this, The demon saint left behind a quarter of a fragmentary map as a contingency, hoping to find a worthy successor in the future to resolve the matters concerning the net lotus demon fire and the malevolent aura of the soul-devouring clan. Having clarified everything, Jiang Yun turned to Zian and said, "Let us proceed and see if the demon saint has left anything behind." "Let us go," Zian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she raised her hand. Now aware of the demon saint's formidable power, she knew that even a trifling item left behind by such a grand figure would suffice to satiate both her and Jiang Yun. Chapter 38. The Bodhi Tree, The Remains. As the two ventured deeper, the surrounding space distorted, spinning wildly until it transformed into a seemingly endless ocean of black mist. "It's this dreadful aura." Upon encountering the dark sea, Zian did not conceal her disdain, tightening her grip on Jiang Yun's arm. Jiang Yun's heart stirred, and with a subtle gesture, a verdant shield enveloped Zian, significantly improving her complexion. "Xiaoyan, look over there." After suppressing her inner disdain, Zian's eyes darted around, and she pointed excitedly ahead, raising her voice. Jang Yun focused his gaze and noticed malevolent energy surging from a distance, where a colossal formation loomed above, defending against these onslaughts. At the center of this formation stood an ancient giant tree, seemingly existing since time immemorial. This majestic tree, towering approximately 1,000 feet, resembled a pillar connecting heaven and earth, its gnarled bark intricately etched with age-old patterns that radiated an aura of antiquity. Occasionally, wisps of refreshing essence emanated from within the tree, dispersing through the atmosphere and dissipating the surrounding malevolence. "Is that the Bodhi tree?" Zian momentarily lost herself in thought, and even her typically carefree demeanor was shaken by the sight of the giant tree. Indeed, this Bodhi tree was a remarkable treasure. Yet one could only wonder about the extraordinary wonders of the ancient Bodhi tree. Jiang Yun was equally awestruck, his heart overwhelmed with sentiment. "Ah, the Bodhi tree." Qingming materialized quietly beside Jiang Yun, though Zian remained oblivious to his presence. His tone was tinged with nostalgia and lament. "Alas, it has perished." "Perished?" Jiang Yun was taken aback, scrutinizing the vibrant life force that seemed undeniable. "How could it be dead?" "Do not be deceived by the vitality it harbors. Observe closely. Its roots have lost their essence. What you see is merely the residual life force from its past, gradually dissipating. In a century, all will be consumed. According to my observations, in a century's time, the remnants of the soul-devouring clan will also vanish." One could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of that young prodigy. Were it not for the constraints of the world, perhaps another celestial sovereign would emerge, or even an immortal being was not beyond possibility. Qingming spoke, dispelling Jiang Yun's confusion. While expressing regret over the fate of the pure lotus demon saint, Jiang Yun remained silent. Countless extraordinary talents on the Dou Qi Continent had met untimely ends due to the limitations of their elemental energies, their stories cut short. Figures such as the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, and Xiao Xian were all fated to conclude their legacies in regret. I shall not end like them, burdened by unfulfilled aspirations. Reflecting on the legacies of these individuals, Jiang Yun silently resolved to intensify his yearning for strength. "Xiaoyan, look over there." At that moment, Zian's urgent voice broke through, laced with a tremor of fear. Such a display was rare for her, prompting Jiang Yun to glance swiftly in her direction. In the boundless ocean of demonic energy, wisps of refreshing essence descended. As they traversed, the surrounding malevolence frantically encroached upon them, and upon their encounter, a sizzling sound erupted, leading to the complete evaporation of both forces. At the source of this malevolence, a towering demonic shadow was bound by several robust chains. Its body was an inky black, reminiscent of finely wrought iron, marred by grotesque scars that adorned its form. Possessing 8 eyes and limbs that rested upon the ground, it bore a massive maw filled with blackened fangs. From its immense physique extended for colossal wings. At that moment, it lay there in eerie stillness, an aura of malevolence emanating from it, undiminished even after years of death. It was no wonder that Zian felt a chill of fear. The disparity between a Dou Saint and a Dou Wang was staggering, a crushing hierarchy of existence. "Do not be afraid, it is already dead," Jiang Yun reassured, noting Zian's slightly trembling hand. As for himself, having encountered the Demon Emperor, he was hardly fazed by a mere Dou Saint. "Humph, I am not scared at all." Zian felt a twinge of indignation at Jiang Yun's underestimation of her, yet her tightly clenched hand betrayed her anxiousness. "Xiaoyan, it seems there is nothing here we can use," Zian remarked with disappointment after scanning the surroundings, her mood calming under the warmth of Jiang Yun's hand. "No, there is still something," Jiang Yun replied with a smile, glancing towards the demonic corpse and the Bodhi tree, eliciting a look of curiosity from Zian. As a member of the evil spirit clan, Jiang Yun was capable of cultivating both malevolent energy and spiritual power, and this demonic corpse could provide him with nourishing sustenance for swift growth. Although he had not yet decided whether to cultivate malevolent energy, securing the treasures in his possession was paramount. Since they had come this far, returning empty-handed was out of the question. The bodhi tree, brimming with immense vitality, could sustain life for at least a century. The pure essence it released was an invaluable aid on the path of cultivation, one Jang Yun would not overlook. After obtaining the bodhi tree, the issue of the soul-eating clan's corpse naturally arose, requiring careful resolution to prevent future consequences. Once Grandpa Qingming made his decision, Jang Yun communicated in his mind. Since you have this intention, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Fortunately, I have recovered significantly during this time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to contain these two behemoths. Qingming, fully aware of Jiang Yun's thoughts, unconditionally backed his ideas. Qingming's attitude moved Jiang Yun deeply. Even in Jiang Hong's absence, he felt the warmth of concern. Zian, what you are about to witness must remain a secret. Do you understand? Jiang Yun turned to her with an unprecedented seriousness after receiving her affirmation. The Qingming Tower was Jiang Yun's greatest secret, and even with complete trust in Zian, he remained cautious. Taken aback by Jiang Yun's solemn demeanor, Zian quickly responded with earnestness. I promise not to disclose a single detail. Otherwise, I would never taste those delicious elixirs again. The gravity of the moment was momentarily disrupted by Zian's playful banter, causing a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Jiang Yun's expression made Zian feel slightly embarrassed, realizing she had inadvertently made a jest of a serious situation. In a fit of playful annoyance, she stomped her small foot onto Jiang Yun's. What are you laughing at? I am being completely serious. Sure, I trust you. The strength with which Zian exerted was rather gentle, akin to a mere tickle. Observing Zian's barely concealed irritation, Jang Yun found himself in agreement. Do you have any means to rid us of these? Zian inquired. Her mood noticeably lifted upon witnessing Jiang Yun's admission, though a hint of confusion lingered. Responding to her remark, a mysterious smile graced Jiang Yun's face as he raised his hand to conjure a magnificent pagoda, which swelled mightily in the wind. What followed was an astonishing spectacle unlike any Zian had ever witnessed. Simultaneously, in the outside world, a disheveled figure was expelled from the spatial passage. Thud! The figure was none other than Hanfong, who at that moment was stripped of his usual elegance, his body smeared with blood and devoid of unscathed flesh. As soon as he emerged, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Hanfong, wary of his surroundings, trembled as he retrieved from his storage ring a jade-green elixir emanating a fragrant aroma. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Were anyone to observe, they would surely gasp in astonishment, for it was a 6th-grade healing pill, reputed to restore one as long as there remained a breath of life. Even for someone of Hanfeng's stature, its worth was considerable, yet at that moment, he had no time to dwell on value. As he ingested the pill and felt the internal injuries begin to mend, a faint smile appeared on his face. Hanfong, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the spatial passage behind him, causing Hanfeng's countenance to shift dramatically. Mo Tianxing. He grit his teeth, uttering the name of the pursuer. And without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away into the distance. Only after Hanfong had departed did Mo Tianxing's silhouette gradually materialize in the same spot, equally disheveled. The ruthless denizens of the Black Horn domain were overwhelming, and under the allure of Hanfeng's medicinal bait, many had taken action. Even as a 3-star dozong, Mo Tianxing found himself at a disadvantage. Gazing at the vanishing figure of Hanfong, Mo Tianxing's expression darkened considerably. Once Hanfong returned to Feng City, leveraging his years of accumulated connections, it would become exceedingly difficult for the Black Emperor sect to reclaim the bodhi transformation nectar. Moreover, should word of this incident spread, he could not guarantee that no Dozun would be drawn to the scene, risking the possibility of leaving him with nothing at all. This predicament placed Mo Tianxing in a state of profound indecision. Father, what about Hanfong? A youthful figure appeared, possessing a handsome yet somewhat effeminate visage, reminiscent of a cunning fox, resembling Mo Tianxing closely. His white attire was now stained with blood, stripping away the original charm and replacing it with a more sinister air. This was Mo Tianxing's son, Mo Ya, a formidable Dou Huang. He escaped. Mo Tianxing's expression soured, his teeth clenched in frustration. Sect leader, we must make haste to Feng City. Otherwise, once Hanfong regains his strength, he will be far more difficult to contend with. Qi Shan, the chief alchemist of the Black Emperor sect, promptly interjected. As an alchemist, he understood all too well the influence wielded by a master alchemist. As evidenced in the secret realm, Hanfong was cunning. Having narrowly escaped, he would certainly not reveal himself without absolute certainty. Mo Tianxing regained his composure, speaking in a calm tone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing this, both Moya and Qi Shan's expressions darkened. At that moment, countless sounds of rushing air erupted, and figures continuously emerged from the ruins. Where is Master Hanfong? Has he managed to escape the pursuit? It seems that Master Hanfong is safe and sound. Ha ha. With this, my broken Emperor pill is assured, and I must thank Sect Master Mo. Indeed, if it weren't for Sect Master Mo, I would still be waiting for my Dou Spirit pill. At this moment, figures gathered, exchanging words, and some began to revel in their triumph, entirely oblivious to the increasingly grim expressions of Mo Tianqing and the others. Fools, many thought to themselves, why would you pick at Mo Tianqing's wounds at such a time? The situation had just been chaotic. Mo Tianqing would not dare to oppose everyone, and it was uncertain if he would seek retribution later. Now that the target of their collective ire had vanished and Hanfong was safe, it would have been prudent to quietly amass wealth. By hastily voicing such thoughts, were they not merely pouring salt into Mo Tianqing's wounds? Most people silently distanced themselves from that group, their gazes toward the few individuals akin to that of onlookers to a funeral. Indeed, Mo Tianqing spoke with a somber expression. Do you all find Mo amusing? As he spoke, a terrifying aura of murder enveloped everyone, and they suddenly realized they had just mocked a Dou Zong. No, Sect Master Mo, let me explain. Save your explanations for the next life. Mo Tianqing coldly replied, clenching his palm toward those individuals. Instantly, a terrifying spatial force erupted, rendering everyone immobile. Underworld hand. Gazing at these individuals, Mo Tianqing unleashed a full-force strike. With a resounding bang, over a dozen Dou Wang and Dou Ling exploded into a mist of blood. Humph. After dealing with the crowd, a significant burden lifted from Mo Tianqing's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, the blood mist in the air dissipated in an instant. He cast a cold glance at the remaining individuals, Su Mei, the elder Jian and Yin, and Kuei Shan. A smile soon returned to Mo Tianqing's face, though this only heightened the vigilance of everyone present. It appears that our Black Corner domain shall soon welcome a new apothecary sage, Mo Tianqing said with a look of anticipation. He then turned to the crowd and declared, when that time comes, with the apothecary sage's assistance, Dou Zong and Dou Zun will no longer be mere dreams. Congratulations to you all. Observing the unperturbed crowd, Mo Tianqing chose not to elaborate further. He then turned to Moya and Qi Shan, saying, Year, Elder Qi, it is time for us to return. We shall visit Feng City another day to apologize to the future apothecary sage. Yes, Father, Sect Master. Moya and Qi Shan exchanged glances and clasped their hands in respect, as they watched the three lead the members of the Black Emperor sect away. The gathered individuals exchanged a few pleasantries before bidding their farewells. As for the words spoken by Mo Tianqing, everyone understood the underlying meaning. They were all old foxes, well aware of the art of manipulation. Naturally, what they thought in their hearts remained their secret. The saga of the Dozuan ruins has concluded, with Hanfong emerging as the greatest victor. At this moment, no one has yet noticed the disappearance of Yuan Yi and Fan Lao. Otherwise, it would surely have stirred quite a tumult. A wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst a primeval forest. Well, we have certainly reaped substantial rewards this time. It is time to return to the academy and thoroughly digest our gains. Jiang Yun, after scanning the surroundings with his spiritual power and confirming the absence of danger, proceeded to take out the map and spoke slowly. Indeed, this time, I shall advance to the Dou Huang level. Zian, at this moment, showed none of the astonishment she had displayed in the secret realm. Instead, she regained her usual carefree demeanor and declared with fervor, Once I ascend to Dou Huang, Xiao Yun, I shall take you on a delightful tour of the Black Corner region. She playfully patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Is your idea of a delightful tour truly legitimate? All right, Jiang Yun responded with a smile. Based on his estimations, Zian's advancement would not take long. By then, he anticipated reaching Dou Wang as well. Together, they would be a force to be reckoned with, even against Dou Zong. They would finally possess the capital to traverse the continent. Chapter 39, A New Ethereal Flame. A few days later, outside the Jian Yun Academy, near the Peace Town, two figures clad in black robes stood upon a small hill, gazing into the distance. The newcomers were none other than Zian and Jiang Yun, who had recently exited the secret realm. After leaving, they were transported to an unfamiliar location, expending considerable effort to find their way back. In the distance, nestled between two majestic mountains, lay a faintly visible town. As they beheld this sight, both Jiang Yun and Zian felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. During their time in the Black Corner region, they had encountered many desperate souls, and there were still several individuals lingering outside the secret realm, waiting to prey upon those emerging from it. Even after departing from the secret realm, despite their remote location, they had endured several skirmishes, encountering even Dou Wang-level opponents along the way. Jiang Yun and Zian showed no mercy to those who attempted to rob them, sending every last one of them to their demise. One Dou Wang, in particular, met his end at the hands of Zian's powerful dragon fist, struck down in a single blow. Having acquired several valuable spatial rings, Jiang Yun and Zian finally experienced a windfall, their fortunes now befitting Jiang Yun's status as an alchemist. Remember, if anyone inquires, we shall adhere to the narrative we devised. As they approached Peace Town, Jang Yun reiterated his concerns. Understood, understood. If old man Su Qian asks, we shall say that we discovered an unknown ethereal flame within a secret realm, which Xiao Yun absorbed, unexpectedly granting him the talent for alchemy. Zian dutifully repeated their agreed-upon story while looking at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun nodded, affectionately ruffling Zian's hair. It is ultimately inconvenient to operate in secrecy. With a legitimate reason, I can freely procure medicinal materials through my alchemical skills, allowing you to grow rapidly as well. Revealing his innate talent for alchemy was a deliberate choice by Jiang Yun, as the identity of an alchemist in the Dou Qi Continent could provide him with substantial advantages and alleviate numerous troubles. Moreover, he indeed needed a systematic approach to learn the art of alchemy, and this presented itself as an opportune moment. Whether Su Qian and the others believed it was beyond Jiang Yun's control, the undeniable truth remained that he, Jiang Yun, was a prodigy in alchemy. Should any inquiries arise, they could consult the Otherwise, I would have no inclination to assist you in concocting a narrative. Zian raised her small head and spoke with a hint of pride. Chuckling softly at Zian, Jang Yun thought to himself how childlike she was. After establishing his identity as an inner court student, and given that the turmoil he had caused was far from resolved, the two easily entered the Peace Town. Amidst the gazes of surrounding students filled with awe, combativeness, and admiration, Zian unfurled her dual wings of Dou Qi and soared towards the inner court with Jiang Yun. That must be the Jiang Yun who has pierced through the fire capture competition. Are you envious? Then strive diligently in your training. Perhaps one day you too will have the opportunity to achieve such feats. Who's envious? I am well aware of my own talents, rather than envying senior Jiang Yun's abilities. I find myself envious of his childhood companion, a Dou Wang. Damn, I envy that too. Soon after, Zian and Jiang Yun returned to their dormitory. The relentless battles had left both of them mentally strained, and upon returning, they each retreated to their rooms for a well-deserved night of rest. The following day, Jiang Yun awoke in his room, feeling the abundant Dou Qi coursing through him. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the secret realm had yielded unexpected results. He had initially aimed to obtain a bit of Earth Core refinement milk to break through to Douling, yet he had directly ascended to 4-star Douling. Even more remarkably, he discovered an alternative application for the Holy Heavenly Demon Flame, composed of both black and white flames. The white flame represents life, while the black flame signifies death, reminiscent of the yin-yang twin flames, which ranked 21st on the Dou Qi continents. How strikingly similar they were. Just then, Jiang Yun's expression shifted as he made his way outside his room. As anticipated, the Grand Elder Su Qian was seated calmly in the living room. Grand Elder, you've attained Douling? Upon Jiang Yun's appearance, Su Qian's gaze fell upon him, astonished. By sheer luck. Very well. Observing Jiang Yun's modest demeanor, Su Qian smiled contentedly, his eyes brimming with pride. What's all this noise? Are you trying to keep someone from sleeping? At that moment, a crisp voice of indignation echoed as Zian descended from upstairs, her small face clearly displaying signs of having just awakened. Jiang Yun and Su Qian exchanged glances, both sharing a look of helplessness. Oh, it seems old Su has arrived. Finally noticing Su Qian, the drowsy Zian appeared as if she had just come to her senses. Zian has been utterly exhausted these past few days. Please do not take offense. Grand Elder. Jiang Yun approached and guided Zian to a chair, simultaneously producing a pill to silence her. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Su Qian gazed at him with disbelief, then shifted his glance to Zian, his expression laden with complexity. Observing the pained look on Su Qian's face, Jiang Yun felt a sense of misunderstanding and quickly spoke up. Elder, are you aware of the Dou Zun relic that appeared in the Black Corner region a few days ago? Su Qian's thoughts were abruptly drawn back, his gaze flitting between Jiang Yun and Zian, revealing a dawning comprehension. You both went. Seeing Jiang Yun smile without contradiction, Su Qian could not help but exclaim. You truly are audacious. I heard that all the Dou Huang and Dou Zong from the Black Corner region were drawn there, yet you, a Dou Wang, and you, a Douling, dared to join the fray? How reckless. Old Su, those fellows are not particularly formidable. We actually obtained something quite valuable. Zian remarked as she swallowed the pill, a hint of disdain on her lips. What treasure might that be? Su Qian's curiosity was piqued. The Dou Qi relic was known to harbor extraordinary treasures, and for Zian to deem it worthwhile only intensified his intrigue regarding what they had salvaged from the Dou Huang and Dou Zong. Elder, we were fortunate enough to acquire a rare flame. Jiang Yun replied with a smile, revealing a white flame that danced from his palm, exuding an invigorating life force. An extraordinary flame. Su Qian's eyes widened as he beheld the flame radiating ominous heat and an enigmatic vitality, a flicker of shock crossing his features. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Jang Yun's face lit up with joy. You are quite fortunate. Su Qian observed the flame, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. The reason for the renown of the Jian Academy lay in its possession of the falling heart flame, ranked 14th on the list of extraordinary flames. Such rare phenomena attracted countless powerful individuals, yet few had the fortune to acquire one. Extraordinary flames were the dreams of every alchemist. Jiang Yun's acquisition of one evoked a tinge of envy even from Su Qian. However, this flame of yours seems not to correspond with any on the extraordinary flame list. Su Qian, having regained his composure, remarked with intrigue as he scrutinized Jiang Yun's flame. The flame in Jiang Yun's palm was predominantly white and suffused with a rich life essence. As far as Su Qian knew, only the bone spirit cold flame, ranked 11th, was white, while the life-infused flame was the 5th-ranked spirit flame. None matched Jiang Yun's extraordinary flame. The Dou Qi Continent is vast. Who can say whether new extraordinary flames might arise in certain locales? Jiang Yun replied, retracting the flame with a casual smile. Indeed, Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Would you like to bestow a name upon your anomalous flame? Who knows? One day it may ascend to become the 24th flame on the anomalous flame rankings. Let us call it the undying sacred flame, he declared. I hope that in the future, I shall hear the name of the undying sacred flame resound across the continent within this academy. Su Qian, satisfied, nodded approvingly while stroking his grizzled beard. Old Master Su, it seems that after refining this anomalous flame, Xiao Yun is now capable of alchemy. At that moment, Zian excitedly raised her hand to report to Su Qian. Coughing, Su Qian inadvertently tugged at a tuft of his white beard, revealing the profound impact this revelation had on him. What did you say? Su Qian gazed at Zian with incredulity, then turned to Jang Yun, questioning with uncertainty. Jang Yun, is what Zian just said true? You can indeed practice alchemy? Jang Yun nodded and replied. The only difference between me and an alchemist was a slight deficiency in wood essence. Now, I have substituted it with the life force from the flame, which is feasible. This is a primary rejuvenation pill I have concocted. Take a look, Great Elder. He produced a pill he had prepared earlier and offered it to Su Qian. Su Qian hurriedly accepted it, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it was a primary-grade pill, and remarkably, it bore exquisite pill patterns, leaving Su Qian momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Laughter erupted from the dormitory as Su Qian gazed at Jang Yun with eyes that sparkled as if beholding a rare treasure. Jang Yun had always been regarded with favor due to his extraordinary soul power. But when he initially broke through as a fighter and discovered the absence of wood essence within him, Su Qian felt a twinge of regret. Now, however, Jang Yun had gained a tremendous opportunity, compensating for the deficiency in wood essence, and could engage in alchemy. This thrilled Su Qian, as if he were witnessing the emergence of a master alchemist before his very eyes. By the way, how did you come to know the method of crafting the rejuvenation pill? Su Qian, regaining his composure, inquired curiously. What is so remarkable about that? My little Yun is a genius. Zian interjected proudly from the side. Jang Yun then recounted to Su Qian the process by which he learned alchemy. Alas, if you were unable to practice alchemy, it would be an affront to natural order. Su Qian could not help but exclaim after listening. The mere act of observing several elders from the alchemy department at work had enabled him to replicate their methods. Such talent indicated that if Jang Yun could not practice alchemy, even the heavens would not tolerate it. Great Elder, I wish to join the alchemy department, Jang Yun declared, clasping his hands together. Naturally, if Old Man Ho were to see you, he would be overjoyed. Su Qian responded with a broad smile, playfully teasing his old friend. Time is of the essence. Let us go at once. Su Qian, ever decisive, immediately resolved to take Jang Yun with him. Zian and Jang Yun nodded. And Jang Yun turned to ask Zian, shall we go, Xiao Yun? You go ahead. I am feeling rather fatigued. Before Jang Yun could express his thoughts, Zian waved her hand dismissively, her face displaying weariness, and she stifled a yawn. Are you on the verge of advancing? Jang Yun's gaze flickered as he silently speculated. After advising Zian to rest well, he followed Su Qian towards the alchemy department in the inner courtyard. The alchemy department in the inner courtyard differed slightly from that in the outer courtyard. The building before him resembled a medicinal cauldron, with windows resembling the fire openings of such a cauldron surrounding it. The high ceiling was adorned with a large lid that seemed to descend upon it. Above the structure, a pale purple sandalwood plaque bore several obscure, ancient characters inscribed upon it. Inner Courtyard Alchemy Department. To Jiang Yun's surprise, next to these 5 characters were other inscriptions, which, upon closer inspection, revealed the words Alchemy Master Guild. What is this? Jiang Yun looked at Su Qian with some confusion. Oh, this is the Alchemy Department of the Inner Courtyard of the Jian Yun Academy, and it is also the only Alchemy Master Guild in the Black Corner region. The ranks of alchemists assessed here are recognized throughout the continent, Su Qian explained, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. Jiang Yun immediately understood. Every city had its Alchemy Master Guild, where alchemists could be assessed and receive recognition from the Central State Dan Tower. It was hardly surprising that Jian Yun Academy, renowned across the northwest continent, would possess such a guild. Otherwise, would the graduates have to undergo reassessment upon returning home? As they stepped inside, a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted towards them, refreshing and invigorating. The hall was not crowded. Only a few individuals quietly attended to their tasks. Hearing footsteps, some raised their heads, surprised at the newcomers. A middle-aged man approached respectfully, saying, "Elder, is Elder Hua here?" "Elder Hua is in the back courtyard." "I understand. I'll go myself. You may continue with your duties." With that, Su Qian led Jiang Yun towards the back courtyard. Several instructors exchanged curious glances, pondering Jiang Yun's figure as he walked away. Is this the relative of the famed elder? As the chief of the alchemy department, Elder Hua had his own modest courtyard, constructed entirely of lush green bamboo. Observing the tranquil little courtyard before him, Su Qian pushed open the gate and slowly approached the door of the room, announcing, "Elder Hua, I have brought you a treasure." "Elder?" A faint voice of curiosity emanated from within, and shortly after, Elder Hua emerged. "What brings the elder here?" Chapter 40, Zian's further advancement. "A treasure? What treasure could you possibly possess that I have not seen?" With a light chuckle, Elder Hua ambled over, seemingly unconcerned. Although his strength paled in comparison to Su Qian's, being merely a Dou Huang, as a seasoned 5th-grade alchemist newly elevated to 6th grade, he boldly asserted that he had encountered all manner of treasures. "Perhaps you truly have not seen this." Su Qian regarded Elder Hua with an air of indifference, his expression adorned with a mysterious smile. At Su Qian's subtle gesture, Jiang Yun stepped forward and respectfully declared, "I am Jiang Yun, here to pay my respects to Elder Hua." Regardless of the circumstances, Elder Hua had imparted knowledge to him, and thus, proper etiquette must be observed. "You are Jiang Yun," Elder Hua remarked with keen interest as he scrutinized Jiang Yun before him. The name Jiang Yun resonated throughout the inner academy like thunder. As a newcomer, he had first triumphed in the fire energy capture competition, and subsequently, he had vanquished an 8-star dueling with the prowess of a great fighter, earning him the reputation of a prodigious talent within the academy. Moreover, rumors circulated in the inner academy regarding his mysterious connections with the Grand Elder. As a longtime associate, Elder Hua was privy to many familial ties, yet it seemed Jiang Yun was not among them. A glance at Su Qian revealed that such gossip was not without merit. "Don't overthink it. Do you recall the 2 children I brought back a few years ago?" Elder Hua teased, eliciting a grim expression from Su Qian, who felt compelled to clarify. "He is one of those 2 children?" At this revelation, Elder Hua's astonishment deepened. He had heard whispers of Su Qian's return from the monster forest with 2 children, yet he had never laid eyes on them. Now, seeing the 11 or 12-year-old boy before him, he could truly appreciate the extraordinary talent that radiated from Jiang Yun. Realizing that Elder Hua had misunderstood, Su Qian clarified. Jiang Yun recently encountered a fortuitous opportunity and acquired an unknown, thus revealing his potential as an alchemist. His innate spiritual strength is formidable, hence. What? Elder Hua interrupted, leaping forward to grasp Jiang Yun's hands, his gaze ablaze with fervor. "Quickly, let me witness your." Although could also be found within the inner academy's Tianfen refining tower, it did not diminish the allure that held for alchemists. In response, Jiang Yun extended his right hand, and with a resonant thud, the white, undying sacred flame materialized in his palm. The moment the flame appeared, Elder Hua was entranced by the flickering spirit, sensing the tremor of the 7th-tier beast fire within him, further affirming Jiang Yun's identity. When emerges, all flames bow in submission. After a brief moment, Elder Hua reluctantly withdrew his gaze, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This is indeed a first. It does not even appear on the. However, in my humble opinion, it could easily rank within the top 20. Once he had regained his composure, Elder Hua pondered carefully before speaking earnestly. "By the way, the Grand Elder mentioned you possess a talent for alchemy?" It seemed he had just recalled something, as he queried while playfully chiding Su Qian. "I see now. The Grand Elder has come to enlist you as a laborer." "Heh," Su Qian replied without contesting, adding with a tone of entitlement. "As the chief elder of the alchemy department, is it not your duty to instruct your disciples?" though Jiang Yun had only recently embarked on the path of alchemy. His innate talent in this art was no less remarkable than his aptitude for cultivation. Behold, this first-grade elixir was crafted by none other than him. As Su Qian handed the first-grade pill to Elder Hua, it was indeed the rejuvenating pill that Jiang Yun had just given him. Elder Hua, intrigued, accepted it, pouring out a single pill for closer examination. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Jiang Yun, exclaiming, "You concocted this?" "Indeed." Upon receiving a confirming reply, Elder Hua was momentarily disheartened. Su Qian, unable to grasp the underlying significance, questioned his lack of insight. How could he not see it? This bottle of rejuvenating pills was of impeccable quality, a feat that even many third-grade alchemists might struggle to achieve. This implied that Jiang Yun either possessed an extraordinarily high talent for alchemy or had already reached the third-grade level in his craft. Either scenario was a considerable blow to Elder Hua. "Elder, I cannot take this student under my wing," he lamented. "Why not?" Su Qian pressed. "Jiang Yun displays remarkable talent in alchemy. He merely observed a few demonstrations from external tutors and was able to replicate a first-grade pill flawlessly. Such a promising individual, aren't you tempted?" Seeing Elder Hua's refusal, Su Qian grew anxious. Elder Hua, clutching his heart, felt a bitter pang within. Where did such a prodigy come from, seemingly intent on overshadowing their efforts? Was he reluctant to teach, or merely fearful of his own inadequacies? "Let us do this. Grant Jiang Yun the status of a disciple in the alchemy department. He may borrow any formulas below the 4th grade at will, and access various resources. Should he encounter any difficulties, he can always seek guidance from the elders." In the end, Elder Hua proposed this arrangement, affording Jiang Yun considerable freedom. Satisfied, the Grand Elder departed with Jiang Yun, leaving behind a melancholy Elder Hua. Truly, talents emerge from every generation, each excelling in their own right for centuries. Having resolved Jiang Yun's matters, Su Qian prepared to leave, for as the Grand Elder, his duties were extensive. After advising Jiang Yun to diligently cultivate, he stepped into the void, gradually vanishing. Jiang Yun observed this unique ability of the Dozong with glimmering eyes. Was it an application of spatial power? In a fleeting thought, Jiang Yun shifted his form, concentrating the intangible force of space beneath his feet. With a single stride, he found himself 1,000 meters away, almost as if teleporting. He swiftly made his way back to his dormitory. In silence, Jiang Yun returned, standing at the threshold, pondering aloud. A rudimentary enhancement of spatial power allows for short-distance teleportation, rivaling even advanced techniques of the Xian rank. However, to achieve the desired effect, I still require refinement. I shall name it the Flying Cloud Step. As he conceived this new technique, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed. Over these years, he had navigated his journey thus, realizing that, in comparison to his cultivation talent, his comprehension was even more astonishing. He absorbed knowledge with remarkable ease, and mastering techniques felt as natural as eating or drinking. Throughout these years, he had devised numerous techniques. Yet the truly exceptional ones, the hidden treasures, still awaited the manifestation of his 4-symbol seal. Suddenly, Jiang Yun sensed the surrounding celestial energy beginning to converge towards him. Zian. He hastily rushed into the room, only to find Zian in a deep slumber, with remnants of several life and death mysterious fruits scattered by her bedside. Her complexion radiated a violet glow, and her body burned with an intensity akin to a furnace. Jiang Yun was familiar with this condition. It was reminiscent of the last time Zian ascended to the Combat King rank. Prior to entering the secret realm, Zian had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, just a step away from breaking into the 6th tier. During her time in the secret realm, she had acquired numerous medicinal herbs and treasures from both the Combat Emperor and Combat King. It seemed that Zian could not resist before Jiang Yun returned. She had consumed several life and death mysterious fruits, and now it was evident that she had met the conditions for advancement. As before, a more intense violet light surged from her body, ultimately transforming into a purple cocoon that encased her entirely. The surface of the cocoon flickered with violet luminescence, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. With each radiant flash of the cocoon, the surrounding air was saturated with energy, all of which was drawn into the cocoon, causing it to shine even brighter. "Allow me to lend you a hand," Jiang Yun spoke softly, his gaze softening as he observed the purple cocoon enveloping Zian. It seemed as if the cocoon responded to his words, glowing even more vibrantly. Seeing this, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, extending his palm, where black and white combat energy flickered, transforming into dancing spiritual seals. Under his precise control, these seals descended into the air before him, akin to raindrops falling into the ocean, dissolving into nothingness, leaving only a peculiar ripple that hinted at their presence. At that moment, Jiang Yun was preparing to set up a commonly used spiritual array in the vast world, a level 3 gathering spirit array. unlike ordinary arrays. The Gathering Spirit Array lacked any offensive capability. However, it was an essential asset for many factions and a symbol of their strength and heritage. This renowned formation was something Jiang Yun had certainly observed during his time with the Evil Spirit clan. With no materials on hand to construct a proper Gathering Spirit Array, Jiang Yun could only rely on spiritual seals to create a temporary version, which would not last long, but would suffice for Zian. As over 100 spiritual seals merged into the air, forming points of light barely visible to the naked eye, Jiang Yun focused his mind. And those light points extended into rays, ultimately intertwining. The Gathering Spirit Array was not overly complex, and soon, an intricate formation began to materialize. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the sky, enveloping the luminous barrier. And everyone in the inner courtyard could feel as vast amounts of celestial spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards the dormitory area. It appears that things have become rather lively. After the arrangement was completed, Jiang Yun gazed at the movements in the sky, feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, as Jiang Yun set up the formation, numerous figures appeared outside, whispering to one another in hushed tones. What is happening? The energy of heaven and earth is swiftly gathering towards the dormitory area. Is there some treasure hidden within the dormitory? Look, where are the elders rushing off to? Stepping out of his room, Jiang Yun beheld the Grand Elder Su Qian, accompanied by Elder Hua and the recently acquainted Elder Qing, standing in the courtyard, their eyes fixed upon him. Has Zian begun her advancement? The Grand Elder inquired first about Zian's condition. Indeed, she has already cocooned herself and is currently resting inside. Jiang Yun nodded gently, responding in a soft tone. Would the Grand Elder like to go in and take a look? No, it is sufficient to confirm that she is breaking through. Hearing that Zian had commenced her advancement, Su Qian stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction, declining Jiang Yun's suggestion. I recall that Zian was already at the pinnacle of the 5th stage. With this advancement, she is likely to become a 6th-stage magical beast monarch. At this moment, Elder Qing sighed with a sense of nostalgia. His expression was filled with complexity. He had not anticipated that this little girl, who had just recently entered the inner courtyard, would soon catch up to him, while he pondered where his own opportunity to break through Dou's own lay. Casting a glance at Elder Hua beside him, Elder Qing subtly shook his head. Elder Hua had only just advanced to the 6th grade, and it would be a long time before he could refine a 6th grade pinnacle elixir, the breakthrough elixir. Rather than placing his faith in him, Elder Qing would sooner trust Jiang Yun, a prodigy who defied logic. Though Elder Qing's actions were discreet, among those present, his spiritual strength was second only to Jiang Yun's, and he could not fail to notice Elder Qing's gaze. After years of partnership, Jiang Yun was well aware of Elder Qing's intentions. While feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he silently vowed to intensify his training in alchemy, determined that one day, Elder Qing would come to seek him out. Ah, this is a formation, isn't it? At that moment, the Grand Elder regarded the spirit gathering array before him, his tone brimming with certainty. Precisely, this is a formation known as the Spirit Gathering Array. As the name suggests, it gathers the energy of heaven and earth, accelerating the cultivation of those within the array. Jiang Yun replied with a slight nod. Having decided not to conceal the truth now that it was exposed, the Canaan Academy had treated him and Zian generously over the years. Zian had procured numerous medicinal materials without complaint from the Grand Elder. If he could leave a few spirit gathering arrays for the Academy, it would be a way to repay the debt of his initial cultivation. You can set up formations? This formation was also obtained from the ruins. I was merely testing its effectiveness, and it appears to be quite satisfactory. Su Qian fell into silence, as Jiang Yun consistently reshaped his understanding of genius. He knew Jiang Yun's origins were mysterious, yet he had never delved deeply, trusting in what he witnessed. For them, the significance of the spirit gathering array was self-evident. Although he longed for the array, he understood that such precious things, much like the formulas of alchemists, were not easily shared. Moreover, as a student, Jiang Yun felt somewhat hesitant to speak up, leaving Su Qian in a predicament. Although the Academy possessed the remarkable heavenly burning chi tower, I believe there is ample space within the Academy to accommodate several spirit gathering arrays. Don't you think, Grand Elder? Noticing Su Qian's dilemma, Jiang Yun jestingly remarked. Before Su Qian could respond, Elder Hua burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, our alchemy department's prodigy speaks so candidly. Jiang Yun, feel free to seek me out for any pills you desire. Wait, since when has Jiang Yun belonged to your alchemy department? Elder Qing retorted disdainfully. Just today? Elder Hua replied with a mischievous grin, igniting a fleeting urge in Elder Qing to deliver him a sound thrashing. At this moment, Su Qian regained his composure, gazing at Jiang Yun with a complex expression filled with appreciation, saying, You are a good child. The Academy cannot take advantage of you without giving something in return. Speak. What do you wish for? Chapter 41. The Holy Heaven Reappears. If possible, I would like to borrow the 5th and 6th grade pill formulas from the Academy for a look. Since Su Qian had initiated the conversation, Jiang Yun naturally felt no need for reservation and directly mentioned the advanced technologies of the Dou Qi Continent. The Academy allows borrowing of pill formulas below the 5th grade, provided one has sufficient fire energy. However, for 5th grade formulas, it requires more than just adequate fire energy. It involves additional specific requirements. 5th grade formulas signify the foundation of a power. One must understand that crafting these formulas is no simple feat. It necessitates a high-level alchemist, considerable effort, and the utilization of spiritual energy. Each reading incurs some loss, rendering it a true strategic resource. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's request, before Su Qian could speak, Elder Ho admonished Jiang Yun, in alchemy, one must not aim too high too quickly. Progress must be gradual. You have just become an alchemist. Remain grounded and undistracted by external temptations. This is the only way to honor your talents. The sudden seriousness of Elder Ho caught Jiang Yun off guard, yet he understood the elder's intentions were for his own good. A warmth spread through him as he felt fortunate to have landed near Canaan Academy, under the guidance of Su Qian. This truly is a splendid place, surrounded by admirable elders. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Hua. I will take your words to heart. Jiang Yun respectfully clasped his hands in apology towards Elder Hua. Jiang Yun's attitude brought great comfort to Elder Hua, who felt that recognizing one's mistakes could lead to significant improvement. Had Jiang Yun been obstinate, Elder Hua would have felt nothing but regret. Very well, Jiang Yun. I will grant you the borrowing rights for the 5th and 6th grade formulas, but you must first receive Elder Hua's approval before you can borrow them. Su Qian interjected, still not entirely at ease with Jiang Yun, fearing he might succumb to temptation, and thus added a condition. All right. With the terms agreed upon, Jiang Yun produced a scroll. It contained the formation diagrams for the 1st and 2nd grade spirit gathering arrays that he had crafted. As Su Qian accepted the diagram and examined the neat scroll, he inwardly scoffed, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a thorough review of the formation diagram in his hands, he sighed. I never expected such intricate arrangements could exist in this world. It truly is a masterpiece of ingenuity. As he spoke, he shifted his tone and inquired with a hint of perplexity, is the spirit gathering stone truly indispensable? If one seeks to maintain a prolonged existence, the spirit gathering stone is indeed essential. However, for transient use, it may not be necessary, much like the arrangement I made for Zian. I will endeavor to find it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian affirmed, in truth, I have another proposition, though I am uncertain if the Grand Elder will concur. At this juncture, Jiang Yun interjected, his eyes gleaming with unusual brightness. Su Qian's heart skipped a beat as he gravely responded, speak. If my conjecture is correct, beneath the heavenly flame refinement tower lies a sealed extraordinary fire, does it not? Jiang Yun, wearing a mysterious smile, replied with unwavering certainty. How did you come to know this? Su Qian instinctively retorted, only to quickly realize. Of course, you possess an extraordinary fire. There exists a resonance among them, which cannot escape your notice. Since Su Qian had misunderstood, Jiang Yun chose not to correct him and continued. I have visited the heavenly flame refinement tower. Its efficacy reminded me of the falling heart flame, ranked 14th on the extraordinary fire list. The falling heart flame inherently possesses the ability to temper fighting spirit and accelerate cultivation. Thus, if it serves as the focal point, the spirit gathering array could yield extraordinary results with minimal effort. To be candid, Su Qian felt a surge of excitement. Should this endeavor succeed, it would not only benefit the Academy, but also greatly aid their group. I must return to confer with the elders about this. With that proclamation, Su Qian departed alongside Elder Hua and Elder Qing, who did not forget to offer Jiang Yun a warm smile as they left. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixated on the direction of the heavenly flame refinement tower, a soft murmur escaping his lips. May success be within reach. Time passed swiftly, a year slipping by in the blink of an eye. Ever since handing over the spirit gathering array to Su Qian and proposing the use of the falling heart flame as the focal point, Su Qian initially dispatched individuals to seek out the spirit gathering stone. Regrettably, the disparity between the two worlds was vast, perhaps in this realm. The spirit gathering stone is not even known by that name, resulting in the Canaan Academy's utter lack of success. 3 months ago, Su Qian informed him that the plan had been approved and could be attempted, though the Academy needed to make certain preparations to prevent any upheaval from the falling heart flame. Jiang Yun remained unhurried. Over the past year, having assumed the identity of an alchemist, he dedicated himself to mastering alchemical arts and fortifying his foundation. Throughout the year, Jiang Yun continually refined his understanding of alchemy, passing the examination for a first-grade alchemist in 1 month, a second-grade alchemist 2 months later, a third-grade alchemist 4 months hence, and a fourth-grade alchemist 7 months later, culminating in a mere fortnight ago when he successfully advanced to a fifth-grade alchemist. Such astonishing progress shattered the preconceived notions of all who witnessed it, earning him the title of a minor alchemy sage, as he ascended to the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist. Those who had previously opposed him now regarded him with utmost respect, often remarking, "It is said that one does not truly know another until they have clashed." Please do not take offense, Master Jiang. Jang Yun has now become the most formidable presence among the inner courtyard disciples, not solely due to his alchemical prowess, but also because he has successfully attained the pinnacle of the spirit combat realm. A month prior, he defeated Feng Wuhan, the second ranked on the inner courtyard strength list, in just 3 moves, thereby securing his position at the top of the rankings, basking in an unparalleled glory. As he gazed at the violet cocoon before him, Jiang Yun sensed the vigorous aura emanating from within. He had not anticipated that Zian's advancement would take such an extended period. Could it be attributed to her previous bloodline awakening? Approaching the luminous cocoon, Jiang Yun mused aloud, "I never imagined you would be in seclusion for an entire year, Zian. As for me, I shall also enter a period of seclusion. I wonder how long it will be until we meet again. I have prepared enough elixirs for you to last a considerable time." Seemingly responding to Jiang Yun's words, the cocoon flickered momentarily. A gentle smile graced his lips, his eyes brimming with warmth. "Rest assured, I shall be fine." With that, he departed. The door gradually closed behind him, as a resolute figure made its way towards the celestial flame refining tower. Upon reaching the tower, he slowly pushed open the heavy iron door. As the hinges creaked, a wave of searing energy rushed forth, as if it had been sealed away for countless years. In the usually unvisited depths of the tower, a youthful figure arrived today. Jiang Yun sauntered to a deep chasm, approximately 10 zhang in diameter, from which crimson light streamed like a pillar, dispelling the surrounding darkness. As he approached the center, the air grew increasingly scorching, and the fire attribute energy within became ever more refined. Observing the formless fire python coiled silently at the cave's entrance, Jiang Yun fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a moment, he diverted his attention to survey his surroundings. Soon, he began to weave intricate spiritual seals, methodically placing them on various specific nodes. Dozens of spiritual seals merged into the air, forming luminous points that were difficult to discern with the naked eye. With a mere thought, Jiang Yun extended these points into radiant lines that ultimately converged. In just a short hour, a spirit-gathering array enveloping the entire celestial flame refining tower was established. As the formation solidified, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth rapidly converged towards the tower, a spectacle that naturally captured the attention of Su Qian and others outside. "It's accomplished." Su Qian exchanged glances with several elders, including Elder Qing, their faces alight with unspoken joy. "Very well, the spirit-gathering array is complete. Inform the disciples that the celestial flame refining tower will open in 3 days. They must prepare diligently and not miss this opportunity." Su Qian was the first to regain his composure, instructing Elder Lu. "Understood." Elder Lu responded promptly, then curiously inquired, "Elder, why has Jiang Yun not yet emerged?" Elder Lu, who had shown Jiang Yun kindness during his first visit to the tower, was now filled with admiration for his foresight, having recognized Jiang Yun's potential from the very beginning. To his astonishment, the other party had bestowed upon him such a remarkable surprise. In merely a year, he had ascended to the pinnacle of dueling and achieved the status of a 5th-tier alchemist. Just days prior, Jiang Yun had assisted him in concocting a 5th-tier dragon power pill, and now he regarded Jiang Yun with increasing fondness, treating him as if he were his own grandson. Noticing Jiang Yun's absence, he expressed his concern. "Jiang Yun has rendered great service to the academy. I have granted him permission to cultivate at the base of the tower for a time." In response to Elder Lu's inquiry, Su Qian stroked his pristine beard, answering with a beaming smile, and jestingly remarked, "Elder Lu, by the time Jiang Yun emerges from his seclusion, he may very well be a Dou Wang." Imagine, a Dou Wang at the tender age of 11 or 12. Jiang Yun's future is limitless. Indeed, Jiang Yun is a child of our Jian Academy. The more distinguished he becomes, the happier I am. With that, he suggested, let us prepare and experiment with the new type of Tian Fun refining tower, lest we find ourselves overtaken by Jiang Yun in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the tower's base, Jiang Yun distinctly sensed the surrounding energies of heaven and earth becoming denser, enhancing his cultivation speed by approximately 30%, an impressive improvement. Once his preparations were complete, Jiang Yun took a deep breath and approached the central opening once more. This time, however, a colossal fire python coiled around the entrance, its massive head facing Jiang Yun. Its eyes, formed of intangible flames, fixated upon him. Should a timid individual find themselves in such a situation, they would surely be paralyzed by fear. Yet, Jiang Yun appeared unfazed, having anticipated the emergence of the fallen heart flame. Calmly, he regarded the creature and spoke, "Now it is our turn." With those words, Jiang Yun leaped into the air, unfurling a pair of black and white wings from his back, gently flapping them as he descended into the abyss. Having reached the peak of Dueling, he could momentarily summon his Dou Qi wings, a feat made possible by the purity of his energy. The fire python, transformed from the fallen heart flame, let out a roar and swiftly pursued Jiang Yun, its serpentine body twisting as it chased after him. The scorching winds howled past his ears as Jiang Yun slid down the opening, the air growing increasingly heated as he neared the magma-laden world below. This relentless descent continued for quite some time until his view suddenly expanded. Before him lay an endless expanse of magma, from which enormous bubbles surged forth, ultimately bursting and releasing a wave of intense heat accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Jiang Yun flapped his wings, stabilizing himself in the air above the magma world. The fire python, hot on his heels, unleashed a mighty roar, its eyes glinting with greed. "Come forth. Let us stake everything on this moment." Jiang Yun, seemingly well prepared, spread his arms wide in a gesture of embrace, emitting a melodious laughter as he quietly gazed upon the falling heart flame. Within his pitch-black pupils, an intangible fire surged forth, a sea of flames undulating around him. Jiang Yun's figure had vanished above the molten lava, and as the falling heart flame dissipated, this space reverted to an ancient tranquility. The heat was unbearable. Not only was his skin scorched, but even within him, a simmering warmth began to rise. The falling heart flame, as an ethereal fire, could evoke human emotions and, as fuel, ignite an internal blaze capable of directly assailing one's soul. Surrounding him was a blood-red lava, and at a distance of about 10 feet, an invisible flame raged fiercely, intent on refining him. However, a faint azure glow enveloped his body, ensuring that he would not be consumed in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Yun felt an excruciating pain that penetrated to his very bones, causing him to grimace as he hoarsely exclaimed, "This hurts so much. Is this the first time I've been in such a dire predicament? Little Yun, you have acted recklessly this time." The figure of Qing Ming slowly materialized beside him, bearing a look of discontent. "Senior Qing Ming, this was an unavoidable choice." Jiang Yun's expression regained its calm, his delicate visage adorned with an unprecedented determination. Yet, Qing Ming hesitated, surveying their surroundings, and, upon observing the intangible flames, asked with perplexity, "Can this fire truly resolve the issue?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun smiled broadly, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, "I do not know. You are being foolish." Qing Ming's form became increasingly ethereal with irritation. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's precarious situation, he might have acted. "Well, it has come to this. You must trust me to succeed." A radiant smile returned to Jiang Yun's face, restoring Qing Ming's composure. "Sigh. If you ultimately fail, I will do my utmost to preserve your soul." Qing Ming finally relented, his sternness softened by concern. "Thank you." Warmth surged within Jiang Yun's heart. "For your sake, I shall not fail. Lord Holy Heaven, will you not come forth to greet an old friend?" Chapter 42, A Clash of Souls. As Jiang Yun's words echoed, silence enveloped the surroundings. The space seemed to solidify, an oppressive aura pervading the subterranean realm. Qing Ming's expression was more serious than ever, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yun, scrutinizing every movement, fearful of any misstep. Time ticked away. The stillness persisted for several minutes until the holy heaven-demon flame within Jiang Yun erupted uncontrollably. The flames began to dance slowly, suddenly creating ripples, accompanied by a gentle laughter that drifted forth. "Little one, how did you discover me?" The emergence of that sound caused Qing Ming to tense up completely, and the Qing Ming Tower began to awaken involuntarily. The already limited power surged forth like a torrent, ready to unleash a tempestuous assault at the slightest provocation. Even at the cost of complete destruction, Qing Ming would not hesitate to suppress the sacred heavenly demon flame at the tower's base, turning the entire black corner domain into scorched earth if necessary. The sacred heavenly demon emperor. Even though Qing Ming had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a surge of trepidation upon truly beholding the figure. At this moment, the sacred heavenly demon emperor paid no heed to Qing Ming, but instead regarded Jiang Yun with keen interest, seemingly intent on discerning the reason behind his ability to detect him. It was noteworthy that even Jiang Yun had failed to perceive him. How could a mere spirit, Dou Ling, like Jiang Yun uncover his presence, leaving the emperor utterly perplexed? Jiang Yun, however, was not as anxious as Qing Ming. Instead, he met the sacred heavenly demon emperor's gaze and, after a brief silence, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it is a matter of talent. When you first revealed a flaw upon seeing the fallen heart flame, I had my answer. Jiang Yun's response was quite audacious, discussing talent in front of the sacred heavenly demon emperor. To his surprise, the emperor nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, you possess considerable talent." Yet, his tone suddenly turned icily fierce. "Those who betray my kin deserve death. There is no need for theatrics, Your Excellency. I suspect your current strength is not vastly superior to mine," Jiang Yun retorted. The abrupt shift in the sacred heavenly demon emperor's demeanor caused Qingming to grow tense. Yet Jiang Yun remained composed, uttering words that briefly left the emperor in a daze. "You are indeed quite intelligent," the sacred heavenly demon emperor remarked with a somber tone. "You have already answered your own question. May I inquire if you could enlighten me on my query, Your Excellency?" To Qingming's astonishment, Jiang Yun and the sacred heavenly demon emperor began a dialogue on equal footing. Humanity is truly complex. The sacred heavenly demon emperor, intrigued by Jiang Yun's unique identity as a member of the evil spirit clan, nodded in acknowledgement. Why, despite the apparent obliteration of the will within that flame, do the clan leader Jiang Yun and the elder Qingming still persist? Jiang Yun's question elicited a sneer from the sacred heavenly demon emperor. How could Jiang Yun and this insignificant tower comprehend my methods? Your gravest mistake was leaving that flicker of flame. As long as the fire persists, so shall I. Hearing this revelation, Qingming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. They had been underestimating their own actions, believing they had done well, all while operating under the emperor's watchful gaze. However, I suspect the elder has suffered significant injuries, has he not? Jiang Yun interjected, attempting to restore some dignity for Jiang Yun and Qingming, suggesting that it was only upon encountering the fallen heart flame that they regained a semblance of consciousness. "You irritating little brat," the sacred heavenly demon emperor retorted coldly, yet he offered no contradiction. "My second question is, what exactly is the fallen heart flame?" At this moment, Jiang Yun's expression turned serious. This inquiry might very well unveil the enigmatic veil surrounding the continent of Dou Qi. The saint heavenly demon emperor gazed at Jiang Yun with a serene smile and remarked, "It is nothing but the essence of a defeated member of my lineage." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he exclaimed, "It belongs to the previous owner of the unquenchable body of 10,000 flames." Indeed, in the vast expanse of the universe, there existed originally 10 primordial, each holding the potential to transcend boundaries. Regrettably, 5 of these were annihilated by my clan 5 millennia ago, including the unquenchable body of 10,000 flames. The saint heavenly demon emperor spoke with an indifferent tone, as if the obliteration of 5 primordial was merely a trivial matter to them. However, I did not anticipate that after so many years of his demise, this land would give rise to such a peculiar flame. With the answer revealed, Jiang Yun's heart settled, and he began to formulate a broad plan. Though he resolved to wait until he overcame the present crisis. "My inquiries are complete. I can now invite the demon emperor to his demise." The atmosphere suddenly turned somber, and the saint heavenly demon emperor, curious, inquired, "Since you are privy to so many secrets, you must have guessed that throughout your absorption of the saint heavenly demon flame, your soul has already been tainted by my essence. My death signifies your own." Jiang Yun had become deeply entangled with the saint heavenly demon flame. It was through this absorption that he had rapidly advanced, leading to his soul being imbued with the essence of the saint heavenly demon emperor. Should this continue, once the demon emperor's power reached a certain threshold, he could easily refine Jiang Yun, turning him into his flame servant. This was precisely why Jiang Yun, upon realizing the situation, acted decisively to eliminate the threat. "Thus, I have come here," Jiang Yun said with a mysterious smile, revealing his intentions. He slowly rose and approached the edge of the azure barrier. Outside, a diminutive fire python coldly regarded him. It was the core flame of the fallen heart flame. To completely eradicate the will of the saint heavenly demon flame within him, Jiang Yun intended to harness the fallen heart flame, capable of directly attacking the soul, to cleanse both his physical body and spirit. You must understand that this method ultimately hinges on whose will is more resolute. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of one's soul. "Are you confident you can surpass me?" The saint heavenly demon emperor's gaze turned peculiar. Moments ago, he had shown admiration, but now he regarded Jiang Yun as if he were a fool. "You wish to compare willpower with an ancient being like me, who has lived for thousands of years." Jiang Yun, seemingly oblivious to the emperor's mockery, extended a hand and calmly stated, "Life itself is a miracle. In comparison to my existence, you are merely an intruder. Even the smallest of ants strive to survive. Do not underestimate any creature's yearning for existence. Demon Emperor. Should one be careless, even a dragon can be consumed by ants." As his words echoed, Jiang Yun waved his hand, shattering the azure barrier. Upon witnessing this, The fallen heart flame's serpentine eyes glinted with ferocity, and terrifying, formless flames began to rise from within, surging violently towards Jiang Yun. Evil spirit binding. With a thunderous roar, a vertical eye suddenly split open in the center of Jiang Yun's brow, unleashing an endless stream of purple light that transformed into a chain of spiritual essence, coiling towards the fire python. A piercing shriek, laden with fury, echoed through the air, revealing the terror in the eyes of the formless fire python. Born of the fallen heart flame, as it sensed an overwhelming threat, the flames surrounding it surged violently, and the crimson lava outside began to boil, countless bubbles frothing and then bursting. A futile endeavor. Jiang Yun scoffed coldly. The evil spirit binding was one of the innate divine abilities of the evil spirit clan, directly assaulting the soul and forcibly dragging the opponent into a spiritual duel. Such an attack was perilous, for a moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the soul, which is why even the members of the evil spirit clan seldom employed it. An attack directed at the soul also meant it was exceedingly difficult to guard against. The purple chain, like a swimming dragon, swiftly pierced through the defenses of the fallen heart flame, causing it to gradually become transparent within the scarlet realm. A small flame serpent, about the size of a palm and tinged with milky white, flickered restlessly, its eyes filled with invisible flames, appearing quite lively as they darted about. At this moment, the serpent, with a fierce glint in its eyes, stared intently at Jiang Yun, while terrifying invisible flames slowly rose from its body. "Come forth." Jiang Yun's eyes brightened, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he altered the seal in his hand. Instantly, amidst the opponent's expression of horror, several purple chains of spirit essence ensnared it tightly. A sharp, shrill cry rang out repeatedly as a flame serpent, illuminated in purple fluorescence, darted about frantically. "Come forth." The outcome rests on this decisive moment. Jiang Yun cast a glance at the holy celestial demon emperor, who was being guarded by Qingming. His face was calm as a still pond, yet his eyes shimmered with unprecedented determination, vast spiritual power forming an ethereal purple lotus beneath him. As Jiang Yun slowly settled into a meditative position, the formless fire python, shrouded in purple light, began to drift toward the eye in his brow. Ah, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. Jiang Yun, one must admit, in terms of courage, none in this vast world can match you. Observing Jiang Yun's challenge, the holy celestial demon emperor revealed a smile tinged with amusement. Then, with a light chuckle, he declared, "Let me see what you are truly capable of." As his words fell, his figure gradually faded, transforming into a black and white interwoven holy flame, descending toward Jiang Yun's brow. Yun'er gazed at the dissipating form of the holy celestial demon emperor, while Qingming looked at the already closed-eyed Jiang Yun with concern. Even now, he felt as if the world had gone mad. How could someone dare to engage the holy celestial demon emperor in a battle of wills? And that someone was merely a child. With no time for worry, Qingming retrieved the corpse of the bodhi tree, which he had taken out before Jiang Yun fell into slumber, placing it behind Jiang Yun. Instantly, wisps of pure energy descended, slowly merging into Jiang Yun's purple vertical eye. After completing the final assistance, Qingming fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Yun, whispering fervently, "You must succeed." Despite Qingming's external worries, at that moment, Jiang Yun's soul space had transformed into a battlefield. A colossal, formless fire python let out a furious roar, anxiously observing the newly emerged black and white flames, sensing both an extreme threat and an overwhelming allure. In response to its roar, the formless flames surged wildly within the space. Ah, the long-lost aura. The holy celestial demon flame morphed into a humanoid form, a nostalgic smile flickering across its visage, as if reminiscing. "How do you wish to compete?" The holy celestial demon emperor turned to glance at the soul figure beside him, which was none other than Jiang Yun. At this moment, he emanated an air of nobility and mystery, adorned in a regal purple hue, coldly gazing at the fallen heart flame and the holy celestial demon emperor. "In my domain, you shall all be suppressed." With Jiang Yun's domineering proclamation, the formless soul space instantaneously transformed into a rich purple, revealing faint black and white stripes upon closer inspection. A violet soul flame erupted, surging forth to confront the two adversaries as if daring to challenge both at once. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us play, young one." The holy celestial demon emperor bellowed with delight, transforming into a black and white, holy celestial demon flame, charging towards both the fallen heart flame and the violet soul fire embodied by Jiang Yun. At that moment, the fallen heart flame, under simultaneous assault from both opponents, let out an enraged roar, its flames swelling as it retaliated against the two. The battle commenced, and Jiang Yun immediately felt an excruciating pain, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. Yet, amidst the tumult of his soul's turmoil, A soothing sensation emerged from the depths of his being, restoring stability to his essence. The entire soul space became a sea of flames, intertwining hues of purple, black and white, and formless colors. However, upon meticulous observation, one would discern subtle distinctions among the three factions. The fallen heart flame reigned supreme, occupying the majority of the space, while the holy celestial demon flame, bolstered by the holy celestial demon emperor, claimed the second largest portion. Jiang Yun, in contrast, possessed merely a small fraction, roughly 1/10 of the territory. Yet, in the face of the relentless onslaught from both sides, the violet flames stood resolute, unwavering as mountains. Although all three were engaged in indiscriminate attacks, the strongest, the fallen heart flame, instinctively directed more ferocity toward the holy celestial demon emperor. Consequently, the holy celestial demon flame incessantly siphoned black and white threads from the violet barrier, allowing Jiang Yun to gradually extricate himself from the holy celestial demon emperor's influence. Within the violet sea of flames, Jiang Yun's soul figure slightly opened his eyes, only to succumb once more into silence. As time progressed, Jiang Yun consistently occupied a territory 1/10 in size, while the black and white stripes at the periphery gradually faded. The fierce entanglement between the fallen heart flame and the holy heavenly demon emperor went unnoticed, and at the edges, countless faint purple flames began to emerge slowly. In the subterranean space, Qingming gazed ahead with a tense expression. There, Jiang Yun sat quietly, eyes closed and legs crossed. Before him lay a colossal invisible fire python, which, despite its originally fearsome nature, had succumbed to an eerie silence. At that moment, Qingming observed Jiang Yun's body tremble violently at intervals. The fallen heart flame, a flame capable of directly assaulting the soul, had been drawn into Jiang Yun's soul sea, with the three factions embroiled in a great battle. It was nothing short of miraculous that Jiang Yun had not succumbed to despair. Each collision was equivalent to scorching Jiang Yun's very soul, a torment unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Qingming could scarcely fathom how Jiang Yun persisted, simultaneously focusing on the confrontation with the fallen heart flame and the holy heavenly demon flame while enduring the searing agony to his spirit. Jiang, I can now unequivocally affirm that this child is indeed the hope of the evil spirit clan. Yun'er will undoubtedly lead the evil spirit clan toward glory. A soft murmur emerged as Qingming, with a complex gaze, looked upon Jiang Yun, now drenched in sweat, as if he beheld a vast future within him. Chapter 43, Bloodline Awakening, Victory. Time flows inexorably. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had been sequestered at the base of the sky-burning refining Qi Tower for a full year. Meanwhile, Su Qian increasingly sensed something amiss. Why had Jiang Yun not yet emerged? Were it not for the fallen heart flame lying quietly there, and Jiang Yun having already acquired an extraordinary flame, he might have doubted whether Jiang Yun had successfully refined the fallen heart flame. A year had passed with no sign of movement. Given his talent, breaking through to the Do Wang level should not require such an extended duration, especially with the assistance of the king-breaking pill concocted by Elder Hua. Surely, nothing could have gone awry. While Su Qian wrestled with his doubts, in another part of the dormitory, the once silent Zian, who had been dormant for a year, finally stirred. Within the room, a violet cocoon rapidly consumed the energies of heaven and earth, suddenly trembling violently. The entire chamber shook with a forceful tremor. Subsequently, a brilliant light erupted from the violet cocoon. As the radiance intensified, fine cracking sounds emerged, and the minute fissures originally etched upon the cocoon widened, allowing countless streams of dazzling purple light to pour forth. With the shattering of the cocoon, a column of violet light surged skyward, ultimately crashing against the ceiling. A low hum resonated throughout as an energy barrier materialized, intercepting the violet beam. This was the spatial seal left by Su Qian. However, Su Qian had underestimated the reaction of the ancient void dragon as it ascended to the 6th tier. As the energy beam intensified, a sudden, crisp sound of an energy barrier shattering reverberated throughout the realm. Although the sound was not particularly loud, it possessed a certain enchantment that captured the attention of many within the inner courtyard. A flurry of gazes abruptly converged upon the dormitory area. Zian. Su Qian was the first to sense the commotion, a look of surprise blossoming on his face. However, his expression soon transformed into one of alarm. This is bad, he thought, hastening towards Jiang Yun's dormitory. Alas, Su Qian arrived just a moment too late. With a resounding crash, the barrier he had erected was shattered, and immediately, everyone in the inner courtyard felt a weight settle in their hearts, as if a colossal dragon was fixated upon them. Instinctively, all present tensed their bodies, unaware of the cold sweat trickling down their backs. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. The expressions of all in the inner courtyard shifted dramatically. What is the meaning of this roar? Has a high-tier magical beast breached the inner courtyard? This pressure. I have never experienced such an overwhelming bloodline aura before. What beast could this be? A dragon lineage, a high-tier dragon clan. Everyone began to murmur amongst themselves, and many elders contemplated investigating the source. Yet, recalling the earlier pressure, they hesitated. All present swiftly vacated the area. Fortunately, Su Qian's voice soon followed, alleviating the elders' concerns. If the Grand Elder was present, then surely there was no cause for alarm. Once the area was cleared, Su Qian turned his attention to the violet beam of light. Feeling the weight of the bloodline pressure, he swallowed hard, murmuring, "What on earth is this girl's origin?" From the earlier roar, he discerned that Zian's true form was likely of dragon lineage, yet the specific type eluded him. And he certainly did not entertain thoughts of the beast sovereign or the ancient void dragon. The ancient void dragon had vanished from the sight of the world nearly 10,000 years ago, and few were left who recognized this supreme beast. Beneath the earth, an endless sea of magma and fire lay in a realm steeped in profound darkness and silence, permeated by an aura of ancient and time-worn essence. At the heart of this space stood a colossal sphere of light, within which loomed an imposing stone door, towering tens of thousands of feet high. Emanating boundless radiance and an ancient aura, the stone door stood silently, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Inscribed at its pinnacle were 4 ancient characters, Ancient Sovereign's Cave. Though the script was not ornate or flamboyant, its simplicity conveyed an unparalleled majesty and transcendent demeanor, as if it ruled over the heavens and the earth. Before the stone door stretched a vast expanse, an ancient square so immense that its edges were beyond sight. Above this square, a colossal, indescribable, mysterious creature coiled within the space, seeming to stretch infinitely towards the skies. This enigmatic creature is enveloped in a resplendent hue of purple and gold, its sharp and resilient scales adorning its sinuous form, evoking an imposing imagery reminiscent of a formidable steel fortress. It remains motionless, quietly coiled within the abyss of darkness. At a certain moment, it abruptly opens its colossal, fearsome eyes, which glimmer with a faint red hue and are layered with numerous pupils. In that instant, the icy indifference of its gaze is pierced by waves of euphoric exultation. The essence of a child. Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. It is the essence of a child. In the stillness of the space, a thunderous roar suddenly erupts, as its gargantuan body, undisturbed for millennia, surges with violent motion, crashing fiercely against the fabric of space. Yet, the might of a Dou Emperor is not something a Dou Saint can hope to shake. In the face of its desperate onslaught, this realm reveals a faint luminescence, rendering the space as solid as an impenetrable cage. Ancient Shago Emperor, you wretched being. Wretched indeed. Gazing at the unyielding space, Zhuquan abruptly turns, his immense dragon eyes glaring fiercely at the ancient stone door floating within the void, his unwilling roars echoing throughout the realm, resonating with a profound sense of desolation. The aura of the ancient dragon clan. At the base of the tower, within Jiang Yun's soul sea, 3 distinct flames have transcended their initial state, with the fallen heart flame seizing 70% of the space, while the sacred heavenly demon flame and Jang Yun share the remainder. At this moment, the 3 factions find themselves in a stalemate. Although the fallen heart flame holds a significant advantage, completely refining Jang Yun and the sacred heavenly demon flame is unattainable in the short term. Suddenly, a voice of uncertainty emanates from the center of the sacred heavenly demon flame, stirring the stagnant situation. It is at this very moment. In an instant, Jang Yun, who had been with his eyes closed, snaps them open, releasing a piercing howl. At that juncture, his eyes are bloodshot, reflecting profound exhaustion. And even his soul sea is on the verge of collapse. Were it not for the purifying essence of the bodhi tree assisting him, he would not know if he could endure this far, illustrating the extent of his torment. However, the time for reaping the rewards of suffering has arrived. Evil Spirit Eye. Slashing divine dark magic light. Suddenly, a massive fissure gapes within the soul sea, and a colossal purple eye emerges, its interior ablaze with a frenzied purple light. In the next moment, the purple aberrant eye quivers violently, unleashing a surge of purple mystical light that shoots forth. As soon as the mystical light appears, it vanishes without a trace. When it re-emerges, it has fiercely struck at the very essence of the fallen heart flame and the sacred heavenly demon flame. This purple mystical light descends silently, as if transcending time and space, and before the fallen heart flame and the sacred heavenly demon emperor can react, it crashes down upon their core with tremendous force. With a piercing wail, the fallen heart flame immediately expressed its anguish. Feeling for the first time the profound pain emanating from the depths of its soul, a sensation it had never experienced before despite its ability to incinerate souls. Its feeble intelligence was utterly incapable of resisting Jiang Yun's soul attack, which approached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Amidst an endless expanse of milky white flames, a flicker of purple brilliance emerged, growing increasingly radiant as time passed. In this fiery void, furious roars and the explosive sounds of flames erupted. Within the purple shield, a slightly ethereal Jiang Yun sat cross-legged atop a lotus formed from purple flames, remaining utterly still and unfazed, regardless of the relentless onslaught of the invisible fire serpent outside. At that moment, he observed the pristine purple barrier, and a sense of clarity washed over him. He had never felt so unburdened before. He glanced towards the corner, where the black and white holy demon flame flickered ominously as if on the verge of extinguishing, and hoarsely declared, "Holy Demon Emperor, it seems I have triumphed this time." After a prolonged silence, the black and white flames quivered slightly, and a figure gradually materialized. It was the Holy Demon Emperor. His expression was serene, devoid of any anger at being bested by what he considered a mere ant. Instead, he looked at Jang Yun with admiration. "I was right not to underestimate you. You truly are a remarkable entity. Most mortals would have perished under the torment of the Holy Demon Flame, yet you have withstood the searing of both flames. Extraordinary indeed." Jiang Yun fell silent, reflecting on his near escape. Even he felt a shiver of trepidation, questioning whether he could endure such trials again. Slowly shaking his head, he could not guarantee that fortune would favor him a second time. His recent success was fraught with coincidences. The fallen heart flame harbored a profound enmity towards the Holy Demon Flame, expending much of its power against the latter. While he had anticipated this, the magnitude of the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. It seemed there was a deep-seated connection between the master of the everlasting fire body and the Holy Demon Emperor. Nevertheless, this revelation alleviated much of his pressure. And what of that dragon's roar? Was it Jiang Yun? Why would he react without cause? All these fortunate coincidences had conspired to facilitate Jiang Yun's success. The Holy Demon Emperor, a seasoned being who had lived for an eternity, discerned Jiang Yun's thoughts with a knowing smile. Sometimes, luck is a facet of strength, or rather, those who stand at the pinnacle are, in their respective eras, the favored children of fortune. Do not be troubled, at least in this regard. You possess the potential to reach the summit, which speaks well of my discernment. Jang Yun, you have nearly 200 years ahead of you. I look forward to the day you stand before me. I am certain your true self shares this sentiment. For the first time, the Holy Demon Emperor etched Jiang Yun's name into his memory, albeit he was merely a manifestation of will amidst flames, lacking the ability to connect with his true self. I shall indeed. At this moment, Jang Yun gazed intently at the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. For in order to achieve his ambition, he inevitably had to confront this formidable adversary. Having triumphed once in their encounter, he firmly believed that victory would grace him again. The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor wore a smile. After many years, he found himself intrigued by a matter for the first time. Alas, this fleeting resolve could not endure, and he could only briefly savor the tumultuous state of his mind. Casting a deep glance at Jang Yun, as if to etch this insignificant being into his memory, the Emperor's figure gradually began to fade from Jang Yun's sight, eventually vanishing entirely. In his wake, a pair of black and white flames remained, evoking an inexplicable feeling within Jang Yun, as though, at that moment, they truly belonged to him, rather than being merely granted through the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor's authorization. "Come." Jiang Yun beckoned, and the Holy Heavenly Demon Flame quivered, gently descending into the palm of his hand. With the Holy Heavenly Demon Flame now secured, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the fallen heart flame outside. At this juncture, having endured prolonged depletion, the fallen heart flame had reached its weakest state in history. Although it still exhibited a fierce demeanor, Jiang Yun easily discerned its hollow strength. Now was the time for reaping the rewards. Sitting cross-legged upon the fire lotus, Jiang Yun gazed at the languid fallen heart flame beyond the fire barrier, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes dancing with the flicker of black and white flames. Rising slowly, a sharp aura surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. Roar. Observing Jiang Yun's ascent, the serpent-like eyes of the fallen heart flame flickered with a hint of panic, an intense sense of crisis flooding its mind. Enjoyed your fun before? Now it's my turn. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly at the anxious fallen heart flame. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, a column of black and white fire erupted forth, transforming into a colossal dragon, indeed, the true form of Zian, embodying the essence of the ancient void dragon. It lunged toward the formless fire python that was the fallen heart flame, ready to tear it apart. Roar. In response to the approaching dragon, the fallen heart flame unleashed an enraged roar, and countless molten fire columns surged toward the dragon, though their might paled in comparison to before. Confronted with the assault from the fallen heart flame, The dragon merely opened its maw, revealing a profound black vortex that began to emanate a terrifying consuming force. Silently, all attacks launched by the fallen heart flame were devoured by the dragon, without even a single splash of water to mark their demise. Do not resist. Your current volatility is unwarranted. Allow me to restore your innocence and let you relive the joys of childhood. Jiang Yun's spirits soared as he grinned wickedly at the fallen heart flame. As his words echoed, the black and white dragon unleashed an overwhelming force of consumption from its maw. At that moment, terror washed over the eyes of the fallen heart flame, its massive form retreating in fear. You have lost, Jiang Yun proclaimed, observing the panicked expression and the retreat of the fallen heart flame. A slight smile graced his lips as his eyes transformed into a deep black, the dreadful power of consumption swirling around him. In the sky, a colossal dragon swiftly pursued the falling heart of flame, capturing it effortlessly and gradually swallowing it amidst its roars and struggles. After this act, Jiang Yun surveyed the violet sea of souls, his heart brimming with a sense of security. The elders must be anxious, and he wondered if Zian had emerged yet. With a soft chuckle, Jiang Yun's figure slowly vanished from this realm. Outside, the moment Jiang Yun exited the sea of souls, he, seated in a meditative pose, gradually opened his eyes under the watchful gaze of Qingming. Chapter 44. The Moment of Harvest. The Rampaging Zian. Is it you, Yuna? As he beheld the awakened Jang Yun, Qingming's face transformed from worry to elation, stepping forward with palpable excitement and inquiring nervously, his eyes fixed intently on Jang Yun, revealing a hint of trepidation, fearing an answer contrary to his hopes. Turning to meet Qingming's gaze, filled with profound concern, Jang Yun felt warmth blossom within him. After a year of strife, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he offered Qingming a genuine smile. Senior Qingming, it is indeed I. I have succeeded. Jiang Yun spoke softly, extending his hand to summon the black and white sacred heavenly demon flame and the formless heart of flame, which danced in his palm. Splendid, splendid. With an affirmative response, Qingming's excitement surged as he beheld the flickering flames, his very body trembling with joy. Child, you have endured so much. Observing the fatigue in Jiang Yun's eyes, Qingming's heart tightened, feeling a pang of sorrow. After all, Jiang Yun was still but a child. It was difficult for him to fathom the depth of conviction that had sustained Jiang Yun, leading him to ultimate victory. Senior Qingming, I implore you to protect me. It is time to reap the rewards. Jiang Yun, not lingering in the rare tranquility, continued speaking. Having resolved the hidden dangers within himself and grasped the origins of the strange flames from the Dou Qi Continent, Jiang Yun's mind was now teeming with plans. As many matters awaited his attention, time is of the essence. The Soul Emperor has been plotting for millennia to ascend to power. We have reached the final moment. If I cannot grow to a level where I can rely on my own strength to confront him in the ultimate battle, then even with my hidden cards, I will remain vulnerable, and this is intolerable. I have grander aspirations to pursue. Such haste. A few days of rest before absorbing it would not be late. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's request, Qingming was taken aback and offered his counsel. Jiang Yun gently shook his head, although his spirit was weary. It was indeed the best time for a breakthrough. Moreover, with Zian already awakened, he could not afford to delay any longer. Very well, proceed with caution. Observing Jiang Yun's unwavering resolve, Qingming refrained from further objections. He understood that Jiang Yun was a determined child, whose decisions were rarely swayed. Instead, he silently moved aside to strengthen the barrier, safeguarding Jiang Yun's endeavor. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Yun took a moment to regulate his breath. Gazing at the small flame serpent in his hand, his eyes transformed into a profound shade of black. Then, with a swift motion, he opened his mouth and consumed the fiery creature. As the primordial fire entered his body, a wave of searing heat surged forth, quietly spreading within. Jiang Yun promptly assumed a cross-legged position, as a milky white flame erupted relentlessly from his pores. Jiang Yun had already formulated a plan for dealing with the fallen heart flame. Unlike Xiao Yan, who possessed the burning formula that allowed him to devour strange flames for evolution, Jiang Yun understood that there existed a devouring relationship among these extraordinary fires. Typically, when a powerful flame encounters a weaker one, the former devours the latter's essence without hesitation to strengthen itself. This approach, while somewhat crude, is far less secure and thorough than the burning formula. However, Jiang Yun possessed his own advantages. The Holy Sky Demon Flame, endowed with a devouring attribute, could perfectly utilize the energy accumulated over the years by the strange flames to augment itself. This was the strategy he conceived. Thus, he would acquire the vast energy of the fallen heart flame, while the Jialan Academy would receive a flame seedling as if reborn, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Surely, the elder would be pleased with this outcome. As he felt the intense heat erupting within him, Jiang Yun noted that the temperature was gradually becoming unbearably scorching, even to the point of pain. Despite having previously expended a significant amount of the opponent's power, the temperature accumulated over countless years within the fallen heart flame was indeed extraordinary. Your performance is about to commence, Jiang Yun murmured, sensing the chaotic and destructive energy of the fallen heart flame surging within him. At that moment, the holy sky demon flame coiled within his dantian trembled. The black flames morphed into a fierce black dragon, rushing towards the small serpent formed by the fallen heart flame. Within Jiang Yun's body, the fallen heart flame was like a turtle trapped in a jar, and with Jiang Yun as its unwelcome captor. The flame serpent was soon devoured whole by the colossal dragon. As the fallen heart flame was consumed by the holy sky demon flame, it began to resist violently. Although Jiang Yun had subdued it, the reality was far from what he had anticipated. Despite securing a victory in their previous battle and gaining nearly complete control over the fallen heart flame, this fire, ranked quite highly on the list of extraordinary flames, had developed intelligence over countless years of condensation. How could it willingly submit to complete refinement? Fallen heart flame, I acknowledge you as my elder brother. Yet you dare to consume me? It then began to resist. Inside the black dragon, an invisible fire python writhed violently, and the surrounding space seemed to erupt with the energy of heaven and earth, manifesting in vibrant, mottled colors, forming swirling vortices eager to breach the confines of the holy sky demon flame and provide assistance to the fallen heart flame. However, the holy sky demon flame, or rather, the barrier set by Jiang Yun, was sufficiently robust. The external energy could not penetrate the barrier in the slightest to aid the fallen heart flame. Nevertheless, while the energies of heaven and earth were obstructed from entering, the terrifyingly high temperature resulting from the fallen heart flame's turmoil seeped through the dark flames. Although the sacred heavenly demon flame boasts exceptional quality, the diminutive spark of a young flame pales in comparison to the fallen heart flame, which has matured over countless ages. As the flames seep forth, Jiang Yun finds himself in torment, his body succumbing to the searing of the fine beads of sweat beginning to appear on his brow. Ignoring his adversary's tumult, he mobilizes the white sacred flame within his cyclone, directing it towards the fallen heart flame. Layer upon layer, he envelopes the fallen heart flame. The complete sacred heavenly demon flame proves remarkably effective. The fallen heart flame can no longer stir up any mischief. Under the influence of the devouring force, the resistance of the fallen heart flame begins to wane, and by the time half of the flame seed has been absorbed, its resistance has entirely dissipated. Its flame seed, akin to a pill infused with immense fire attribute energy, gradually melds into the sacred heavenly demon flame. As the first thread of pure energy enters his body, Jiang Yun's form, akin to parched earth long deprived of moisture, rejuvenates with vibrant life. Instinctively, he activates the red fire treasure mirror, commencing the refinement of the pure energy within. After refining one strand of pure energy, Jiang Yun draws in another. The energy from the fallen heart flame is exceedingly pure, and after circulating through several cycles, it is completely refined into his own fighting spirit. Everything unfolds as effortlessly as water flowing downhill. The barrier of his fighting king begins to gently loosen. In the inner courtyard, a sudden eruption of terrifying pressure ensues, causing many students and elders to struggle for breath, their souls trembling. What calamity have we wrought? Why does our generation always encounter such incidents? Previously, we had not heard the inner courtyard life was this eventful. Many complaining students reveal bittersweet smiles. This relentless succession of events is overwhelming for anyone. Meanwhile, the elders of the inner courtyard silently call upon the Grand Elder, hoping he will swiftly resolve the issue with Zian, or else life will become unbearable. At this moment, the highly regarded Grand Elder gazes helplessly at the girl before him. She is clad in a purple dress, her violet hair cascading elegantly down her back. Despite her tender age, her formidable form is already taking shape, and a pair of purple fighting spirit wings flicker behind her. Her youthful yet alluringly beautiful face, now bearing a frosty expression, possesses eyes of rich purple, filled with nobility and mystery, fixated intently on Su Qian, as if to say that unless he provides a satisfactory answer, he shall face dire consequences. This figure is none other than the now advanced Zian, who has finally matured. Although she has yet to reach her expectations, she is nonetheless content with her appearance at the age of 14 or 15. She is no longer a little girl. Initially, she had been excited to seek out Jiang Yun to boast about her progress, only to find that she had not encountered him and instead received a thunderbolt of disappointment. Gazing at the ominous figure of Zian before him, who resembled a powder keg ready to explode at any moment, Su Qian calmly spoke. Jiang Yun is currently in seclusion at the base of the Tianfeng Refining Qi Tower, striving to break through to the Dou Wang realm. Several elders are stationed there, so you need not worry. No, the entity at the base of the Tianfin Refining Qi Tower is exceedingly perilous. I cannot place my trust in those feeble guardians. I must witness it with mine own eyes. As soon as Su Qian's words fell, Zian immediately countered, her tone rife with distrust towards the elders who stood guard. The Grand Elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The elders guarding the Tianfin Refining Qi Tower were all of Dou Huang cultivation, and the most pivotal among them even possessed the strength of a Dou Huang. However, with Zian having ascended to the 6th tier and given her mysterious racial talents, Su Qian felt uncertain whether the two Dou Huang elders could contend with her. Observing Zian's resolute demeanor, Su Qian felt a headache coming on. He softened his tone and gently remarked, Jiang Yun is in seclusion to break through to Dou Huang. Disturbing him at this juncture could potentially lead to a failed breakthrough, which would be disastrous. He refrained from finishing his thought, for he noticed the increasingly vibrant spatial power surrounding Zian. Aware that she would not rest until she laid eyes on Jang Yun. Reluctantly, Su Qian acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed quietly and strive not to disturb Jang Yun. Before he could utter another word, a flash of violet light darted past, and in an instant, Zian was no longer by his side. Heading directly towards the Tianfin Refining Qi Tower, a streak of purple brilliance descending rapidly. Oh, what sins have I committed? Su Qian sighed helplessly, wishing he could turn back time and deliver a couple of slaps to his past self. The elder beside him, having overheard Su Qian's musings, could only shake his head in bemusement. Grand Elder, could you perhaps restrain that uncontrollable smirk while you speak? It seemed the rumors of his contradictory nature were indeed true. All right, esteemed elders, please disperse the students. Check for any injuries. Those who are wounded should report to the alchemy department to receive a 3rd-grade healing pill. Now, everyone, please disperse. Realizing the expression on his face, Su Qian composed himself and began attending to the aftermath, resembling a concerned father. Understood. The elders responded in unison, promptly scattering to manage the situation. Nodding, Su Qian also vanished, making his way towards the Tianfin Refining Qi Tower. With a series of crisp footsteps, a slender purple silhouette hurried towards the base of the tower. The Tianfin Refining Qi Tower, having been set up with a gathering formation by Jiang Yun, now brimmed with an abundance of elemental energy, thickening by at least 3 layers. Yet, at this moment, Zian remained entirely oblivious to it. Or rather, her thoughts were far removed from such concerns. Along the way, the elders stationed at each level watched Zian depart, secretly marveling at the formidable young girl she was. Soon, Zian arrived at the base of the sky-burning refinement tower, where she encountered the 2 esteemed elders, Elder Shi and Elder Huang, who guarded this place. Where is Xiaoyan? She inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed upon them. Elder Shi, with a slight nod and a smile of reassurance, indicated the innermost room, saying she should be in room 1. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zian swiftly made her way toward room 1. Upon reaching the door, her brow furrowed, and a sense of unease gripped her heart. In the astonished gaze of the 2 elders, she forcefully kicked the door open. Impossible! A loud crash echoed, and Zian's expression darkened as she turned sharply toward the 2 elders, an aura of terrifying dragon might enveloping her. Her voice, icy and resolute, demanded, "Where's Xiaoyan?" Instantly, the elders felt a shiver run down their spines under her piercing gaze. Upon hearing her words, they rushed into room 1, only to exclaim in shock, "This is impossible. Where has she gone?" In disbelief, they methodically opened each of the training rooms on the lowest level, yet found no trace of her. "I will ask once more, where's Xiaoyan?" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Zian, standing at a distance, her violet eyes transformed into fearsome slits, revealed faint purple-golden scales upon her fair skin. A wave of terrifying pressure emanated from her, and she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She resembled a sovereign queen commanding the world. In the face of this formidable Zian, despite being Dou Huang elders themselves, both Elder Shi and Elder Huang were overtaken by an emotion known as fear. Zian, remain calm. Just as the elders were at a loss for words, Su Qian's figure appeared at the base of the tower, urgently speaking up. Upon seeing Su Qian, Zian managed to steady her emotions. Yet her gaze remained cold as she sought answers from the elders. "Elder Shi, Elder Huang, what is going on? Where is Jang Yun?" With Zian regaining her composure, Su Qian felt a sigh of relief and quickly inquired. "We do not know either. We witnessed him entering this room a year ago." The elders, now calmed by Su Qian's presence, were equally bewildered as they explained. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed into a deep frown. "A perfectly healthy individual. And you tell me he has vanished? He hasn't been consumed by the fallen heart flame, has he?" "Wait, the fallen heart flame?" Seemingly struck by a thought, Su Qian's expression grew tense as he swiftly made his way to the central black well at the tower's base. "Zian, noticing his urgency, hurriedly followed. As they peered down into the depths, their pupils constricted in shock. The once calm world of magma revealed that the enormous, formless fire python had vanished without a trace. Su Qian, his mind racing with questions, exclaimed, "How could such a large fallen heart flame in our inner courtyard simply disappear?" Xiao Yun. At this moment, Zian covered her lips with one hand, her eyes glistening as she gazed at the figure in the center of the lava. It was none other than Jiang Yun. However, he appeared vastly different from what the two had anticipated. His figure was emaciated, and even with his eyes closed, they could discern the profound exhaustion etched upon his brow. Gone was the handsome visage he had possessed a year prior. Upon witnessing this, Zian felt a sharp pang in her heart, her form stirring as she prepared to leap to Jiang Yun's side. "Wait," Su Qian reacted swiftly, grasping Zian's arm with urgency. "Jiang Yun is fine. He is at a critical juncture. Are you certain you wish to disturb him?" Zian paused at his words, yet her pearly teeth bit down on her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at Jiang Yun, whose brow was furrowed in concentration, causing her heart to ache. Seeing Zian regain her composure, Su Qian sighed softly and, casting a glance at Jiang Yun, teased him with a low voice. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be this brat who benefits? I hope you cherish this opportunity. Despite Jiang Yun's gaunt appearance, marked with traces of blood, Su Qian could still perceive the steady rise of his profound aura, indicating that he had weathered the worst of the storm. What lay ahead was merely the systematic refinement of the fallen heart flame. It was astonishing that a conundrum which had plagued the academy for years was effortlessly resolved by this young man. With the protection of the Jiang Yun would no longer be in peril. Wait, Jiang Yun was capable of absorbing two types of? As Su Qian came back to his senses, he turned to the figure seated in meditation with a mixture of astonishment and envy. What a fortunate lad he was. Thinking this, Su Qian turned his gaze toward Zian, whose beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yun, and spoke gently. Jiang Yun is safe and has even gained a tremendous opportunity. You can rest easy now, can't you? Zian remained silent, her alluring lips lightly biting down as she gripped the edge of the rock, her hand tightening slightly. Under the anxious gaze of the two elders behind her, cracks began to appear around her. Her heart raced in secret, observing the figure seated in the lava. For the first time, Zian's carefree eyes revealed a semblance of concern. Surveying the surroundings, Su Qian frowned slightly. Ever since Jiang Yun had established the gathering spirit array, while the energy of heaven and earth had indeed become significantly more abundant, the surrounding fire toxicity had also deepened considerably. Staying here for an extended period was more dangerous than ever. Zian, remaining here serves no purpose and could even pose a threat to your health. Shall we wait for Jiang Yun outside? Su Qian placed a comforting hand on Zian's shoulder. No, I want to stay here and watch over Jiang Yun, to ensure his safety. Zian's voice rang clear and resolute, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Yun, disregarding Su Qian's advice. Su Qian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He cast a deep gaze at Jiang Yun and Zian, sighing softly. Be cautious. If you can no longer endure, do emerge. You surely do not wish for Jiang Yun to witness you in a state ravaged by the fire poison, do you? After a moment's hesitation, Zian gently nodded. Upon receiving her response, Su Qian departed the base of the tower with Elder Huang and Elder Shi, as he had matters to attend to, while the two elders were due for a shift to regularly purge the fire poison from their bodies. Once the three had left, Zian unfurled her violet energy wings and leaped into the air, soaring directly toward Jiang Yun, who was situated at the heart of the magma. Thunderous roars echoed as countless streams of lava erupted, propelled by an unbearable heat toward Zian. However, they could not penetrate the thin violet shield surrounding her. Upon reaching Jiang Yun, Zian was taken aback by his more disheveled appearance compared to before. An involuntary urge to caress his face surged within her. Little girl, Jiang Yun is fine. It is best not to disturb him now. At that moment, an aged voice resonated, and Qing Ming's figure gradually materialized. Gazing at Zian with a gentle expression, Zian was already familiar with Qing Ming from their previous encounter, and the thought of his presence alongside Jiang Yun granted her some measure of composure. Senior Qing Ming, how is Xiao Yun? Despite having learned the answer from Su Qian, Zian could not refrain from inquiring. There is no cause for alarm. This time, Yun has gained immensely. Qing Ming smiled at Zian, warmth reflecting in his eyes, acknowledging the little dragon who had fortuitously crossed paths with Jiang Yun. That is a relief. However, you must exercise greater caution than Yun, Qing Ming remarked sternly. Observing Zian's sigh of relief, Zian, now entirely at ease, wore a perplexed expression as she looked at Qing Ming. If I am not mistaken, your innate bloodline is extraordinary, ranking among the finest on the continent. Previously, due to an unforeseen circumstance, you consumed a transformation herb and prematurely adopted a human form. Having inadvertently distanced yourself from your kin, your bloodline has remained dormant, and you have not acquired the various inherited powers of your heritage. Yet, for reasons unknown, a portion of your bloodline has begun to awaken autonomously. You must have received a considerable inheritance, correct? Qingming gently elucidated for Zian, having discerned something amiss upon first observing her. Typically, powerful bloodline races, particularly imperial lineages, undergo a bloodline baptism to fully awaken their potential and reap its benefits. However, as a lost ancient void dragon, Zian had no one to assist her awakening. While this did not pose a significant issue, her previous unintended awakening of a part of her bloodline, coupled with her recent advancement, had catalyzed a thorough awakening. Without any form of baptism, this was exceedingly perilous. Should she proceed carelessly, it could even lead to a decline in the quality of her bloodline. Hence, Qingming expressed his concerns. Indeed. A plethora of thoughts has emerged within my mind. Zian, in a state of confusion, clutched her head, and upon deliberate reflection, she realized an abundance of information lay within her grasp. There were insights regarding the manipulation of spatial power, several combat techniques, and revelations concerning her racial lineage. It turns out, I belong to the ancient lineage of the Void Dragon. As she held her head, she briefly skimmed through the inheritance of her bloodline and, in a moment of poignant introspection, softly expressed her sense of loss. One of her fervent desires for growth stemmed from a longing to uncover her origins. She yearned to understand why she had been without parents since childhood, why she had to fend for herself against formidable magical beasts for resources, and why she found herself in such predicaments. An abundance of questions plagued her mind. However, upon discovering her lineage, she felt a sudden stillness within her emotions. Is it because of you? A look of bewilderment crossed Zian's eyes, as the image of Jiang Yun sat quietly in meditation within her amethyst-hued gaze. Your bloodline has only just awakened. It is likely that your heritage harbors potent combat techniques. However, Zian, remember that these techniques should be employed sparingly, as they often demand a robust bloodline to sustain them. Your current bloodline remains unstable and should not be squandered. Hearing Zian's musings, Qingming nodded and earnestly cautioned her once more. Yes, I understand. Zian held great respect for Qingming, recognizing him as Jiang Yun's only family in this world, and she valued his wisdom deeply. Speaking of which, I still prefer to resolve issues with my fists rather than through these techniques. Ultimately, with a playful lift of her small fist and a light chuckle revealing her adorable tiger teeth, Zian expressed her sentiment. Haha. Observing the innocent Zian, Qingming's spirits brightened in response. Once her heart was set at ease, Zian began to scrutinize her surroundings. All around her lay dark red lava, and the pervasive essence of the falling heart flame caused her delicate brows to furrow in distaste. What a familiar and comforting scent. At that moment, Zian cast a puzzled glance towards the depths below. Within resided a faint trace of aura that felt both familiar and foreign, invoking a profound clarity within her. This prompted her to continue her delicate perception. However, this time, the aura did not re-emerge, as if it were but an illusion. Disappointed by the lack of discovery, Zian lightly furrowed her brow, and after a moment, gently shook her head, murmuring, "Is it merely an illusion?" Returning to her senses, Zian slowly made her way towards Jiang Yun. Qingming, ever vigilant of Zian, felt a flicker in his gaze, his deep eyes surveying the magma below, where a glimmer of realization flashed within. I never anticipated this. No wonder I unconsciously led Yun here. Casting a glance at Zian and Jiang Yun, Qingming's eyes sparkled with joy and contentment, for the connection was indeed ineffable. At this moment, Jang Yun was quietly absorbing the essence of the falling heart flame within him, oblivious to the world outside. Amidst the serene ambience, Zian sat with a gentle smile, her violet eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Yun, as if they were a perfect painting, imbued with tranquility and beauty. Time seemed to slip away, and suddenly, a faint blush graced Zian's delicate face, hinting at the remarkable transformation she had undergone after her recent advancement. Xiaoyun, regardless of the adversaries you may face, I shall always stand by your side, she declared with unwavering conviction. Zian, astute as she was, had sensed Jiang Yun's extraordinary nature since the appearance of Qingming, piecing together the enigmas surrounding him, unknown flames, mysterious formations, and the unending array of arcane combat techniques, all suggesting that he was no ordinary orphan, but rather someone of exceptional lineage. She had also discerned his fervent desire for strength and, in her heart, understood that he was destined to confront formidable foes. Yet, none of that mattered to her. She simply wished to be by his side and support him. With a resolute heart, Zian's eyes shimmered with the fire of determination. She cast one last glance at Jiang Yun, furrowing her brow slightly before slowly closing her eyes to begin her meditation. Despite her discomfort in this environment, She chose to remain by his side, hoping that when he awakened, the first sight he would behold would be her presence. As the two delved into their cultivation, the subterranean space fell into silence once more, the only indication of their presence being the gradual accumulation of celestial energy, a testament to the formidable force quietly enhancing itself within. Time flowed inexorably onward. The crimson-hued underground realm remained as desolate as ever, the only sounds being the flowing magma and the occasional eruptions, rendering the atmosphere eerily lifeless. In this stillness, within the unfathomable depths, two figures sat cross-legged within a verdant protective barrier, faintly discernible. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible crack echoed in the depths of their souls. This unexpected disturbance seemed to rouse a nearby silhouette, whose eyes, resembling brilliant amethysts, blinked open slowly. Upon sensing the movement beside her, a radiant joy illuminated her countenance, and she fixed her gaze intently upon the figure. At that moment, within Jiang Yun's being, the obsidian dragon's eyes shimmered with a lingering satisfaction, and the next instant, it emitted a contented belch. As flames erupted forth, an intangible fire gradually materialized, its essence appearing drained, the flames surrounding it flickering uncertainly. The black dragon, embodying the essence of a scoundrel, cast a dismissive glance at the fallen heart flame before leisurely making its way toward Jiang Yun's dantian. Left in its wake, the fallen heart flame could only watch helplessly as the sacred heavenly demonic flame drifted away, feeling utterly lost. Its intellect had been devoured, rendering it akin to a nascent, unknowing flame, having forgotten the agony it once endured. Oblivious to the identity of the one who had stripped it of everything, it could only flounder aimlessly in place. As the sacred heavenly demon flame returned to its rightful place, Jiang Yun's aura surged as if it had breached a formidable barrier, escalating abruptly. Concurrently, an indescribable sensation of euphoria emanated from within him, pervading every corner of his being. At that moment, his tightly shut eyes, which had remained closed for an indeterminate duration, finally trembled slightly before gradually opening. With a soft sound, as his eyes opened, black and white flames ignited within the depths of his obsidian gaze. Two fiery beams erupted from his eyes, forcefully tearing apart the molten sea beneath him, creating two massive voids that spanned 10 zhang. As the flames swept past, the molten sea churned violently before slowly beginning to converge once more. A wave of intensely scorching breath exhaled from Jiang Yun's mouth, and with this release, the formidable aura surrounding him gradually receded. Chapter 46, 6-Star Battle King. Xiao Yun. A melodious voice, laced with a hint of allure, resonated. Before Jang Yun could turn to look, a familiar yet unfamiliar presence enveloped him in an embrace. Instinctively, he reached out to encircle the slender, firm waist in his arms. Upon gazing down, he was met with a pair of bright, astonished eyes staring back at him. "Is that you, Zian?" Feeling the youthful vitality emanating from the figure in his embrace, Jang Yun hesitated momentarily. Had he truly spent such an extensive period refining the fallen heart flame? Had Zian grown up so much? Humph, ungrateful fellow. I was so worried about you, yet you don't even recognize me. The previously excited Zian suddenly changed her expression, pushing Jiang Yun away with a huff, turning her head aside, and spoke coldly. "Ah, I merely didn't expect you to have changed so dramatically," thus momentarily lost in thought. Exactly. Witnessing Zian's proud demeanor, Jiang Yun felt a rush of familiarity, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Hee, Zian's little temper is renowned for its swiftness. Appearing and vanishing just as quickly, she said playfully, tugging at Jiang Yun's garment, her chest puffed out with pride. "So what do you think? I've grown up. Have I enchanted you?" As she spoke, Zian languidly stretched, accentuating her already alluring curves, her gaze becoming languorous as she cast a shy glance filled with flirtation towards Jiang Yun. "Stop it." Jiang Yun, with an exasperated expression, gently tapped Zian's smooth head. This girl clearly lacked the art of seduction. With the demeanor of a mature woman yet the heart of a child, Jiang Yun found her contradictions perplexing. "Hey, after sustaining a head injury, you still dare to mock me?" Zian protested, pouting her lips. "I clearly like you, you pretentious guy." With his keen ears, Jiang Yun naturally caught Zian's murmured complaints, yet he had no time to indulge her. He slowly lowered his head, his palm clenched, as a swirl of black and white flames erupted with a soft whoosh. At the moment the flames erupted, Zian immediately became alert. Instinctively, she took a half step back. Once she regained her composure, a surge of anger welled up within her. In a fit of defiance, she strode 3 large steps towards Jiang Yun. Positioning herself right beside him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the slowly flickering flames. After consuming the fallen heart flame, the potency of the sacred heavenly demon flame was further enhanced, now rivaling the bone spirit cold fire. Yet, it remained uncertain how it compared to the top 10 flames on the Feeling the intense heat radiating from the flames in his palm, Jiang Yun pondered silently. The top 10 were extraordinary, exhibiting a stark contrast to those ranked beyond. He believed that the flame he currently possessed was indeed on par with any of those outside the top 10. However, to truly break into the top 10, he needed to exert even more effort, perhaps by acquiring the Sea Heart Flame. With a glimmering light in his eyes, Jiang Yun clenched his palm, drawing the black and white flame into his body. His mouth parted slightly, and a clear, resonant howl erupted forth, akin to a crane's cry, echoing through the desolate subterranean world. The howl was long and resonant, and at that moment, Jiang Yun's aura surged at an astonishing rate. As his aura escalated dramatically, the surrounding magma realm also began to convulse, the molten rock roaring like the waves of a tumultuous sea. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun's aura swelled to an extraordinary degree. If an outsider were to witness this terrifying rate of ascent, they would likely question their own existence. Achievements that took others decades, or even an entire lifetime, were accomplished by Jiang Yun in the briefest of breaths. Truly, the comparison between individuals can be disheartening. The frenzied escalation of his aura swiftly surpassed the 5-star mark, then surged once more, finally stabilizing after breaking through the 6-star Dou Wang threshold. With Jiang Yun's overwhelming aura settling into tranquility, the surrounding waves of magma gradually calmed as well. 6-star Dou Wang, quite commendable. Feeling the surging energy within him, Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The overwhelming power and the surrounding energy of the heavens and earth provided him with a profound sense of security. Having absorbed the energy of the fallen heart flame for countless years brought him a monumental leap forward, breaking through the Dou Wang barrier and elevating him to 6-star Dou Wang, nearly on the verge of reaching 7-star Dou Wang. Now, he truly possessed the strength to traverse this continent. I am already a Dou Wang. 6-star Dou Wang is merely passable. At that moment, a rather indifferent voice broke the silence. Zian was seen idly toying with her violet hair. Yet Jiang Yun discerned a glimmer of delight in her eyes, an expression of joy for him. Jiang Yun smiled gently, ruffling Zian's hair affectionately. She leaned comfortably against his side, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. I must also thank Elder Qingming for safeguarding me. I wonder how much time I have consumed during this seclusion? Jiang Yun turned his gaze to the quietly standing Qingming beside him, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and softly inquired. Qingming smiled at Jiang Yun, nodding in satisfaction before responding, "It has been 2 years. 2 years indeed." Jiang Yun murmured to himself. He had already spent nearly 7 years in the Dou Qi Continent and was now on the brink of turning 14. It was time to explore this world. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, he turned to look at Zian, his gaze softening considerably. Over the span of 2 years, he had surmised that Zian had been by his side the entire time. This bond filled Jiang Yun with warmth, and his eyes reflected a subtle shift in emotion towards her. "Let us depart. Otherwise, the Grand Elder may grow anxious," Jiang Yun gently remarked to Zian, extending his hand. Zian looked at Jiang Yun with a hint of confusion, for she had no supplies left, and it was not convenient to concoct pills here. Jiang Yun helplessly pressed his forehead with his hand, stepping forward to take Zian's delicate palm into his own, smiling as he said, "You have always carried me aloft. This time, allow me to bear you." In an instant, Zian understood, and before she could react, she found herself lifted into the air, cradled in Jiang Yun's embrace as he activated his radiant white Dou Qi wings, soaring toward the horizon. In Jiang Yun's arms, Zian could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, a sensation that struck her as peculiar, as if the world had suddenly quieted, leaving just the two of them. Glancing up at Jiang Yun, who was focused on their flight, a charming smile graced Zian's lips. She closed her eyes and nestled closer, pressing her ear against his chest, quietly listening to the powerful thrum of his heart. At that moment, a strange feeling began to take root deep within her, an unfamiliar sensation that made her cheeks warm. Within the Tianfen Qi refining tower, the students accustomed to the enhanced version of the tower were immersed in profound cultivation, reveling in the joy of rapidly advancing their skills. Yet, at a certain moment, the inner courtyard students practicing at various levels of the tower suddenly opened their eyes in terror, collectively realizing a shocking truth. The heart fire, which had continually provided them with the energy to refine their bones and qi, was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate until it completely vanished. Yes, it had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of the heart fire behind. A grave situation had arisen. In that instant, a sense of foreboding washed over all the students. While the elders guarding the tower displayed expressions of relief, they were not anxious. Instead, they converged in a particular direction, evidently having been informed by someone beforehand. Jang Yun had succeeded. Upon the arrival of the others, Elder Lu, who held high hopes for Jang Yun, revealed a joyful expression and exclaimed with excitement, His insight proved to be correct. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Yun, he sensed that this young man was destined for greatness, and thus established a benevolent connection early on. Indeed, a dragon power pill now lay quietly within the spatial ring. Observing the situation, it was evident. The elder, also an old man, nodded slightly, a hint of regret gleaming in his eyes. Though the spirit-gathering array was remarkable, who would wish to return to the past after experiencing such double delight? Let us proceed. The outside world has descended into chaos. Elder Lu, you must immediately go out and disperse the students. Temporarily seal the sky-burning refining tower and inform Grand Elder Su Qian to come at once. I will descend to assess the situation. The remaining elders shall stay and maintain vigilance, instructed a gray-robed elder with a profound aura. He was the most senior and powerful individual present, as well as the most informed about the circumstances, taking charge without hesitation. Understood, the elders responded, clasping their hands in acknowledgement. Once the others dispersed, the gray-robed elder made his way to the base of the sky-burning refining tower. Upon reaching the very bottom, in a secluded corner, the space rippled as if disturbed by the surface of water. Suddenly, a figure materialized, hastening towards him. Grand Elder. The gray-robed elder greeted upon recognizing the newcomer. Su Qian nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the space sealing the central black well. After a brief moment of anticipation, a resonant sound echoed as the ceiling began to crack, and two figures emerged unimpeded. Zian, Jang Yun, came the voice of surprise. Slightly taken aback, Jiang Yun smiled at Su Qian. Grand Elder, have you come to welcome me? Once filled with excitement, Su Qian now chuckled in mock reproach. You incorrigible little rascal. Bringing you back was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Jiang Yun merely smiled in silence. Indeed, since Su Qian had retrieved Zian and Jang Yun to the academy, there had been a continuous shortage of medicinal herbs and turmoil among the magical beasts, culminating in the loss of the academy's foundational treasure, the falling heart flame. It was evident that Su Qian had suffered substantial losses. What has become of the falling heart flame? Were you successful in refining it? Su Qian inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he regarded Jang Yun, whose aura now seemed even deeper and more profound. I have refined the falling heart flame, Jang Yun replied, nodding, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Regardless of the circumstances, he had deceived the Grand Elder and kept this matter from the academy, though there were many compelling reasons behind it. That is good. This thing would have been a calamity for the academy, posing a threat to its safety sooner or later. Now that you have refined it, it can be considered fortuitous. Receiving a definitive answer, Su Qian felt a twinge of melancholy. Despite everything, a trace of reluctance lingered in his heart. However, from another perspective, this could also be seen as a positive development. Observing Su Qian's magnanimity, Jiang Yun felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, Ming Tianqi had chosen an admirable elder. For Su Qian truly had the academy's best interests at heart. Do not rush, esteemed elder, Jiang Yun said as he extended his hand. With a sudden burst, the embryonic heart flame emerged, quietly flickering upon his palm. Su Qian gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar ethereal flame, momentarily entranced and incredulous. The fallen heart flame has been absorbed, though not entirely. This remains. Presently, it has lost its sentience and energy, and to restore it to its former glory will require nearly a century of devoted nurturing. However, the ability to summon the heart fire still exists, sufficient to serve as the core for the operation of the heavenly flame refining tower. As Jiang Yun spoke, he gently pushed the bewildered fallen heart flame towards Su Qian, who watched in awe as it danced quietly before him. Su Qian's heart raced with excitement. Despite the incredulity, he began to believe Jiang Yun's words upon witnessing the newly born heart flame, which answered the lingering questions in his mind. Why could Jiang Yun absorb a second strange fire after acquiring the first? He had heard rumors of strange fires devouring one another, and now it appeared to be true. Su Qian stared intently at the embryonic fallen heart flame and trembled as he inquired, if it has lost its sentience, does that mean its hostility towards the inner court has vanished? Jiang Yun nodded, explaining that in the future, an elder with fire attributes would nurture it day and night, ultimately cultivating a fallen heart flame that would be friendly towards the academy. Grateful, Su Qian glanced at Jiang Yun, realizing the immense cost involved in preserving such a seedling. Even without Jiang Yun's words, Jiang Yun is indeed a good child, he thought. Holy demon flame. Is it really that difficult? With trembling hands, Su Qian cradled the embryonic heart flame, keenly sensing the waves it emitted. After discerning the familiar essence of the heart flame, he burst into joyful laughter. After a moment, he composed himself and gazed at Jiang Yun, exclaiming, Jiang Yun, you have bestowed a tremendous gift upon the academy. Jiang Yun smiled lightly and nodded. The academy is my home. This is what I ought to do. Excellent, excellent, Su Qian said, his face brimming with emotion and pride. Throughout their conversation, the gray-robed elder listened attentively, his eyes gleaming with surprise upon learning that the fallen heart flame still existed, albeit in a state of lost sentience. The feeling of recovery was exhilarating. Chapter 47, Intelligence. Old Su, may we leave now? I must return to have Xiao Yun concoct some elixirs for me. Just as Su Qian and the gray-robed elder were absorbed in examining the fallen heart flame, Zian, held by Jiang Yun, became impatient. Startled by Zian's exclamation, Su Qian realized his own lapse in decorum, his face flushing slightly. Clearing his throat, he chuckled. You all have worked hard during this time. Go back and rest well. Remember that cultivation requires balance. Do not strain yourselves too tightly. Got it, got it. Zian replied with an air of impatience, shaking her head as if she were a disobedient student listening to a teacher's lecture. Noting that Su Qian seemed inclined to continue, she promptly pulled Jang Yun and soared towards the tower's exit. The young girl gazed at the retreating figures of the two with a sigh of resignation. Beside her, the elder harbored a quiet disdain, thinking it quite absurd for the grand elder to be so jovial, his wrinkles deepening as he smiled, all while maintaining an air of aloofness. With the departure of Zian and Jiang Yun, Su Qian and his companion did not linger at the base of the tower for long. Soon enough, they ascended to the summit. Once there, all the elders crowded around Su Qian, having already learned from the earlier departing Jang Yun about the news of the fallen heart flame. However, their curiosity remained unabated. They jostled one another, eyes gleaming with excitement as they peered into Su Qian's palm, where the small, quietly burning infantile, fallen heart flame resided. It was quite a sight to behold. The once massive flame serpent now appeared diminutive, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Is this the little creature that has evoked both love and hatred? I have guarded it for 23 years. Let me take a look. One elder exclaimed. I have watched over it for 38 years, young one. Step aside and do not jostle this old man. Another chimed in. Make way. My affinity is with fire. Nurturing this little one falls to me. These inner courtyard elders had endured years of torment at the hands of the fallen heart flame, and now, witnessing its transformation into such a fragile state, they were filled with exhilaration. Some could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the tiny flame, which appeared so weak, pitiful, and helpless under the playful scrutiny of these seasoned fighters. Ah, how the tides have turned. This little creature, which had once caused them endless suffering, was now in need of their guardianship. Just as the infant flame seemed overwhelmed by the attention, Su Qian adopted a stern countenance and spoke with authority. What are you all doing at your age? Such behavior is unbecoming. At his words, the elders finally tempered their enthusiasm, their smiles turning somewhat sheepish. Elder Wang, the subsequent affairs of the sky-burning refinement tower require your oversight. The students' arrangements must be flawless. Elders Su and Li, you both specialize in fire. Devise a method for nurturing the fallen heart flame. The rest of you, return to your duties. Understood. As they exited the sky-burning refinement tower, Jiang Yun and Zian encountered a throng of students gathered around, many of whom were unfamiliar faces. It was remarkable. He now considered himself a senior within the inner courtyard, as those from his cohort had already graduated and departed the academy. Scanning the crowd, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback as he recognized several familiar, yet distant figures. Among them was a young man clad in a green robe, possessing a handsome visage and an air of effortless elegance. There was also a resolute man wielding a spear, exuding a powerful and commanding presence. Lastly, a silver-haired beauty radiated an aura of icy aloofness, reminiscent of a snow lotus. Lin Ziai, Lu Qing, Han Yu, Lin Yin, characters from the original tale, began to make their entrance. Feeling their breath, Jiang Yun deduced that they had only recently entered the inner courtyard and possessed the strength of approximately 6 or 7-star battle masters. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Has it truly come to this? Without approaching to greet the few individuals, Jiang Yun silently took Zian by the hand and headed toward the dormitory. Ah, how terrifying these two individuals are. Are there such formidable beings in the inner courtyard? Among the crowd, Lin Ziai, with an air of elegance and a smile gracing his face, was beginning to sweat profusely. What troubles you? Asked Lu Qing, casting a puzzled glance at the man not far away. As contemporaries among the new students, a rivalry had always existed between him and Lin Ziai. Although Lu Qing was dissatisfied with the other's combat style, he could not deny that Lin was indeed a genius and a formidable opponent. At this moment, witnessing Lin's expression, he could not suppress his curiosity. It was noteworthy that even when facing individuals on the strong rankings of the inner courtyard, Lin had never displayed such a countenance. Perceiving Lu Qing's inquisitive gaze, Lin Ziai wiped the sweat from his brow, scanned the distance, and realized the source of his earlier unease had vanished. Shaking his head, he remarked with lingering trepidation, It's nothing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Seeing that the other would not elaborate, Lu Qing chose not to press further, resuming his demeanor of aloofness. Lin Ziai, however, remained lost in thought, murmuring to himself, was it truly an illusion? As a master of the wind attribute, he had sensed from the whispers of the wind that two formidable individuals had emerged from the heavenly flame refinement tower. He had even glimpsed their silhouettes from afar. Yet, he found it hard to believe that such a sense of danger, more potent than that posed by the Battle King Elder, could emanate from two youths. Wait a moment. Could it be those two? Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yun concocted several batches of pills for the eager Zian before the two retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The prolonged strain of cultivation had left him mentally fatigued. Without a second thought, he collapsed onto his pillow and fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the third day, when he finally awoke, feeling rejuvenated and the mental exhaustion had dissipated. Upon exiting his room, he sensed no sign of Zian and wondered where she had scampered off to. Sitting in the courtyard, Jiang Yun pondered deeply, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Although he had fortuitously resolved his physical affliction and gained considerable benefits, this did not imply that the suppressed holy heavenly demonic flame could be safely absorbed. The will of the holy heavenly demonic emperor still lingered within. The complete child flame was akin to the void devouring flame or the pure lotus demon fire. Even figures like the ancient Yuan or the soul emperor would struggle to eradicate the imprints contained within. If he continued to absorb it recklessly, he would undoubtedly repeat past mistakes, a fate he could not tolerate. Yet, relinquishing such a tremendous opportunity was utterly unacceptable. After much contemplation, Jiang Yun sighed softly. It appeared he would need to acquire the burning scripture to examine it further. According to the information left by the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor, the master of the eternal flame once perished on the continent of Aura, his essence scattered across the land and merging with various origins of the continent, giving rise to the multitude of extraordinary flames found therein. Given this, Jiang Yun has ample reason to suspect that the burning technique, a peculiar method of cultivation, might be the very practice of the eternal flame or perhaps a fragment of it. If his conjecture holds true, then a solution to the dilemma regarding the Holy Celestial Demon Flame may also present itself. As a peak entity of the supreme fire attribute within the vast universe, one can only vanquish magic with magic. Having made his decision, Jiang Yun rose to his full height and strolled towards the office of the Grand Elder. It is time to pay a visit to our esteemed medicine sovereign. I wonder if the esteemed sovereign has unraveled the mysteries of the bodhi transformation saliva. Upon reaching the depths of the inner courtyard, outside the Grand Elder's pavilion, the guards evidently recognized Jiang Yun and allowed him to pass without obstruction, leading him to the second floor where Su Qian's chamber was located. Grand Elder, he announced as he pushed the door open, immediately spotting Su Qian engrossed in reviewing a register. Jiang Yun's voice captured Su Qian's attention. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Jiang Yun entering, his face displaying a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a warm smile. How have you fared? Refining the extraordinary flames is no simple task, is it? Have you managed to rest well? Su Qian inquired with genuine concern, having discerned the exhaustion beneath Jiang Yun's profound aura during their last encounter. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. I am quite well now, Jiang Yun replied warmly, feeling a sense of comfort in Su Qian's words. Su Qian nodded, observing Jiang Yun, who was gradually shedding his youthful naivety and maturing into a formidable presence. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia as he remarked, "You have now entered the realm of the Dou Wang. There is little left for the academy to impart to you. What are your plans moving forward?" Unbeknownst to Su Qian, his heart was tinged with a hint of melancholy as he spoke these words. Jiang Yun and Zian were both rescued from the beast forest under his guidance, and over the years, the bond between them had deepened significantly. Now, witnessing their growth into capable individuals ready to traverse the continent, he felt a bittersweet pang of loss mixed with pride. He understood that the skies of Jiang Yun and Zian did not belong to the Canaan Academy. A broader world awaited their exploration. Yet, concurrently, his heart brimmed with a sense of despondency. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun articulated a request he had long prepared. Does Canaan Academy have its spies in the Black Corner region? I would like to ask the Grand Elder to inquire if any significant events have transpired in recent years, or if there have been any disturbances in Feng City. A glint sparked in Su Qian's eyes as he immediately grasped the deeper implications of Jiang Yun's words. He regarded Jiang Yun intently, his tone turning grave. Are you intending to take action against Hanfong? Jiang Yun nodded. To confront Hanfong, it is sufficient to rely on myself and you. Yet we must also remain wary of the many formidable individuals within Feng City and the lurking dangers from the Black Corner region. Thus, I require the assistance of Canaan Academy. To harness the strength of Canaan Academy, one cannot bypass Su Qian, especially since Jiang Yun had no intention of concealing anything from him. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's admission, Su Qian gravely inquired, "Do you know who Hanfong is?" His tone was laced with palpable apprehension. Before Jiang Yun could respond, he continued, "He is a 6th-tier alchemist from the Black Corner region, and rumors suggest he has ascended to the 7th tier. With his charisma, he commands a legion of followers in the Black Corner region, and as a peak Dou Huang. He is not someone whom others dare to confront. Moreover, this information is merely a fragment of the past. He has since undergone further transformations. I am aware of all this, yet what can I say? He possesses something that piques my interest." Jiang Yun nodded calmly, his voice mysteriously articulating the jungle law of this world. "You are referring to the bodhi transformation nectar, are you not?" Su Qian scrutinized Jiang Yun intently, his conviction unwavering. Jiang Yun's gaze flickered. Although the bodhi transformation nectar was not his primary objective, he chose not to clarify the misunderstanding. After all, who wouldn't be intrigued by the opportunities presented by Dou Sheng? Additionally, he had heard whispers of an extraordinary flame in Hanfeng's possession. Su Qian's heart raced. Despite his prior knowledge of the bodhi transformation nectar, its mention reignited a fervor within him. After all, it was a matter concerning a Dou Sheng, the true pinnacle of power on the continent. Observing Jiang Yun's resolute demeanor, Su Qian fell silent for a moment before rising to approach a row of cabinets. After a series of intricate spatial maneuvers, he retrieved a scroll from a box. This contains the events that have transpired in Feng City during this time. Accepting the scroll from Su Qian, Jiang Yun was unsurprised to discover that Canaan Academy boasted its own intelligence network in the Black Corner region, meticulously monitoring its developments. As he unfurled the scroll and scrutinized the information, he quickly absorbed its contents. Since the emergence of the Douzun secret realm, several groups had descended upon Feng City, including formidable Dou Huang and Douzong experts. However, as the lord of Feng City, Hanfong was cunningly elusive, hesitant to reveal himself. The old foxes feared that should they shatter Feng City, Hanfong might vanish entirely, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. The existence of Feng City provided them with a glimmer of hope that Hanfong would not abandon such a substantial foundation, which deterred anyone from exploiting the situation. Nevertheless, both overtly and covertly, individuals from the Black Corner region were indeed searching for Hanfeng's whereabouts. Remarkably, Hanfong remained hidden until a year ago when he finally made his appearance. Upon his arrival, a battle erupted in Feng City, revealing his prowess as he announced his elevation to Douzong status, accompanied by another Douzong at his side. With 2 Douzong present, his strength quelled the chaos of the Black Corner region, and at that juncture, Hanfong boldly proclaimed his advancement to 7th-tier alchemist. Furthermore, he presented a 7th-tier instant chi pill for auction, inciting a frenzy among the crowd. The prestige of Maple City has ascended to new heights, drawing individuals daily seeking remedies. Hanfong is unreserved in his acceptance of those who come to request medicine, whether they are Dou Huang, Dou Wang, or Dou Ling. As long as they agree to join Maple City, he obliges their requests and concocts potions. After a year of extensive recruitment, Maple City has evolved into the most formidable force within the Black Corner region, commanding unparalleled influence. As he perused the intelligence in his hands, Jiang Yun felt a weight in his heart. Hanfeng's advancement to Douzong and his status as a 7th-tier alchemist had taken him by surprise. Furthermore, there existed an enigmatic Douzong. The depths of Maple City had indeed grown more profound. Chapter 48, The Breaking of the Sect Pill. Do you still wish to wade into the murky waters of Maple City? Su Qian inquired earnestly upon seeing Jiang Yun close the scroll. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun rubbed his temples and resumed his demeanor of calm indifference, as if nothing could perturb him, and chuckled lightly. Why not? Coughing slightly, Su Qian was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yun's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "That is a force guarded by 2 Douzongs, along with several Dou Huang reinforcements. Do not underestimate the world simply because you have ascended to Dou Huang." Although Su Qian's tone was stern, the deep concern underlying his words was unmistakable to Jiang Yun. The gathering of such formidable individuals by Hanfong surely harbored significant ambitions, and in the Black Corner region, the only entity that could compel him to treat the matter with such gravity was. You mean? Jiang Yun's statement immediately piqued Su Qian's alertness. In the Black Corner region, only the Jian Yun Academy could muster such a plethora of powerful beings. The thought that the numerous individuals in Maple City had their sights set on Jian Yun Academy sent a shiver down Su Qian's spine. Although Douzun does not emerge, Jian Yun Academy cannot be extinguished, yet the Elder Council would not act unless their very survival was at stake. Even if they ultimately intervened, the devastation wrought would be enough to break Su Qian's heart. This is merely my conjecture. The truth remains undetermined. Observing Su Qian's unease, Jiang Yun shook his head in denial. Hanfeng's unusual maneuvers were indeed beyond his expectations. With so many strong figures gathered, it was plausible to claim it was for self-preservation, particularly when confronting the formidable adversaries of the Black Corner region. Moreover, having offended the formidable Mo Yin Valley, it was not out of the question that the sinister old ghost might personally intervene. As for the Dou Zone beside him, Jiang Yun harbored vague suspicions. Su Qian hesitated, recognizing the validity in Jiang Yun's reasoning. To recklessly provoke a conflict with Maple City based on mere speculation was indeed imprudent. Warfare claims lives, and in such a battleground, even his own demise would not be surprising. There is no need for the Grand Elder to worry. Since I have designated Maple City as my target, I certainly have a plan in place. Noticing Su Qian's apprehension and uncertainty, Jiang Yun spoke at the opportune moment. Oh, do share. Su Qian, intrigued by Jiang Yun's words, could not help but inquire further. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Yun remained silent and instead produced a sheet of paper filled with intricate characters. Su Qian, perplexed, accepted it and glanced at the list of herbs, his expression shifting as he remarked with irritation, "Are you intent on draining the academy dry before you relent? These are all materials for concocting 6th grade pills. Can you truly refine them? Let us give it a try." Jiang Yun's confident voice resonated. In truth, after refining the Fallen Heart Flame, not only had his combat energy surged significantly, but his spiritual power had also experienced a remarkable increase. At this moment, he had reached a bottleneck in his spiritual prowess. Jiang Yun understood that he was at the threshold of the spiritual realm. With continued practice of the clan soul techniques and accumulating sufficient spiritual energy, he could ascend to the realm of spiritual souls. With his current peak mortal realm spiritual power, he was capable of refining all pills below the 8th grade. What kind of monster did I pick up back then? Su Qian gazed incredulously at Jiang Yun, lost in thought. What is this pill? Why does it seem somewhat familiar? After a considerable pause, Su Qian regained his composure and examined the list in his hands, feeling an increasing sense of deja vu. These are the materials required for refining the Royal Extreme Pill and the Breaking Sect Pill. I already possess some, but I will need the Academy's assistance for the rest. Jiang Yun stated plainly, inciting Su Qian's frustration. The Breaking Sect Pill. You intend to refine the Breaking Sect Pill? Su Qian exclaimed. As its name suggests, the Breaking Sect Pill can enhance the success rate of peak Dou Huang experts attempting to advance to Dou Zone by 10%, ensuring that even if they fail in their breakthrough, their strength remains stable at the previous level, avoiding any decline in rank. Although that 10% success rate may seem minimal, this slight edge can drive peak Dou Huang experts to madness. The Breaking Sect Pill is undoubtedly a pinnacle creation among 6th grade pills, capable of driving any peak Dou Huang to frenzy. And its refinement difficulty ranks among the most challenging of 6th grade pills. The fact that Jiang Yun was confident in his ability to refine the Breaking Sect Pill caused Su Qian to scrutinize him further. A 13 or 14-year-old 6th grade alchemist is indeed a rarity across the continent. At this moment, Su Qian had comprehended Jiang Yun's intentions. Jiang Yun met Su Qian's gaze and nodded with a smile. The Academy would not recklessly venture into conflict with Feng City on his behalf. Instead, he would leverage the Breaking Sect Pill and the Royal Extreme Pill as a bargaining chip to invite several peak Dou Huang experts to assist him. He was convinced that the elders of the Academy, particularly Elder Qing, Hu Qian, and Wu Tianlang, would be eager to participate. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qian sighed. I can only say that I will not obstruct them. I wonder what you shall offer to persuade me to take action? At that moment, Su Qian suddenly transformed into a playful old man, eyeing Jiang Yun with enthusiasm as he rubbed his hands together. Jiang Yun found it amusing. Su Qian had become rather mercenary. Although he knew that Su Qian would lend a hand even without compensation, he was determined not to go back on his word now that he had resolved to negotiate with the Academy. This is a 5th grade spirit gathering array diagram. I wonder if it will suffice to entice the Grand Elder, Jiang Yun declared, handing a scroll to Su Qian with a smile. Enough, absolutely enough. Su Qian's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, he tucked away the formation map, grinning from ear to ear, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Very well, I shall take charge from here. I will gather the medicinal herbs you require within 3 days. After the laughter subsided, Su Qian's expression turned considerably serious. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Yun expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. 3 days swiftly passed. In a tranquil valley, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged on a clearing. Before him lay an array of various medicinal herbs, all meticulously prepared. These herbs were quite rare, had they been placed in the Black Corner region. They would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, and the sheer quantity was truly impressive, a testament to the deep resources of the Canaan Academy. A pale yellow ancient medicinal cauldron floated gracefully into view. This was one of the treasures of the Canaan Academy's alchemy department, a 7th-tier cauldron. specially brought by Su Qian to assist Jiang Yun. The recipe for the breaking sect pill hovered in midair, a shimmering shadow leaping above it, fully displaying the method of refinement. Time slipped away unnoticed, and finally, Jiang Yun steadied his resolve and began to act. White flames ignited within his dark eyes. With a faint sound, a wisp of white flame surged forth from the cyclone surrounding Jiang Yun, and with a flick of his fingers, the flame transformed into a streak of light, darting into the cauldron like lightning. As soon as the flame entered the cauldron, its small form suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the tiny flame erupted into a roaring blaze, burning fiercely within the cauldron. Jiang Yun had never refined a 6th-tier pill before, and challenging the breaking sect pill right off the bat was no small feat were it not for his peak soul power in the mortal realm. He would not have dared to attempt it so recklessly. His time spent studying alchemy had been brief, relying heavily on his formidable soul power and the annotations left by predecessors on the recipe, meticulously following their guidance. Now, the breaking sect pill was considered a high-level pill. Simply copying the method would no longer suffice. From this point forward, everything would depend on his own ingenuity. The white flames radiated like a small sun, and a faint aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Jiang Yun beckoned with his hand and tossed a branch resembling an ice sculpture into the cauldron. This was one of the primary ingredients for the breaking sect pill, the cold bone branch. It begins. From a distant hill, several figures watched the cold bone branch fall into the cauldron, their excitement palpable. Will Jiang Yun succeed? It remains uncertain. After all, this is a pinnacle 6th-tier pill, and encountering failure is commonplace. Qing Lao, you must remain calm. If this attempt fails, I am certain Jiang Yun will succeed next time. How impertinent. It was I who guided your generation, and now you've become the vice president and reached the peak of Dou Huang, and you dare to show such disrespect? I ought to discipline you. Qing Lao, the student has erred. At your age, you should still be more composed. Shun Tiyu, elder? Observing the commotion between the two, Wu Tianlang watched with cold disdain in his eyes. You speak of composure, yet you tremble with excitement. Su Qian gazed at Wu Tianlang with a smile that was almost mocking. Following his line of sight, she noticed that one of Wu Tianlang's legs was shaking involuntarily, revealing that his inner turmoil belied his outward calm. TCH, what an ignorant fellow. How could Xiao Yan possibly fail? In the distance, a graceful figure clad in purple sat upon a massive stone, her mouth full of juice as she looked disdainfully at the group. Her gaze drifted toward the figure diligently refining pills, a smile lighting up her eyes. I wonder how delectable the Imperial Extreme pill will be. I too have reached the Dou Huang stage. When the time comes, I shall have Xiao Yun concoct a few vials for me to sample. Upon hearing that Jang Yun was to refine the breaking sect pill, the group erupted with excitement, clamoring to serve as his guardians. And thus, Jiang Yun was graced with the most formidable protective squad in history, an assembly of Dou Huang experts. At this moment, Jiang Yun was locked in a struggle with the cold bone branch. Confronted with the searing flames, the cold bone branch did not remain passive. Instead, it continuously emanated waves of chilling mist to fend off the encroaching heat. The mist and flames clashed, hissing as a faint white vapor began to rise from the medicinal cauldron. Indeed, crafting high-level pills was no simple feat. Merely refining the medicinal materials demanded considerable effort. Observing the scene within the cauldron, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel, and with a flick of his thought, the temperature within the cauldron surged dramatically. Under the intensifying flames, the cold bone branch could no longer withstand the heat and began to slowly dissolve. Half an hour later, the cold bone branch had completely melted away. Jiang Yun flipped his palm and added another medicinal ingredient. Time flowed languidly as Jiang Yun meticulously refined the materials, while those laid before him gradually diminished. A rich, mingling fragrance of herbs wafted through the cauldron, akin to ethereal mist. After navigating through several crises, which Jiang Yun deftly resolved with his formidable spiritual force, the breaking sect pill had finally completed all necessary steps, awaiting only its final formation. The crimson cauldron spun slowly in midair, as white flames churned violently within. At a certain moment, Jiang Yun bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual force into the cauldron. The myriad pure medicinal liquids began to merge. A mass of liquid, the size of a fist, gradually materialized within the cauldron, pulsating with continuous waves of subtle energy. These energy ripples radiated outward in concentric circles from the cauldron. Within the roiling flames of the cauldron, a globule of liquid, akin to the size of a bowl, was continuously shrinking, and within the flames, the embryonic shape of a round pill was slowly taking form. As the flames nurtured it further, impurities within the pill's embryonic shape were systematically eliminated. In the midst of this tedious wait, Jiang Yun dared not relax his focus for even a moment. It must be said that the crafting of high-level pills was indeed a tremendous drain on one's energy. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, and at last, the impurities within the pill had been almost entirely removed. Just then, the surrounding energy of the world surged violently. With a resounding boom, a luminous energy pillar, approximately half a meter in diameter, erupted forcefully from the cauldron, soaring into the heavens. Observing the ascendant beam, the expressions of a few distant individuals shifted slightly, soon giving way to unrestrained joy. Could it be? Has success been attained? The fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from the pillar. Indeed, Jiang Yun had successfully concocted the breaking sect pill. The commotion heralding the emergence of a high-tier elixir suggested that the Canaan Academy was on the verge of producing another master alchemist. What a surprise. I told you little Yun would succeed. Jiang Yun focused intently on the luminous orb within the cauldron. As the orb pulsated, waves of energy rippled outward with increasing urgency, causing rocks to tumble and trees to snap in half. Such power rivaled the destructive capability of dueling. In the Black Corner region, atop a certain pavilion, Hanfong, having just broken through to Dou Qi, lifted his gaze. His eyes were drawn to the source of the energy explosion. This turbulence must signify the formation of a sixth-grade elixir. That direction points to Canaan Academy. Could it be the old Fire Master? The intensity of such energy fluctuations could not be produced by a newly minted sixth-grade alchemist like him. Could this indicate the presence of yet another unfamiliar sixth-grade alchemist? Hanfong furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Well, it's merely another sixth-grade alchemist, nothing to be concerned about. Perhaps that individual will be even more delighted. Shaking his head, Hanfong slowly turned away, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. This wave of energy did not go unnoticed. Many formidable figures in the Black Corner region sensed it, each reacting in their own manner. On a vast plain, a thick cloud of black mist surged forth, swiftly coalescing in the sky, ultimately forming a shadowy figure cloaked in profound darkness. Within the obscurity, a pair of slightly crimson eyes emerged, observing the distant fluctuations with an eerie smile, exuding an unsettling aura amidst the black fog. Ha, a sixth-grade alchemist. What a delightful surprise indeed. Chapter 49, Wealth Beyond Measure. The swirling fragrance of the elixir gradually dissipated, signaling the nearing conclusion of the miraculous phenomenon. Jang Yun extended his hand, and the energy pillar trembled violently. Moments later, a streak of azure light gracefully descended from the radiance, ultimately resting gently in the palm of Jiang Yun's hand. The sixth-grade elixir, adorned with swirling patterns, was quite remarkable. The azure pill felt perfectly round in his grasp, its surface etched with strange, naturally occurring designs, indicating its exceptional quality. Jiang Yun was immensely pleased with his first sixth-grade elixir. As with all men, the impact of a first experience left a profound mark. Gazing at the pill in his palm, Jiang Yun could not help but admire it, nodding slightly in self-congratulation. As the elixir settled, the towering energy pillar seemed to lose its source of power, trembling momentarily before gradually becoming ethereal, until it ultimately vanished completely. Success. At the moment Jiang Yun collected the medicinal pill, the guardians atop the distant peaks eagerly employed their agility to converge around him. Had he truly succeeded? Elder Qing, gazing at the jade vial in Jiang Yun's hand, which was enveloped in a fragrant aura, found it hard to believe. If Elder Qing harbored any doubts, he could personally verify the truth. With a light chuckle, Jiang Yun empathized with the elder's sentiments. After years of yearning, hope had finally emerged, inevitably leading to a sense of apprehension. Elder Qing may be skeptical, but I am not. Allow me to test this pill on behalf of the others. On the other hand, Wu Tianlang, brimming with impatience, squeezed through the crowd to stand before Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin. His gaze fixated on the jade vial with unwavering intensity. How audacious of you, Wu Tianlang, to dare to mock your master. Come here, let me deliver a punch. Provoked by Wu Tianlang, Elder Qing's temper flared, and he swung his fist towards Wu Tianlang's face, eager to ascertain whether his skin was indeed as thick as rumored. Great Elder, save me. Wu Tianlang yelped, his eyes darkening as he swiftly dashed to Su Qian's side, circling around her. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm, like Elder Qing, and armed with years of combat experience and youthful vigor, in a real confrontation, Elder Qing would not be his match. However, given that Elder Qing was once his teacher and guide, he refrained from retaliating, instead opting to flee in a panic. What were you thinking? Now look what you've done. Your cold demeanor has crumbled, and I can only imagine how Hu Qian will tease you upon your return. As he was chased, Wu Tianlang inwardly regretted his impulsive behavior. At your age, still so reckless. It's merely a broken sect pill. The Academy's medicinal reserves are ample. There's enough for each of you to have one. Su Qian, caught between the two, intervened, her expression stern as she admonished them. Jiang Yun, seeing how unstable these two are, I believe it would be best for me to handle the testing of the pill. Just then, As the two were preoccupied with their bickering, a clandestine figure stealthily approached Jiang Yun, bowing slightly as he spoke. Is this truly advisable? Jiang Yun's eyes flickered with mischief upon seeing Hu Qian, who hesitated before responding. In truth, he preferred to give the first broken sect pill to Wu Tianlang. As among the trio, he possessed the strongest abilities, the youngest age, and the greatest potential, making him the most suitable candidate to test the pill's efficacy. After all, the broken sect pill merely enhanced the success rate. Ultimately, the outcome depended on the individual consuming it. After successfully refining the first broken sect pill, Jang Yun felt more confident about subsequent creations, ensuring that Hu Qian and the other peak Do Huang of the Jialan Academy would each receive one. It was simply a matter of timing. However, it was evident that those trapped at the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm were growing increasingly impatient. Moreover, a layer of anxiety lingered within the hearts of the three individuals. Jang Yun had successfully concocted the breaking sect pill this time, but what of the next? No alchemist can assure the consistency of their success, and the materials required for the breaking sect pill are exceedingly rare. Even the wealth of the Canaan Academy does not possess many. Should it come to their turn and the materials be depleted, they would not know how long they would have to wait. Thus, their impatience was palpable. As Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily, Hu Qian grew anxious. Casting a glance at the leisurely Zian beside him, he gritted his teeth, as if resolutely making a decision, and said, Ahem, Jiang Yun. I have a granddaughter at home, remarkably beautiful and well-mannered. You are of similar age, you could get along splendidly. Jiang Yun's expression grew increasingly peculiar upon hearing this. Is he referring to his granddaughter, Hu Jia? Moreover, Vice President Hu Qian is willing to barter his granddaughter for a breaking sect pill? How troubling. What on earth is Hu Qian saying? Meanwhile, Zian, who appeared to be lost in thought, was actually keenly observing the dynamics between Jiang Yun and Hu Qian. Before Hu Qian could finish his statement, she erupted, her piercing gaze fixed on him. Ah, Hu Qian, you remain as cunning as ever. How dare you attempt to evade the issue? Indeed. Back in our school days, he was always up to no good. Elder Qing, teach him a lesson. Do it swiftly. Zian's playful outburst immediately drew the attention of the two disputants, who exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Hu Qian's mischief. United in purpose, they commenced a verbal assault on Hu Qian. At this moment, Su Qian, exuding a sense of exasperation, looked at the raucous trio and finally turned to Jiang Yun, saying, Jiang Yun, the pill is your creation, the decision lies with you. Whom do you wish to bestow it upon? Upon Su Qian's declaration, the three immediately ceased their quarrel, standing still as their eyes eagerly darted towards Jiang Yun. Regarding Su Qian's deflection, Jiang Yun felt no objection. He surveyed the trio and, under their anxious gazes, announced, let it be given to Commander Wu Tianlang. With this decisive statement, Jiang Yun's words rang true. Elder Qing and Hu Qian could not hide their disappointment, while Wu Tianlang approached with an expression of exhilaration. Taking the jade vial from Jiang Yun's hand and securing it with utmost reverence, he looked at Jiang Yun and said, Jiang Yun, words are but empty. I am aware of your plans. Rest assured during our expedition to the Black Corner region, Hanfong shall not escape our grasp. Then I shall await Commander Wu's auspicious words. I also wish for your swift ascension to the Dozong. Jiang Yun replied with a light smile, bowing respectfully. With the breaking sect pill in hand, Wu Tianlang departed, ready to fulfill his long-held ambition. Observing Wu Tianlang's retreat, Hu Qian and Elder Qing grew anxious, edging closer to Jiang Yun with longing expressions. Jiang Yun felt a wave of overwhelm but, recalling his own decision, could only acquiesce, saying, there will be plenty for everyone. After a period of recuperation, Jiang Yun restored his energy to its peak and retrieved another set of materials for the breaking sect pill. Just as he was about to ignite the flames, he abruptly halted, glancing towards the direction of the Black Corner region, murmuring softly, I cannot allow you to witness this next part, it would spell disaster. As the voice fell, Jiang Yun raised his hand, and a multitude of spiritual seals soared forth, densely cascading around him, amounting to no less than several hundred. Form the formation. With a gentle command from Jiang Yun, a complex array materialized, enveloping the surrounding area within a 10-mile radius. What sort of formation is this? At that moment, Su Qian and the others felt a spark of curiosity. As the array took shape, they sensed a shift in the very fabric of the space around them. The array emitted a familiar resonance, though its specifics eluded their memory. Is it so difficult to discern that Xiao Yun has merely sealed this space? And yet you claim to be Dozong? Observing the puzzled expressions of her companions, the previously quiet Zian spoke up, her tone laced with mild contempt. Su Qian's expression stiffened, his face darkening as he glowered at Zian. Are you intent on driving me to the brink of madness? Seeing Zian's exaggerated astonishment, Su Qian felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Is this truly the realm of prodigies? Was he not once considered a genius himself? Had he simply approached matters incorrectly? In terms of understanding spatial force, the ancient void dragon of Do Huang tier undoubtedly surpassed Su Qian, whose sensitivity to spatial intricacies was not on par with that of Jiang Yun and the others. After establishing the ceiling formation, Jang Yun nodded in satisfaction before resuming his previous task. Over the course of the next month, this area sporadically experienced ripples of energy. However, due to the Great Formation's concealment, these fluctuations went largely unnoticed. Otherwise, the formidable figures of the Black Corner region would have been unable to remain idle. The emergence of such a plethora of high-grade pills would undoubtedly cause a considerable stir, drawing countless individuals towards this locale. While this was the territory of the Jian Yun Academy, the world was replete with desperate individuals. Having stored away the final pill, Jiang Yun seemed to enter a peculiar state, gradually closing his eyes while his hands continued their intricate movements. He retrieved a pill from the jade bottle and consumed it, his aura swelling with vigor. As the pill took effect, Jiang Yun discerned the pathway to breaking through to the 7-star Do Wang after days of alchemical refinement. Without hesitation, he swallowed a Do Ling Dan, aiming for a breakthrough to the 7-star Do Wang. Achieving the rank of 7-star Do Wang marked one as a high-level Do Wang, a status that could place one among the top 20 within the Jian Yun Academy. This is it, the breakthrough. From a distant peak, only Su Qian remained to guard, as the others had all retreated to seclusion after receiving Jiang Yun's pills. Even Zian was no exception. She had taken the Huang Ji Dan given by Jang Yun, striving to advance 2 more levels. Thus, only Su Qian was present, observing Jiang Yun's actions with a look of astonishment. As the pill entered his body, Jang Yun unleashed a powerful suction, igniting a tornado-like energy storm, while his aura rapidly expanded. At a crucial moment, sensing the loosening of his internal bottleneck, Jang Yun let out a low shout, directing the energy within him towards the threshold in a fierce collision. At that moment, 2 faint sounds of shattering echoed, and Jang Yun's aura surged once more. The energy of an 8-star Do Wang coursed through his body, instilling him with an overwhelming sense of strength. After absorbing the falling heart flame, he found himself merely a step away from becoming a 7-star Do Wang. With normal cultivation, he anticipated a breakthrough within 2 months. This alchemical endeavor merely served as a catalyst. Furthermore, having consumed a Do Ling Dan enabled him to achieve the remarkable feat of advancing 2 levels. The 6th rank Huangji Dan was indeed commendable. Following his breakthrough, Jiang Yun's spirits soared, particularly as he gazed upon the Huangji Dan, intricately inscribed with alchemical patterns, which only elevated his mood further. The medicinal pills he presented to the academy had been concocted a week prior, and during these 7 days, every pill he crafted was for his own benefit. According to the conventions among alchemists, when requesting assistance, one must provide 3 parts of the necessary materials along with compensation, allowing the surplus to belong to the alchemist. This unscrupulous clause ensured that every alchemist thrived in wealth. Jiang Yun, however, along with the academy, did not adhere to such terms, yet the institution did offer him materials equivalent to the price of 2 pills, leaving the remainder dependent on his own prowess. Fortunately, Jiang Yun's alchemical skills were commendable, and with his daily advancements, he had only squandered a few materials in the earlier days. Thereafter, his success rate reached a perfect 100%. Thus, he conserved a significant amount of materials, transforming them into pills over the course of these 7 days. Now, he could be deemed affluent, having finally embodied the essence of an alchemist after years of practice. The promise he once made to nurture Zian into a plump and healthy figure now bore a semblance of credibility. A whoosh of air announced the arrival of Su Qian, whose figure slowly materialized beside him. Even I find myself somewhat envious of your wealth. You alchemists truly live in opulence. Su Qian jested, observing Jang Yun as he stored away the pills. Yet, it requires an alchemist's skill to attain such wealth, does it not? Jang Yun replied with a light chuckle, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Such arrangements had always been a mutual agreement, as history had shown. With the pills now completed, Jang Yun believed it would not be long before they bore fruit. It was time for their plans to unfold. Su Qian's expression shifted, his previously jovial demeanor transforming into one of gravity. After all, preparing for a confrontation with a top-tier force warranted such seriousness. No rush, Jang Yun replied calmly, shaking his head, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. If Zian were present, she would surely recognize that misfortune awaited someone. For this was the expression Jang Yun donned whenever he intended to deceive. The academy possesses methods to store for a period. Jang Yun posed a seemingly unrelated inquiry to the perplexed Su Qian. Despite his curiosity, Su Qian nodded in affirmation, replying, indeed. The academy has means to store for unforeseen circumstances. Why do you ask? Our Pill Emperor holds a unique fascination for. Jiang Yun smiled at Su Qian, his words laden with significance. You suggest that Su Qian is an astute individual, and with a mere hint from Jang Yun, he deduced Jiang Yun's intentions. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity. Having already acquired a flame of extraordinary nature, would he still be interested in other such flames? Chapter 50. The Onset of Chaos. Indeed, he would. A mysterious smile danced upon Jiang Yun's lips, clearly exuding confidence. Generally, alchemists, once in possession of an extraordinary flame, would not harbor any undue desires for new ones. However, Hanfong, who had cultivated the burning technique, was an exception. He would undoubtedly seek to amass more extraordinary flames, never relinquishing his fervor for them, even after achieving a breakthrough to the Dou Zone level. Although Su Qian found it perplexing to comprehend the source of Jiang Yun's confidence, was this the mindset of a master alchemist? He had no choice but to trust him in that moment. Having deliberated on their plans, Su Qian and Jang Yun promptly returned to the inner courtyard to commence their arrangements within the Black Corner region. The actions of the Jian and Academy were swift. Soon, Jiang Yun found himself in a valley, where he encountered the executors of his scheme. 3 men, clad in azure robes, each around 30 years of age, bore faces marked with shadows of grimness, and bore a striking resemblance to one another. They stood quietly not far away, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. The renowned reputation of the Yao brothers was indeed thunderous. Since they had accepted the invitation from the Jian and Academy, such wariness seemed unnecessary. The Academy would not stoop so low as to expend such effort for the sake of 3 Do Wang. Not far off, a faint voice resonated, and a vague figure appeared on the horizon, approaching with remarkable speed. Before the words could settle, it seemed as though he transcended space itself, suddenly manifesting before the trio. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Yao brothers were filled with astonishment. The first impression Jang Yun imparted was one of youth, remarkably youthful, perhaps not yet 18, likely not even having undergone the rites of passage into adulthood. The second impression was one of formidable power, indescribably strong, so powerful that they felt utterly outmatched. The speed he had displayed in traversing the distance left them in awe, and now, as he stood before them, merely his gaze nearly rendered them breathless, causing their bodies to tremble in trepidation. Moreover, the subtle aura of spatial power surrounding him could only be wielded by a Dou Zone. Even their archenemies, the Jin and Yin elders, did not emanate such intense spatial fluctuations. Could it be that the Jian and Academy had reached such terrifying heights with such a young powerhouse? Observing the 3 men, now ensnared in shock, Jang Yun pondered inwardly. The application of spatial power was indeed quite impressive. He too had the capability to momentarily traverse the void, yet he would not squander such an ability. By employing spatial power to augment his movements, achieving an effect akin to teleportation, it could be said that among peers, his speed was unparalleled. Casting a glance at the trembling figures before him, he mused internally that this could indeed be an effective tactic. I am Jang Yun. With the 3 still momentarily dazed, Jang Yun took the initiative to break the tense atmosphere. We have heard of young Master Jiang. The Yao brothers hastily approached to pay their respects, wary of displaying any semblance of arrogance. Despite the youthfulness of Jang Yun, his mere presence instilled a profound sense of trepidation within them, marking him as an extraordinarily perilous individual. Please, there is no need for formality. Jang Yun gestured lightly, an invisible force emanating from him, rendering the Yao brothers unable to bend their bodies in reverence any further, deepening their astonishment. Overwhelmed by Jiang Yun's formidable power, the eldest of the brothers stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of humility, and sighed ruefully. We, the 3 brothers, have incurred the wrath of the gold and silver elders, finding ourselves in dire straits within the Black Corner domain. The Canaan Academy's willingness to engage in trade with us is unexpected, yet we shall exert ourselves to meet your expectations. Though all 3 were Dou kings, they found themselves constrained by the might of the gold and silver elders, rendering them without any faction willing to accept them in the Black Corner domain. Their existence was fraught with challenges, not only surviving in the chaotic realm, but also evading the relentless pursuit of their formidable adversaries. The prospect of Canaan Academy wishing to transact with them was indeed a revelation. It suggested that only a power of such dominance would dare disregard the gold and silver elders. Jiang Yun nodded, having chosen the brothers in part due to their lack of affiliations with any other forces. The current situation in the Black Corner domain, particularly in Maple City, had become increasingly monopolistic, posing a veiled threat to Canaan Academy, a development that could not be overlooked. As Jiang Yun spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon the Yao brothers, who were suddenly jolted by his words. Is Canaan Academy preparing to strike at Maple City? Was their immediate thought, yet beneath that, they dared not consider further. Such divine conflicts were beyond the reach of mere Dou kings like themselves. They were somewhat mistaken. It was not Canaan Academy intending to confront Maple City, but rather Jiang Yun aiming to confront Hanfong. However, Jiang Yun saw no need to elucidate this distinction. Were it not for the imminent unification of the Black Corner domain, Canaan Academy would not involve itself in the struggles between factions therein. With 2 9-star Do Zong masters in attendance, their authority was unparalleled. There lies a strand of withinness. And I require you to incite the pursuit of the gold and silver elders by inadvertently revealing your possession of the. You must flee towards the Demon Flame Valley. And the greater the commotion, the better, Jiang Yun instructed. There remains a force capable of opposing Maple City, namely the Demon Flame Valley, which poses a significant threat. It is imperative to capture both parties in one sweep. At the very least, Hanfong must be eliminated. Here are 2 5th-grade frenzied blood pills. Upon consumption, your strength will double, albeit for a mere half hour, after which you will endure a fortnight of weakness. This is my aid to you. Upon success, each of you shall receive a Dou Ling pill. Jiang Yun tossed a fire-gathering furnace and a jade vial to the Yao brothers, providing them with the necessary resources. He feared that if they did not reach the Demon Flame Valley swiftly, they might fall prey to the relentless assault of the gold and silver elders. Believing in this treasure, suspected to be a rare fire, once the news is revealed, the Yao brothers will undoubtedly become the target of public scorn. Upon encountering the gathering fire furnace, one can be certain that even in the depths of the Demon Flame Valley, Hanfong would dare to venture forth. 3 spirit Dou pills. At this moment, the Yao brothers were already astonished by Jiang Yun's generous offer. The spirit Dou pills, particularly 3 of them, possessed the power to elevate a Dou Wang by 1 star. The trio fell into contemplation. The reward was indeed bountiful, yet the peril was equally formidable. Soon, the elder brother's gaze hardened, his heart leaning towards acquiescence. Since the Jian and Academy intended to take action against Feng City, it seemed that the 2 old men of gold and silver would meet their end as well. They would no longer need to hide, and by vanquishing a formidable foe, they could also acquire 3 spirit Dou pills, a double blessing, indeed. Moments later, Yao Er and Yao San, unable to contain themselves, nudged their elder brother from behind. With high risks come high rewards, and they felt compelled to gamble for their future. Upon reaching a consensus, they accepted the pills and the gathering fire furnace from Jiang Yun, vanishing into the vast forest in an instant. Although the plan brimmed with dangers, they ultimately chose to proceed. Jiang Yun gazed at the departing figures of the 3, his eyes deep as he gazed into the distance. A gentle breeze stirred, and a leaf floated slowly before him. As a whisper escaped his lips, the winds have risen. In the Black Corner domain, a chaotic region of the Northwest continent, myriad forces vie for dominance, a paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. The Demon Flame Valley, the Black Emperor sect, Feng City, the Heavenly Yin sect, and the Rakshasa Gate. These factions, once content to remain in their lanes, have maintained a facade of tranquility despite underlying tensions. However, in the past year, as Feng City expanded relentlessly, the atmosphere in the Black Corner domain has gradually grown tense, resembling a powder keg poised to explode. Today, that opportunity has arrived, igniting the entire Black Corner domain. Just 3 days ago, there were sightings of the Yao brothers being pursued by the 2 old men of gold and silver, unleashing an extraordinary flame. Most importantly, the 2 old men appeared to have sustained injuries from the peculiar fire, which allowed the brothers to escape. At that moment, countless onlookers heard the furious roars of the 2 elders. Exotic fire. Instantly, the news of this extraordinary flame set the entire Black Corner domain ablaze with excitement. Exotic fire is an exceedingly rare and precious entity found in the world, particularly invaluable to fire attribute warriors, especially alchemists, for every alchemist harbors a dream of possessing such fire. Even for those who are not alchemists, this exotic fire remains a highly coveted treasure, capable of being exchanged for rare artifacts. Even in the stronghold of powerful beings in the central continent, exotic fire is a remarkably scarce commodity. The rumor that the Yao brothers may possess such fire has captured the attention of the entire Black Corner domain. In Feng City, Hanfeng's expression turned grave as he listened to Hanbong's report, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "Are you certain it is exotic fire?" Hanbong felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his breathing becoming labored. As a trusted subordinate nurtured by Hanfong, possessing the strength of a battle king, he had never witnessed such a side of Hanfong, like a ravenous tiger that had been starved for half a year, ready to shred any prey to pieces. Various reports converged, revealing that the elder Jean and elder Yin had chased the 3 brothers of the Yao family, indeed being momentarily repelled by a peculiar flame. Though whether it was an extraordinary fire remained under investigation, Hanbong did not dare delay and swiftly relayed the information he had gathered. Useless. Hanfong furrowed his brow, unleashing a wave of energy. Bang! Hanbong was instantly sent flying, powerless to resist as he coughed up blood. Yet, he dared not voice a single complaint. Kneeling in trepidation, pleading for mercy. "It is my fault, my lord." "Humph, where have they fled now?" Hanfong scoffed coldly. "According to their route, they are heading towards the Valley of Demonic Flames." "The Valley of Demonic Flames," Hanfong exclaimed in astonishment, his expression shifting as he bellowed. "Elder Jian and Elder Yin, you have jeopardized my grand plans." With a whoosh, Hanfeng's figure vanished, yet his cold, emotionless voice echoed throughout the grand hall. "Hanbong, inform all the offerings to swiftly converge upon the Valley of Demonic Flames. Should anyone dare to disobey, they shall await their fate as my alchemical slaves." On the outskirts of the Valley of Demonic Flames, amidst a certain forest, 3 figures, drenched in blood and trembling with battle aura, rushed towards the valley. "Heh, you 3 ants are quite adept at fleeing," came a sneering voice from a distance, as 2 old men clad in golden and silver robes, resembling each other closely, pursued closely behind, rapidly closing the distance. At this moment, the 2 elders bore singed traces upon their pristine white beards, their gazes toward the Yao brothers filled with overwhelming murderous intent, confirming that the rumors were not baseless. "Second brother, third brother, the Valley of Demonic Flames is just ahead. We must fight to the death," the eldest of the Yao brothers shouted, his eyes fixed on the valley within reach. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, their expressions resolute as they took out pills the size of Longan and consumed them. Instantly, a terrifying power erupted from within them. "Let us go." Feeling the surge of strength, the trio could not help but groan, yet the looming danger snapped them back to reality. With a roar, their speed doubled as they dashed towards the Valley of Demonic Flames. "This is bad." The Elder Jian and Elder Yin, witnessing the scene, changed their expressions, channeling their battle aura as they struck towards the 3 brothers. "Young master, we underestimated them. They possess high-grade pills. We cannot let them escape." Meanwhile, a dozen figures lurked in the shadows, aiming to reap the benefits, but upon witnessing the Yao brothers' explosive emergence, one figure clad in an alchemist's robe grew anxious. "Act now." Emoya, a decisive individual, bellowed. Instantly, the dozen figures sprang into action, unleashing countless techniques that rained down upon the path of the 3 brothers. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosions reverberated, accompanied by the sound of shattering rocks. As the 3 brothers of the Yao family gazed grimly at the forces of the Black Emperor sect blocking their path. "Lord Emo, we brothers have never wronged the Black Emperor sect." Yao Da's countenance was grim, his brow furrowed, and his expression wary as he observed the entourage of the sect. Yet, anxiety brewed within him. The members of the Magic Flame Valley had already emerged, but where were the others? They were wreaking havoc right at your doorstep. And you remained silent. Could it be that the people from the Magic Flame Valley hold no interest in the exotic fire? "Young master, I sense an exceptionally potent fire attribute power emanating from Yao Da. This power is unmistakably, and they undoubtedly possess treasures related to it." The alchemist beside Emoya, the chief alchemist of the Black Emperor sect, Qi Shan, gazed at Yao Da with burning intensity, his eyes filled with a desire to consume the man whole. Approaching the pinnacle of a 6th-grade alchemist, should he acquire this, the status of a 6th-grade alchemist would no longer be a distant dream. He could even aspire to the realm of a 7th-grade alchemist. Qi Shan's words instantly altered the expressions of the Yao brothers, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. At that moment, another 5th-grade pinnacle alchemist had vouched for the authenticity of the sound of heavy breaths echoed from the shadows, indicating that the number of onlookers drawn to this spectacle was far from limited. With the response from his alchemist, Mo Ya's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. He regarded the Yao brothers with a benevolent demeanor and said, "In the past, it was an unintentional offense against Mr. Jian and Mr. Yin. If the 3 of you join the Black Emperor sect today, I, Mo Ya, am willing to act as a mediator and resolve the grievances between you." Chapter 51, Chaos of Battle. Mo Ya's voice, enveloped in fighting spirit, resonated throughout the valley, causing many hidden observers to feel a tightening in their chests. They watched the Yao brothers intently. Should the 3 agree to Mo Ya's proposition, matters would become complicated. The Black Emperor sect boasted the backing of a powerful fighting sage, and with him intervening, even the 2 elders, Jian and Yin, would have to yield some respect. At that moment, the Yao brothers felt a flicker of temptation, but they soon regained their clarity. Others may be unaware of the true nature of their possession, but did they themselves not know? They did not possess it was merely a ruse. If they were to join the Black Emperor sect now, and the truth of their mere fire was revealed, they would undoubtedly be torn apart. Offending both the Canaan Academy and the Black Emperor sect would spell their doom. Upon hearing Mo Ya's assurances, the expressions of the two elders, Jian and Yin, also turned grim. The prospect of losing their prize to the scheming eyes of others was unsettling, and they could hardly remain composed. Brother, what should we do? Years of tacit understanding allowed them to communicate their thoughts with a single glance, and in that brief moment, they reached a silent agreement. Act! With a sudden explosive shout, the golden and silver figures of the two elders flashed before the unsuspecting Yao brothers, catching them completely off guard. With a sinister grin that seemed to pierce through the charred visage, he smiled at the trio. Instantly, the two on either side clasped hands tightly, unleashing a formidable surge of pale green energy. Thousand-leaf palm. Second brother, third brother. Faced with the sudden onslaught from the elder Jian and elder Yin, the three brothers reacted swiftly, each executing their own palm strike amidst the chaos. Bang! Curse you, elder Jian and elder Yin. Do you not regard my Black Emperor sect? As the Yao brothers were ambushed and severely injured, Mo Ya's expression darkened, and he unleashed a surge of power along with the dozen or so Dou kings behind him, directing their fury at the two elders. Huh! In response to Mo Ya's threat, the elders halted, scoffing derisively. That statement is more fitting for you to utter. As for you, After imparting a lesson to the young master of the Black Emperor sect, the two elders swiftly moved towards the Yao brothers. Very well. The mockery from the elders incited a tremor of rage in Mo Ya, his countenance darkening as he let out a series of icy chuckles. Observing Mo Ya's sinister demeanor, Qi Shan, familiar with his temperament, discerned that he was on the brink of an explosion of fury and could not help but interject, with all the tigers around. It would be prudent for this foolish bird to remain hidden. It must be said, Qi Shan was indeed a competent guest elder, able to resist the allure of the strange flames and consider the situation from the perspective of the Black Emperor sect. Everyone, heed my command. I want the elders Jian and Yin to understand the consequences of underestimating my Black Emperor sect. Yet, at that moment, Mo Ya was blinded by rage, incapable of processing any counsel. Understood. The resounding affirmations echoed. The combined might of the Dou kings was formidable. Powerful techniques surged toward the elders. You, Qi Shan, observing the advancing Mo Ya and his companions, could only sigh in resignation before activating his Dou Qi wings to follow suit. You inexperienced brat. From a distance, Elder Jian, who had just injured Yao Air with a palm strike, caught sight of the impending techniques and the encroaching Dou kings, a smirk creeping onto his face. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. A more intense battle erupted. The two elders were indeed formidable figures on the blacklist, capable of stalling the entire Black Emperor sect with merely one of them engaged. Seeing that his second brother was safe, the elder among the Jian and Yin duo looked down upon the staggering Yao brothers, a cold smile gracing his lips. Now, I wish to see who will come to your aid. Elder brother, what shall we do? The Demon Flame Valley has truly become a turtle hiding in its shell? The Yao brothers, now weakened as the effects of the Fury Blood Pill had waned, leaned on the most severely injured Yaoda, anxiously calling out. Yaoda, observing his distressed younger brothers, forced himself to remain calm. While chaos may ensue around them, as the eldest brother, he could not afford to falter. He must strive to secure a glimmer of hope for the trio. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Yao Da's eyes as he swiftly turned and shouted towards the direction of the Demon Flame Valley. Thee is here. I implore the esteemed lords of the Demon Flame Valley to show mercy upon my three brothers and grant us our lives. Simultaneously, he hurled a crimson furnace into the depths of the valley. With a resounding thud, the attention of all present was captivated by the object Yaoda had cast. It was a pot-shaped entity of fiery red hue, within which an intangible flame flickered and a fiery python coiled languidly around its exterior. In that fleeting moment of witnessing the flame, a collective shiver coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. An eerie blaze subtly manifested within their beings. What in the world is this? Why is there a flame blossoming within me? It's so hot, so unbearably hot. I feel as though I shall be consumed by fire. The instant the fallen heart flame made its appearance, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the crowd as they horrifiedly discovered a flame igniting within them. Their meridians, bones, muscles, and other organs began to throb with an increasingly intense pain. What manner of flame is this? The elder duo of Jian and Yin were similarly affected, their gaze fixated in disbelief upon the flame within, as they summoned their fighting spirit to suppress its scorching presence. Begone! Away with you! This is the fallen heart flame. Unlike the layman who toyed with fire, Qi Shan recognized the origin of the flame, exclaiming in astonishment, the 14th ranked, known as the Cultivation cheat, the fallen heart flame. His words resonated with all present, and their expressions ignited with fervor as they gazed at the furnace that had been cast forth. A brief moment of calm was shattered as a fierce competition erupted. While they may not grasp the significance of The notion of a cultivation cheat was universally understood. All present momentarily suppressed the agony within, charging towards the fallen heart flame. "Damn it, the fallen heart flame is mine," shouted the young master. "Assist me in seizing this flame. Everyone, lend a hand." The most powerful Dou Huangs on the scene sprang into action, engaging in a fierce clash midway. "Brother, I will hold them off. You hurry and obtain the flame." Years of camaraderie between the brothers led Jian and Yun to swiftly devise a plan. One would momentarily obstruct the others, while the other darted towards the fallen heart flame. Fool! As the golden figure neared the fallen heart flame, the delay caused by Yun could not be tolerated. "You shall be mine." The elder in golden robes gazed fervently at the radiant flame, pondering whether this cultivation cheat could aid him in breaking through to Dou Zone. "Ah, esteemed guests, your presence is most unexpected. Today, the Demon Flame Valley is quite lively." Just as the elder's hand was about to grasp the furnace, a gnarled hand suddenly shot forth, palm aglow with a gray flame, striking towards the golden figure. Amidst the throngs of eager onlookers, the figures from the Demon Flame Valley finally made their appearance, led by the esteemed Elder Feng Yan, accompanied closely by the second and third elders, Jian and Yun. With a flash of ire, Jian and Yun cast a sharp glance at Feng Yan, who, confronted by a fierce palm strike aimed at his forehead, was compelled to relinquish his pursuit of the fallen heart flame, retaliating with a palm strike of his own. The collision echoed with a resounding thud, as their energies intertwined, the deep, rumbling force reverberating through the dazzling array of afterimages. "Feng Yan, what is your intention?" In light of his elder brother being cornered, the second elder of Jian and Yun had no choice but to abandon the Black Emperor sect's members. Hastening to his brother's side, united, they stood resolutely, their auras merging as they glared intently at the assembly from the Demon Flame Valley. Concurrently, figures from the Black Emperor sect and various other factions began to converge toward this very spot. What is the meaning of this? Since the has manifested within my Demon Flame Valley, it signifies a bond with our sect. I suggest you all withdraw gracefully." Feng Yan chuckled ominously, his gaze frosty as he surveyed the crowd. As a formidable fire attribute practitioner in a half-step Dou Zone, the prospect of acquiring that could propel him into the Dou Zone realm, significantly enhancing not only his power, but also extending his lifespan. A consideration of utmost importance given his advancing years. Thus, surrendering this was not an option he would entertain lightly. The Demon Flame Valley is quite overbearing. Thee is a rare treasure of the heavens and earth, destined for the worthy. I believe it is prudent to adhere to the customs of the Black Corner region. As the light laughter faded, the serene sky rippled with a sudden disturbance, and a figure emerged from the distance, gradually approaching until it hovered in midair, exuding an aura more terrifying than all present. Notably, this figure lacked the typical Dou Qi wings, instead treading upon the void with each deliberate step. Hanfong. At the sight of this newcomer, the expressions of all gathered shifted dramatically, particularly Jian and Yun, whose countenances grew grim. Hanfong, a pivotal figure in the Black Corner region, had notably ascended to Dou Zone status a year prior, simultaneously achieving the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist. In just 1 year, the development of Feng City had surged, subtly establishing itself as the foremost power within the Black Corner region. Why, one might ponder, would Hanfong, already in possession of it, seek to claim another? A profound uncertainty began to settle in the minds of the onlookers. It was common knowledge that fire attribute practitioners could only absorb a single. Did Hanfong truly intend to risk backlash in pursuit of a different flame? Hanfong, you already possess it. Historically, no one has succeeded in absorbing two. It would be wise for the Han medicine sect to refrain from such folly. Feng Yan, undeterred by Feng City's rising prominence, felt secure in his own strength, bolstered by the support of his ancestors. This represented his chance for breakthrough, an opportunity he could not afford to squander, and thus the elder need not concern himself further. Hanfong withdrew his fervent gaze from a peculiar sensation enveloping him. Yet the essence of was undeniable. With the realization of its uniqueness, he could not afford to relinquish it. His gaze shifted to the visibly troubled Elder Jian and Elder Yun, and he suddenly declared, "This is a. Initially, I intended to present two to you, esteemed sirs, but circumstances have prevented my immediate attention. However, it seems fortuitous now. I hope you will not hold any grievances against me." Previously, during the contest for the bodhi transformation saliva, Hanfong had promised the two elders to, due to unforeseen circumstances. He only appeared in the Black Corner domain after breaking through to, embarking on a path of repaying his debts, as he had made numerous promises regarding medicinal pills. Over the past year, he had either been refining pills or journeying toward that end, functioning almost like a pill-making automaton. The demand for medicinal pills was high, whether for recruiting powerful allies or settling debts, alongside the necessity of gathering rare herbs. At times, he contemplated covertly eliminating a few individuals to alleviate his obligations. The held by the two elders were pinnacle grade 6 pills, difficult to concoct and with scarce ingredients, hence he only possessed 2. However, the implicit threat posed by the two with their shared understanding was formidable, prompting Hanfong to withhold the pills initially. Now, it appeared that safeguarding these pills was becoming increasingly challenging. As Hanfong tossed the jade vial, the expressions of Elder Jian and Elder Yin transformed dramatically, their faces lighting up with joy as they hurriedly received the vial. Gazing upon the dragon eye-sized pills within, excitement flickered in their eyes. After securing the pills, the two elders beamed at Hanfong, clasping their hands in gratitude. Han Yaozong, you are too modest. Who in the Black Corner domain is unaware of your esteemed reputation? A mere few days' delay is inconsequential. Even though Hanfong had intentionally prolonged the delivery of their promised rewards, the two elders responded with cheerful acceptance, reflecting the weight of a 7th-grade alchemist in the Black Corner domain. Meanwhile, the expressions of the others, including Feng Yin and his companions, darkened as they observed the two elders standing subtly behind Hanfong, their minds rife with unspoken curses. At that moment, Hanfeng's spirit soared, and he addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, should you wish to contend with me, I would advise you to consider the potential repercussions. His gaze narrowed as he surveyed the crowd, emanating an aura of dominance. Noticing no one daring to make a move, he smirked, and with a flick of his finger, a deep blue flame, reminiscent of crystalline lake waters, transformed into a rope that lunged toward the fallen heart flame. Attack! A voice erupted, shattering the tranquil atmosphere and unleashing a flurry of dazzling toward Hanfong. Ultimately, Hanfong triumphed in the battle, wielding the power of, allowing him to contend with it despite being merely a 1-star. Coupled with the formidable assistance of the two elders, none present could thwart his advance. What do we do, brother? Inquired the second of the Mo Yin Valley trio, casting a worried glance at his elder brother Feng Yin. Feng Yin, observing the burn marks on his palm, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes, replied gravely, we must awaken the ancestor. We cannot allow Hanfong to obtain a second. Originally, the dialect did not intend to awaken the ancient demon ancestor, who was in seclusion, for if the latter were to emerge, the unique flame would no longer be of his concern. However, given that Hanfong had repeatedly thwarted his endeavors, he could no longer hold back his wrath. If he could not possess it, then neither should anyone else. In Chapter 52, please enter the trap. On this side, Emoya's countenance was grim, for their efforts had merely served to adorn Hanfeng's triumph. He found it utterly intolerable. Young sect master, the Yao brothers remain elusive. At this moment, a Do Wang reported with utmost reverence, careful not to provoke any ire. It seemed they had managed to escape during the recent melee, a stroke of luck for them. After pondering for a moment, Qishan spoke in a deep voice. He waved his hand, dismissing the hesitant Do Wang, and turned to the brooding Emoya, saying, Hanfong is now a Do Zone. We cannot hope to contend with him, so the young sect master need not take it to heart. Our immediate priority is to inform the sect master. From my observations, the furnace merely contains a fragment of the fallen heart flame. It is likely that the three have discovered the essence of the fallen heart flame, but lack the means to subdue it, thus only acquiring a fragment. Hanfong would undoubtedly utilize that fragment to locate the essence of the fallen heart flame. Judging by the power exhibited by the fragment, the essence itself would not be easily subdued, and at that time, Qishan's words lifted Emoya's spirits considerably, and he hastily replied, indeed. The fallen heart flame is merely one rank above the sea heart flame. Hanfong may hesitate to take such a risk in replacing his unique flame. Such an action could lead to more losses than gains. After being enlightened by Qishan, Emoya regained his composure and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, Elder Qi. I shall persuade my father to lend his full support in aiding you to subdue the fallen heart flame. Qishan nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with eagerness. As long as the unique flame had not been refined, there remained a chance. Surely, Hanfong could not refine two unique flames simultaneously. In Feng City, within a secluded chamber, Hanfeng's eyes blazed with fervor as he opened the gathering flame furnace, gazing at the small flame serpents dancing within. This was the second unique flame he had longed for. However, his expression soon darkened as he furrowed his brows, discerning the nature of the flame within the furnace. A flicker of understanding crossed his visage, so it was merely a separated fragment. No wonder its power was so feeble. At this moment, all doubts dissipated from Hanfeng's mind. Previously, amidst the throngs of wolves, he had been consumed by the joy of discovering the unique flame, neglecting to scrutinize its true essence. Now, everything made sense. After all, how could the three Yao brothers, each a Do Wang, possess the strength to capture the 14th-ranked fallen heart flame, when he had acquired the sea heart flame? he had been even more formidable, yet had still suffered immensely. Nearly perishing had it not been for the power of the burning technique that saved him from turning to ash. Now, reflecting on those moments, he felt a shiver of trepidation. If not for the burning technique, he had no desire to endure the torment of the unique flame a second time. But now, there was no turning back. As his gaze shifted, Hanfong fixated intently on the small serpent before him, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his lips. "Let me see where you conceal yourself," he mused. With a swift motion, he consumed the creature, protected by the heart of the sea flame. Coupled with the fact that this flame had already expended considerable energy, Hanfong effortlessly refined the serpent, sensing a peculiar stir within him from the burning art. His eagerness for the fallen heart flame intensified. Attuning himself to the subtle vibrations, Hanfong suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze illuminating as he looked into the distance, where he perceived a faint call beckoning him. To the east of the Black Corner domain. If memory served him correctly, that region had once been a cluster of volcanoes, extinguished over countless years, giving way to a lush forest. It must be that the formation of the fallen heart flame had absorbed such immense energy that it led to the quenching of the volcanoes. With this thought, Hanfong could hardly contain his impatience, rising swiftly, nearly unable to suppress the fervor within him, eager to investigate. However, reason ultimately prevailed. He refrained from embarking immediately. Countless eyes were undoubtedly focused on Maple City, and any movement on his part would reveal the location of the extraordinary fire to the entire Black Corner domain. In the verdant expanse of the eastern Black Corner domain, wild beasts occasionally soared into the sky, embodying a primal essence. At this moment, concealed among the branches, several figures stood quietly, one of whom was a purple-clad beauty, idly perched on a branch, swinging her long, fair legs. "How can it be that no one has arrived after 2 days?" she lamented, unable to endure the solitude any longer. Leaning against the thigh of Jiang Yun beside her, she tilted her head to gaze up at his chin. "I told you that with me and the elder, we would manage just fine. Yet you insisted on accompanying us. And now you see the consequences," Jiang Yun replied, gently brushing a strand of hair from her mouth, his tone affectionate. "Humph. It's merely that your strength is too feeble, only at the Do Wang level, daring to attract the attention of the Do Zone. If I don't keep an eye on you, what would become of the 6th-tier alchemist I've painstakingly trained you to be?" While her words bore a hint of complaint, Jiang Yun detected a deep concern within them. His voice softened further as he assured her, "Rest assured, nothing will happen to you until you have had your fill." Then it's settled. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's promise, the purple beauty beamed with joy, her laughter carefree as she gazed at him. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yun and the purple beauty reveled in their playful banter, a few figures nearby were enveloped in resentment. These were Su Qian and the newly advanced Do Zone members, Hu Qian, Wu Tianlang, Elder Qing, and Elder Hua, among others. It remained uncertain whether it was the exceptional quality of the breaking zone pill crafted by Jang Yun or the substantial foundations of the individuals present, but remarkably, none had failed. Observing the carefree interaction between Jiang Yun and the purple beauty, a pang of envy stirred within the others. Were they here to ambush the enemy or merely to engage in idle chatter? Furthermore, was it truly appropriate to be so oblivious to their surroundings? The elder. "You must take some responsibility, Zian. She is still just a child." With deep resentment, Elder Qing turned to Su Qian, who appeared unperturbed beside him. Su Qian, displaying a puzzled expression, sighed and gently patted Qing's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Zian is a magical beast. Her age may well surpass yours. Moreover, as children mature, what can an old man do? Let the young ones resolve their own matters. We shall refrain from meddling." Hu Qian chimed in, not being one of those old bachelors, for he had a granddaughter and understood the sweetness of that phase. Simultaneously, he recognized the heightened impulsiveness of both young men and women during this period. If one wished to avoid a mixed onslaught from the two, it would be wise to keep one's eyes averted. "Is that what I mean?" Just as Elder Qing was about to speak again, Jiang Yun suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing the sky as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. At that moment, everyone straightened their expressions, their eyes sharpened as they focused on the heavens. Despite their usual playful banter, when serious matters arose, they proved to be quite reliable. Whoosh! A figure streaked through the air, propelled by the sound of rushing wind, swiftly passing overhead towards a distant hill that resonated with his senses. It was Hanfong. Observing the retreating figure, Su Qian and the others expressed their excitement. Hanfong was their primary target, and such smooth progress was indeed somewhat unexpected. Logically, having already acquired a strand of extraordinary fire, he should not be so eager in pursuit of another. The fish was already in the net. Now, it remained to see how many would come. In contrast to the group's excitement, Jiang Yun, the principal party, remained remarkably composed. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that their preparations were sound. This time, even if the 9-star Do zone were to arrive, escape would be impossible. Meanwhile, Hanfong, guided by his instincts, landed at a specific location. This is it, he thought, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he surveyed the ground beneath him. According to his senses, the target lay below. Although well concealed, Hanfeng's spiritual awareness detected that the ground had been recently covered. Presumably, this was the work of the Yao brothers. With the extraordinary fire so close at hand, he could no longer restrain himself and struck the ground with a forceful palm. The resulting surge of Dou Qi explosively shattered a portion of the mountaintop, sending a thunderous roar echoing as countless stones tumbled down. The tremendous commotion caused the entire mountain to tremble, prompting the surrounding magical beasts to flee in terror. They sensed impending danger in the area. The explosion revealed a narrow tunnel, dark yet emanating a red light, and the surrounding air temperature began to rise. Descending the tunnel, one would encounter a sea of searing magma, its fiery red hue swirling with golden undertones, occasionally bubbling forth. When Jiang Yun initially discovered this place, he suspected it might be the magma flowing from the ancient emperor's cave. In fact, the entire subterranean realm of the Black Corner domain was a vast sea of magma. Within the fiery realm of molten rock, dark currents surged, occasionally erupting with ferocious streams of magma from unknown origins. At the heart of this molten expanse, a small serpent coiled quietly, its body emanating a faint crimson glow that harmonized with the surrounding sea of lava. Clearly, this place had been tampered with by Jiang Yun. As he sensed the gravitational pull from below, Hanfong could no longer contain himself. He shifted his form and swiftly descended towards the cave entrance. He had entered. Observing Hanfeng's entrance, Hu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Another has arrived, and there are quite a few." Just then, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to the distance, where several dark figures swiftly approached. It appeared that Hanfeng's tactics had not eluded them. Su Qian watched the newcomers with a grave expression. Although their numbers were few, each was formidable. Among them were Mo Tianxing, the 2 elders of gold and silver, Feng Yan, and others. These within. As they reached the canopy above the dense forest, they immediately spotted the entrance radiating intense energy. "Let us go." Several figures hastily followed into the passage. They had all entered. It was time to act. Even someone as composed as Wu Tianlang felt a surge of excitement. "Wait, there's a big fellow there." Jiang Yun restrained Wu Tianlang, his expression serious as he focused on a seemingly inconspicuous area. The space there was subtly distorted, revealing a shadowy figure of an elder exuding a menacing aura, with eyes that gleamed like ghostly flames, fixated intently on the cave entrance. Next to him, the space emitted faint ripples, indicating his profound cultivation. What a formidable old being. Following Jiang Yun's gaze, the others saw nothing amiss, but Zian seemed to perceive something. Her expression unusually grave, her fist, imbued with immense power, clenched tightly within her sleeve. The earth demon Old Ghost. Amidst the questioning glances of Su Qian and the others, Jiang Yun slowly uttered the elder's name, sending chills down their spines. "It is him." Su Qian and the others furrowed their brows. They had heard of this formidable figure, contemporaneous with the headmaster of Canaan Academy. Initially, he was a Do Zone powerhouse, and after so many years, he had likely reached 5 or 6 stars in Do Zone. Truly a formidable adversary. "Jiang Yun, are you certain that thing can contend with him? He is at least a 5-star Do Zone." Su Qian, feeling anxious, could not help but inquire of Jiang Yun. Although Jiang Yun had mentioned that his devised methods could deal with everyone, the earth demon Old Ghost was a different matter, causing Su Qian to feel some trepidation. 7-star Do Zone. What? The earth demon Old Ghost was a 7-star Do Zone. Hiss. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's response, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Among them, the most formidable was Su Qian, a 3-star Do Zone, yet he was still 4-star levels beneath his opponent. Would they truly face annihilation? Rest assured, Elder, Jiang Yun reassured with a confident smile. We shall proceed as planned. Even if a 9-star Do Zone were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. As the anxious group quietly conferred, the distant figure of the earth demon Old Ghost furrowed his brow at the cave entrance. Suddenly perceiving something alarming, a thought struck him. This is bad. Before his warning could escape his lips, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting toward the cave entrance. Mere moments later, he arrived at the threshold. Simultaneously, Hanfong, who had just stepped beside the fallen heart flame, was taken aback as it erupted with dazzling white light. The entire world seemed to be adorned with countless intricate patterns, resonating in harmony with the flame. Though he could not decipher the meaning behind these designs, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. He realized he had been deceived. "Damn it!" he shouted in fury, and in an instant, the fallen heart flame detonated, the patterns appearing to lose their support, collapsing in a cascade of destruction. The fiery realm erupted with a terrifying intensity. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the eastern expanse of the Black Corner domain as columns of flame ascended, painting the sky a brilliant crimson. Dust billowed, and magma surged forth, obliterating the ancient forest that had stood for countless years. Chapter 53, The Four Spirits Array. In the Black Corner domain, a place of volcanic eruptions, the sight of the soaring magma posed a challenge even for the Earth Demon Old Ghost, a 7-star Dou Zong. All 3 elders of his magic flame valley were ensconced within that perilous scene. Despite their peak Dou Huang cultivation, he harbored doubts about their safe emergence under such celestial fury. Damn it, will I become a mere figurehead? He lamented. In the depths of the relentless magma, rippling waves began to form, bubbling ominously. Suddenly, a violent disturbance emanated from the center, escalating in intensity with each passing moment. Upon witnessing this, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's expression softened, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Was there still a chance? With a series of muffled booms, disheveled figures erupted from the magma, revealing Hanfong and the others who had recently entered the passage. They emerged in a state of disarray, their bodies bearing varying degrees of burns, their vitality waning, and some had tragically been left behind in the depths, lost without explanation. This time, Jiang Yun's meticulously orchestrated explosion, harnessing the power of the array, had awakened the magma energy that had lain dormant for eons beneath the Black Corner domain, creating a force potent enough to threaten even the Dou Zong. At this moment, the still-living Mo Tianxing's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a wounded beast poised to strike. Fixating on Hanfong with a fierce glare, he roared, "Hanfong, what have you done underground? Or is this all a scheme orchestrated by your Han Yao sect to ensnare us all?" The most tormented among them was undoubtedly Mo Tianxing himself, for his son, Mo Ya, had perished in the explosion, alongside Qi Shan, the chief alchemist of the Black Emperor sect. Indeed, it could be said that the Black Emperor sect had suffered a grievous blow, 20 years of effort rendered futile. That he had not torn Hanfong apart on the spot was a testament to his restraint. Upon hearing Mo Tianxing's words, the remaining elders, Jiang Yun and the others, cast skeptical glances toward Hanfong. They had indeed suffered a significant loss this time, having encountered this unforeseen calamity without even catching a glimpse of their hearts simmered with pent-up rage, desperately seeking an outlet for their frustration. Does Sect Master Mo suspect me? You overestimate my capabilities, for I lack the power to provoke the entire underground world. Furthermore, that was merely a ruse. We have been played. Hanfong, suppressing his fury, coldly addressed the crowd. If you feel aggrieved, do you think I am any better off? Who can fathom the anguish of hope turning into despair? This is merely your side of the story. How can you prove its veracity? Even if Hanfeng's argument held merit, Mo Tianxing was intent on placing the blame squarely on him, hoping to galvanize others against him. The collection of a 7th-grade alchemist should suffice to compensate for this loss. One cannot deny that Mo Tianxing was indeed a formidable figure. Having just endured the pain of losing a son, he immediately began to consider his own interests. What do you propose? Hanfong realized that Mo Tianxing was attempting to extract compensation from him. However, he was no pushover, and it seemed the other party had chosen the wrong target. This trouble arose because of you. Now, each of our families has incurred losses. If one family suffers 3 7th-grade elixirs, shall we consider this matter settled? Otherwise, at this juncture, Mo Tianxing began to reveal his true intentions, cunning as he was, bringing everyone present into his scheme, thereby establishing control over Hanfong. The others, including Feng Yin, Jian Yun, and Tongue Iron, began to waver. The allure of 7th-grade elixirs was indeed tempting. Moreover, should they miss this opportunity, it would be gone forever. Should they proceed? At that moment, their bodies acted more decisively than their minds, silently cutting off Hanfeng's escape route. Such actions deepened the grimness of Hanfeng's countenance. Enough. Is this all the spirit possessed by the renowned powerhouses of the blacklist in the Black Corner domain? You become bold only when faced with adversity? Your ancestors would be ashamed. Just as Feng Yin and the others were tempted by Mo Tianxing's coercion, a voice, as if piercing through space itself, resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens. The thunderous proclamation reverberated through the mountains and forests, its lingering echoes reminiscent of celestial hymns, stirring the very souls of those who heard it. This is the voice of the ancestor. Ancestor, you have finally arrived. At this moment, Feng Yin was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. After awakening the Earth Demon ancestor, he was instructed to let the other 3 proceed ahead. However, to his astonishment, in the blink of an eye, the trio had transformed into a single individual, nearly bringing him to tears. Meanwhile, Hanfong and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Did the legendary powerhouse of the previous generation also emerge? Suddenly, a series of fierce winds echoed from the horizon, and in an instant, the figure of the Earth Demon Old Ghost materialized before everyone. The appearance of the Earth Demon Old Ghost gave Fong Yin a sense of reassurance, prompting him to kneel before the formidable presence. How embarrassing it was to be outwitted without even realizing it. The reputation of Magic Flame Valley had been utterly tarnished. What do you mean by that, Earth Demon Ancestor? Upon hearing the words of the Earth Demon Old Ghost, everyone was taken aback. Had they been played for fools? What could this possibly mean? The Earth Demon Old Ghost's gaze suddenly turned icy, and with a flick of his fingers, 5 sharp strands of chilling fighting spirit shot forth, propelled by a fierce wind toward a hidden thicket in the distance, as if to say, "Come out, little mice of Canaan Academy." As the 5 icy beams traveled a distance, a figure abruptly emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a volcanic eruption, dispelling the 5 piercing energies with a single surge of fighting spirit. Su Qian's figure trembled slightly before he let out a low groan, retreating a few steps. He had suffered a setback in their initial encounter. The 7-star Do Zone was indeed fearsome. Upon seeing Su Qian, Hanfong and the others' expressions darkened significantly. Su Qian's appearance signified that everything was a trap set by Canaan Academy, and they had been foolishly toyed with. "You are Su Qian, aren't you?" The Earth Demon Old Ghost cast a casual glance at Su Qian and remarked, "I did not expect you to have ascended to the Do Zone level. When I last saw you, you were merely a peak Do Huang elder. However, what does it matter? You should never have provoked my Magic Flame Valley." With a slight frown, Su Qian retorted coldly, "Earth Demon Old Ghost, today Canaan Academy shall rid itself of your kind. Is that so?" The Earth Demon Old Ghost waved his sleeve, glancing at the approaching Hu Qian and others, sneering, "Do you think that you 4 newly promoted Do Zone and you, a mere 3-star Do Zone, can challenge the life of an ancestor? Bring the Ming Tianqi. Canaan Academy actually had 5 Do Zone? When did they break through?" Upon realizing that Canaan Academy had suddenly activated 5 Do Zone, Hanfong and the others' expressions shifted again. They secretly rejoiced at Canaan Academy's unannounced rise to power. Had the Earth Demon Old Ghost not arrived, they might have been caught off guard. Now, they exchanged knowing glances at Su Qian. It seemed Su Qian had not anticipated the current circumstances. This was a classic case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. In response, a cold smile appeared on Su Qian's face. "Earth Demon Old Ghost, do you not fear ridicule with such words? If the Academy head were in the inner court, would you still dare to show yourself?" Upon hearing Su Qian's veiled remarks, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Earth Demon Old Ghost. Very well, very well. You people from Canaan Academy are indeed sharp-tongued. Today, even if Ming Tianqi were to arrive, I would tear you apart." Su Qian chuckled lightly, his eyes catching sight of everyone taking their positions, and he felt a sense of reassurance. "Then let us see you try," he declared. "Elders, initiate the formation." As his voice fell, Su Qian formed a complex hand seal, and at that very moment, Hu Qian and the others also changed their hand gestures. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and earth surged violently, and a massive array slowly materialized above their heads. Not good. The Earth Demon Old Ghost's expression changed for the first time upon sensing the immense energy. "Xianbing Spike," he shouted, unleashing a torrent of dark, frigid air from within. As the chill emerged, it rapidly solidified and, with a crisp sound, shattered into countless shards of ice. The Earth Demon Old Ghost's fingers flicked, and a multitude of black ice spikes rained down upon the 5 surrounding individuals. Yet, they remained unfazed, swiftly forming hand seals. The formidable spiritual array erupted with a dazzling radiance. Heaven and earth, gather the 4 spirits. With a resounding command from the 4 who presided over the array. For brilliant beams of light gradually appeared within the realm. An oppressive force began to permeate the atmosphere, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A blood-red giant tiger materialized behind Wu Tianling. With a powerful swipe of its paw, an explosion occurred, causing the multitude of ice spikes to instantly burst into countless icy crystals that scattered throughout the air. Upon witnessing the thwarted attack, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's countenance darkened. The power of this array exceeded his expectations. What an impressive formation. When did Canaan Academy acquire such depth? Hanfong remarked, his expression grim as he observed the scene. At that moment, with the emergence of the white tiger, it seemed as if a switch had been triggered. Chirp! A clear and resonant call echoed from the south. As a fiery red giant bird, engulfed in flames, materialized at the corner presided over by Elder Hua. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire realm surged dramatically, warping the very air itself. Following this, the azure dragon from the east and the black tortoise from the north manifested in succession. The appearance of the 4 sacred beasts signified the successful culmination of the 4 spirits array, which Jiang Yun had comprehended from the 4 spirit seal. This array, being a 4 spirits array, had attained the pinnacle of a 5th level spiritual formation. Quite remarkable. In the distant sky, Jiang Yun and Zian gradually revealed themselves. Observing the four sacred beasts above, a satisfied smile crept across Jiang Yun's face. A fifth-level spiritual array, sufficient to dominate the Dozong realm. Given time to set up the formation, even a Dozuan could be temporarily ensnared. Wow, Xiaoyun, this is amazing. I want to learn, Zian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the imposing azure dragon, tugging at Jiang Yun's hand and shaking it with enthusiasm. It's not that I am unwilling to teach you. It depends on the circumstances here. As Jiang Yun spoke, he pointed to his own head. Zian, momentarily perplexed, quickly grasped the implication and, in a fit of indignation, retorted, "How dare you imply that I lack intelligence? I never said that." "You did." Jiang Yun chuckled softly, intending to tease her as he had done in the past. However, realizing that Zian had matured, he instinctively withdrew his hand. In that fleeting moment, Zian, unaware, collided with him, grabbing his head and delivering a playful headbutt. "That will teach you to call me foolish." The sharp sting on his forehead drew Jiang Yun's attention, and he noticed Zian grinning at the red mark on his brow. "All right, now we are even." Gazing at Zian in his embrace, Jiang Yun's eyes flickered with a hint of shyness. He gently pushed her away, declaring, "Stay here on guard while I assist the Great Elder." Watching Jiang Yun retreat in haste, Zian's face brightened with a radiant smile as she murmured playfully, "You claim not to like me, yet your heart speaks otherwise." After saying this, she felt the fleeting sensation from their earlier contact, causing even her brave heart to blush slightly. Boom. For colossal sacred beasts loomed majestically in this vibrant realm, their bodies shimmering with radiant energy, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. "You think a mere formation can ensnare the ancestor?" The Earth Demon Elder, observing the formidable silhouettes of the beasts above, felt a surge of unease within. Xianbing sword technique. The Earth Demon Elder's gnarled claws formed a seal, and he shouted with authority. Instantly, numerous ice spikes scattered around converged, merging within the blink of an eye into a massive, jet-black ice sword. As the sword took shape, a chilling aura erupted forth, causing even Hanfong, who wielded extraordinary flames, to shudder in trepidation as he cautiously retreated. At this moment, the Earth Demon Elder, brandishing the formidable sword, unleashed the full might of his 7-star Dozong power, letting out a piercing scream. "Watch as I cleave you down." The sharp sword energy ruthlessly aimed at the white tiger within the formation. Among the four, Wu Tianlong's transformation into the white tiger posed the most significant threat, not only because the white tiger symbolized slaughter, but also due to Wu Tianlong's exceptional prowess in harnessing its power to the fullest, boasting without fear of retribution. Wu Tianlang observed the scene, sneering coldly as he regarded the others within the formation. With a shift of his hand seal, the white tiger within the array trembled, its eyes flickering with a newfound vitality. Gungjin Destruction Slash. A colossal blade of light erupted from the white tiger's mouth, slicing toward the Earth Demon Elder with an indescribable sharpness. The surrounding space distorted under the pressure of that golden energy blade. In the face of such an assault, even those at the 8-star Dozong level would likely hesitate to underestimate its ferocity. The eyes of the Earth Demon Ancestor narrowed, sensing a profound crisis emanating from the impending attack. Quickly, those who wish to survive must join forces to shatter this grand formation. Realizing the futility of confronting the array head-on, the Earth Demon Ancestor let out a long howl. Ice condensation, sword technique. An increasing number of black ice crystals materialized, coalescing into formidable black swords that floated ominously around him, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. The sound of sword energy slicing through the air resonated ominously in the ears of all present, causing their scalps to tingle. Each of these swords was exceptionally terrifying. Even a single one could potentially slay a formidable Do Huang warrior. Observing the Earth Demon Ancestor's grave demeanor, Hanfong and the others shuddered, their gazes drawn to the predatory presence of the azure dragon, black tortoise, and vermilion bird surrounding them, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. It was crucial to note that, thus far, this grand formation had only utilized a quarter of its power, leaving the Earth Demon Ancestor struggling to cope. One could only imagine the sheer might that would be unleashed when the entirety of the formation activated. At this juncture, it was no longer a time for complacency. Everyone understood that they were at a critical juncture of life and death. The Canaan Academy had evidently devised an elaborate scheme aimed at ensnaring them all. Therefore, they could not remain passive any longer. A glint of madness flashed in their eyes, for this was not the moment to conceal their strengths. They all turned their gazes skyward, and with the shifting of several hand seals, the energies surrounding them surged wildly. Sea Heart Mirage Beast. As the colossal blue inferno erupted, it roiled violently, flames howling and spiraling, eventually coalescing into an immense, deep blue beast. The creature, resembling a lion but possessing a formidable scorpion tail, bore a single deep blue horn atop its head that glimmered with an eerie azure glow. Whenever the horn swayed, it left faint traces of darkness in the very fabric of space. You seek my life? Then come join me in death. The manifestation of the beast caused Hanfeng's complexion to drain of color, his visage now reflecting a frenzied determination. Devouring Demon's venomous hand. Thousand Leaf Palm. As Hanfong unleashed his attack, Mo Tianqing and the others followed suit, unleashing their techniques like currency upon the formation. Hua Qian, Elder Hua, Commander Wu, strike together. We cannot allow them to breach the formation. Elder Qing, be ready to support at any moment. Observing the desperate efforts of his comrades, Su Qian's expression hardened as he swiftly directed them. A pinnacle level 5 spirit formation can imprison even a 9-star Dou zone. Yet they have only practiced for a short duration. In the face of this counterattack, I remain uncertain. Indeed, Vermilion Bird's Heaven Incineration, Black Tortoise's Ocean Expansion, Azure Dragon's Binding. The overwhelming Dou Qi transformed the space within the formation into a starry expanse as the 4 sacred beasts roared. A tremendous energy storm erupted, shaking the very ground, forcing the 4 sacred beasts to retreat. However, those attacks were still firmly absorbed, transforming into a myriad of glowing particles. A torrent of blood erupted, leaving both Su Qian and the individuals from the Black Corner region pale, with crimson streaks trickling from the corners of their mouths. It was evident that they had sustained significant injuries during the recent clash. Time was of the essence. Their fighting spirit could not hold out for long. Quickly, we must shatter it together. The Earth Demon Old Ghost, being the most accomplished among those present, possessed a robust fighting spirit and had suffered the least damage. His seasoned eyes quickly discerned the dire situation of Su Qian and his companions. The formation was formidable, yet the cultivations of the group fell short. Among them, 3 had only just broken through to the Dou zone level. Had 4 4-star Dou zones joined forces, they would have faced utter annihilation in the first round. The words of the Earth Demon Old Ghost acted as a powerful stimulant, igniting a fierce light in Hanfong and the others' eyes. They collectively summoned their remaining strength, channeling the scant fighting spirit within them to strike fiercely at Su Qian and his group. This is problematic. Upon witnessing Hanfeng's counterattack, Su Qian and his companions' pupils constricted, their expressions shifting dramatically. Their internal fighting spirit had faltered after the previous clash. Were they to fail at the final hurdle? Ah, my dear friends, you seem to be celebrating a tad prematurely. At that moment, a calm voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. They felt a fleeting blur, and a shadow clad in black had already descended into the center of the formation. Jiang Yun had entered a state of heightened perception, as if an eye-like entity within his soul was slowly blinking open, casting ripples in the depths of his being, revealing the profound and strange essence of the world around him. With a mere wave of his hand, numerous spiritual seals began to coalesce from his fingertips. In the span of mere breaths, the luminous seals surged forth, surpassing 100 in number around Jiang Yun. His gaze deepened as he flicked his sleeve, sending those 100 spiritual seals soaring into the sky. Amid the fluctuations of the air, they merged with the cosmos, settling into the spatial nodes surrounding them. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the surrounding space, causing the energy within the formation to erupt with fervor. The formation, which had been on the verge of collapse, was instantly stabilized. It was as if a tempest of energy swept through the heavens and earth, converging into a river of light that continuously flowed towards the vast luminous formation. Jang Yun. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's intervention, along with the stabilizing spiritual formation, Su Qian and the others felt a surge of relief, their burdens lifting. They had momentarily forgotten about Jiang Yun's presence. Their worries had been unfounded. Jiang Yun, too, had delayed his appearance. Did he not realize that the elder's heart could not bear such shocks? For reasons unknown, the mere sight of Jiang Yun inspired an inexplicable trust in them, as if there were no dilemma he could not resolve. Just like in this very moment, the Earth Demon Old Ghost and his companions, positioned at the heart of the formation, were taken aback by the stabilizing spiritual formation, their hearts racing with astonishment and confusion. Who was this little demon? This formation was laid down by the adversary. From whence did he acquire such exquisite craftsmanship? Treading upon the void, a Dou zone so youthful? A myriad of questions surfaced in the minds of the onlookers, with the Earth Demon Elder being the first to inquire. Who are you, young man? I am Jiang Yun from the Canaan Academy, Jiang Yun replied, his gaze penetrating and fixed upon the crowd as if they were fish trapped in a jar. Yet, his movements remained swift and deliberate. He began to weave a complex series of hand seals, and in an instant, countless beams of light erupted forth, intertwining and coalescing to sketch an immensely intricate pattern in the sky. Jang Yun. The name seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Those who had encountered Jiang Yun during the last expedition to the secret realm were long since deceased. To them, Jiang Yun represented an unpredictable variable. With their confusion resolved, it was time to send everyone on their way. Observing the questions reflected in their eyes, Jiang Yun's expression turned cold, particularly when he cast a piercing glance at Hanfong, akin to that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. You dare covet the life of the ancestor with mere fledgling youths like yourselves? Jiang Yun's disdain darkened the Earth Demon Elder's countenance. Since the departure of the Mingtian ruler, he had never endured such an affront. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the extreme cold palm. The energies of heaven and earth surged violently, a precursor to the activation of an Earth-level martial technique, and judging by the fluctuations, it was at least a mid-tier Earth-level skill. It must be said that the Earth Demon Elder was indeed a remarkable talent. As a practitioner of the ice attribute, he had managed to develop a mid-tier Earth-level technique capable of igniting fire. Why would he not possess a formidable martial technique to guard himself? In the blink of an eye, a colossal black cold cloud, measuring several dozen feet, materialized. The cold cloud roiled, ultimately transforming into a gigantic handprint that surged towards Jiang Yun. Along its path, tiny ice crystals fell, formed from the condensation of moisture upon contact with the Earth Demon Elder's technique, showcasing the prowess of a high-star Dozong. Following the Elder's lead, this young imp was the focal point of the formation. If he were to be slain, the entire array would collapse without resistance. The Elder yearned to rend these individuals apart. At the moment the technique was unleashed, the Earth Demon Elder intoned darkly, a sinister smile creeping upon his withered visage, evoking a sense of dread. Upon hearing the Earth Demon Elder's declaration, Hanfong and the others instantly brightened with determination, unleashing their most powerful attacks upon Jiang Yun. Hanfeng's gaze harbored a glint of malice. How dare he gaze at him in such a manner? Soon, he would make the other experience the excruciating pain of being engulfed in flames. See Flame Spear. Ignite the Celestial Fire Phoenix. Heavenly Net Shadow Claw. As they coldly articulated their unleashed techniques, at that very moment, Jiang Yun's hand seals transformed, and in an instant, the energies of this realm erupted in a tumult, surging forth like radiant rainbows, continuously pouring into the spiritual array. For Spirit Starry Seal. Jiang Yun's face remained impassive as he suddenly struck with his palm, causing the spatial formations behind him to shatter. A colossal seal emerged, adorned with the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, radiating an unparalleled force as it descended. The heavenly tier combat skill unleashed a piercing scream that shattered the silence, sending chills down the spines of all present. A profound sense of impending doom surged from the depths of their souls, particularly for those ensconced at the heart of the formation. The terror of facing death propelled them to flee, yet an inexplicable force within the space firmly ensnared them, rendering escape impossible. Hanfong gazed at the descending seal with despair. Even a combat sovereign would find this heavenly tier combat skill lethal, let alone their group of combat lords. They could never have anticipated that they would meet their demise beneath such a formidable technique. How fortunate they were. Foolishness. The Earth Demon Old Ghost's face turned ashen, cursing vehemently as he swiftly pulled Fong Yin and the two Elder Jin and Yin in front of him as a shield. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, as waves of energy surged and intertwined in the sky, ultimately crashing outward like tumultuous ocean tides. The terrifying sounds of further explosions echoed as the surrounding mountains fractured, and the forest within 100 zhang was obliterated in an instant, leaving the ground barren and unblemished. Gulp. A sound of someone swallowing echoed, seemingly marking just the beginning. Moments later, the sound of swallowed breaths became incessant. Hu Qian trembled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Before such cataclysmic energy, even as a combat lord, he felt profoundly small and fragile. Turning to observe, he found himself surrounded by faces frozen in disbelief. Thank goodness, I am not the only one terrified. The Grand Elder. If this formation can indeed unleash a heavenly tier combat skill, then we. Regaining his composure, Hu Qian was suddenly filled with exhilaration, looking at Su Qian and the others, eager to engage. Indeed, yet we must practice diligently. A heavenly tier combat skill. I've never even seen one before. And now I have the chance to wield it. Wu Tianlang exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. As cultivators, who Wu and Ti revel in the allure of high-tier techniques, Jang Yun has truly bestowed a grand gift upon the academy. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Qian regarded the figure suspended in the air with a complex expression. He had never imagined that a seemingly casual act would lead to such a situation today. Indeed, the whims of fate are unpredictable. However, to wield such a powerful technique, one must commit to rigorous training. Casting a glance at the nearby Hu Qian and the others, Su Qian felt a sense of melancholy as he sensed their labored breaths. akin to that of exhausted beasts. Indeed, the power was immense, yet it consumed an extraordinary amount of fighting spirit. The ability to unleash such force this time was largely due to Jiang Yun's adept control, feeling the meager remnants of fighting spirit within him. Su Qian understood that the group still had a considerable journey ahead to fully harness the array's capabilities. At this moment, Jang Yun observed the grotesque corpses below, a peculiar smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown gracing his lips. Did they still wish to hide? After a prolonged silence, a gentle breeze swept by. But no one responded to Jiang Yun. In that case, it seemed he must personally extend the invitation. With a gaze fixed on the unresponsive corpses, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. Suddenly, the corpse of the earth demon Old Ghost sprang back to life, its sinister eyes locking onto Jiang Yun for an instant before it violently spewed forth a stream of blood that enveloped its own body, causing the space around it to contort rapidly. I almost forgot to mention, I am quite proficient in spatial energy as well. Observing this, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and raised his hand, sweeping it towards the location of the earth demon Old Ghost. Instantly, the space seemed to be caressed by an invisible hand, returning to a state of tranquility. Then, with a flicker of motion, Jiang Yun arrived beside the earth demon Old Ghost in the blink of an eye. In the face of the creature's terror-stricken gaze, he pressed a finger against its brow. The Old Ghost managed only a muffled groan before the light in its eyes began to fade. Just then, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the corpse of Hanfong, darting towards the forest below. The timing of its escape was certainly opportunistic, taking advantage of Jiang Yun's moment of action while Su Qian and the others were at a disadvantage in terms of spiritual power. Had it been another individual, it might have actually succeeded in fleeing. However, Jiang Yun had long been prepared for this eventuality. Han Yaozong, why the urgency? I was hoping to inquire about your alchemical techniques.